by Qing brought by Linger. Honeydew's stone house was definitely the most comfortable in all of Moonlit Valley. Plus, Honeydew had lived here before and was already used to the humid heat, so she didn't find the stone house stuffy at all. Mugwort mosquito coil. Do you want some? Changxia replied, asking Maple Leaf and Honeydew for their opinions. She'd brought plenty of these mosquito coils. Back in the wolf tribe, Kira grass grew everywhere on Five Finger Mountain, and it also repelled mosquitoes. So, there weren't many mosquitoes around the wolf tribe settlement. But Moonlit Valley was different. The ever-changing climate of the misty jungle meant Dream Valley was crawling with bugs and poisonous snakes. If the lions weren't so robust, they'd probably be bitten all the time. I want one, Maple Leaf said eagerly. Honeydew blinked. What's a mugwort mosquito coil? It's a mosquito repellent I made from mugwort. When you light it, the smoke drives away bugs and insects, Changxia explained, handing out a few coils to Maple Leaf to share with the others, and giving one to Honeydew as well. Honeydew said, "It smells pretty good. I'll take one back to my stone house and try it." Actually, with Bai Qing and Bai Linger living there, their stone house was not only cooler, but even bugs and snakes didn't dare come near. Bai Qing knew why, but Honeydew was carefree since Bai Qing hadn't mentioned it. She didn't know. Before long, the stone house where Changxia and the others were staying was filled with a faint scent of mugwort. From a distance, some lion beast folk caught a whiff of the smell and immediately started sneezing. But after sneezing, they found the scent surprisingly pleasant. After all, they'd gotten used to spicy three-pepper soup, so the smell of mugwort mosquito coils didn't bother them. In fact, the more they smelled it, the more they liked it. "Riverbank, have you ever smelled this before?" Sman asked softly. The Riverbank chief shook his head. "I haven't noticed it." "Forget it. Let's wait for Changxia to come over. I'll ask her about this smell then." Sman thought for a moment, but didn't go looking for Changxia right away. She decided to wait until the afternoon to ask. After all, everyone was resting at the moment. Elder Sman had the Lion Tribe orcs move the building materials for the new houses, but didn't rush to start construction. The territory of the Sirius tribe had been planned out with Changxia's help, and Elder Sman was hoping Changxia could also help plan out the layout of Moonlit Valley. Moonlit Valley was large enough that, even if the Lion Tribe's population doubled or tripled, there would still be plenty of space for them to thrive. Still, if they could plan things out now, then future expansions wouldn't be so haphazard, no more building here and there without any order. So, during Changxia and the others' rest time, the Lion Tribe quietly organized all the building materials, getting everything ready. All they needed was for Changxia to wake up and give the word. The Lion Tribe was ready to start construction at any moment. Boom! Suddenly, a clap of thunder crashed through the air, waking Changxia from her sleep. Shen Rong reached out and pulled her into his arms, speaking gently, "Don't be afraid, it's just thunder. It's really dark outside, looks like it's about to rain." Hearing Shen Rong's familiar voice in her ear, Changxia quietly let out a sigh of relief. "Shen Rong, how long have we been asleep?" Changxia asked, her voice hoarse. "About an hour and a half," Shen Rong replied. That meant it was almost noon. But outside, the sky was pitch black and looked rather frightening. "It's so dark." Changxia lay on top of Shen Rong, peering out the window. Shen Rong hadn't closed the door, just draped a grass curtain over the entrance. Through the curtain, she could see that it was so dark outside, it looked more like dusk than midday. End of this chapter. Boom! As they spoke, another few peals of thunder rolled through the air. Then came several flashes of lightning. Changxia looked nervously at the stone roof above her head. "It looks like a heavy rain is coming. Will this roof hold up?" The Lion Tribe must have had a hard time living in Dream Valley for over 100 years. This weather is really harsh. Earlier that morning, the sun had been shining brightly. Changxia had thought the weather in Dream Valley was pretty good lately. Who could have guessed that, before she'd even finished her nap, the weather would change so suddenly, thunder, lightning, and a torrential downpour all at once. It was pretty scary. "Don't worry, the stone roof is definitely solid," Shen Rong said seriously. The Lion Tribe wouldn't have let Changxia and the others stay here if the house hadn't been checked. If it really leaked, Wouldn't that be a huge embarrassment for the lion tribe? Patter. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of heavy rain began to drum against the roof. It was as if a hole had opened in the sky, pouring rain straight down into Dream Valley. Changxia snuggled closer to Shen Rong, feeling a bit frightened by the scene. She'd lived in the Heluo Tribe for over 10 years, but had never seen such a terrifying storm. Compared to the rain in Dream Valley, the rain in Heluo was nothing more than a drizzle. No wonder the soil there was so firm and solid, perfect for building cave dwellings, even though the region was called the 100 Rivers Basin. Boom! Thunder crashed again and again, lightning splitting the sky as the rain poured down in torrents. Changxia swallowed nervously and whispered, "Are you sure this is just rain?" Don't worry, I'm here," Shen Rong said, hugging her tighter to comfort her. To be honest, even Shen Rong was a bit nervous. He hadn't experienced many storms this intense. But the lion tribe didn't seem particularly concerned. Clearly, they were used to storms like this. For the serious tribe, this was nothing out of the ordinary. "Changxia, are you okay in there?" Suddenly, Kongshan's voice called out from next door. Maple Leaf must have been worried that Changxia was scared, so she'd asked Kongshan to check on them. Changxia patted Shen Rong, signaling him to get up. "We're fine," Shen Rong replied. "How about you guys?" "We're fine too." "Changxia isn't too scared, is she?" Kongshan called back. With the rain pouring down, shouting back and forth wasn't easy. Luckily, the stone houses here were close together. If they'd been farther from Moonlit Lake, there'd be no way to hear each other over the storm. "She's fine, don't worry," Shen Rong replied. Sure enough, Maple Leaf and the others were just worried about Changxia. Once they confirmed she was okay, the other stone houses fell quiet. The storm had come suddenly, and it left just as quickly. 15 minutes later, the dark, ominous sky cleared, revealing a bright blue sky. Sunlight streamed down through the clouds, shining over Moonlit Valley. If it weren't for the puddles everywhere, Changxia would have thought the whole thing was just a dream, that nothing had really happened at all. "Changxia, are you all right?" Bai Qing asked anxiously. As soon as the rain stopped, he and Milu hurried over. Their stone house was a bit farther away, so it took them a moment to get here. Elders Pukong and Senda, along with Maple Leaf and the other orcs, all gathered in the clearing outside Changxia's house, smiling and chatting as they checked to make sure Changxia wasn't frightened. "I'm fine," Changxia repeated. Mila grinned and explained, "Storms like this happen all the time in Dream Valley. I just forgot to warn you, sorry." Now that it was the warm season, the weather in the Enchanted Forest was unpredictable and ever-changing. Storms like today's were actually quite common. Sometimes, it could get even worse. Occasionally, Dream Valley would get hailstorms, with hailstones as big as a beast cub's fist falling from the sky without warning. Compared to hail, a bit of rain was nothing. If it weren't for the cold, the serious tribe would probably prefer the cold season. Unlike the warm season, the cold season in the Enchanted Forest had more stable temperatures and less unpredictable weather. Other than being cold, it was just cold. Is this kind of torrential rain common in Dream Canyon? Changxia's face twisted as she held her forehead and complained, "Milu, your lion tribe really has it tough. Come on, let's go find Elder Sman and Chief Anbian. We need to hurry and build new stone houses. This terrifying weather is just too much. We need sturdier, safer homes." This wasn't Changxia just being wise after the fact. She genuinely wanted to help the lion tribe build safer stone houses. A few more rainstorms like this, and the animal skins covering the roofs wouldn't stand a chance. Changxia worried that water pooling on the roofs would eventually collapse them, not realizing that Dream Canyon's temperature was high. One moment it's pouring, the next, the sun is blazing. Any water on the roofs would evaporate quickly. The lion tribe had never worried about rainwater collapsing their roofs. Unless it was hail. "All right, let's head to the tribal square," Mila said. She didn't bother explaining the bizarre weather of Dream Canyon. Changxia would be staying in Illusion Moon Valley for a few days. She'd soon experience the ever-changing climate of the Enchanted Forest for herself. After all, no amount of explanation could compare to living through it. "Changxia, Elder Sman hopes you can help plan out Illusion Moon Valley," Bai Qing said. Bai Linger slipped from his arms into Chang Xia's. Anywhere else, Chang Xia might have refused Bai Linger's affection. But here, in the Heavenly Lion Tribe, Chang Xia felt the air around her was dull and heavy. Hugging Bai Linger, it was as if the very air was purified. She happily cuddled Bai Linger, gently stroking her, feeling quite content. Planning? What kind of planning? Chang Xia paused, hesitating. Miller replied, just like you did for the wolf tribe at Five Finger Mountain. Thanks to Chang Xia's planning, our tribe is much cleaner and tidier now, Qinghe chimed in, becoming Chang Xia's biggest fan. Milu, having Chang Xia help with your planning is definitely the best choice. These tribes never really had a sense of cleanliness or order. It was only through Chang Xia's constant reminders that they slowly developed this awareness. So far, the Heluo Tribe had done the best. The Sky Wolf Tribe was just beginning to develop a sense of safety and hygiene, while the others still had a long way to go. Now, the Lion Tribe was proactively bringing up these ideas. Chang Xia was delighted. Sure. Chang Xia nodded. But before I start planning, I need to fully understand Illusion Moon Valley. That means we might have to delay starting construction until the afternoon. That's fine. Once we meet Elder Sman and Chief Anbian, we can tour Illusion Moon Valley and plan as we go, Mila said. She wasn't going to get involved. Mila would be living in the Heluo Tribe from now on. Still, if the Lion Tribe wanted to build her a stone house, she could always bring Bai Qing back to Illusion Moon Valley a few more times. If not, she'd just visit less. It wasn't a big deal either way. Whatever happened, Mila just wanted the Lion Tribe to keep getting better. As they chatted, the group of beast folk quickly arrived at the tribal square. Compared to early morning, the square was now piled high with stone and wood, all stacked neatly, not at all messy. Chang Xia, did that rainstorm scare you? Sman asked gently. The Heluo tribe's climate was the most stable among all the beast tribes. Violent storms were rare. End of this chapter. A little, Chang Xia replied with a smile, patting her chest and whispering, I wasn't even awake when the thunder started. When I opened my eyes, it was so dark outside I thought I'd slept until evening. The other beast folk laughed kindly at Chang Xia's explanation. Clearly, she'd perfectly captured what it felt like for an outsider to first arrive in Dream Canyon. Elder Sman, Chang Xia wants to get to know Illusion Moon Valley before starting on the planning. What do you think? Should we take advantage of the good weather and show her around? It's a rare chance to stroll, Mila interjected. The rain had just stopped, and the building materials were still wet. Chang Xia's suggestion to tour Illusion Moon Valley would give the materials time to dry. Anbian, get some paper and pens for Chang Xia to take with her, Sman said urgently. He didn't ask many questions, just quickly made the best decision. Touring Illusion Moon Valley was a job for Chang Xia and the younger beast folk. Pukin and Senda, the two elders, were too lazy to move. They stayed in the Heavenly Lion Tribe square inspecting the stone piles. Once they confirmed it was all just ordinary stone, the two of them grinned mischievously. Turns out, not all rocks contained jade. Only those from the 100 Rivers region were special. Realizing this, the two elders were suddenly in a great mood. What are you two up to? Sman tried to resist the urge to smack them, covering his eyes as he looked at their foolish antics. Pukin, hee. Nothing. Senda waved his hand, both of them wearing strange smiles. Chief Anbian blinked and hesitated. Are the two elders inspecting the stone? Jade? Sman caught on quickly, his expression changing slightly. He said bluntly, the wolf tribe had us check the rocks in their area, but unfortunately, we haven't found any jade here in the Lion Tribe. Both the Lion and Wolf tribes wanted to find jade to give to Chang Xia. But sadly, neither Clear Moon Forest nor the Enchanted Jungle had any jade. The 100 Rivers region really is special, Anbian sighed. First, there was the sacred beast totem at Wei Mountain, then all sorts of strange trees, and now the appearance of jade. As much as he hated to admit it, the 100 Rivers region was truly unique. What a pity, Senda said. Elder Pukin squinted and said, the Twilight Forest is vast, there's bound to be a jade mine somewhere. Chang Xia said the bird tribe of the Qinghai Plateau and the fish tribe of the Eastern Sea would love it, so the beast folk should keep an eye out. If we find any, we'll bring it back to the tribe. Once our skills improve, we'll teach the other beast tribes. The Heluo Tribe hadn't kept this a secret. Most of the beast tribes who needed to know already knew. The ones who didn't were just small tribes. They hadn't left their tribe or interacted with others, so naturally, they hadn't received any news about this. Bird Tribe, Fish Tribe. Sman slowly pronounced the names of the two tribes, his expression meaningful. Those who knew him well cautiously took 2 steps back. It was obvious. Elder Sman was thinking the same thing. Everyone was plotting how to deal with these two tribes. In the past, the Beast Tribe had often been targeted by them, but now it was time for the Beast Tribe to strike back. Next year, at the Normandy Grand Market, the Beast Tribe was preparing a big surprise for the two tribes. The group exchanged knowing glances, but didn't discuss it further. Elder Sman popped a piece of candy into his mouth and changed the subject, asking, "Are the Wolf Tribe's log cabins really that good? If the Leopard Tribe hadn't built their kills, I'd be happy to live in a log cabin," Pukin replied calmly. He looked at the stone houses the Lion Tribe lived in with undisguised distaste, making Chief Onbien feel rather embarrassed. Senda said, "Don't even think about building log cabins in Phantom Moon Valley. The climate in the Enchanted Forest is too strange. Log cabins aren't suitable for the Lion Tribe. Log cabins need to be packed with moss to seal the gaps between the logs." But that's the problem. In Phantom Moon Valley, it wouldn't work. A little moss can seal the gaps in the log cabins, but the damp climate would make the moss grow out of control. At that point, the log cabins might turn into moss houses, breeding countless bugs, ants, and poisonous snakes. Just imagining it was enough to make one shudder. Stone houses, huh? Elder Sman sighed. When it came to stone houses, his expression was complicated. Changxia and the others disliked the stone houses for being dark and damp. How could Elder Sman not know? But as Elder Senda said, with the strange climate of Phantom Moon Valley, aside from stone or brick houses, no other type of house was really suitable. Changxia said the layout of the houses would be the same, but the stone houses she plans to build will be different from the ones you're living in now, Senda said slowly. At this, Elder Sman and the other lion beastmen breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they were unreliable, it's just that even the lions living in the stone houses found them uncomfortable. But with Phantom Moon Valley's frequent storms and occasional hail, the lions couldn't live in beast houses even if they wanted to. The valley was flat, so they couldn't even find suitable caves. Underground living was out of the question. Like cave dwellings? Onbien asked excitedly. The specs should be the same, Senda replied. The layout of the log cabins is similar to the cave dwellings, so I think the stone houses will be too. Instantly, all the lion beastmen were completely reassured. Elder Sman and the lion beastmen thought the same way. The newly built Heavenly Lion Tribe would still center around Phantom Moon Lake and expand toward Phantom Moon Valley. Everything else could change, but not this. The shamans were rooted in the Kana Sacred Mountain, and that wouldn't change for the beast tribes for the next 100 years. This round of rebuilding was crucial for the future of every tribe. Every tribe took it very seriously. Changxia and the others might not know, but the beastmen of each tribe were well aware. That's why they were putting in so much effort, eager to build their new tribes well. Time was of the essence. While Changxia and the others were exploring Phantom Moon Valley, they had Shen Rong transform into his beast form to carry Changxia around the valley. Qinghe came along too. Since time was tight, Jia carried Qinghe so she could sketch as they went. And she really was talented at drawing. When they finished their tour, Qinghe picked up her pen and quickly started sketching. Using Qinghe's sketches, Changxia began planning the layout for the entire Heavenly Lion Tribe. Because the tribe would be spread out, they could save on building drainage ditches for every house. Still, considering the valley's unpredictable weather, drainage ditches were necessary, just easier to build than in the Wolf Tribe, since they didn't need to connect every lion house. Where connections were needed, they could be made more conveniently. Meanwhile, Elder Sman and the other beastmen held their breath and quietly watched Changxia and Qinghe work. As their drawings took shape, the onlookers were left speechless. The planning diagrams in Changxia's hands were hard for the beastmen to understand. But Qinghe's realistic drawings left the lion beastmen stunned. They looked just like the real thing, almost too real. Having lived in Phantom Moon Valley all their lives, every blade of grass and tree was etched into their bones. Seeing Qinghe's sketches of the valley, all the lion beastmen were entranced. Qinghe's drawing of Phantom Moon Valley is so lifelike. Yeah, I never realized Phantom Moon Valley was so beautiful. This wolf tribe female is really talented. Is she married? If not, the single males in our tribe should try hard to win her over. For a moment, whispers and discussions broke out. Still, the lion beastmen were all very restrained, keeping their voices low. P.S. Still owe some updates. We'll try to make them up in early June, along with the May monthly votes and rewards. Xiangqing. End of this chapter. Elder Sman, Chief Onbian, come take a look. As she drew, Changxia waved Elder Sman over, signaling for them to come closer. The paper she was using was quite large, so Shen Rong set up a wooden frame to make it easier for Changxia to display the plans. Changxia, is the plan finished? Sman asked nervously. His refined face was tinged with anxiety, and he clenched his fists slightly as he approached. Chief Onbian didn't speak, but his expression was just as tense as Elder Sman's. Halfway, Changxia replied. There are some small details I need to discuss with you. As she spoke, Changxia pointed out the roads, public toilets, and council hall, asking Elder Sman and the others for their opinions. How should these be built? Where should they go? How should the roads and drainage ditches be combined to save on labor and materials? And so on. All these things needed to be discussed before decisions could be made. So, next, Changxia continued drawing the plans based on Qinghe's sketches. As she drew, she raised questions while Elder Sman, Chief Onbian, and the other lion beast men discussed them together. Gradually, more and more lion beast men gathered around, and the plans became more and more complete. Note: the rest is site navigation and not part of the story. Let me know if you need further translation or have any specific requests. There's nothing particularly profound here. It's all just basic infrastructure: houses, roads, toilets, and so on. For example, bringing running water into the houses is stalled because there aren't any pipes. Still, since the lion tribe lives by the illusion moon lake, water isn't scarce. It's just a hassle to fetch it. Other than that, there aren't really any problems. The planning map was drawn up. The lion beastmen gathered around Changxia, their eyes fixed intently on the blueprint. Even though they couldn't really understand it, everyone, young and old, was excited, cheering enthusiastically. Changxia, we want to build a council hall. What do you think? Sman asked, pointing to a spot on the tribe's central square where the council hall was planned to go. The council hall would be the place for the tribe to discuss important matters. It would consist of several stone rooms, which could also be used for storage or as an indoor training area for the tribe's young, multi-purpose spaces. Sounds good, Changxia nodded. She didn't really mind what they built. With that, Elder Sman called out for the lion beast men to start digging trenches and laying foundations. This kind of work was second nature to Shen Rong and his group. Led by Shen Rong and Kong Shan, the lion beast men pitched in to help. At first, the lions weren't familiar with the process of building houses, so they didn't split into teams. Once they got the hang of it, they followed Changxia's suggestion and divided into groups. With their great strength, it only took 3 to 5 beastmen to build a stone house, and each house could be finished in 2 or 3 days. However, putting up the beams and sealing the roof was a bit trickier. Given the unpredictable weather in Dream Valley, Changxia decided to use stone slabs for the roofs. She also changed the design from sloped to flat roofs, covering them with thin, light stones. This kind of roof isn't common in the southern parts of Earth's flower country, but you see it more up north, where rocks and thin stone slabs are plentiful. The stone walls were built by stacking rocks, so there was no issue with load bearing. The lions had plenty of wood, so the outer walls were stone, with a layer of wood inside. If nothing else, this made the houses very safe. Shen Rong had Heezan and Wanmu teach the lions how to build stone walls, while he and Kongshan started making doors and windows. The chief by the river watched and learned, joining in to practice making doors, windows, and later, tables and chairs. Dream Valley gets a lot of rain. In Illusion Moon Valley, the lions paved the frequently used paths with gravel, which saved a lot of time on roadwork. Changxia just had to add the roads to the blueprint, making adjustments as needed, and combine the drainage ditches with the roads. Once the houses were built, the drainage ditches around them could be connected directly to the main roads, saving even more effort. Changxia, are you sure it's okay to leave the doors and windows this big? There are lots of bugs, ants, and poisonous snakes in Illusion Moon Valley. I'm worried they'll crawl into the houses, someone asked. These open spaces will have doors and windows installed. Shen Rong and the others are making them. Once they're ready, we'll put them in. There's no glass, so for now, we'll use curtains to block light. Once we find a good glass substitute, we can stop using curtains, Changxia explained, gesturing to make her point clear. Meanwhile, lion beastmen like Milu, who had visited the Heluo Tribe, also explained to the others why doors and windows were necessary. Besides, with such big stone houses, if you didn't have doors and windows, wouldn't it be just like the old stone houses, dark, damp, and gloomy? Considering Dream Valley's climate, Changxia made the foundations extra high. This would keep the houses from getting too damp inside and prevent rainwater from flooding in. There's truth to the saying, many hands make light work. By dusk, a 5-room stone house was already taking shape, just the beams, roof, and installation of doors and windows left to go. The council hall faced the tribe's central square, with 3 main rooms and 1 on each side. Each stone room was perfectly square, and given the beastman's size, the ceilings were 5 meters high. Adult beastmen might have trouble coming and going in beast form, but the young could move freely. It's so bright and spacious. Beautiful, clean, and tidy. No more stinky animal hides. Can we really live in a stone house like this? In that moment, the lion beastmen were so moved that many burst into tears. Calm down, everyone. Shen Rong still needs to install the doors and windows, the chief called, herding everyone out of the house so Shen Rong and his team could carry in and fit the doors and windows. Meanwhile, Maple handed the curtain-weaving task over to Maka, who led the lion women in weaving curtains. Changxia suggested Maka trade with the Sirius tribe for Keela grass, which made better curtains and door hangings. They could also learn how to weave Keela grass furniture from the wolf tribe. The wolves didn't have enough people, but the lions could trade for the grass and then do the weaving themselves. With the council hall finished, building the lions' own stone houses became much easier. The council hall was just for meetings and training, so Changxia hadn't put much thought into the layout. But for the residential houses, she offered several options: 3 bedrooms and a living room, 2 bedrooms and a living room, or even large 4-bedroom, 2 living room houses. The lions had no shortage of building materials, so they could build however they liked. Most chose the 3-bedroom, 2 living room layout, plus a cellar. Building a cellar meant digging a pit, then constructing it like a stone house and sealing it. In fact, building a cellar was even more complicated than building a house, but it was essential. Even though it was a hassle, the lions didn't skip it. After all, digging was easy for them. The real challenge was the amount of materials required. Elder Sman, it's getting dark, Milla reminded. They'd skipped lunch. Seeing that Changxia looked tired, Milu interrupted the excited crowd to remind them that night was falling. Elder Sman snapped out of it. Sorry, Changxia, let's stop here for today. We'll continue building tomorrow. Maka, did you send food over to Changxia? Don't worry, Elder Sman. I already had the tribe bring over meat and fruit powder, Maka replied with a smile. Changxia, if you need anything else, just let me know and I'll have someone bring it over. Just as expected. The lion tribe really did make Changxia and her group cook for themselves. In fact, the lion beast folk would have loved to eat with Changxia. But, considering how many people there were, Elder Sman made the final decision. Changxia's group would handle their own meals. After all, there were simply too many lions hoping to freeload. Elder Sman worried it would scare Changxia off. She was here to help build houses, not to cook for everyone. Changxia, let's eat together. Honeydew put on a pitiful smile, though her actions didn't match her expression. She darted over to Changxia and hooked her arm through hers. Honeydew made her intentions clear. She was determined to mooch a meal at Changxia's place. Jia and Hemmer both held their breath and looked hopefully at Shen Rong, waiting for him to say something. Unfortunately, they'd misjudged Shen Rong's indifference. Changxia, let's go back to the stone house. Ignoring the hopeful looks from Jia and the others, Shen Rong calmly walked over to Changxia and called her back to their stone house by Moonlit Lake. Maple Leaf lowered her head, hiding her broad smile. Come on, let's go back. Changxia was indeed tired today. She'd spent the whole afternoon drawing plans and communicating with Elder Sman and the other lion beast folk. Her mouth was dry from talking, and she felt even more exhausted than after a day in the forest. On one side, they were pretending not to notice. On the other, they genuinely hadn't realized. In the end, the lion beast folk could only watch regretfully as Changxia and her group walked away, sighing at how far the stone house was. If it were closer, at least they could catch a whiff of the food. A little while later, Changxia and her group returned to the stone house. Several wicker baskets were stacked by the door. A faint meaty aroma drifted from the baskets. Changxia, what's for dinner? Honeydew asked. Since it was just people from the Heluo Tribe here, she didn't bother being shy and asked directly. Changxia went inside to find her water pouch and took a drink. Take a look in the baskets. We also have some things the wolf and duck tribes gave us, Changxia replied. Shen Rong and the others squatted by the water jar, washing their hands and faces. After a busy afternoon, they were covered in dust. Changxia liked cleanliness, and since they'd started living with her, they'd all gotten used to keeping themselves tidy. Half a pig, a pile of rabbit meat, and some wild vegetables, Honeydew reported as she rummaged through the baskets. It's all fresh. Is there anything you want to eat? If you tell me, I can ask Maka Amu if the tribe has it. That's plenty, said Changxia. We still have some springbok left. Let's cut the fat off the pork and render it for oil, and tonight we'll have rabbit. Manhwa Amu gave me a bunch of wild mushrooms from the clear moon forest. Maple Leaf, find the mushrooms and soak them. We'll have a rabbit feast tonight. Salt and pepper rabbit, dry pot rabbit, spicy rabbit heads, home-style roast rabbit, pickled pepper rabbit. Looking at the prepared rabbit meat in the baskets, Changxia's eyes sparkled. Rabbit was a real treat. Not everyone liked it, but she thought it was delicious. Once Changxia gave the word, everyone got busy. By the time Changxia had rested, 2 new stoves had been set up in the grass shed beside the stone house. Changxia took out the stone pot the duck tribe had given her, melted the pork fat, and stir-fried ginger, scallions, garlic, and dried chili until fragrant. She added the rabbit meat, tossed in the prepared seasoning fruits, and when the rabbit turned golden and glossy, she added the soaked wild mushrooms, stir-fried over high heat, then added water and let it simmer. Besides that, salt and pepper rabbit, dry pot rabbit, spicy rabbit heads, and more, all arranged by Changxia. The mouth-watering aroma drifted for miles. That night, the lion tribe didn't eat well at all. Even with springbok on the menu, everything tasted bland. Not even their signature 3-pepper soup could comfort their wounded souls. Meanwhile, Changxia's group was sweating from the feast. Even Bai Linger, who usually only ate berries, joined Bai Qing in eating a surprising amount. Her little belly was round and full, and Bai Qing tucked her into the beast pouch to rest. I'm stuffed, I can't eat another bite. Honeydew leaned against Bai Qing, clutching her belly, unwilling to move. Still, she kept eyeing the dishes left on the table. Bai Qing patted her and chuckled, You're stuffed, but still staring? Hee hee. Honeydew giggled. My belly's full, but my mouth isn't satisfied yet. It keeps saying it wants more, but my stomach just can't handle it. She licked her lips and blamed her stomach for not cooperating. Changxia couldn't help but laugh. Honeydew looked like she'd been starved by the lion tribe. He silently hugged her belly, wearing the same expression as Honeydew. But her willpower was stronger. She held out until everyone else had put down their chopsticks before she stopped. After dinner and a short rest, everyone got up to clear the table and chairs, then returned to their rooms to sleep. Changxia washed up, sat on the stone bed soaking her feet, yawning as she waited for Shen Rong to return. He and Kong Shan and the other males had gone to bathe in Moonlit Lake. During the warm season, the lion tribe, regardless of gender, would all go bathe there. Compared to other beast folk, the lion tribe was actually a bit more particular about cleanliness. Of course, that had a lot to do with the climate in Dream Valley. The unpredictable, ever-changing weather meant the lion tribe had to endure more than most. "Chang Xia, you're still up?" Shen Rong asked as he came in and saw her awake. "Are you feeling cold, or is something wrong?" As he spoke, he reached out to feel her forehead. Chang Xia smiled. "I'm fine. I just couldn't sleep before you got back." As she spoke, she lifted her feet for Shen Rong to pour out the foot bath. She explained that she was used to sleeping with him, and now that he wasn't there, she just couldn't fall asleep, even though she was tired. "Do you regret it?" Shen Rong poured out the water, put the basin away, then got into bed and gently hugged Chang Xia, massaging her sore shoulders and hands. "What would I regret?" Chang Xia chuckled softly. "I'm really happy that I can help the Beast Tribe and help Granny Say. Once all the Beast people have clean, safe houses to live in, they won't have to fear the harsh winter anymore. With houses built and roads connected, life for the Beast Tribe is bound to get better." Shen Rong sighed. This silly female, when will she ever think for herself? But then again, maybe it's exactly because of Chang Xia's personality that she's earned the support and love of the Beast Tribe. Like the shaman, she never thinks about personal gain or loss and devotes herself wholeheartedly to the tribe. How could anyone not love someone like her? "Let's sleep. There's a lot to do tomorrow," Chang Xia mumbled as she burrowed into Shen Rong's arms and soon drifted off to sleep. Shen Rong lowered his head, gazing at the beauty sleeping peacefully in his embrace. No one knows what he was thinking, but a faint smile played at his lips as he hugged her tighter. Accompanied by the chorus of insects deep into the night, he gradually slipped into sweet dreams. Outside the stone house, a gentle night breeze swept through every corner of Moonlit Valley. Inside, spring warmth filled the air. The soft sounds of breathing slowly blended together, eventually falling into the same rhythm, merging with the tranquility of the valley's midnight. End of this chapter. Shen Rong, is Chang Xia awake yet? The next morning, Chang Xia was still half asleep when she vaguely heard Milo calling for her. Struggling to open her eyes, she looked out at the gray dawn beyond the stone house, rubbed her eyes, and sat up. "Milo, what brings you here so early?" Yawning, her voice hoarse, Chang Xia asked if Milo needed something. She knew that if it wasn't important, Milo would never come looking for her at this hour. So she got up, dressed, and stepped outside. "Chang Xia, the chief of the Heluo Tribe from the 3 tribes has arrived." Milo looked a bit embarrassed. "He seemed pretty anxious, so I came to see if you were up yet." "When did the 3 tribes arrive?" Chang Xia cut straight to the point. The Heluo chief had probably arrived last night. If he'd come at dawn, the lion tribe wouldn't have let Milo wake her up. The beast people might seem rough and informal, but in truth, they follow their own rules and etiquette. Don't try to hide it. Even if you don't tell me, the other lions will spill the beans when I get to the tribal square. Last night, just after dinner. Chang Xia nodded slightly. So the 3 tribes arrived last night. No wonder Milo came so early. Recently, the wolves and lions had been making a lot of noise, and since the 3 tribes lived nearby, word would have spread to the gray mist prairie. Besides the 3 tribes, have any other beast tribes arrived? After washing up, Chang Xia raised her eyebrows and asked again. Milo grinned sheepishly and gave Chang Xia a thumbs up. "I knew I couldn't hide anything from you." Besides the 3 tribes, a few smaller tribes have also come to Moonlit Valley. They all live near the gray mist prairie, and their people aren't particularly strong. This time, they came along with the Heluo chief. Chang Xia pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling a headache coming on. "Shen Rong, how much food do we have left in the stone house?" "Only 1 springbok left for fresh meat." "Milu, have Makayam send over some more meat, and get Kongshan to catch some fish and shrimp from Moonlit Lake. Please ask the shoreline chief to bring the Heluo chief and the others over for breakfast. If there's anything to discuss, let's do it over breakfast. No need to delay the lion's house building and road work." Chang Xia said crisply. This time of year, The beast people were all busy. If the Senla chief had taken time to come to the Lost Forest, he must have something to ask for. With that, Milu and the other beast people sprang into action. Shen Rong started the fire and boiled water. Changxia stretched her limbs and jogged laps around the stone house. Even with the beast god's mark boosting her, she still lagged far behind Shen Rong and the other beast people in terms of stamina. So, she could only keep up her daily running routine. Of course, if she had her way, she'd rather practice archery. But this was the Lion Tribe's territory, and it wasn't convenient to do so here. Soon, the shoreline chief arrived with a group of beast people. Changxia, he greeted her, then introduced, "This is the Senla chief, you should know him. The others are Chief Kaku, Chief Babaza, and Chief Scanna. They're from the Holubad Basin near the Gray Mist Prairie." The shoreline chief didn't mention the names of their tribes, just introduced the chiefs by name. This showed these 3 tribes were of average strength, living close to the Gray Mist Prairie and relying on the 3 tribes. "Good morning, chiefs." Changxia walked over, catching her breath, and invited them to sit. The tables and chairs had been arranged by Milu and the lions, sparing Changxia any awkwardness. "Sorry to trouble you, Changxia," said the Senla chief. The other 3 chiefs seemed nervous, rubbing their hands and not daring to speak. Among the beast people, strength was respected, and the strong were revered. "Senla chief, you're too polite. I'll be relying on the support of all the tribes for my journey through the forest. If you're this formal, I'll be too intimidated to visit the Gray Mist Prairie in the future." Changxia joked, knowing that the more humble these chiefs were, the more they wanted from her. But, from what she knew, there were only a few things the beast tribes would ask for: building roads, constructing houses, and methods for preparing and storing food. "Senla chief, please speak freely," the shoreline chief said frankly. "Today, our tribe still needs Changxia's help with building stone houses and renovating the settlement. And the roadwork can't be delayed either." He understood that the Senla chief and the others had come to Moonlit Valley for the same reason. They wanted to build roads too. It was obvious to anyone that the shaman had sent Changxia into the forest to plan a road connecting the 6 major tribes, with the goal of bringing the beast people closer together. In this, the shaman and Changxia were only responsible for planning. The actual construction depended on the tribes themselves. From this, you could see the tribes were willing to work hard. After all, aside from making travel easier, building roads didn't have much impact on hunting or gathering. "Changxia, our tribe would like to join in building roads and houses," the Senla chief said earnestly. Website promotional text omitted for clarity. Changxia smiled slightly and nodded. "Of course. Building roads and houses, any tribe can join in. I don't have much time, so I can't personally plan the routes for you. If you want to build roads and houses, you'll have to rely on yourselves. Is that all right?" The beast tribes were scattered throughout the Twilight Forest. Expecting Changxia to plan routes and build roads for all the beast tribes was clearly unrealistic. Wu had sent Changxia away from the Heluo Tribe, officially to scout routes, but in reality, it was more about letting her interact with the 5 major tribes and help improve their diet and living conditions. It was a way to temper her, broaden her horizons, and help her grow. It wasn't really about making her run herself ragged for the beast tribes. Given Changxia's physical condition, she simply couldn't handle running around the Twilight Forest. "We can do it," Kaku said excitedly. Chief Babaza and Chief Scanna were just as thrilled. "We can plan the routes ourselves. We just want to connect our roads to the 6 major tribes, and we'd like to come to the Heavenly Lion Tribe to learn how to build houses." "As long as Chief Onbien agrees, I have no objections," Changxia replied. She and Granny Suyu had always intended to use road building to bring the beast tribes closer together. Now that the tribes themselves were eager to build roads, why would Changxia refuse? The Lion Tribe is more than willing. "Once the business in Illusory Moon Valley is settled, we can help you build roads. But it's best to pick flat areas in the forest. It'll be easier," Chief Onbien said in a deep voice. As the chief of the Heavenly Lion Tribe, Onbien understood the intentions of the shaman at Kana Sacred Mountain. Changxia had left the Heluo Tribe to experience the forest, carrying the shaman's will. Chief Anbian gave his promise. Chang Xia was very satisfied. The 3 tribes lived on the misty grasslands, not far from the Heavenly Lion Tribe. If the Lion Tribe didn't help, Chang Xia would have to turn to the Snake Mountain Tribe. After all, with just the strength of the 3 tribes, building roads wouldn't be easy. They'd need support from a stronger tribe. The Lion Tribe is currently building stone houses. If you want to learn, you can stay and help out, Shen Rong said, bringing over clay bowls and water for the chiefs. I'm not familiar with the specifics of the Holubad Basin, but if you want to build houses on the misty grasslands, you could consider the Wolf Tribe's log cabins. Maka and Milu were helping prepare breakfast. This let Chang Xia and the others discuss matters at ease, while Baijing took Kongshan and the others fishing at Illusory Moon Lake. A new day began. Illusory Moon Valley was waking up from its busy slumber. End of this chapter. Kaku, tell Shen Rong about the situation in the Holubad Basin, Chief Anbian said, gesturing for Chief Kaku to speak. Chang Xia entered the stone house and took out paper and pen. Shen Rong helped break the silence between the chiefs. Just as Shen Rong had said, Chang Xia didn't know much about the Holubad Basin. The misty grasslands were similar to the clear moon forest, so the 3 tribes could choose to build log cabins or stone houses. The climate on the misty grasslands was stable. Chang Xia agreed with Shen Rong's suggestion and proposed that the 3 tribes build log cabins. Building stone houses required a lot of stone and resin. For weaker tribes, it was very difficult. In contrast, log cabins were much easier to construct. Chief Kaku took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with Chiefs Babaza and Scanna. The Holubad Basin is quite similar to Dream Valley, but the climate is even more pleasant, Kaku explained dryly. Shen Rong couldn't help twitching his lips. Was Chief Kaku being serious? Chief Scanna rubbed his forehead and quickly added, the Holubad Basin has a pleasant climate and is also suitable for building log cabins. After all, our tribes aren't that strong and quarrying stone is hard for us. Unlike the misty grasslands, the Holubad Basin is rich in wild fruits. We mostly live on wild fruits and vegetables. At this, both Shen Rong and Chang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Chief Kaku's explanation was too vague. No matter how capable Chang Xia was, she couldn't help without specifics. Building houses was no trivial matter. It had to fit the actual conditions. Otherwise, it wouldn't be helping, it would be harming. The Holubad Basin is rich in wild fruits? That's wonderful news, Chang Xia said with a smile. It was rare to hear of a tribe with an abundance of wild fruits, and Chang Xia was instantly intrigued by the Holubad Basin. So far, the place she'd seen with the most wild fruits was the Weishan Sanctuary. But Weishan Sanctuary belonged to the Weishan apes. No matter how good the wild fruits were, they were the apes' staple food. The Weishan apes were generous and willing to trade with the Heluo Tribe, but the supply was limited. If Chang Xia wanted to eat wild fruits, brew fruit wine, or make dried fruit and preserves, she'd need a large quantity. Previously, when the Baihu Commercial District opened, Chang Xia had wandered the streets hoping some tribe would bring wild fruits to trade. Unfortunately, she found nothing. The beast tribes were indifferent to wild fruits, they could eat them or not. This frustrated Chang Xia. But today, when Chief Scanna suddenly mentioned the Holubad Basin's abundance of wild fruits, Chang Xia was delighted. It made getting up early worthwhile. Seeing Chang Xia's interest, Chief Scanna was overjoyed. I'm not lying, the Holubad Basin really is rich in wild fruits. Any wild fruit you can name from the Twilight Forest, you'll find it in the Holubad Basin, Scanna said proudly, pounding his chest. The wild fruits that the Lion and Wolf tribes send to the Kana Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall all come from the Holubad Basin. Chang Xia, Chief Scanna isn't lying. The wild fruits from the Holubad Basin are big, slightly sweet, and very juicy, Chief Anbian chimed in. Maka, who was helping prepare breakfast in the grass hut, added with a smile, Chang Xia, Chief Kaku, and the others brought several baskets of wild fruits this time. You can taste them for yourself. In fact, Maka wanted to say that Chang Xia had definitely eaten wild fruits from the Holubad Basin before. Every year, the Lion and Wolf tribes, along with the 3 smaller tribes, would send large quantities of wild fruits to the Kana Sacred Mountain Shaman Hall. Let me know if you need further translation or have specific sections you'd like to focus on. Given how much the shaman values Changxia, she must have tasted the wild fruits from the Heluo Basin before. This year, as soon as the warm season began, all the tribes have been busy with their own affairs. As a result, none of them have sent anything to the shaman hall on Mount Kana. After all, except for the Heluo Basin, the wild fruits in other tribal territories have either just sprouted or only just started to bear fruit. Basically, none of them are ripe yet. That's also why, during the last opening of the Baihu Commercial District, none of the beast tribes brought wild fruits to trade. Only the Heluo Basin had wild fruits. However, the 3 beast tribes led by Chief Kaku were too weak to participate in the trading activities at Baihu Commercial District. The Heluo Basin is close to the Gray Mist Prairie, but this so-called close still means a journey of 1 or 2 days on foot. Of course, if there were roads, things would be different. A day or 2 of travel means nothing to a totem warrior like Shen Rong. But for the weaker tribes, a journey of 1 or 2 days could be fatal. Besides, that 1 or 2 days is just from the Heluo Basin to the Gray Mist Prairie. From the Gray Mist Prairie to the Enchanted Forest takes another 4 or 5 days. Here, days means running at full speed in beast form. If traveling in human form, it would take at least twice as long. There's little communication between the beast tribes, not only because of territorial vigilance, but more so because the forests are simply too dangerous. The tribes are far apart, making communication difficult. Chief Kaku, where are the wild fruits you brought? Anshui asked by the riverbank. Chief Babaza quickly stood up this time. He didn't hesitate at all, and said urgently, "The baskets are placed in the Lion Tribe's square. I'll take my people to fetch them right away so Changxia can taste the wild fruits from the Heluo Basin." With that, Chief Babaza led several of his tribesmen and hurried toward the tribal square. Honeydew called Jia and the others to help, Anshui instructed. Honeydew nodded happily and followed Chief Babaza to the square. Hee. At this moment, Chief Pukong suddenly burst out laughing. "Little Changxia, you've definitely eaten wild fruits from the Heluo Basin before," Pukong said. Changxia paused, blinking, and hesitantly asked, "The wild fruits the shaman sent to our tribe?" She wasn't stupid. She could tell there was a deeper meaning in Elder Pukong's words. After a moment's thought, Changxia quickly understood. "That's right," Senda said. "Our tribe's wild fruits ripen at the end of the warm season, which is close to the cold season. Since you love wild fruits, most of the ones sent by the Shaman Hall on Mount Kana came from the Heluo Basin. Of course, some came from even more distant beast tribes. This time, the shaman proposed building roads to connect the 6 major tribes more closely. More importantly, the shaman probably wants some of the weaker tribes to integrate into the stronger ones. But for the beast tribes, this idea is almost unthinkable, so the shaman hasn't acted rashly. This is the Eastern continent, after all, which is different from the West. In the West, the tribes are constantly at war and strict slave hierarchies are enforced. Beast tribes there are used to devouring other powers. Integration is commonplace for them. But the East is different. Beast tribes here still follow the tradition of living with their own kind. Mixed tribes like the 3-tribe alliance in the Twilight Forest are extremely rare. So far, only a few elders know about the shaman's intentions. All those in the know are waiting and watching. The beast tribes would never go against the shaman's will. But at the same time, they won't easily change their way of life. Changxia's mission this time is a heavy responsibility. Still, no one has explicitly told her any of this. Everything depends on her own judgment. The shaman and the elders are all waiting for the final outcome. P.S. This is the 8th bonus chapter, working hard to catch up. End of this chapter. As expected, we really should build roads. Changxia clapped her hands happily. She had a vague feeling that Elder Senda's look held some hidden meaning. But Changxia was too caught up in the excitement of having wild fruits to eat to think much about it. Besides, she didn't believe Elder Senda would ever harm her. A moment later, Chief Babaza and the other beast folk carried over the baskets. Changxia flared her nostrils, and a sweet, fruity aroma wafted over. Flat apples, persimmon fruits, peach fruits. The familiar scents made Changxia beam with joy, her small face flushed with excitement. Ever since leaving the Heluo Tribe, she'd only eaten mountain berries at the Sirius Tribe. She hadn't had proper wild fruits in ages. It wasn't that the Wolf Tribe was stingy. Just like in the Baiha River region, there were no ripe wild fruits in the Clear Moon Forest at this time of year. The only edible thing was mountain berries. So many wild fruits? Looking at the baskets Chief Babaza brought, each one brimming with fragrant wild fruits, the beast folk couldn't help but feel their mouths water just from the smell. Changxia, these are peach fruits, persimmon fruits, cherry fruits, berry fruits, and so on. Basically, any wild fruit you can find in the Twilight Forest grows in the Holubad Basin. Unfortunately, our tribes are small, so we can't pick more, Chief Babaza said regretfully. Chief Babaza is from the Rabbit Tribe. Chief Kaku is from the Cat Tribe. Chief Scanna is from the Fox Tribe. These three tribes have lived in the Holubad Basin for generations longer, in fact, than the beast tribes that migrated here 100 years ago. Unfortunately, the three tribes are rather weak. Forget about expanding their tribes, even hunting is a struggle. After the shaman encouraged the beast tribes to migrate, the three tribes have relied on the three-tribe alliance for survival, and their lives have improved a bit. They've thought about joining the three-tribe alliance, but worry that their own weakness would mean rejection. In terms of strength, the three-tribe alliance is also just average, though average here is compared to the 6 major tribes. Compared to the smaller tribes in the Twilight Forest, the three-tribe alliance is still incredibly strong. Leaving everything else aside, the three tribes combined have thousands of members, something the smaller tribes can only dream of. Take Chief Kaku's 3 tribes, for example. Together, they only have 300 or 400 beastfolk. They don't even dare call themselves a tribe, instead humbly referring to themselves as clans. Across the entire clan, there are only a handful of totem warriors. That's already considered pretty good. Some clans with just a few dozen people might only have 1 or 2 totem warriors, or even none at all. Changxia, the wild fruits from the Holubad Basin are truly exceptional, Senla said with a smile, his words full of praise for the basin's wild fruits. The 3 tribes can't compare to the 6 great tribes. Their tribes are made up of weaker clans, and when it comes to hunting and gathering, they lean more toward gathering. The Grey Mist Prairie is close to the Holubad Basin, so the 3 tribes often interact with the 3 clans there, frequently trading vegetables for wild fruits. As they chatted, Mila helped wash several bowls of wild fruits and brought them to the table. Changxia, the berry fruit, cherry fruit, and grapefruit are the sweetest. You have to try them. Skarna picked out a few types of wild fruits and handed them to Changxia, inviting her to taste. Changxia didn't refuse. She accepted the fruits Skarna had selected. They looked very familiar to her. The berry fruit was like a strawberry, but twice as big. The cherry fruit was a large cherry, also double the usual size. And the grapefruit was, of course, a grape. Changxia reached for a berry fruit first and brought it to her lips. Sweet and juicy, the rich, fragrant flavor of strawberries exploded instantly in her mouth. She then tasted the cherry fruit and grapefruit as well. It's a pity the Heluo Tribe is so far away. These delicious wild fruits, I wish I could eat them every day. The road to the Holubad Basin must be built. It absolutely must. First, we'll connect the Holubad Basin to the Grey Mist Prairie, then connect the Grey Mist Prairie to the Enchanted Forest. For this, I hope the Lion Tribe can help out, Changxia said bluntly. There were no Snake Tribe members from the Shiwei Tribe present at the moment. If there were, Changxia would have asked them to help as well. The Lion Tribe is willing to help with the road construction. But we'll need to wait until things are settled at Dream Moon Valley, Anbian replied without hesitation. Even if Changxia hadn't asked, the Lion Tribe would never refuse. Building roads is a decision made by the shamans. No beast folk would go against it. Any beast folk tribe willing to build roads will have the shaman support. Right now, the priority is to connect the main roads between the 6 great tribes. We can't take care of the other tribes just yet. Once this phase is done, we'll help the other tribes too. Changxia explained, worried that Chief Senlu and the others might misunderstand. The 6 great tribes are the trailblazers. They have the strength to handle any outcome and can determine whether road construction is feasible. Only after seeing the results can the plan be rolled out more widely. On this point, Changxia deeply admired Granny Si. She truly deserved her reputation as a powerhouse who conquered the beast folk with her fists. With her strength, she made the beast folk ignore gender, something few could achieve. Great, great, we're not in a hurry, Chief Senlu and the other beast folk said excitedly. Changxia had clearly told them the roads would be built. How could they not be thrilled? Forest roads are of immense significance. This means the 3 clans can not only travel to the 3 tribes on the Gray Mist Prairie, but also to the Heavenly Lion Tribe in the Enchanted Forest. Even farther, they could reach the Heluo Tribe and the sacred mountain Kanashman Hall. With the beast folk building roads and opening up routes, totem warriors would naturally be assigned to patrol them. This way, even weaker clans like the Rabbit clan would have the courage to travel outside. The roads aren't just roads, they're safe, open highways. Early morning, by Dream Moon Lake. The beast folk munched on wild fruits as they waited for breakfast. Chief Senlu and his group, no longer anxious as before, were all smiles as they chatted with Shen Rong about building houses. You all chat, I'm going to check on the shelters over there, Changxia said. She left Shen Rong to entertain the chiefs, something she was never good at and always found a headache. She decided to leave it to Shen Rong, who was much better at handling such matters. Back when she'd found Shen Rong at the Normandy market and brought him to Chief Jen, at first glance, the Heluo Tribe's beastfolk had all looked down on him. But in just a few words, Shen Rong had won everyone over. Changxia would never forget that scene. If you have real ability, you'll stand out no matter what. Unlike her, who could only rely on her skills. Kongshan and a group of beast folk returned from Dream Moon Lake and squatted nearby to clean fish and shrimp. Beastman and the other Lion Tribe beast folk were helping out as well. After all, if there was food to be had, they wouldn't miss out. Makam, what food have you prepared? Changxia asked as she washed her hands. Spicy grilled meat and 3 pepper soup. Chief Senla brought plenty of vegetables, so we can add some to the grilled meat. Maple Leaf is making porridge with golden millet and corn, and Jay and Kongshan are handling the fish and shrimp, Maka replied, clearly hoping Changxia would make the final decision. Most of today's guests were from other tribes. Maka was worried that too much spice would scare them off, so she didn't dare suggest only spicy grilled meat and 3 pepper soup. Still, she put those 2 dishes at the top of the list, showing just how much the Lion Tribe loved them. End of this chapter. After listening, Changxia was silent for a moment, barely holding back her urge to complain. Makam, spicy grilled meat is fine. But let's skip the 3 pepper soup, we're really not used to it, Changxia said carefully, not daring to say too much about the soup. If she wanted to get rid of dampness, she'd rather drink ginger soup. 3 pepper soup was just too much. That pungent smell, not only could she not drink it, she felt like just smelling it could kill bugs and ants. That alone showed just how lethal 3 pepper soup was. Really not going to make a pot of 3 pepper soup? Maka asked suspiciously. Changxia, Dream Moon Valley is very damp and you're not very strong. Drinking 3 pepper soup is good for your health. At that, Maple Leaf seemed tempted. Here's a natural, fluent English translation of your text. Isn't it time to have a bowl of 3 pepper soup to nourish yourself during the long summer? Of course, she had already made up her mind not to drink it. 3 pepper soup was something truly terrifying. Maple Leaf simply couldn't handle it. In their group, probably only Elder Pukong could face the horrors of 3 pepper soup without fear. After all, he would eat anything. I have a shaman-prepared herbal soup, so I'll pass on the 3 pepper soup. The flavor's too strong, I'm not used to it. Changxia stiffened her face, not caring if she seemed rude, and directly declined Maka's highly recommended 3 pepper soup. No matter how tasty it was, she just couldn't drink it. Maka looked disappointed. 3 pepper soup was so delicious. How could Changxia not like it? Maka AMU, I actually think 3 pepper soup tastes great. If you have time, I'd love to learn how to make it from you, Qinghe said with a smile. At those words, Chang Xia and Maple Leaf both froze. What kind of wild talk was this? Are all female wolves this bold? First there was Gemma, who learned to hunt and eat pythons from Elder Senda, and now Ching He not only likes drinking three-pepper soup, she even wants to learn how to cook it. Heavens! Chang Xia couldn't imagine what the wolf tribe's faces would look like if the scent of three-pepper soup ever wafted over Five Finger Mountain. Maybe she shouldn't have brought Ching He to the Heavenly Lion Tribe. Ching He's words made Maka overjoyed. She grabbed Ching He's hand excitedly and said, "Ching He, are you serious?" Ching He nodded without hesitation. The three-pepper soup was spicy and strong, but it just happened to hit her taste buds perfectly. She wasn't just saying she liked it to please Maka, she genuinely did. In an instant, Maka was thrilled. What a good child. Once breakfast is over, I'll make time to teach you how to cook three-pepper soup, the most authentic Lion Tribe recipe. As they chatted about the soup, Maka kindly asked Ching He if she was married yet, and if she'd consider marrying into the Heavenly Lion Tribe. She even offered to introduce her to the tribe's finest totem warriors. Chang Xia was dumbfounded. She exchanged a glance with Maple Leaf, unable to help but feel a pang of sympathy for Chinks, and someone was trying to steal away the partner he fancied. And so, the day began with a lively morning. After breakfast, the Deer Tribe chief and a group of beastmen followed Chief Anbian and Shen Rong in a grand procession toward the tribe's plaza. With yesterday's experience, Shen Rong began organizing teams, some to build houses, others to dig drainage ditches, and others to make doors and windows. The newly arrived Deer Tribe beastmen were split up and assigned to different groups. Soon, the Heavenly Lion Tribe was bustling with activity. Chang Xia munched on wild fruit, a set of blueprints tucked under her arm, a hat made of kira grass on her head, and strolled leisurely around Moonlit Valley, directing the beastmen as they worked. Ching He followed beside her, sketching. Road building was important, but nothing excited the beastmen more than building houses. Ching He, be sure to draw carefully. These plans will be taken back by the Deer Tribe chief and the others, so keep them as simple and clear as possible, Chang Xia instructed. Chang Xia wanted to slack off and avoid drawing herself, so she roped Ching He into helping. The plans included not just stone houses, but also log cabins. Ching He was truly talented at drawing. Her sketches of stone houses and log cabins were so vivid that even beast cubs could easily understand them, let alone adults. Chang Xia, take a look. Ching He handed over her finished drawings for Chang Xia to review. Chang Xia glanced at them and immediately gave a thumbs up. Ching He, these are great, Chang Xia said. If you're not too tired, could you draw a couple more copies? It's not easy for the three tribes to come all the way here. She didn't have time to visit the Gray Mist Prairie or the Heluo Basin herself. Even if she did, it would only be after the roads were built. Chang Xia wanted to do what she could to help. By having them build houses with Shen Rong and learn in the process, they could avoid some unnecessary detours. Once she was sure the house building didn't need her input, Chang Xia returned to her stone house to organize an illustrated guide. When the Deer Tribe chief and the others left, she'd send it with them along with the blueprints. Drawing isn't tiring at all, Ching He said with a smile. Maka Amu asked me to find her later. She wants me to help her cook three-pepper soup. Go ahead, you can find her anytime once you're done drawing, Chang Xia replied. She just couldn't bring herself to like three-pepper soup. She might complain, but she would never actually stop Ching He from learning how to make it with Maka. The wolf and lion tribes lived close together. Maybe their tastes were similar? Chang Xia pondered this with mixed feelings. After chatting with Elder Sman about the public toilets, she headed back to her stone house to prepare some things for the Deer Tribe chief and the others. As for the road and house construction, Shen Rong and Chief Anbian would handle all the arrangements. What Chang Xia could prepare, naturally, was food-related. For the three tribes of the Gray Mist Prairie, she gathered information about vegetables, melons, and fruits. For the three tribes of the Heluo Basin, she put together some notes on dried fruit, fruit preserves, and canning. Of course, having the information was one thing. Whether they could actually make these things depended on their own abilities. She couldn't guarantee success. All she could do was hope the three rabbit tribes would give it a try. If it really didn't work, she'd go to the Heluo Basin herself once the roads were open. If that still didn't work, she'd ask the lion and snake tribes for help, have them pick some wild fruit in the Heluo Basin and bring it to the Heluo Tribe, and she'd experiment herself. There's always more solutions than problems. The hardest part is simply having the courage to try. In the stone house, Chang Xia cuddled by Linger in her arms, a long table in front of her and luminous stones on the walls. The heat outside didn't affect the coolness inside the stone house at all. Chang Xia sorted through her notes while stroking by Linger, feeling perfectly content. I've been away from the wolf tribe for days now. I wonder how things are going in the heavenly wolf tribe. Chang Xia murmured, hoping the roads would open soon. The wolf tribe wanted to hire some people from the 3 tribes to help with spinning and weaving. She'd already discussed this with them privately. Hiring beastmen to help was best suited to the weaker tribes. The weaker tribes weren't as good at hunting. Let me know if you need this edited further or want a more concise version. They excel in dexterity. When it comes to things like spinning thread or weaving cloth, the weaker beastmen tribes are actually better at it than the stronger ones. However, this is something that can only be tried after the trade routes are open. Today, seeing the anxious expressions on the faces of the forest deer tribe chief and the others, Chang Xia felt there was hope for hiring them. The weaker tribes want the protection of the stronger ones, and by exchanging some manpower, both sides benefit. Chang Xia is also in favor of this. Beastmen are too territorial, and she hopes that through things like employment, communication, and exchange between the various beastman tribes can be promoted. With more interaction, that strong sense of territoriality will naturally weaken. End of this chapter. It was nearly noon. Chang Xia had finished preparing the materials. Well, not exactly finished. She'd said everything that needed to be said, but as for the minor details, those would have to be filled in by the beastmen themselves. After all, Chang Xia had never been to the Gray Mist Prairie, let alone the Heluo Basin. Well, I guess it's done, she said, standing up and stretching her limbs. She looked up at the clear blue sky. For once, the weather was stable, so the lion tribe could build houses even faster. It looked like she wouldn't have to stay in the heavenly lion tribe for much longer. That was a good thing for Chang Xia. Originally, she'd planned to finish mapping out the route in a month. But after experiencing it herself, she realized there was no way she could finish the route planning in just a month. Linger, what should we have for lunch? She asked. Just as Chang Xia was wondering aloud about lunch, she heard Maple Leaf and Honeydew chatting outside the stone house. Judging by their tone, they seemed to be in a good mood. What are you two so happy about? Chang Xia put by Linger on her shoulder, smiling as she walked out of the stone house. A wave of heat hit her, making her squint against the brightness. The lion tribe out building the road sent word. They've spotted a herd of rock cattle in the southwest Rocky area. Maple Leaf said excitedly. Ever since she'd tasted rock cattle last time, Maple Leaf had been craving it. But rock cattle were even harder to catch than antelope, just wanting it wasn't enough. Honeydew said, looks like we'll get to eat fresh rock beef tonight. Chang Xia shook her head with a smile. It seemed she'd led the beastmen astray, now all they thought about was food. The forest deer chief brought a lot of vegetables, so we're having noodles for lunch today. Tomato and egg noodles, diced eggplant noodles, some with meat, some vegetarian, all good. The lion tribe liked heavy flavors, always eating spicy roast meat, and after a couple of meals, Chang Xia couldn't take it anymore. What kind of noodles? Cold noodles. No, tomato and egg noodles, diced eggplant noodles, and let's do an oil chili topping too. At that, Maple Leaf and Honeydew's eyes lit up. These names sounded new. Was it a new dish? Help me sort through the vine baskets. I need tomatoes and purple fruit. Honeydew, remember to get some bird eggs from Maka AMU, Chang Xia said, tying up her long hair and starting to prepare lunch. Building stone houses was no easier than building kills. After a busy morning, she definitely didn't want to go hungry. The tomatoes were steamed and peeled, the purple fruit diced and salted to dehydrate. At the same time, she had to prepare minced meat. Honeydew, bring some fruit flour too, Chang Xia called. She wasn't sure if the forest deer chief and the other beastmen would come over, so it was better to prepare extra. Beastmen had big appetites. Better too much than not enough. She grabbed a bucket and washed the stone slab in front of the shed. Later, she'd use it to knead and roll out the dough. As for fruit flour, Chang Xia considered it a miracle ingredient. Noodles, dumpling wrappers. You could make anything with it. There really was no better staple food than white fruit. Except, you couldn't steam it like rice. But there were so many ways to eat white fruit. What Chang Xia had developed so far was just the tip of the iceberg. Honeydew happily went to find Maka. Maka arranged for Lion Tribe beastmen to bring over 2 baskets of bird eggs and 3 bags of fruit flour. Chang Xia, do you need any help? Maka asked. Before Maka even got close, Chang Xia started sneezing nonstop. She reached out, giving Maka a strange look. Maka AMU, what were you doing just now? There's a weird smell on you. Maka chuckled awkwardly. Honeydew came to find me, and I was just teaching Chingha how to make 3-pepper soup. Is the smell that strong? I thought it had aired out. 3-pepper soup for lunch. Chang Xia was just glad their stone house was far enough from the chief's house by the river. Now, with the dough ready, she started beating eggs and preparing the toppings. Chang Xia, how many bird eggs should I crack? Maple Leaf asked, not stopping her work as she gently tapped the eggs on the edge of the wooden basin and split them open. Maple Leaf was a pro at cracking eggs. Crack 2 bowls worth, then whisk them well, Chang Xia said. Nearby, Honeydew was holding the salted diced purple fruit, looking skeptical. Chang Xia, this purple fruit doesn't taste like much. Are you sure it'll work as a topping? Honeydew complained, not liking vegetables. I think roast meat would make a better topping for noodles. Chang Xia couldn't help but roll her eyes. If you want roast meat noodles, I'm not stopping you, she muttered. They all complained about vegetables, but she knew Honeydew would still eat it. Thick-skinned as she was, embarrassment wasn't in her vocabulary. Chang Xia took the wooden basin from Maka and started seasoning the minced meat. Whether the diced eggplant noodles, or rather, diced purple fruit noodles, would taste good depended on how well the purple fruit was salted and dehydrated, and how the minced meat was seasoned. If done right, the noodles would be smooth and tender. If not, it would just taste like vegetables, exactly what Honeydew complained about. After a short while, Chang Xia let Maple Leaf take over the hot pot and start stir-frying the toppings. The process was simple. Maple Leaf just needed to stir-fry the tomato and egg mixture, while Chang Xia began washing the rolling pin. This rolling pin had been made for her by Shen Rong back when she was in the Sirius tribe. It was 1 meter long, good for wielding as a club in a fight, or for rolling out dough on a cutting board when cooking. Chang Xia, what are you doing with that stick? Maka asked in surprise. She'd just caught a whiff of the tomato and egg in the pot, and her imagination was running wild. She was about to ask Honeydew to scoop some out for a taste. After all, it was her first time learning that tomatoes from the gray mist prairie could be stir-fried with bird eggs, and the aroma was so unique. Just the smell alone was enough to make you want to eat several pieces of roast meat. Chang Xia rinsed the rolling pin repeatedly with clean water, not looking up as she replied, "This is a rolling pin. I'll use it to roll out noodles once the dough has rested. For lunch, we're having tomato and egg noodles and purple fruit diced noodles. You need this kind of wooden stick to roll out the dough. Noodles rolled with a rolling pin are chewier and smoother. And, of course, they taste better." She'd never had the chance to make them before, her health just hadn't allowed it. Now that she finally could, there was no way Chang Xia was going to miss out. She was eager to recreate all the noodles and dumplings she'd ever eaten from memory. Partly because she was a foodie, and partly to soothe her homesickness. Rolling noodles. The people near the stone house looked at each other. They didn't ask further, guessing that rolling noodles must be some new kind of food. Maybe it was like that juicer from before. Speaking of which, Maple Leaf suddenly craved fresh-pressed rice noodles. Ever since Chang Xia had made dried noodles, the tribe hadn't had fresh-pressed rice noodles in ages. Maple Leaf swallowed, secretly longing for them. She made a mental note to mention it to Chang Xia when she got the chance. What's Chang Xia doing? Looks like she's pressing dough with a stick. Is she playing around? Nonsense, Chang Xia must be making something new to eat. As Chang Xia had guessed, the Morndeer chief and the others really did follow Shen Rong over. With them were Elder Sman and the Riverside Chief. Some of the lion beast folk wanted to come too, but apart from Jia, Sman, and a few others who knew Shen Rong well, the rest were shooed away by the Riverside Chief. The reason? Not enough hands. Changxia couldn't possibly cook lunch for so many beast folk by herself. End of this chapter. Several days passed. In Moonlit Valley, the lion tribe was busy as ever. Perhaps because everyone knew how important building houses was, the weather in Dream Valley had been unusually cooperative lately. Except for the day Changxia arrived, when it poured, it had been nothing but rare, sunny days since. The chief of the Forest Deer tribe, along with the 3 chiefs from the Heluo Basin tribes, quietly followed Shen Rong and the other beastmen as they built houses in Moonlit Valley. At the same time, they absorbed Shen Rong's building techniques and learned how to make furniture. At mealtimes, Changxia would pull them aside to teach them different ways to prepare food. Life was hard work, but fulfilling. If it weren't for the physical demands of building houses, the Forest Deer Chief and the other beastmen would probably have gained a lot of weight in just a few days. After all, back on the Gray Mist Prairie and in the Heluo Basin, they rarely got to eat roasted or stewed meat at every meal. They only had meat every few days. Vegetables, melons, wild fruits, those were their daily staples. Changxia, once the road is finished, our tribe will definitely come to the Bai Lake Commercial District in the Heluo Tribe to join the exchange. We'll bring you gifts then. There's no shortage of wild fruits in the Heluo Basin. I'll bring you candied fruit, dried fruit, and fruit wine. The 3 chiefs from the Heluo Basin promised earnestly. They weren't good at flattery, but Changxia had done so much for them that they wanted to do something in return, even if their tribes were weak. Even giving her some wild fruit as a treat would have to wait until the roads were open and they could travel safely with the protection of totem warriors from other tribes. And so, this scene unfolded. With the infrastructure in Moonlit Valley nearly complete, the Forest Deer Chief and the other beastmen were preparing to return home. After several days of learning, they were ready to go back and start building houses in their own tribes. The roads would probably need help from the lion or snake tribes to finish. All right, I'll be waiting for you in the Heluo Tribe, Changxia replied with a smile. As soon as the Forest Deer Chief and the others set out, Changxia and her group would also head to the Snake Mountain Range to visit the Snake Moon Tribe. The Lion Tribe was building houses and roads at the same time. Progress was impressive. This made Changxia confident about the upcoming projects with the Snake, Tiger, and Bear tribes. Maybe, by the time the trip to the Snake Tribe was over, the main road connecting the 6 great tribes would already be taking shape. Everything happening between the Wolf and Lion tribes was being closely watched by the shamans of Mount Kana. With Suya's decisiveness, it was certain that the 3 snake tribes would be the first to make a move. During the long summer, Changxia personally scouted out routes and guided the various tribes in building roads. However, there really isn't much technique to building roads in the forest. What the tribes truly needed Changxia's guidance for was building houses, renovating settlements, introducing new ways to prepare food, identifying different plants and animals, and ensuring the smooth progress of infrastructure projects. After seeing off the visiting Mourndeer chieftain together with the Lion tribe, Changxia stretched her neck and limbs, then looked at Elder Sman and the chieftain by the riverbank, saying, "Elder Sman, I'm planning to set out for the Muwatch Mountains in a day or 2. So soon? Changxia, is there something the Lion tribe didn't do well enough?" Sman's face changed slightly, his tone anxious. Changxia couldn't help but laugh. "Elder Sman, what are you thinking?" "My task this time was to scout routes for road building and help the tribes with construction. Now, the Lion tribe's road and house projects are progressing wonderfully. There's not much more I can help with by staying, so it's time for me to head to the Snake Tribe." At that, the nearby beast folk all fell silent. Half the reconstruction of Illusion Moon Valley was done, and 2/3 of the stone houses had been built. Changxia's claim that staying longer wouldn't help wasn't just an excuse, it was the truth. "Set out tomorrow then," said Pukin. Senda added, "I miss the air of my own tribe." Hearing Elder Senda say he missed the air of the Heluo Tribe, Maple Leaf, Empty Mountain, and the other beast folk couldn't help but twitch their lips. Wasn't that excuse a bit too perfunctory? After all, they were all in the forest. Did Senda really think he could tell the difference? Of course, in a broader sense, the air really is different in different regions. In terms of comfort, the 100 Rivers region is definitely more pleasant than the Illusion Forest. All right, I'll have Maka help you pack, Sman nodded, not insisting they stay. The Lion Tribe might lack many things, but they certainly had plenty of chili peppers. This time, Baiqing and Milu would also be traveling with them. Elder Sman wasn't worried about Changxia being unable to carry everything. So, after discussing with the riverbank chieftain, they decided to give Changxia as many chili peppers as possible. Chili peppers are light, and Changxia didn't refuse. The Muwatch Mountains, their next destination, were full of ants, bugs, rats, and snakes. Bringing more chili peppers sounded like a great idea to Changxia. She had already experienced the dazzling waterfalls and the lost forest of the Illusion Forest, tasted springbok and rock ox, and even cooked a 3-chili soup herself. All in all, this trip to the Lion Tribe had been rich and fulfilling. In the blink of an eye, a new day dawned. That morning, all the Lion Tribe beast folk rose early and gathered in the village square. Changxia and her group were packed and ready to go. This time, their route would take them from the Lion Tribe to the Snake Mountain Tribe, passing through Dream Canyon and Wild Mushroom Forest, and finally entering the Moonwatch Mountains where the Snake Mountain Tribe lived. The Rock Forest had the harshest climate in the Illusion Forest. That route had been abandoned from the start, but the area was rich in stone, so the Lion and Wolf tribes had recently been busy quarrying there, making it a lively place. Changxia, are you sure you don't want to stay a couple more days? Maka held Changxia's hand, reluctant to let her leave. With Changxia around, the Lion Tribe's meals had been getting better every day. The Lion Tribe wished Changxia could stay forever and never return to the Heluo Tribe. Maka AMU, I really can't delay any longer. There are still 3 tribes I need to visit, Changxia smiled, gently refusing Maka's invitation. The early morning was cool, perfect for traveling. Any more delay and the sun would make it hot. Elder Sman understood and didn't let the Lion Tribe beastfolk fuss. He urged Changxia and her group to set off. With Maple Leaf and Milu's help, Changxia climbed onto Shen Rong's beast form. Waving goodbye to the Lion Tribe, they headed toward Wild Mushroom Forest. The Moonwatch Mountains were their next stop. Changxia, are you hot? Shen Rong asked as he ran, glancing back at Changxia. Changxia hadn't transformed and was sitting comfortably in a little nest on his back, gazing at the scenery. In the early morning, Dream Canyon was pleasantly cool, not too hot, not too cold. It's not hot yet, Changxia replied. Hearing this, Shen Rong sped up to catch up with Baiqing and the others ahead. Just leaving Illusion Moon Valley, the beastfolk were running freely, joking and playing around. Milu, what's the situation with the Snake Mountain Tribe? Changxia asked. Milu turned her head and replied, Changxia, what do you want to know? Road building or house construction? With all the commotion from the Wolf and Lion tribes, the Snake Tribe certainly wouldn't just sit around doing nothing. But Changxia had been busy with the Lion Tribe's construction and the Morndir chieftain's visit, so she hadn't had time to ask the Lion Tribe about the Snake Tribe's situation. Now, having left the Lion Tribe, Changxia naturally thought to ask about the Snake Mountain Tribe. So, she asked Milu directly. Just tell me everything you know, Changxia said. Her knowledge of the Snake Mountain Tribe all came from her own people and from Snake Xing. Now, as they were about to enter the Moonwatch Mountains, Changxia wanted to know as much as possible. P.S. 9 extra chapters today, please vote for me. End of this chapter. The Moonwatch Mountains are like spring all year round. The climate is much better than the Illusion Forest. Some of the Snake Tribe live in caves, some in tree houses, and lately they've been busy logging and building roads. Milu, still half asleep, just said whatever came to mind. Maple Leaf glanced at Milu and said, Changxia, don't bother asking Milu. If you want to know about the Snake Tribe, you'll find out naturally once we reach the Moonwatch Mountains and the Snake Mountain Tribe. Listening to Milu was headache-inducing. She hadn't explained anything clearly, just left everyone confused. Some Snake Tribe live in caves, some in tree houses. If the Snake Mountain Tribe beast folk heard Milu describe them like that, she'd probably get scolded. The Muwatch Mountains climate was similar to the Yunnan region on Earth, pleasant all year round. The temperature was warmer than other regions. Vegetables and wild fruits grew more lush and sweet. Of course, the wild fruits couldn't compare to those in the Heluo Basin, but compared to the Heluo Tribe and others, they were much better. Midday. Led by Honeydew, the beast folk found a shady spot beneath the trees in Dream Valley to rest and have lunch. The sun blazed overhead. Changxia and the others rested for an hour before setting out again toward the wild mushroom forest. This time, Changxia chose to travel in beast form, curled up in a little nest for the journey. The weather in Dream Valley was unpredictable, which meant the lion tribe was never short of wild mountain vegetables. As they traveled, Changxia had Maple Leaf and Honeydew help gather plenty of them, making the otherwise tedious journey a bit more enjoyable. They moved along, stopping and starting as needed. At noon on the third day, Changxia and the group finally stepped into the wild mushroom forest. Maple Leaf, hold on to Changxia. We'll head to the stone house first to settle in, then go into the forest to pick mushrooms. But be careful, there are lots of snakes and insects here. Don't get bitten, Honeydew reminded everyone, warning them not to be fooled by the forest's beautiful scenery and underestimate its dangers. In terms of danger, the wild mushroom forest ranked second only to the bewitching jungle, just a notch safer than the rocky thicket. The wild mushroom forest was the realm of snakes and pythons, perhaps because it bordered the Muwatch Mountains. Still, despite the danger, the forest was rich in wild vegetables and other resources. The wild chickens and rabbits here were especially tasty, much like those found in Song Mountain near the Heluo Tribe. The only difference was that the wild mushroom forest was teeming with snakes and pythons. Song Mountain had some, but not nearly as many, not even as many as the fertile plains. Honeydew, is the wild mushroom forest really that scary? Changxia asked, pausing in surprise. As soon as Honeydew entered the forest, her expression grew much more serious, which made Changxia a bit uncomfortable. This serious side of Honeydew was so different from usual that Changxia found it hard to get used to. Changxia, listen to Honeydew, Bai Qing said, handing Bai Linger to Maple Leaf so she could stay with Changxia. If danger arose, Bai Linger could help look after her. Elder Senda, full of energy, said excitedly, Changxia, there are more snakes and pythons here than anywhere else. Your beast form is so small, be careful not to get swallowed whole if you run into one. He wasn't trying to scare Changxia, just stating the facts. Snakes and pythons here hunted by swallowing their prey whole. Everyone wore beast-repellent powder and didn't bother to hide their scent, so they hadn't encountered any snakes yet. But without the powder and the deterrent of their presence, you'd see snakes and pythons everywhere, coiled on the ground or hanging from tree branches. There was no end to the creative ways snakes could lie flat in this forest. Big and small, the snakes made it feel like a python paradise. That's why the lion tribe didn't like hunting or foraging here. There were simply too many snakes. With plenty of prey in Dream Valley, there was no need for the lion tribe to come here and make things difficult for themselves. After all, beast folk like Elder Senda, who actually enjoyed catching snakes, were rare. Maybe you could count them on one hand in the whole Twilight Forest. Go straight along the Ironwood Grove, then turn right, Honeydew said, leading the way toward the stone house built by the lion tribe. The stone house here was much like the ones in the Lost Forest, though those were converted from caves, while this one was rebuilt from a mountain cave. It was even cleaner and tidier than the stone houses in Moonlit Valley. Rustle, rustle. Every so often, the sound of something slithering reached their ears. Everyone knew what it was except for Changxia, who was still in the dark about the source of the occasional rustling. You all go ahead, I'll catch up in a bit, Senda said gently. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth, excitement shining in his eyes. Seeing his expression, the others quickened their pace. If Elder Senda was this excited, the snakes in the Ironwood Grove must be especially fat. Ordinary snakes wouldn't get this kind of reaction from him. There are snakes nearby? Even Changxia, slow as she was, sensed something was off. Elder Senda was usually so steady, except when it came to snakes. Now, he made no effort to hide his joy. How could Changxia not be surprised? Maple Leaf hugged Changxia tighter and whispered, "Shoo. Listen carefully, do you hear anything?" Rustle, rustle. Changxia's fur instantly stood on end. That slithering sound was almost certainly snakes moving about, and judging by the noise, there were a lot of them. Either that, or there was a single, enormous python lurking nearby. Either way, Changxia felt a chill run down her spine. Snakes were just creepy. Even though python meat tasted great, Changxia just couldn't bring herself to like them. Seeing the tense expressions on Maple Leaf and the others, Changxia relaxed a little. At least she wasn't the only one nervous. If everyone acted as excited as Elder Senda, Changxia figured she'd never want to set foot in a forest again. "Kongshan, hurry up," Maple Leaf urged. She was happy to leave the snakes to Elder Senda. All she wanted was to reach the stone house Honeydew mentioned as soon as possible, or better yet, get out of the wild mushroom forest altogether. But the forest was vast, it would take at least a day or two to cross it. And beyond the forest lay the Moonwatch Mountains, which might not be any safer. Thinking of this, Maple Leaf started to feel that this trip wasn't as fun as she'd hoped. Suddenly, Shen Rong stopped and blocked Kongshan's path. "Kongshan, you all wait here. I'll go ahead and clean up the stone house. Elder Pukong, please keep an eye on things." Soon, the stone house came into view. Maple Leaf breathed a sigh of relief and was about to jump off Kongshan's beast form with Changxia in her arms. But Shen Rong stopped her. "Maple Leaf, listen to Shen Rong. You, Changxia, and Qinghe rest here for a bit. Honeydew and I will go clean up the stone house first," Honeydew said, her expression suddenly changing as she remembered something. No one had lived in the stone house for a long time. In a place like the wild mushroom forest, there were bound to be guests inside. Luckily, Shen Rong was thoughtful. If Changxia had rushed in, she might have been frightened. It was better for them to clean up first, so it would be safer for Changxia to enter. Navigation. Bai Qing said there might be bugs, ants, snakes, or rats in the stone house. It's safer if we gather some mugwort or something similar to burn and fumigate it. Hearing Bai Qing's blunt words, Changxia curled up even tighter, hugging herself as she shivered, her little face scrunched up in distress. Going into the forest during the warm season isn't exactly easy either. Changxia sighed. Her little paws pressed on Bai Linger, sometimes lightly, sometimes harder, as if needing milk. Bai Linger swished her snake tail, clearly enjoying Changxia's gentle pawing. Every now and then, she'd even open her mouth and let out a soft, babyish coo. Maple Leaf said, "The wild mushroom forest is a bit special. What really worries me is the Wangwei Mountains. The forests there aren't necessarily any better than the wild mushroom forest." P.S. This is the 10th bonus chapter. End of this chapter. In an instant, Changxia felt suffocated. The fur on her forepaws, which had just fluffed up, instantly wilted. She'd been so worried about the bugs, ants, snakes, and rats in the wild mushroom forest that she'd forgotten the truly terrifying place was the Wangwei Mountains. That's where the densest population of snakes and pythons lived in the Twilight Forest, including the anaconda revered by the snake tribe as the snake spirit. "Maple Leaf, can I refuse to go to the Snake Mountain tribe?" Changxia asked weakly. Maple Leaf hesitated, then whispered, "I'm afraid not, Changxia." If Changxia didn't go to the Wangwei Mountains, the snake tribe, with their prickly temperament, would probably blame the leopard tribe. They'd think the Heluo Tribe was stirring up trouble, trying to drive a wedge between Changxia and the snake tribe. Sigh. Changxia let out a long sigh. At this point, all she could do was hope the snake tribe would be as proactive as the lion tribe. That way, she wouldn't have to stay at the Snake Mountain tribe for long. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound ahead. Maple Leaf glanced over, then quickly reached out to cover Changxia's eyes. The sight of countless bugs and ants crawling everywhere was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. "Maple Leaf, what's wrong?" Changxia blinked, but suddenly everything went dark. She struggled, thinking something had happened, only to realize that Maple Leaf had covered her eyes with her hand. "It's nothing," Maple Leaf said, swallowing hard and shaking her head. Her face had gone a little pale. Even though she usually wasn't afraid of bugs and ants, this was a bit much, even for her. The sheer number of bugs and ants was enough to make anyone uncomfortable. I heard a rustling sound, Chang Xia muttered. She couldn't see, but her ears worked just fine. The sound was different from the earlier slithering. This rustling was just as unsettling. It made her think of cockroaches. Were there cockroaches here? But how could there be cockroaches in the forest? It's nothing, just some bugs and ants, Shen Rong said gently. Immediately, everyone except Chang Xia exchanged odd looks. There weren't just some bugs and ants in that stone house, it was practically a bug den. But they all understood Shen Rong was just trying to comfort Chang Xia. No point in being too honest. Maple Leaf, are you done yet? Chang Xia called out, still waiting for Maple Leaf to let go. Being kept in the dark like this felt strange. Just a bit longer, Maple Leaf replied. Chang Xia's face changed slightly. She asked softly, Maple Leaf, are there a lot of bugs and ants in the stone house? That question stumped Maple Leaf. Should she tell the truth? Would it scare Chang Xia? Chang Xia, Elder Senda just caught a giant python. Ching He suddenly spoke up, her voice high-pitched with surprise and a mix of emotions. Maple Leaf, let go. Chang Xia urged. A giant python? What kind of forest python could be called giant? Chang Xia was curious. She raised her little paw and patted Maple Leaf's hand, signaling her to let go. Maple Leaf shifted her grip and picked Chang Xia up. Wow! As soon as Chang Xia opened her eyes, she saw a forest python over 10 meters long stretched out on the ground not far away. Elder Senda was grinning, poking the python's corpse with the hilt of his black knife, clearly delighted. After admiring the giant python Ching He had mentioned, Chang Xia turned her head. Oh wow! She saw smoke billowing from the stone house and countless bugs and ants fleeing from inside. The smoke was made from mugwort incense, specially prepared by Sui based on Chang Xia's recipe. It was used to drive out bugs and ants, making it easier to travel through the forest. With so many bugs and ants, is the stone house even livable? Chang Xia frowned, worried. Maple Leaf breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to before, the bugs and ants fleeing the stone house now were nothing. Of course, she wouldn't say that out loud. Don't worry. After a bit more fumigation, the stone house will be clean, Shen Rong said, emerging from the smoke. His calm, steady voice was reassuring. He just checked the stone house. Aside from the bugs and ants, there were no other problems. The midday sun was blazing, so it was best to rest before moving on. The wild mushroom forest was different from other forests. They needed to rest well and recover their strength before continuing on safely. Soon, Bai Qing and Kong Shan unloaded the vine baskets and placed them near the stone house. Once the smoke cleared, they'd move everything inside and start building a stove and lighting a fire. There was no water nearby, so after fumigating the stone house, someone would need to fetch water. Honeydew, do you know where the nearest water is? Shen Rong asked. Honeydew replied, there's a stream about 10 miles southeast. If we need water, we'll have to fetch it from there. Bai Qing, are you done? If so, let's go get water. Wanmu, you and Heesin go with them, Shen Rong said. Chang Xia needed to wash up. Even though they were only resting briefly in the stone house, they still needed to clean up. They also needed to boil some hot water to cool off and fill their water pouches. Honeydew led the group to fetch water. Chang Xia asked Maple Leaf to put her down so she could go inside and get dressed. Her beast form was too small to hang her fur coat around her neck, so every time she shifted back to human form, it was a hassle, unlike Maple Leaf and the others, who made it look easy. Once she was dressed, Chang Xia walked over to the vine baskets. In this heat, nothing tasted good. Chang Xia thought of the tomato and egg noodles she'd had not long ago, and then big plate chicken. Big plate chicken was technically a dish, but it had noodles in it, so it could double as a main course. Qinghe, help me pick out some tomatoes from the basket. We need to eat these before they go bad. For lunch, we'll have big plate chicken. Pukong, could I trouble you to go into the forest and catch a few wild chickens for us? Maple Leaf, help me wake up the dough. Changxia, I've got a giant python here. I'll treat everyone to grilled snake skewers for lunch. On the other side, Elder Senda refused to be outdone. He dragged the forest python over at a leisurely pace and tossed it down casually. The ground shook from the impact. Changxia rubbed her forehead and said helplessly, "All right. But Elder Senda, this python is way too big. There's no way we can finish it in one meal, and we need to get going soon. You'd better think about how to deal with the rest of it." The wild mushroom forest isn't exactly close to the Heluo Tribe. Besides, the wild mushroom forest is hot, and the Muwatch Mountains are even more so. Taking the whole python with them was out of the question. "No worries, we'll eat as much as we can. We can save some for dinner, and as for the rest, just bury it," Senda said nonchalantly. Of course, the python skin couldn't be wasted. Most of the animal hide bags used by the Heluo tribe to store supplies came from the pythons and serpents hunted by Elder Senda. Python skin is the best material for making those bags stretchy, able to hold more than regular hides, moisture-proof, and water-resistant. Perfect for storing goods. That's fine then. Changxia breathed a sigh of relief. She'd been worried Elder Senda would insist they take the whole python along. To be honest, after eating so much python lately, Changxia was getting tired of it. Seeing how excited Elder Senda looked, Changxia couldn't help but wonder, was it because they were getting closer to the Muwatch Mountains that Elder Senda was getting restless, itching to do something big at the Heluo Tribe? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. "Shen Rong, grill some extra python meat for me. I'm almost out of dried meat," Pukong suddenly said. Changxia had asked him to hunt wild chickens in the forest, but before he left, he remembered he was running low on dried meat in his animal hide bag, so he set his sights on Senda's python. For a moment, the stone house fell silent. Sure enough, there was no escaping the fate of having to take the python meat with them. P.S. 11 extra chapters updated. End of this chapter. All right, Shen Rong sighed, then added, "But Elder Pukong, you'll need to help build a few earth ovens. There aren't enough hands to roast all this meat. A python this size will be tough to handle." The forest python was over 10 meters long and weighed more than a ton. There was no way they could stay in the wild mushroom forest for a day or two just to roast meat. Hee. Pukong patted his chest happily and promised to build the ovens as soon as he got back from hunting. He got up and headed into the forest to catch the wild chickens Changxia wanted. "Pukong, you stay and build the ovens. I'll go hunt the wild chickens." "The wild mushroom forest is too hot to linger in," Senda said. Of course, when Elder Senda said it wasn't suitable to stay long, he was talking about Changxia. He wasn't worried about the other beastmen. With that, Elder Pukong didn't argue and nodded in agreement. Following Shen Rong's instructions, they needed wet clay to build the earth ovens. So, the water that Bai Qing and the others had fetched was put to use, and it looked like they'd need to make a few more trips. Honeydew was called over by Maple Leaf to help deal with the python. Marinating python meat was no small task either. Changxia took out the seasonings and poured them into a wooden basin. Since there was a lot of meat, it was easier to use a big wooden basin for marinating. With little Baelinger in her arms, she didn't feel hot, just stifled. Sweat beaded on her forehead from time to time. Elder Senda's concern wasn't unfounded. The wild mushroom forest had no moonlit lake, and not even a breeze. Even in the shade of the trees, it was still hot. "Changxia, go wash your face," Shen Rong said with concern. "Or, why don't you take Baelinger and rest in the stone house?" Seeing Changxia's flushed cheeks, even if she wasn't drenched in sweat, it was still worrying. "Changxia, listen to Shen Rong. Go rest in the stone house. We'll handle lunch." "Yeah, listen to them, Changxia." Seeing how uncomfortable she was, all the beastmen couldn't help but feel sorry for her. No one wanted to see their own raised cub suffer. "I'm fine, just a bit stuffy." As she spoke, Changxia took off her water pouch and gulped down big mouthfuls. The wild mushroom forest was full of towering trees, so the temperature should have been lower, but because it was right next to the Muwatch Mountains, it was actually very hot. If she wasn't carrying Baelinger, Changxia would probably have wanted to just lie down and not move. There's no wind in the wild mushroom forest. The trees are too tall for the breeze to get in, Honeydew said. The lion tribe rarely comes here to hunt. Aside from their annual patrol, they only come once before the cold season to gather things. Her tone made no secret of her dislike for the wild mushroom forest. To be fair, the forest had plenty of downsides. But the game, wild vegetables, and fruits were truly abundant. The lion tribe could just give it up, which was pretty impressive. Of course, that was also because the Dream Valley where the lion tribe lived had no shortage of food. With plenty to eat, who would want to suffer if they didn't have to? Why didn't the lion tribe ever think to come here for lumber? Maple Leaf asked curiously. Honeydew replied, there's plenty of wood in Dream Valley, and if not, there's always the Lost Forest. In other words, the lion tribe never even considered logging in the wild mushroom forest. Off to the side, Qinghe looked on with envy. The Clear Moon Forest was great, but it was mostly grassland with few stretches of forest, nothing like the wild mushroom forest. If they had a forest like this, the wolf tribe wouldn't have to trade with the lion tribe for stone and wood. Once the ovens were built, they lit the fire. Naturally, that made it even hotter. Changxia kept retreating until she finally went into the stone house, directing Maple Leaf and Honeydew from afar as they prepared the big plate chicken. She stayed inside to roll out the noodles. The stone house was built into a cave, so it was much cooler than outside, and with Baelinger in her arms, she felt a little less stifled. Her chest tightness eased a bit. She no longer felt out of breath after just a few steps. Let me know if you need any part of this refined further or adapted for a particular context. Before long, Elder Senda returned, leading a string of wild pheasants. The wild pheasants from the mushroom forest looked much like the Song Mountain chickens, which made Changxia quite eager to try them. Meanwhile, Maple Leaf and Honeydew started preparing a big plate of chicken. Shen Rong and Bai Qing began grilling eel, but the earth oven still needed to be dried before it could be used. Shen Rong figured they should first prepare lunch, and then later help Elder Pukong with grilling the meat. It was just around noon, and the heat made traveling tough at this time of day. Depending on how things went, if they ran out of time, they might have to travel at night. The biggest danger in the mushroom forest at night was snakes and pythons. Otherwise, there wasn't much to worry about. In fact, traveling at night might actually be a good choice. This sweet and sour smell is amazing. Pukong flared his nostrils, staring at the stone pot by Maple Leaf, swallowing his saliva from time to time. He looked almost scary in his eagerness. Hold on, it's not ready yet. Without noodles, it's not a real big plate chicken. Seeing all the beastmen itching to try the food, Changxia quickly stopped them and had Maple Leaf add the freshly rolled noodles into the pot. The noodles would soak up the tomato sauce and chicken broth, making them tender and chewy. Just thinking about the taste, Changxia felt she could eat 3 big bowls. Changxia, here you go. Maple Leaf was the first to serve Changxia a bowl and handed it over. There were no tables or chairs in the stone house in the mushroom forest, and they hadn't bothered to set any up. Everyone just made do with the stone stools left behind, either sitting or squatting, each helping themselves to the meal. Soon, the sound of slurping noodles filled the inside and outside of the stone house. This big plate chicken is perfect for this hot weather, Senda praised. For once, he chose the chicken over his usual grilled snake skewers, which made Changxia quite pleased. This round, the big plate chicken was a huge success, winning Elder Senda's favor over the grilled snake skewers. Maple Leaf, another bowl, please. Unlike the other chatty beastmen, Elder Pukong let his actions speak, but his words were the boldest of all. Hearing Elder Pukong ask for bowl after bowl, the other beastmen grew nervous, unconsciously speeding up their own eating, worried they wouldn't get enough before Elder Pukong finished off the whole pot. Elder Pukong, have some more grilled snake skewers. Yeah, Shen Rong grilled them just for you. You can't say no. Bai Qing and the others kept handing grilled meat to Elder Pukong while also quickening their own pace. Changxia clutched her stomach, hiding behind Shen Rong and laughing quietly. Changxia, do you want more? Shen Rong asked, pulling her out from behind him. If you want to laugh, laugh out loud, don't hold it in or you'll get a stitch. Changxia shook her head. The heat had killed her appetite. 1 bowl of big plate chicken was more than enough for her. She even fed some to Baelinger from time to time, otherwise, she doubted she could finish the whole bowl. After the meal, Shen Rong told Changxia to go rest in the stone house. He and Bai Qing, along with the other beastmen, continued grilling meat. Changxia, you and Qinghe should go rest in the stone house. We probably won't be able to travel this afternoon, Shen Rong said. Changxia glanced at the pile of python meat and said, grilling is too slow, try stir-frying it. Elder Pukong isn't picky, so don't wear yourself out. Stir-fry. Shen Rong's interest was piqued. He exchanged a look with Bai Qing, and they both nodded. Stir-frying was indeed faster than grilling, and Elder Pukong wasn't particular about the taste. They could definitely take a shortcut. Thinking this, they both breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were enough pots, they could handle the python meat. But they didn't actually need to cook all of it, just enough to fill Elder Pukong's beast hide bag. End of this chapter. Changxia moaned softly as she opened her eyes. A basin of water with cold stones sat in the stone house, keeping this corner cool despite the steamy heat of the mushroom forest. Plus, with Bai Linger her so-called natural air conditioner, Changxia had slept soundly. Shen Rong. Changxia called out hoarsely for Shen Rong. Shoo. Maple Leaf raised a finger to her lips and brought over a bowl of cool boiled water for Changxia, whispering, don't call him, let them sleep a bit longer. At that, Changxia looked around. She saw Shen Rong, Bai Qing, and the other beastmen lying on the other side of the stone house. Even elders Pukong and Senda were sprawled on the ground, sleeping soundly. All the python meat's been dealt with? Changxia asked in surprise. Maple Leaf nodded and whispered, it's all done. We can't travel this afternoon, so let them rest. We'll set out tonight. Okay. Changxia agreed, and after drinking some water, she lay back down. Outside, it was still unbearably hot, with the constant sounds of insects and birds making it lively. Changxia, want some ice water? Qinghe asked. Maple Leaf quickly stopped her. Qinghe, don't give Changxia anything cold. The sudden change from hot to cold isn't good for her. The ice water, of course, came from water chilled with cold stones. Maple Leaf and Honeydew had already had plenty, and when Qinghe saw Changxia awake, she naturally offered her some as well. I'll just have some cool boiled water, Changxia said, shaking her head politely. Who wouldn't want something cold in this heat? But Changxia didn't dare. Sudden temperature changes could cause heat stroke, and even if Maple Leaf hadn't stopped her, she wouldn't have drunk it. She couldn't help much with traveling through the forest, but at the very least, she didn't want to be a burden. Changxia, look at the wild vegetables I picked by the creek, Honeydew waved her over. After waking up, she'd felt uncomfortable and gone to bathe in the creek with Maple Leaf and the others, picking a basketful of wild greens along the way. They didn't recognize all of them, so they asked Changxia to help identify them. Wild vegetable and bird egg pancakes, as well as wild vegetable and bird egg soup, were both delicious. Even Honeydew, who didn't usually like wild vegetables, enjoyed them. While bathing earlier, she'd spotted some familiar wild greens and picked half a basket. Water celery, duckfoot. When did you pick these? Changxia asked in surprise. After our nap, we went to the creek to bathe and picked them then, Honeydew replied. A few people tiptoed out of the stone house. As soon as they stepped outside, a wave of heat hit them in the face. So hot. Changxia paused, tilted her head back and gazed through the gaps in the leaves at the deep blue sky. She sighed, rain is annoying, but sunny days are scorching. Going into the forest really is tough work. When we get back to the tribe, we should encourage everyone to clear more land and learn to farm and raise animals as soon as possible. That way, we can avoid having to go into the forest to hunt and gather in the future. As soon as she said this, Maple Leaf, Honeydew, and the other beastfolk were all taken aback. Beastfolk love hunting, but what they really love is the thrill and satisfaction it brings, not the hardship of trekking through the forest. If the beastfolk really learned to farm and raise livestock, then going into the forest would just be for the fun of hunting. That would be amazing. Changxia, what do you mean by farming and raising animals? Qinghe asked. Changxia poured herself a cup of cool boiled water, took a small sip, and explained, take the Heluo Tribe, for example. They live in the clear moon forest, which is naturally suited for growing golden millet and corn. If the wolf tribe masters how to plant these crops, They won't have to wait for wild golden millet and corn to ripen. By choosing when to plant, they'll know exactly when to harvest. She didn't go into too much detail. After all, you only really understand farming by doing it yourself. Just talking about it isn't enough. Changxia herself still had a lot to learn about farming. Once this journey was over, she planned to discuss trade between the beast folk tribes with Sui and start thinking about transportation and, most importantly, opening up land for farming. The wilds south of White Lake had already been planted with vines and other things, so it wouldn't be easy to move those for now. So naturally, Changxia set her sights on the fertile plains and small rivers. The plains were full of snakes, so she decided to focus on the rivers instead. She had already gotten seeds for golden millet, corn, and kira grass from the wolf tribe. Along the way, whenever she recognized any wild vegetables or plants, she made sure to keep a couple of them. She planned to plant them somewhere in the Heluo Tribe when she got back. Whether they survived or not, Changxia wasn't too worried. Now that the roads were open, she could always trade with other beast folk tribes for whatever she wanted to plant. The real challenge was figuring out how to get her own people to learn and work together on farming. Thinking it over, Changxia wondered if she should cut this trip short. But she decided to wait until they reached the snake tribe to see how things went. Raising animals, do you mean like the chickens, ducks, and wild rabbits in the forests south of White Lake? I remember the wild boars and black-horned cattle that used to be kept inside the White Lake fences were all driven out to the plains, Honeydew mused, stroking her chin. She'd mentioned this to the Lion Tribe before. The Lion Tribe had been busy building roads and houses lately, so they probably hadn't paid much attention to it. Seeing Changxia's serious expression, Honeydew couldn't help but wonder if the Heluo Tribe's next big focus would be farming and animal husbandry. Since Changxia came of age, the Heluo Tribe had changed dramatically in just a few months, and 6 other tribes had changed along with them. Honeydew had a feeling that the Twilight Forest would change too, following Changxia's lead. She didn't know why, but just thinking about it filled her with energy. Is it really possible to catch wild animals and keep them in the tribe? Qinghe asked in shock. The wolf tribe had tried before, but hadn't succeeded. Wild animals are untamed and fierce. They won't just let themselves be penned up. It's possible, Maple Leaf said. Our tribe has raised chickens, ducks, and wild rabbits before. Later, we even kept black-horned cattle and wild boars. After hearing this, Qinghe looked at Changxia with newfound respect. Raising animals, like farming, takes skill. We can't rush it, we have to take it step by step, Changxia said. That step by step was really a process of domestication. Wild animals are fierce and hard to tame. It might take 2 or 3 generations, or even more. But with Changxia's cheat abilities, it would be a bit easier. As they chatted, they picked vegetables. Honeydew wanted wild vegetable and bird egg pancakes, so Changxia decided to clean the water celery and duckfoot greens. Once Shen Rong and the others woke up, she'd chop them up and mix them with bird eggs to make pancakes. They hadn't made any flatbread for the journey this time, so they might as well make some pancakes to take along for when they got hungry at night. The wild mushroom forest was close to the Moonwatch Mountains. Once they entered the mountains, they wouldn't be far from the Snake Peak tribe. Thinking of this, Changxia felt a little more at ease, just hoping the rest of the trip would go smoothly. Changxia, the wolf tribe can grow golden millet and corn. What about the Sky Lion tribe? Honeydew asked. The lion tribe grew nothing but chili peppers. But chili peppers aren't staple food. The lion tribe grows chili peppers and trades them with other beast folk tribes. If they want to grow other things, they'll have to experiment slowly. The Heluo tribe is still figuring things out too. There's no need to rush, Changxia said gently, reassuring Honeydew. End of this chapter. Suddenly, Maple Leaf burst out laughing. Clearly, she was remembering how Changxia could never get chili peppers to grow. Ginger, scallions, and garlic were easy enough. But the chili peppers the Sky Lion tribe gave her, no matter how many she planted, they all died. Muqin managed to keep some alive, but they didn't bear much fruit. Changxia guessed it was probably because of the weather. The Baiha River region had a stable climate, but the Enchanted Forest was unpredictable and hotter than the Baiha region. Maybe Changxia had planted the chili peppers too early, and the seedlings just couldn't adapt. Other than that, she couldn't think of any other reason. Maple Leaf, what are you laughing at? Changxia shot her a look, clearly guessing what she was thinking. The chili pepper thing really wasn't her fault. She just couldn't get them to grow. What could she do? Maple Leaf waved her hand and chuckled. Nothing. I just felt like laughing. What are you all talking about? Bai Qing came out of the stone house yawning. He looked up at the sun and frowned. It's so hot, and it's not even dark yet. It's still hot in the wild mushroom forest. Even after dark, Honeydew replied. In a few more days, the temperature in the wild mushroom forest will rise even higher. We're just hoping the road will be finished soon, so we can save time crossing the forest. Bai Qing said, the lion tribe should clear out the wild mushroom forest a bit, cut down some trees. If the trees are thinned out, there'll be fewer bugs, ants, snakes, and rats. Maybe because the temperature is just right, the plants in the wild mushroom forest are growing, especially lush ferns and shrubs are even greener than those outside. Luckily, we're traveling in beast form. It would be hard to walk through here as humans. The ferns, shrubs, and weeds are as tall as a person. There's no end to them. It's still hot in the wild mushroom forest even after dark? Changxia exclaimed in surprise. Honeydew shrugged and explained, unless it's the second half of the night, the temperature in the forest doesn't drop that quickly in the evening. So if we want to avoid the heat, we'd better get out of the forest as soon as possible. The lion tribe is still building the road in Dream Valley. It'll take some more time on this side of the wild mushroom forest. Realistically, it'll be at least another month before the road is finished. Right now, the lion tribe is busy building houses, and after that, they'll have to make furniture for the new homes. There just aren't enough people to spare for road construction. Plus, they'll need to help the Gray Mist Prairie and the Holubad Basin next. All things considered, the wolf and lion tribes probably won't have any free time until the cold season arrives. At night, we'll travel as fast as we can, Shen Rong said. The lion tribe has already cleared a rough path through the wild mushroom forest. So traveling at night, we don't have to worry about getting lost. Besides, the wild mushroom forest is right next to the moon-watching mountains. If we just follow the scent of the snake tribe, it's hard to get lost. Of course, if it's Changxia, that's another story. She still hasn't learned how to find her way in the forest. Nafeng might be waiting for us at Muwatch Ridge, Honeydew said. Bai Qing shook his head. No, she won't. The time when Changxia leaves the lion tribe isn't set, so the Snake Mountain tribe doesn't know exactly when. Shishing wouldn't agree to let Nafeng wait at Muwatch Ridge. Muwatch Ridge is even more dangerous than the Lost Forest. Recently, the Snake Mountain tribe has been busy harvesting mud beans and other crops, plus building houses and roads. Shishing and Nafeng need to help with the harvest, so they might not have time to come to Muwatch Ridge. Brother, is Muwatch Ridge really that dangerous? Changxia asked. Muwatch Ridge is the source of the Wei River. It's a bit like Misty Ridge. When we get close, everyone needs to remember to take an antidote pill, Bai Qing nodded and explained. When you enter the Muwatch Mountains from the Enchanted Jungle, you can't avoid Muwatch Ridge. If it were possible, neither the lion nor the snake tribe would want to go through Muwatch Ridge. Unfortunately, there's just no way around it. From what the lion and snake tribes are saying, once the road is finished, they'll probably send totem warriors to be stationed at Muwatch Ridge and regularly clear it out. Otherwise, accidents are bound to happen on this stretch of road. If Muwatch Ridge is the source of the Wei River, doesn't that mean it's close to Mount Wei? Changxia was confused. Honeydew laughed and explained, Muwatch Ridge is the source of the Wei River. The Wei River isn't as big as the Sub-Detroit River, but it still flows through a lot of places. Besides, if Muwatch Ridge were close to Mount Wei, the lion and snake tribes wouldn't have to take a detour. They could just head straight for Mount Wei, which would be closer to the Heluo Tribe. Changxia, Muwatch Ridge and Mount Wei aren't in the same direction. They're actually pretty far apart, Bai Qing said. The Crying Cliff in the Moonwatch Mountains is close to Mount Wei, but it's all steep cliffs and can't be crossed. Remember those wandering beast folk who hunted the anaconda? They entered Mount Wei from the Moonwatch Mountains by the Wei River, Changxia said softly. Qianbai led the wandering beast folk, and they escaped the Mu-Watch Mountains by jumping into the Wei River. Bai Qing, are there really wandering beast folk hiding in the Crying Cliff? Honeydew asked curiously. At this, all the nearby beast folk looked over, curious. Bai Qing's face darkened. How would I know? If you're curious, you should ask Shishing or the Snake Tribe leader. There aren't any wandering beast folk in the Crying Cliff. The Snake Tribe is too dominant. They wouldn't allow outsiders in the Mu-Watch Mountains, Senda said lazily. Honeydew raised an eyebrow. But people always hear crying from the Crying Cliff. If it's not wandering beast folk hiding there, is it the Snake Tribe beast folk wailing at the cliff? The crying from the cliff comes from a kind of fish beast in the Wei River. It's got nothing to do with wandering beast folk or the Snake Tribe. Actually, besides blackfish, there's another kind of fish beast in the Wei River that makes weird noises. They taste great, but they're hard to catch, Pukin said with a grin, helping Senda explain. The rumor that wandering beast folk hide in the Crying Cliff. It's spread all over the Twilight Forest. Basically, every adult beast folk has heard it. Giant salamanders. Chang Xia said excitedly. Fish beasts that sound like crying beast folk, most likely. They're giant salamanders. Giant salamanders, that's a fitting name, Senda echoed. The Crying Cliff is full of steep cliffs and it's easy to get lost, plus there are mountain streams everywhere. The Snake Tribe almost never goes to the Crying Cliff. Besides the dangerous terrain, there are those strange-sounding fish beasts. Over time, the Crying Cliff has become a forbidden place in the Mu-Watch Mountains. Qianbai and those wandering beast folk risked their lives for money. To catch an anaconda, they entered the Mu-Watch Mountains and braved the Crying Cliff alone. In the end, they escaped into the Wei River and made it to Mount Wei. They were really lucky to survive. The Crying Cliff is dangerous and home to many ferocious beasts. And the Wei River, well, that goes without saying. To escape from there, Qianbai and his group must have had some real skills. They were lucky, but not exactly good people. Elder Pukin, are you sure there aren't any wandering beast folk in the Crying Cliff? Honeydew looked skeptical, and so did Kongshan, Heesin, and the other beast folk. They all dreamed of becoming heroes by entering the Crying Cliff to hunt wandering beast folk. Heh, Pukin shook his head. No, there are only crying fish beasts in the Crying Cliff. Oh, just like little Chang Xia said, giant salamanders. So who started the rumor about wandering beast folk in the Crying Cliff? I heard it from the elders in the tribe. Previous page, next page, last page, top. I feel the same. Could it be that we've been fooled? For a moment, cries of despair erupted among Miru and the other beast folk. P.S. 12 bonus chapters updated, please vote. End of this chapter. Elder Pukong, what's really going on with Crying Cliff? Maple Leaf asked, her face dark as she stared intently at Elder Pukong. She'd heard about Crying Cliff directly from him before, and he described it in vivid detail. Maple Leaf had even thought about persuading Kongshan to make a trip to Crying Cliff when the chance arose. After Qianbai escaped from the Mu-Watch Mountains to the Wei River, she'd wondered if the two groups of stray beast folk were secretly colluding. After all, Crying Cliff wasn't exactly easy to break into. But who would have thought that today, the two elders would come forward and spill the truth themselves? All those rumors about Crying Cliff were complete lies. How could the beast folk possibly accept this? The shamans and the Snake Tribe made up a few stories to keep you youngsters from wandering into Crying Cliff, Senda explained. The main concern was to prevent the totem warriors of the 6 major tribes from accidentally trespassing. They weren't really worried about the other beast folk tribes. After all, the weaker ones wouldn't have the ability to get in, even if they wanted to. At first, the rumors were pretty normal, but you know how gossip spreads, it just gets more and more outrageous. In the end, somehow the story turned into Crying Cliff being a secret haven for stray beast folk. The Snake Tribe was baffled, and even the shamans found it all very strange. Still, exaggerated as they were, the rumors worked. Eventually, both the shamans and the Snake Tribe just stopped paying attention to the wild stories. For a moment, silence fell inside and outside the stone house. The beast folk looked at each other, hugging themselves, regretful over all the times they'd been deceived. Changxia and Shen Rong, however, remained calm. Get the fire going, let's make pancakes. Once it gets dark, we'll set out right away and try to leave the wild mushroom forest as soon as possible. The Moonwatch Mountains may be hot, but they're still more comfortable than this place, Senda urged. He already knew tonight's meal would be wild vegetable and bird egg pancakes. So he called on everyone to get moving. At the same time, Elder Senda, just like Elder Pukong, was munching on a piece of roasted python meat, completely unfazed by eating greasy roast meat in the heat. If only we had naan or flatbread, imagine stuffing them with some veggies, that would be delicious, Changxia said wistfully. Meat-filled buns and sandwiches, so tasty. You can put veggies in pancakes too, but I want to add some roast meat, Mira chimed in. Fresh wild greens were tasty, but meat was just as important. Sure enough, Maple Leaf and Qinghe nodded in agreement, insisting that wild vegetable and bird egg pancakes should have both greens and roast meat. A bite of pancake, a bite of roast meat, now that's the good stuff. Changxia, there are lots of delicious wild greens in the Illusion Forest. It's a pity you're in such a hurry to get to the Snake Mountain Tribe, or I'd take you around Dream Valley to try them all. It really was a shame, time was tight, and the Lion Tribe hadn't had a chance to properly host Changxia and her group. Changxia smiled, no rush, there's always next time. Speaking of the Snake Mountain Tribe, I'm craving those frosted mud beans and frosted broad beans, Maple Leaf said, licking her lips, lost in the memory. You'll get to eat frosted mud beans at the Snake Mountain Tribe, but for the frosted broad beans, you'll have to wait until we visit the Tiger Tribe. The Snake Tribe's yams, kudzu root, and sweet potatoes are all great too, Changxia replied with a laugh. Every tribe has its own specialties, which always surprises and delights her. Changxia, I remember you said the Snake Mountain Tribe's turnips can be made into pickled vegetables. Are they good? Kongshan suddenly asked. Changxia had mentioned it in passing before, but with everything going on, she'd forgotten about it. Who knew Kongshan had kept it in mind and would bring it up now? Pickled turnip is pretty tasty, Changxia said. It's great with noodles or rice. Just mix a bit in and it's delicious. Pickled turnip is usually a side dish. Changxia hadn't eaten much of it herself, but she knew the basics. Changxia, can you make some pickled turnip when we get to the Snake Mountain Tribe? Maple Leaf asked. Changxia nodded. If the Snake Tribe isn't too busy building houses and roads, we can give it a try. Besides pickled turnip, I'd like to help them make kudzu and yam flour too. And there are so many ways to cook sweet potatoes. We should definitely experiment. Come to think of it, the Lion Tribe's food is pretty simple by comparison. After all, no matter how much you love chili peppers, they're not a staple food. Hearing Changxia's plans, all the beast folk were thrilled, eager to reach the Snake Mountain Tribe as soon as possible. Whenever Changxia said she'd organize something, it meant new dishes were on the way. In the past, beast folk didn't care much about food. It was always just roasted or stewed meat. No matter how much you liked it, you'd get tired of it eventually. But ever since Changxia came of age, things changed. Eating became a pleasure. Luckily, since she left the Heluo Tribe, the Leopard Tribe had started experimenting with cooking. The results? Mixed, to say the least. So far, at least, no one's died from the food. But, well, upset stomachs are pretty common. Now that Changxia's mentioned it, I can't wait to get to the Snake Mountain Tribe, Qinghe said cheerfully. This trip has really been worth it. Soon, smoke was rising above the wild mushroom forest once again. A short while later, Changxia sat down to eat wild vegetable and bird egg pancakes, sipping on wild vegetable and bird egg soup. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood hit her nose. Her expression changed slightly as she patted Shen Rong's shoulder and asked, Shen Rong, what's with the bloody smell? Given how cautious Shen Rong and the others were, how could they let the scent of blood spread? Don't worry, it's just the smell of python skin. Elder Senda treated it with chemicals. It needs to air out for a few days before it can be sewn into leather bags, Shen Rong explained. It wasn't pure blood, it was mixed with medicinal scents. Changxia was sitting close, so she caught the smell. Maple Leaf and the others knew what was going on, so they didn't ask about the python skin. How do you treat python skin? Changxia asked curiously. She'd never actually seen the tribe process animal hides before. Usually, tanning furred hides was a complicated process. The better the fur, the more work it took. Chang Xia only knew a little about the subject, so she didn't say anything more. That's Elder Senda's specialty. I don't know much about it either, Shen Rong replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Every tribe has its own secret methods for tanning and curing animal hides. Shen Rong hadn't been part of the Heluo Tribe for long. Naturally, he wouldn't get involved in these matters. Chang Xia seemed to understand, but didn't press further. She decided to ask Muqin about it when they returned to the tribe. After dinner, the sky began to darken. Chang Xia started packing up her things. They buried the campfire, closed the stone door of the hut, and the beast folk sprinkled repellent powder on their mounts. With a shout, the group set off toward Wangwei Ridge. Behind them, the ground was bathed in the glow of the setting sun, a brilliant red, promising another clear, sunny day tomorrow. They traveled through the night. Elders Pukong and Senda took the lead and the rear, protecting the group as they moved forward. Their intimidating presence was no longer restrained. Ferocious beasts lurking in the darkness scattered in fear, realizing this was not a group of beast folk to mess with. As they ran, the night wind finally brought some relief. Chang Xia squinted her eyes, nestled in her little basket. This time, instead of riding on Shen Rong's beast form, she was held by Fengye and sat atop Kongshan's beast form. The wild fungus forest was teeming with insects, snakes, and rodents. The beast folk worried that Chang Xia might run into trouble if she stayed in the basket alone. Although Shen Rong was uneasy, he didn't object. He simply sped up in secret, hoping to get out of the wild fungus forest as quickly as possible and bring his mate back to his side. P.S. Chapter 13 Update. End of this chapter. Shen Rong slowed down. Behind him, Bai Qing was carrying Milu and noticed that Shen Rong was running so fast he was about to overtake Elder Senda, who was leading the way. Bai Qing could only let out a low growl, signaling Shen Rong to slow down. Shen Rong paused, stumbling and nearly falling. Slow down. Shen Rong's silvery white beast form stood out in the night. Bai Qing met Shen Rong's glare and almost choked, muttering, "Don't break away from the group. You're about to pass Elder Senda. Besides, no matter how fast you run, we're not getting out of the wild fungus forest tonight. If you make too much noise, you'll attract dangerous beasts." Did this idiot really think he couldn't guess what Shen Rong was up to? It was obvious he didn't want Chang Xia to ride with anyone else, so he sped up, trying to wear them out. But did Shen Rong even consider what kind of place the wild fungus forest was? It was crawling with insects, snakes, and rodents. The forest pythons loved to lurk between the trees, waiting to swallow prey whole. If Chang Xia sat alone on Shen Rong's beast form, wasn't he worried she'd get snatched up by a snake or something? Bai Qing's half-serious warning worked. Shen Rong slowed down and stopped trying to sprint ahead. Nearby, Kongshan, Hissen, and the others quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Beastfolk cared a lot about their pride. If Shen Rong tried to sneak ahead, Kongshan and the others couldn't really stop him, they could only follow his pace. But the dense branches of the wild fungus forest made it easy to crash into trees, especially with baskets tied to their backs. Thankfully, Bai Qing spoke up in time, giving everyone a chance to catch their breath. Get lost. Elder Senda swung his blade, slicing lightly to the right. With a few cracking sounds, branches fell to the ground. Then came the rustling of something slithering away into the darkness. Along the way, Elder Senda had swung his black blade 4 times. This was the 5th. Fengye held the basket tightly and whispered, "These creatures really aren't afraid of death." 5 swings meant they'd been attacked 5 times. And that didn't even count Elder Pukong at the rear, perhaps because they were traveling at night. He was more restrained than during the day, even keeping his laughter quiet. In fact, Elder Pukong had thrown punches 2 more times than Elder Senda had swung his blade. No wonder, before they entered the wild fungus forest, Milu had repeatedly warned Chang Xia to be careful. This forest was truly dangerous. It was probably because the lion tribe rarely hunted here, allowing the wild beasts to breed unchecked. Over time, the number of dangerous creatures in the forest had only increased. "It's a little scary," Chang Xia admitted. Their previous journeys had been peaceful, and she hadn't really thought the forest was dangerous. But tonight, the wild fungus forest had truly shocked her. Whether it was the beasts driven off by Elder Senda or the monsters chased away by Elder Pukong, their auras were all incredibly powerful. Under cover of darkness, all manner of terrifying creatures emerged, brazenly announcing their presence. Don't worry, with the two elders here, nothing can get close. We just need to watch out for insects and not get stung, Finya said calmly. If the two elders weren't with them, who would dare travel through here at night? It wasn't like they were fearless. Qinghe and Milu sat together on Bai Qing's beast form. After all, it was late, and Bai Qing wouldn't let Qinghe travel alone. Compared to the day, everyone was on high alert at night. No one dared to let their guard down. Do we have enough repellent powder? Changxia asked, nodding. Fingye replied, don't worry, we have plenty. As night deepened, the temperature in the wild fungus forest began to drop. Changxia loosened her grip on Bai Linger, stood on tiptoe, and started enjoying the night breeze and the scenery around her. Shen Rong and the others were moving quickly, so it was too dark to see much. But what Changxia enjoyed was the feeling of the cool night wind brushing past her face. Changxia, pull your head back in. Don't catch a chill, Fingye reminded her. The temperature in the wild fungus forest dropped rapidly, not just by a degree or two, but like falling off a cliff. During the day, it could reach over 30 degrees, but by the second half of the night, it would drop to the teens, only to soar again when the sun rose. No wonder the lion tribe disliked this place and couldn't even be bothered to hunt here. But if a road was built in the future, things would probably change. Navigation, rankings, and site links omitted for clarity. Changxia hunched her shoulders, lifted her little paw, and gently pushed away Fingye's outstretched hand. I just want to catch my breath for a bit. It's rare for the temperature to drop, and it's finally not so stifling around here. Let me rest and enjoy it for a moment. Hearing this, Fingye could only let her be. After a while, Changxia retreated back into her little nest and lay down. Fingye, when will we reach Wangwei Ridge? Changxia played with her own feet, nudging Bai Linger out of boredom. Unable to help herself, she started chatting with Fingye. Milu and Qinghe were far ahead, and all the beast folk were traveling at full speed. Even if they chatted, Milu wouldn't be able to hear them unless, of course, they let out deep roars like Bai Qing and the others. At this pace, we should reach Wangwei Ridge the day after tomorrow, Fingye replied after thinking for a moment. The wild mushroom forest bordered the mountains of Wangwei Ridge. The trees there were more sparse, and the temperature was much cooler. While the Wangwei Mountains were warm, they weren't nearly as stifling as the wild mushroom forest. By comparison, the Wangwei Mountains were much more comfortable. Oh, come on, Changxia groaned. She'd been hoping they could leave the wild mushroom forest by tomorrow. The forest was so dense that even with Shen Rong and the other beast folk moving at full speed, they couldn't pick up much speed. After all, this wasn't the clear moon forest here. Thick trees, ferns, bushes, and tangled weeds blocked their view and slowed their pace. If we don't find a stone hut to rest in next time, we'll just have to rely on our luck, Fingye said with a sigh. At that, Changxia's face grew even more listless, looking like a salted fish with no will to live. The lion tribe had mapped out a general route and left markers along the way. But due to limited manpower, they hadn't cleared a path through the wild mushroom forest. The markers were just to keep Shen Rong and the others from getting lost. The stone hut they'd rested in at the edge of the forest was built by the lion tribe for border patrols. But deeper in, there were no such comforts. If they couldn't find a suitable place to rest, they'd have to make do near a water source. It wouldn't be as comfortable as a stone hut, of course. And who knows, they might even run into wild beasts. After all, water sources in the forest were gathering spots for all kinds of animals. Feeling deflated, Changxia drifted off to sleep. Noticing the silence, Fingye peeked into the little nest and saw Changxia fast asleep, hugging Bai Linger. She pulled over a beast hide to cover her. At the same time, she patted Kongshan. Kongshan, keep the pace steady. Changxia's asleep, Fingye said quietly. Hearing this, the running group slowed down. No matter how much of a hurry they were in, a little time wouldn't make much difference. Besides, they were still far from the Snake Peak tribe. Whether they hurried or not, it wouldn't change much. Milu, pass me a water pouch. Senda stopped and called to Milu. Milu had Bai Qing stop running, then reached into the rattan basket on Bai Qing's back to find a water pouch. All the filled water pouches were stored there. Milu handed one to Elder Senda and asked, "Does anyone else need water?" P.S. Chapter 14 Extra Update. This chapter ends. Elder Senda, could you help me with a drink of water? Shen Rong said. And bring over the roasted meat and pancakes. After I drink, I'll eat a bit before we get moving again. At this, Fengya quickly found a wooden bowl, poured water from the pouch into it, and had Elder Senda help Shen Rong drink. With that, Bai Qing, Kongshan, and the other beast folk all stopped to drink as well. Seeing this, Fengya, Milu, and the other females landed and started unpacking the roasted meat and pancakes. Changxia wanted to help, but was stopped and told to stay in her little nest. The nest was moved down from Kongshan's back and placed in front of Shen Rong. The others were busy handing out food to the beast folk and didn't have time to watch over Changxia, so they put her nest in front of Shen Rong to keep an eye on her and guard against snakes, rats, bugs, or ants sneaking in. Changxia, are you hungry? Shen Rong asked softly, keeping his eyes on the tiny, delicate Changxia in her nest. Changxia crawled out, lifted her head, and looked up at the giant before her. A little, she replied. You go ahead and eat. Don't worry about me. When Feng is done, I'll have her feed me. In the darkness, the golden tuft of wolf fur between Shen Rong's brows gleamed even more strikingly, matching his golden eyes. No matter how she looked at him, he was handsome and dashing. Changxia clutched her little paws, gazing at Shen Rong's beast form with infatuation. Once again, she praised her own good taste for snagging such a stunning mate. Are you sure you don't want me to feed you? Shen Rong confirmed. Changxia pushed at Shen Rong's nose with her little paw. The warm, soft touch made her press it again. She shook her head. No need. Besides, how could you feed me looking like this? You eat first. Let's get out of the wild mushroom forest as soon as possible. Once the road is cleared, she'd definitely have the lion tribe tidy up the wild mushroom forest. Such a treasure shouldn't be wasted. The forest was full of mushrooms and wild vegetables, easy to gather, and there was plenty of game. The trouble was, there were also lots of snakes, rats, bugs, and ants. If they could cut down some trees and reduce the breeding of pests, the wild mushroom forest could become another Songhan. While chili peppers grew everywhere in the Heavenly Lion tribe's territory, there weren't many in the wild mushroom forest. That made it all the more important not to abandon it. With the forest, the tribe could reduce trade with other tribes and increase their own income. But all this would have to wait until the road was cleared. Otherwise, knowing the lion tribe's laziness, they'd never bother developing the forest. It's a bit of a waste, this wild mushroom forest, Shen Rong said. If it were in the western lands, every tribe would be fighting over it. But here in the misty forest, forests like this were everywhere, so it went unnoticed. What's there to regret? Changxia laughed softly, her sweet, gentle voice carrying a hint of playfulness in the night air, so clear and crisp. Is Shen Rong more upset about the wild pheasants from the mushroom forest or the forest pythons? Maple Leaf carried a woven basket filled with a few pieces of roasted meat and pancakes. She squatted down and placed the food into the wooden bowl in front of Shen Rong. It was inconvenient for the beast folk to return to human form while traveling, so they solved things in their beast forms. The wild pheasants from the mushroom forest are indeed delicious, just as tasty as the Song Mountain chickens. If we weren't in such a hurry, I'd really want to hunt a few to take with us, Changxia sighed regretfully. Pukong grinned and said, Don't worry, little Changxia. Grandpa picked up plenty of wild pheasants for you, and some wild rabbits too. Really? Changxia was overjoyed, bouncing around as she tried to confirm with Elder Pukong. Changxia, don't move. Shen Rong and Maple Leaf quickly called out to stop her. It was pitch black at night, and with Changxia being so small, if she ran around, she could easily be snatched away by some wild beast. Changxia, don't wander off. Elder Pukong really did pick up a lot of wild pheasants and rabbits. They're all alive, with their wings or legs broken, and kept in the vine baskets carried by Wanmu and Hassan. When it's daylight, if you want to see them, let Maple Leaf show you, Bai Qing explained. Everyone in the group basically knew about this. Maybe Changxia was the only one who didn't. Once she understood. Changxia's little paws curled up in delight. Tomorrow when we rest, we'll have roast chicken. It's a shame we don't have time to make smoked chicken. I really want some smoked or braised chicken. Beggar's chicken, Changxia. That's the best, someone chimed in. I think spicy chicken stew is great too, but unfortunately we're out of tomatoes, another added. As soon as food was mentioned, all the beast folk perked up, chatting excitedly about how to cook the chicken. Of course, the wild rabbits weren't going to escape their fate either. Honeydew, do you have any suggestions for where we should rest tomorrow? Kong Shan asked. Honeydew was the only one in the group from the Skylion tribe, so only she could answer this. Honeydew shook her head and spread her hands. I don't have any suggestions. The lion tribe doesn't like coming to the mushroom forest. Other than the stone houses, I don't know much about it either. But near Moonwatch Ridge, there's a river running through the forest. It's best to camp near the water. They used a lot of water, so being close to the river would be much more convenient. Making beggar's chicken, for example, required wet mud, and Honeydew was a fan of beggar's chicken. She was the one who'd suggested it earlier. Qinghe had only ever eaten spicy chicken stew. She was the one who brought it up. Maple Leaf and the others were calm. Compared to the dishes they'd tried, they actually preferred the smoked and braised chicken Changxia described. They hadn't tried smoked chicken before, but they had eaten braised chicken. And just thinking about that flavor made their mouths water. Let's go with Honeydew's suggestion and camp near the river. With no clear direction, they simply headed toward the water. Thanks to the lion tribe's trail markers, they wouldn't get lost. Soon, the beast folk set off again. In the second half of the night, a cool breeze blew through the mushroom forest. Shen Rong and the others picked up their pace. At dawn, Changxia opened her sleepy eyes, listening to the sound of rushing water. She jumped up and asked softly, Maple Leaf, are we there yet? A little further, Maple Leaf replied. Although they could hear the river, they still had a bit to go. But as they got closer, the trees grew sparser. This discovery lifted everyone's spirits. Fewer trees meant the forest would be cooler during the day, and lower temperatures meant they could travel faster. Slow down, there's a herd of beasts drinking up ahead, Senda whispered, waving his black blade to signal everyone to slow down and not startle the animals at the river. Changxia, what do you want to eat? Bai Qing asked quietly, clearly eager. Shen Rong, Kong Shan, and the others eyed the herd by the river, their eyes shining with the thrill of the hunt. They were tired of python meat and wanted something different. I'm not picky, but if we could hunt a few wild boars, that would be great. We're out of lard, Changxia mused. She wanted to stir-fry some dishes, and without vegetable oil, lard was essential. Other animals didn't have enough fat, or their fat was too gamey for cooking. End of this chapter. Changxia, there are no wild boars here. Then, just pretend I didn't say anything. Maple Leaf and Honeydew landed and found a flat, sheltered slope. Soon, Bai Qing, Shen Rong, and the others set down their vine baskets and started building a fire. Bai Qing led a group quietly toward the riverbank. Wow! Qinghe exclaimed when she saw the wild pheasants and rabbits in the baskets. Changxia, come look at this. What is it? Changxia tidied her clothes and walked over from behind a tree. Elders Pukong and Senda caught more tonight than we usually get hunting, Qinghe said, holding up a pheasant. The mushroom forest pheasants were much smaller than the swift birds from Clear Moon Forest, only about 5 or 6 pounds each. There's a lot, but that's just enough for everyone, Honeydew said, drinking some water. Maple Leaf cleared away the nearby weeds and agreed. Honeydew's right. The wild pheasants here aren't big. When we roast them, I can eat 2 or 3 myself. Of course, if you paired them with roast meat and other foods, 1 per meal would be plenty. Changxia, how should we prepare these pheasants? Cut their throats and drain the blood. Then boil some water to scald off the feathers. Honeydew wanted beggar's chicken, so she started digging a pit. The mud from the pit could be used to wrap the chickens or to build a simple earth oven. Maple Leaf, grab me a few golden rods. I want to make some golden rod millet porridge. Something hot will be good for the stomach, Changxia said as she organized the baskets. The stove was ready, and in the forest, dry firewood was never in short supply. A quick search would yield a whole pile. Website promotional text omitted for clarity. If you need further translation or want the promotional/website navigation text included, just let me know. Busy at work. Suddenly, Milu's startled cry rang out. Changxia, come over here for a second. Changxia was washing a stone pot. The stone pots from the Fu tribe were really something lightweight, quick to heat up, and apart from being a bit small and few in number, they had no other drawbacks. Milu, what did you dig up? Changxia didn't even look up as she asked. Milu replied, how did you know I dug something up? The fact that Changxia could guess what happened without even glancing her way left Milu a bit miffed. Pfft. Changxia let out a soft laugh. You're digging a hole. What else would I ask if not what you found? At that, Milu was momentarily stumped. Are these sweet potatoes? Maple Leaf came over, picked up the dirt-covered lump in Milu's hand, and sniffed it. She frowned. Doesn't smell sweet like a sweet potato. Doesn't look like kudzu root or turnip either. Could it be a new kind of tuber? Let me see, said Changxia. Hearing Maple Leaf speculate that it might be a new tuber, Changxia instantly perked up. The wild mushroom forest bordered the Wangwei Mountains, and the mountains were known for all sorts of root crops. Maybe, just maybe, these were potatoes? With that thought, Changxia couldn't sit still. Changxia, can you tell if these are edible? Maple Leaf picked up 2 of the tubers and brought them over to Changxia. Changxia shook the water off her hands and took the tubers from Maple Leaf. Potatoes? They really are. Changxia smiled, excitement lighting up her face. Between potatoes and sweet potatoes, Changxia definitely preferred potatoes. Previously, the snake tribe had found sweet potatoes, but not potatoes, which Changxia had found a bit disappointing. Who would have thought they'd dig up potatoes here in the wild mushroom forest? Changxia, are potatoes edible? Milu asked. Changxia replied, yes. How many did you find? 5. I'll look for more. There should be others nearby, Milu said quickly. Without needing any prompting from Maple Leaf or Qinghe, they grabbed branches and joined Milu in searching. If Changxia said they were edible, then they must be, and probably delicious too. Milu, is it this one? Yes, that's the plant I just pulled up. Milu, there's a whole patch over here. A moment later, Qinghe called out excitedly, asking Milu to come over and check. Once they confirmed the plants were really potatoes, everyone started jumping up and down with joy. In an instant, Changxia forgot all about washing the stone pot. A whole patch of potatoes. Just the thought of it was enough to make anyone giddy. In the distance, Shen Rong and the other hunters turned around. Shen Rong whispered, what's going on over there? Sounds like they found something. Shen Rong blinked and said, Bai Qing, I'll go check it out. I'll hunt something on the way back. Too much game is hard to carry anyway. The trees were sparser on this side of the wild mushroom forest, so they could move faster. Maybe, if they were lucky, they'd reach Wangwei Ridge by tonight instead of tomorrow. As soon as Shen Rong left, Bai Qing and the others grew a bit restless. What had been a happy hunting trip suddenly lost its appeal. Elder Pukong grinned as he ate roasted meat. Elder Senda sat with his eyes closed, resting. The 2 of them seemed completely unfazed by all the commotion. Except for a brief flicker of emotion when they heard Changxia say the potatoes were edible. Otherwise, they sat as still as monks in meditation. Elder Pukong, what are Changxia and the others up to? Shen Rong asked. Pukong replied, they're in the forest over there. They said they found potatoes. Potatoes, Shen Rong exchanged puzzled looks with the others. What's that? Is it edible? Little Changxia said it is. Mila dug them up while digging a hole. It's those dirt-covered, yellow-brown tubers by your feet, Pukong said, nodding. He just tried to pick one up to eat raw, but Elder Senda had stopped him with his black knife. Hearing this, Shen Rong crouched down and picked up a potato, examining it. He brought it to his nose for a sniff, only to feel a burning gaze on him. Shen Rong silently looked up, meeting Elder Pukong's intense stare. He said, "It's a bit astringent, probably can't eat it raw." With that, he carefully put the potato down and added more firewood to the stove. "Oh, what a shame," Pukong sighed regretfully. Shen Rong's mouth twitched. Sure enough, you really couldn't leave any edible food in front of Elder Pukong. "Changxia, the water's boiling," Shen Rong called out loudly. In the forest, Changxia looked up and replied, "Shen Rong, you handle the chicken. We'll finish digging up these potatoes before heading back." "Are the others back from hunting? If they are, have them come help." Changxia would never dare order the elders around. But as for Baiqing and the others, she had no problem telling them what to do. "Wait a bit, they're not back yet," Shen Rong replied. With that, he set about preparing the chicken. Elder Senda glanced at Elder Pukong and said, "Shen Rong, go help Changxia dig up potatoes. Leave the chicken to me and Pukong." Elder Senda knew that if he and Pukong went to dig potatoes, Changxia would probably refuse their help. But if they helped with the chicken instead, freeing Shen Rong to dig potatoes, Changxia wouldn't object. "Are you sure?" Shen Rong hesitated. Elder Pukong waved him off, finishing his roasted meat. "Go on. It's just a few chickens, no big deal. Bring back plenty of potatoes. I'm looking forward to tasting Changxia's cooking." Seeing how excited Changxia was, Elder Pukong was full of anticipation for the potatoes. Hearing this, Shen Rong didn't stand on ceremony. He grabbed an empty vine basket and headed into the forest. Maple Leaf and Milo had already scattered beast repellent powder, so he didn't run into any snakes, rats, or bugs along the way, which was a relief. No wonder Maple Leaf and Milo hadn't objected when Changxia wanted to come dig potatoes. P.S. Bonus update, 15 chapters. In May, over 400 monthly votes. 4. This chapter ends. "Shen Rong, how did you get here?" Changxia asked in surprise. Shen Rong squatted down and started picking up the potatoes that Changxia and the others had dug out with sticks. He replied, "Elder Senda and Elder Pukong are helping slaughter the chickens, so they sent me over to help you dig up potatoes." "How do you eat these?" "I've smelled them. They have a bitter scent. I don't think you can eat them raw." "You can't eat potatoes raw. You can roast them, stir-fry them, boil them. There are lots of ways to cook them. I'll make them all for you later." I was planning to have roast chicken for lunch, but who knew Milu would get lucky and dig up a bunch of potatoes just by randomly digging a hole. Now we can have chicken stew with potatoes for lunch too. Changxia laughed as she swapped tasks with Shen Rong. She started picking up potatoes while Shen Rong, instead of using a stick, transformed his hands into beast claws. With that, their potato digging speed instantly increased. "I really have been led astray by Changxia," Maple Leaf muttered, tossing aside her stick and quickly transforming her hands into beast claws. As soon as she said that, Milu and Qinghe snapped out of it too. Maple Leaf was right, they'd all been led astray by Changxia. Beast claws were so much more convenient for digging up potatoes. Why bother with sticks? Changxia froze for a second, then laughed awkwardly. "Hey, you can't blame me for this." Changxia's beast form was small and delicate, and she often forgot she could transform parts of her body to help with work. Her memories from her previous life still influenced her thinking, and sometimes Maple Leaf and the others would get caught up in her habits. Once they ditched the sticks, Maple Leaf and the others worked much faster. In no time at all, they dug up about a third of the potatoes in this patch of forest. By the time Bai Qing and the others arrived, there was only a small area left untouched. The soil in the wild mushroom forest was rich, and every potato was about the size of a fist. In the end, Changxia's group harvested 4 baskets of potatoes, over 1,000 jin. "Changxia, let's look around nearby." "There should be more," Milo suggested. Changxia shook her head, stopping Milo from searching further. She explained, "Milu, that's enough. Let's leave the rest for the lion tribe to dig up. These potatoes are just like the golden stalks and millet that the wolf tribe eats. They can be used as a staple food. The soil here is fertile. If the lion tribe clears out some of the trees, the potatoes will grow even better." The more Mila listened, the more excited she became. If the wild mushroom forest weren't so far from Dream Valley, she'd have run back already to tell her clan leader about the potatoes and get the lion tribe to come here at once. When we reach the Snake Mountain tribe, let's have the Snake Tribe tell the Lion Tribe leader about the potatoes in the wild mushroom forest. Since the forest is right next to Muwatch Ridge, there's a good chance potatoes grow there too. Maybe the potatoes here actually came from Muwatch Ridge, Bai Qing said calmly, stopping the eager Milu. The best place for tubers to grow was the Muwatch Mountains. Since the wild mushroom forest was right next to Muwatch Ridge, in a way, the Lion Tribe was benefiting from the Snake Tribe's territory. Bai Qing wanted the Snake Tribe to tell the Lion Tribe about the potatoes, as a gesture of goodwill, so the Lion Tribe would owe the Snake Tribe a favor. After all, as Chang Xia had said, potatoes, like golden stalks, millet, and sweet potatoes, could all be used as staple foods. Their value and status were on par with ginkgo nuts. Ginkgo trees grew everywhere in the twilight forest, but golden stalks, millet, and the like only grew in certain places. My brother's right. If there are potatoes in Muwatch Ridge, we have to let the Snake Tribe know so they can harvest them. Chang Xia nodded, agreeing with Bai Qing's suggestion. The potatoes in the wild mushroom forest were already ripe and ready to be harvested. The climate here wasn't much different from Muwatch Ridge, so if the potatoes here were ready, the ones over there probably were too. From the looks of it, potatoes in the twilight forest were different from those on Earth. They could probably be harvested 2 or 3 times a year. The beast folk had big appetites, but the twilight forest was generous. I almost hope Nanfeng will come to Muwatch Ridge to meet you, Chang Xia, Maple Leaf said. Looking at the 4 big baskets of potatoes, she changed the subject. So, Chang Xia, how do you cook potatoes? Chang Xia couldn't help but twitch her lips. She really shouldn't have expected anything else from this bunch of foodies. Chicken stew with potatoes, stir-fried potato slices. You can roast them, boil them, just make sure they're cooked, and you can eat them however you like, Chang Xia said casually. Potatoes, like sweet potatoes, could give you heartburn if you ate too many. But they were just so delicious. Roasted sweet potatoes, roasted potatoes. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get back to camp, Milla urged. A short while later, the group of beast folk returned to camp. Elder Pukong craned his neck, staring at the 4 baskets of dirt-covered lumps. Little Chang Xia. Before he could finish, Chang Xia quickly said, "Don't worry, I'll start making chicken stew with potatoes right away." As she spoke, she picked out a few potatoes from the baskets and buried them directly in the stove. Maple Leaf, take some potatoes to the river and wash them. For the chicken stew and stir-fried dishes, peel the potatoes. For boiling, just wash them and put them in the pot. Shen Rong, marinate the wild chicken, you're in charge of the roast chicken. Brother, Milla wants beggar's chicken, you're in charge of that. With her hands on her hips, Chang Xia quickly assigned everyone their tasks. There weren't many people, but beast folk had huge appetites, so they had to prepare plenty of food. Running out would be a disaster. Traveling through the forest was exhausting, and they couldn't afford to go hungry. Once everything was arranged, Chang Xia started washing golden stalk grains and millet. The golden stalk grains were broken, so making a thick porridge with them and millet would take some time. Luckily, the weather in the wild mushroom forest was nice today. The climate here was much better than before. Even if they took a bit longer, it didn't matter. Besides, finding the potatoes made the extra time totally worth it. Chang Xia, should I slice the potatoes thin or thick? Maple Leaf loved potatoes. She peeled them, and Qinghe took the washed potatoes and put them in a pot, planning to boil a batch to try them out. For the chicken stew, cut them into chunks. For stir-frying, slice them thin, Chang Xia replied. Qinghe put the potatoes in the pot and added enough water to cover them. Chang Xia, do I need to add any seasoning when boiling the potatoes? Qinghe asked. Note: the last paragraph is a meta-note from the website and can be omitted in a novel translation. Let me know if you need this refined further or want a more literary style. No need, just cook it directly. Chang Xia didn't even look up as she poured the soaked golden millet and corn into the pot, covered it with the lid, and sealed it tight. For a moment, the whole camp was bustling with activity. When Chang Xia finished cooking the golden millet and corn porridge, she looked up and glanced around. Brother, what did you hunt? She suddenly remembered that Bai Qing and the others had gone hunting. "We caught a black-horned bull," Bai Qing replied. Shen Rong had reminded them not to hunt too much, since it would be hard to carry. In the end, they decided to just hunt one black-horned bull. They all loved the taste of stewed beef. "A black-horned bull," Chang Xia mused. "Potato stew with beef brisket is delicious too. I'll use the stone pot the Fu tribe gave me to make a batch." The pot from the Fu tribe was about the same size as the number 6 or 7 pots at Chang Xia's home. It was small and easy for Chang Xia to use. But for these beast folk with their big appetites, the pot was nowhere near big enough, far too small. "Chang Xia, can you use a bigger pot?" Kong Shan muttered. Chang Xia rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "Do you see any bigger pots? I can't just go find a rock and grind out a new stone pot every time we want potato beef stew, can I?" "I'll go find a rock and make a new stone pot," Kong Shan said. Chang Xia waved her hand, stopping him. "No, let's not. If you want to eat, wait until we get to the Heluo Tribe and make plans then. For now, let's just have a taste," Chang Xia said decisively. She absolutely couldn't set this kind of precedent. Making a new stone pot every time was just too much trouble. End of this chapter. Kong Shan, Maple Leaf called out. She was craving the stew too, but managed to stay rational. She agreed with Chang Xia's decision. Today, they'd just have a taste. Once they reached the Heluo Tribe, they could eat whatever they wanted. Besides, wild mushroom forests could grow potatoes. And the neighboring Wangwei Ridge, right next to the wild mushroom forest, definitely wouldn't be lacking in them. Tubers like these grew best in the Wangwei Mountains. There was no reason for the wild mushroom forest to have potatoes and Wangwei Ridge not to. Kong Shan sighed and didn't insist. Eager to taste the potatoes, the beast folk took over all the chores so Chang Xia could focus on making potato roast chicken and potato beef stew. The simple stir-fried potato slices, since they didn't have any meat, were unconsciously ignored by everyone. "Chang Xia, is it ready yet?" "Shen Rong's roast chicken is done. If you're hungry, have some roast chicken first to fill up. The potato roast chicken and potato beef stew will take a bit longer, so don't rush me. She'd just started stewing. How could it be ready so fast?" Chang Xia dusted off her hands and walked over to Shen Rong. She'd been craving roast chicken all night. Now, with the delicious aroma of roast chicken wafting through the air, how could she resist? "Shen Rong, is the roast chicken ready?" "I'm starving," Chang Xia said. "It's ready. Do you want chili on it?" Shen Rong nodded, picked up the cutting board, and got ready to chop up the chicken for Chang Xia. The wild chicken had been marinated, and Shen Rong had basted it with spices while roasting, so it was basically ready to eat as is. "Add some," Chang Xia replied. Shen Rong quickly chopped up the roast chicken and sprinkled chili powder on top. Shen Rong himself never bothered chopping up his roast chicken, but Chang Xia always liked it cut into pieces. It was easier to eat that way. She didn't really like gnawing on a whole chicken, even though it was satisfying. "Bai Qing, is the beggar's chicken ready?" Milu whispered. Seeing Chang Xia start eating, the other beast folk were all tempted too. But unlike Chang Xia, they had to help themselves if they wanted roast chicken or grilled meat. Soon enough, everyone had a roast chicken in hand and was happily gnawing away. Bai Qing ate roast chicken while tending the fire. When Chang Xia finally announced that the potato roast chicken and potato beef stew were ready, the beast folk quickly dragged over rattan baskets to use as tables and chairs and set out all the food. "Shen Rong, help bring over the cooked potatoes." "Maple Leaf, pull the baked potatoes out of the oven. If you don't want the golden millet and corn porridge, just eat the potatoes," Chang Xia called out, and the beast folk quickly gathered around. With the mouth-watering aroma of food in the air, even the two elders set aside their vigilance. "Eat first. If any wild beasts really dared to show up, they'd deal with it when the time came. These potatoes are amazing, so fluffy and soft. Potatoes soaked in chicken juices are just delicious." "You're wrong, the potatoes in the beef stew are even better. Try them if you don't believe me." In an instant, the camp was filled with lively chatter. Chang Xia, having already eaten half a roast chicken, was now sipping golden millet and corn porridge and holding a baked potato that Shen Rong had peeled for her. A bite of porridge, a bite of potato, she was thoroughly enjoying herself. The other beast folk didn't rush for the porridge. Their bowls were filled with either potato roast chicken or potato beef stew. It was their first time eating potatoes, and they were so excited that they forgot all about the roast chicken, beggar's chicken, and beef skewers. Little Changxia, these potatoes are great. Can the Heluo tribe grow them? Pukong was very pleased with the potatoes and, for once, asked about planting them. Changxia ate her baked potato, thought for a moment, and said, "We should be able to plant them, but I doubt we could match the wild mushroom forest or the Wangwei Mountains. Plus, our tribe could probably only grow one crop per year in Heluo." She learned this lesson from growing chili peppers. Vegetables and fruits from other regions could only be grown if you followed the right season. In the Wangwei Mountains, potatoes could be grown 2 or 3 times a year, but in Heluo, probably only once, and the yield might be lower. Why was that? Changxia didn't really know. Maybe it was the beast god's way of caring for each tribe. As long as we can grow them, that's good enough, Senda said. Changxia shook her head slightly and said calmly, "We'll only know if we try. Even if we can't grow them, our tribe can always trade with the snake tribe." The Heluo tribe wasn't poor. Their food might not be as abundant as some other tribes, but they had things others didn't, like seasoning trees, red maples, green trees, rattan trees, and so on. Once all those were developed, the Heluo tribe would never have to worry about trading for what the leopard tribe needed. Long summer, these boiled potatoes are delicious. "Let's cook a bit more and save some for the road," Maple Leaf suggested. At lunch, they'd eaten a quarter of the black-horned ox that Bai Qing and the others had hunted. The remaining 3/4 would be cooked and packed up to take with them, along with a few more pots of boiled potatoes. This way, they could skip making pancakes and baked naan, which saved a lot of time overall. It was a pretty good deal. The fruit powder they'd brought from the Heluo tribe had long since run out. What they were eating now had been prepared with the help of the lion tribe. The flour and powder tasted good, but whenever they entered the forest, they always craved something different. It couldn't be helped, it was just the nature of beast folk. After a hearty meal, the group of beast folk lay down to rest, roasting and stewing meat while boiling more potatoes. The temperature in the wild mushroom forest near Muwatch Ridge wasn't as high, so they planned to finish preparing their food and set out right away, aiming to reach Muwatch Ridge before dusk. At first, they'd thought they'd have to travel through the night. On the 3rd day, they arrived at Muwatch Ridge just before dawn. Given that they weren't very familiar with the wild mushroom forest, a little miscalculation was to be expected. The sun was rising higher in the sky. The chirping of birds echoed throughout the mountains and forests. Long Summer and the others packed up, extinguished the campfire, and set out once again. Long Summer was still nestled in her little den, holding Bai Linger in her arms. "There are fewer bugs and ants now, but more snakes and pythons," Maple Leaf murmured. As they passed through the underbrush, shed snake skins could be seen everywhere. Elder Senda, of course, didn't miss this. Shed snake skins could be used as medicine. Whenever they came across one, they'd collect it. "Snakes and pythons? How come I haven't seen any?" Long Summer stood on tiptoe, peering out from her little den. She hadn't even seen Elder Senda draw his knife, so why did Maple Leaf say there were more snakes? Maple Leaf raised his hand and pointed to a snake skin dangling from a distant tree branch. "Long Summer, do you see that white thing over there? That's a shed snake skin. And there are lots of them, old and new, hanging all around." Maple Leaf's face darkened, clearly not in a good mood. They hadn't even reached the Muwatch Mountains yet, and already there were so many snake skins. If it was like this before even entering the mountains, wouldn't it be a snake with every step once they got inside? The more Maple Leaf thought about it, the darker his expression became. Gulp. Long Summer swallowed hard. After what Maple Leaf said, she looked up and sure enough, saw lots of ribbon-like things, some hanging from the branches, some draped over the bushes. The Muwatch Mountains are really scary. Long Summer felt a renewed urge to turn back. Did she really have to go to the Snake Peak tribe? It wasn't that she was especially afraid of snakes and pythons, but when there were so many of them, scary didn't even begin to describe the scene. Long Summer, the Muwatch Mountains are actually a great place. What's so scary about them? Senda said with a smile. But to Long Summer and the others, his laughter was even more unsettling than Elder Pukong's. Bai Qing, what's the situation in the Muwatch Mountains? Shen Rong asked. Too many snakes, rats, bugs, and ants could easily lead to all kinds of diseases. No matter how much the snake tribe liked snakes and pythons, surely they'd show some restraint. Bai Qing's expression shifted as he recalled the scenes he'd witnessed at the Snake Peak tribe. The Muwatch Mountains are normal, but the Snake Peak tribe is a bit special. Bai Qing hesitated, then said softly, the snake beast folk there keep snakes and pythons as pets. Every tribe member has their own pet snake. Shen Rong fell silent. He was already dreading their upcoming visit to the Snake Peak tribe. Aside from Elder Senda, he doubted any of the beast folk in their group would be happy about this news. Do we really have to go to the Snake Peak tribe? Shen Rong asked. Bai Qing looked at him quietly, and the meaning was clear. Nanfeng wasn't keen on going to the Snake Peak tribe either. He knew a bit about the snakes there. But in the end, he was still sent by the tribe to help teach the snake tribe. Actually, Bai Qing suspected that the chief's decision to send Nanfeng to the Snake Peak tribe had something to do with Long Summer. Just like how he'd taken Milu to the Heavenly Lion tribe, it was all to pave the way for Long Summer and lighten her burden as much as possible. Nanfeng has already been at the Snake Peak tribe for 2 months. Whatever needed to be done should be mostly finished by now. We don't need to stay long, just go and say hello. After a long silence, Bai Qing explained softly. Shen Rong understood the hint. He glanced at Long Summer, who was riding on Kongshan's back. Let's hope so, Shen Rong murmured. During this time, Long Summer and the others didn't stop to rest again. There were just too many white strips hanging from the branches, so Long Summer decided to just close her eyes and rest, out of sight, out of mind. Time passed without them noticing. Long Summer, we've reached Muwatch Ridge. Suddenly, Long Summer heard a familiar voice calling her. She opened her eyes and looked around, only to see the bright sky now painted with the red glow of sunset. The air was filled with the chirping of birds, and Long Summer felt a bit disoriented. Where was she now? Long Summer responded. Nanfeng, are you looking for trouble? Long Summer's not even awake yet. Why are you bothering her? Maple Leaf scolded Nanfeng, tugging his ear and shooing him away. Long Summer was dazed for a few seconds. Gradually, she regained her senses and looked up to see Maple Leaf lecturing Nanfeng. This familiar scene, she hadn't seen it in nearly 2 months, and she actually felt a bit nostalgic. Nanfeng, Long Summer called out happily, have we reached Muwatch Ridge, or are we at the Snake Peak tribe? Pfft. At her words, the beast folk couldn't help but laugh. Long Summer, we can't fly, you know. There's no way we could get from the wild mushroom forest to the Snake Peak tribe in half a day, Maple Leaf said, exasperated. We've just arrived at Muwatch Ridge. Nanfeng slithered over here a couple of days ago. We're lucky to have run into him right away. Muwatch Ridge was huge. Running into each other so quickly was truly lucky. Long Summer, you're finally here. Nanfeng hugged her tightly, rubbing up against her affectionately. His excitement left the other beast folk a bit stunned. If you enjoyed this, please consider bookmarking or recommending it to friends. Thank you. Angry face. Changxia stretched out her little paws and pushed hard. In the end, Maple Leaf couldn't stand it anymore and came to her rescue. I'll take Changxia to change her clothes, Maple Leaf said. Nanfeng grinned and happily trotted after them. The other beast folk either unloaded baskets or took a break. Shixing went up to greet the elders, Pukong and Senda, then walked over to Bai Qing and Shen Rong, smiling and exchanging a few words. They were all familiar faces, so things didn't feel awkward. Milla gave Shixing a brief explanation about Qinghe's situation. Qinghe, welcome to the Muwatch Mountains, Shixing said with a smile, waving at her. Qinghe replied, Tianlang Tribe, Qinghe. Nanfeng, how are things at the Shiwa tribe? Changxia asked as she finished dressing and let Nanfeng help comb her hair. Nanfeng took a deep breath, her expression hard to describe. The road construction is going smoothly, but building houses is a bit tricky. Everything else is going well. What's the issue with building houses? Changxia asked in surprise. Some beast folk in the snake tribe want to build log cabins, some want stone houses, and some even want to live in trees. Nanfeng looked utterly helpless as she spoke. Who would have thought the snake tribe would have so many oddballs? Other than having more snakes and pythons, the Moonwatch Mountains were a great place. For housing, aside from kiln building like the Heluo Tribe, which wasn't suitable, both wooden and stone houses were options. So, problems started cropping up. Still, none of these were major issues. The snake tribe really has a lot of ideas. Changxia fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Nanfeng, are you getting used to living in the Heluo tribe? At that question, Nanfeng nearly burst into tears. Seeing this, Changxia was dumbfounded. Even Maple Leaf beside her was at a loss. Did they say something wrong? Changxia, I'm telling you, the Heluo tribe is really not a place for beastfolk to live. It's terrifying, Nanfeng lamented. Every single member of the snake tribe keeps snakes and pythons as pets. They're with them all the time. If I wasn't afraid of being blamed by the tribe, I would have run straight back to the Heluo tribe the very first day. Nanfeng didn't lower her voice. Shixing, Shilin, and the others all heard her complaints. Their expressions were subtle, but no one argued. What Nanfeng said was true. The snake tribe kept snakes and pythons as pets. Even the newly transformed beast cubs always had a snake or python with them. Really? Changxia's hands and feet trembled as she whispered, but when Shixing was in the tribe, I never saw him with a pet. Humph. Nanfeng snorted. That jerk hid his python in my house's kiln cave. I only found out when I went to the Heluo tribe this time. Changxia and Maple Leaf were both stunned. Shixing, that sneaky move of yours is something else. Shixing, is this true? Changxia walked over and looked at him seriously. Shixing looked a bit embarrassed and explained, yes. The black snake has been with me since I was little. I can't bear to part with it. Don't worry, Changxia, its fangs have been removed. It's very gentle. The snake tribe had a tradition of keeping snakes and pythons as pets. In the Heluo tribe, everyone had one. Shixing was afraid Nanfeng couldn't handle it, so he hid his black snake. I don't really want to go to the Heluo tribe, Changxia said softly. At that, Shixing and Shilin were dumbfounded. If the tribe found out they'd scared Changxia away, they'd be in big trouble when they got back. Changxia, the Heluo tribe has kept snakes and pythons for generations. You don't have to worry about being attacked, Senda explained, signaling Shixing and Shilin to show their pet snakes. Look, Changxia, their pets are very gentle and even cute. Shixing and Shilin quickly called out their pet snakes. The beast folk, including Changxia, looked a bit nervous. The black snake, true to its name, was a dark, coiled mass that Shixing pulled out from his quiver. Shilin's pet was a brightly colored viper named Little Kai. Changxia couldn't tell what species it was, but it was small and looked rather cute. Black snake, come greet Changxia. Little Kai, this is Changxia. Other snake tribe beast folk also called out their pet snakes, though one person had a forest python. Afraid of scaring Changxia, he didn't bring it over, also worried that Elder Senda might take a swing at his pet. End of this chapter. Why do you keep black snake in your quiver? Changxia paused, suspicious. She looked up at Shixing, noticing he carried a quiver but no bow. Did he use arrows as javelins? Shixing explained, our tribe keeps snakes and pythons as pets because they're also our weapons. Black snake can be used like a bow and arrow. This wasn't a secret in the Twilight Forest, but Changxia had always been frail and stayed in the Heluo tribe, so the leopard tribe had never told her. Each beast tribe had its own specialties. Their weapons varied a bit. Javelins and bows were basic weapons that all tribes used. But beyond that, each of the 6 great tribes had their own trump cards. For the snake tribe, it was their pet snakes and pythons. What looked like harmless pets could become powerful weapons in their hands. Changxia was stunned. Pet snakes that could double as weapons, wasn't the snake tribe a bit too impressive? Nanfeng, is that true? Changxia swallowed nervously. Nanfeng nodded. It's true. When they hunt in the forest, these snakes transform. They're amazing. She used to dislike Shixing's black snake, but after seeing it in action during a hunt, her dislike vanished. Compared to the snake tribe, the leopard tribe's attacks seemed rather one-dimensional. However, in the entire Twilight Forest, Aside from the snake tribe, no other tribe dared to use snakes or pythons as weapons. Still, Nanfeng vaguely remembered overhearing her father mention that in the wolf tribe, some beastmen could command wolves, meaning the wild forest wolves and gray wolves that lived in the woods. But Nanfeng had never verified if that was true. After all, she'd only overheard it and didn't dare tell anyone else. Elder Senda, wait. Over here, Chang Xia had just calmed herself down when a sharp voice suddenly rang out. A beastman from the snake tribe rushed over and blocked Elder Senda's path, looking anxious. Shishing was startled, then seemed to remember something. He hurried over and explained, Elder Senda, don't attack that forest python. That's Shi's companion, i.e., it's a pet snake, not a wild forest python. With a flick of Elder Senda's black blade, a distant tree was instantly cut down, revealing the forest python hiding behind it. At that moment, the python was tense, its golden eyes full of panic and fear. Its scales were practically standing on end. It was clearly terrified. What a pity, Senda said regretfully, withdrawing his blade. He had just caught a whiff of a pleasant scent and, on a whim, swung his blade at the tree. Fortunately, Shui stopped him in time, and Senda managed to pull back at the last moment, so his strike missed. Otherwise, they'd be having a python feast right now. Shui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That was close, so close. Once he was sure Elder Senda wouldn't attack again, Shui stumbled over to his companion Ai, threw his arms around the python's head, and burst into tears. Ai, you almost didn't make it. Chang Xia and the other beastmen were speechless, black lines forming on their foreheads as they listened to Shui's sob. Chang Xia had never seen a male cry like that before. It was oddly interesting, and she couldn't help but keep watching. Shut up. Shishing barked. A male crying and wailing like that, especially in front of outsiders, wasn't he afraid the snake tribe chief would beat him when they got back? Among beastmen, only those who survived the stick became true totem warriors. And when they fought, they really fought hard. Chastised by Shishing, Shi choked back his tears. He clung tightly to Ai, not daring to let go, afraid that if he did, Elder Senda might swing his blade again. At that moment, he regretted choosing a forest python as a pet. If only his companion were like Shishing Snakeskin, maybe Elder Senda wouldn't have targeted it. Of course, the idea of taking revenge on Senda never even crossed his mind. He couldn't even beat Shishing. How could he possibly take on Elder Senda? That would be suicide. Stop dawdling and get the stove set up and the fire going. Nanfeng clapped her hands, reminding everyone. The sun had already dipped completely below the horizon, and the night wind was picking up. It would be dark soon. Wangwei Ridge was nothing like the Snake Mountain tribe. There were countless snakes, rats, insects, and ants. Lighting a fire would at least keep some of them away. Nanfeng enthusiastically helped sort through the vine baskets. Seeing her sneaky expression, Chang Xia and Feng Yi could guess what she was thinking, but didn't refuse and let her do as she pleased. Chang Xia, what are these 4 baskets of tubers? Where did you dig them up? They look so familiar, like I've seen them somewhere before, Nanfeng muttered, staring intently at the potatoes in the baskets. Shi, still hugging his companion, glanced up at Nanfeng. These yellow-brown tubers, you dug up several of them yesterday, didn't you, Nanfeng? Shui said, a bit exasperated. They'd been hanging around the edge of the wild mushroom forest near Wangwei Ridge, afraid of missing Chang Xia. Nanfeng, bored, had dug up quite a few of these tubers. But none of them recognized them, so they hadn't dared to eat any. Shishing had Shui store them in his beast pouch, planning to take them back to the tribe for identification. As he spoke, Shui pointed to the basket where he'd put his beast pouch, telling Shishing that the tubers Nanfeng dug up yesterday were in that basket. Shishing's face lit up with joy. He quickly walked over, took out Shui's beast pouch, and showed the tubers to Chang Xia. If Chang Xia had dug up these tubers and even packed them for the journey, it was obvious they were edible and valuable. Shishing had already confirmed yesterday that these plants were everywhere in Wangwei Ridge, even right next to their camp. Chang Xia, are these 2 kinds of tubers the same? And are they edible? Shishing opened the beast pouch and held the tubers out to Chang Xia for her to identify. Potatoes. They're edible, Chang Xia replied. This morning, Chang Xia made braised chicken with potatoes, beef stew with potatoes, and we also had roasted potatoes, boiled potatoes, and stir-fried potato slices, Milu said cheerfully, pointing to the wild mushroom forest behind her. We dug up these potatoes in the wild mushroom forest. I figure they probably spread here from Wangwei Ridge. Chang Xia said potatoes, like golden millet, corn, and sweet potatoes, can be staple foods. As for the potatoes in the wild mushroom forest, we'll need your snake tribe chief to inform my tribe as well. Chang Xia wasn't much of a talker, so Milu took over, explaining everything in detail, including what Chang Xia and Bai Qing had told her to pass on. After listening, Shixing, Shilin, and the other snake tribe beastmen nodded eagerly. There was no reason not to agree. Even if the wild mushroom forest was full of potatoes, it couldn't compare to the vastness of the Wangwei Mountains. Don't worry, Milu. When we get back to the tribe, I'll tell the chief about the potatoes, Shixing said earnestly. Nanfang's eyes lit up with excitement. Chang Xia, I want to eat braised chicken with potatoes, beef stew with potatoes, roasted potatoes, boiled potatoes, and stir-fried potato slices. I want to try them all. Sure, just get the ingredients ready, Chang Xia replied briskly. She hadn't seen Nanfeng in a long time and couldn't bear to refuse her request, so she agreed right away. End of this chapter. Wild chickens are easy to hunt. Black-horned cattle are a bit tougher, Nanfeng muttered. Maple Leaf said, this morning, Bai Qing and the others hunted a black-horned bull. Changxia used a cold stone to freeze a slab of beef. If you want to eat potato and beef stew, just go find Changxia. The pot wasn't very big, so there wasn't much potato chicken or potato beef stew. There were also roast chicken, beggar's chicken, roasted potatoes, and other foods. Even with all that, they'd barely made a dent in the black-horned bull. The rest, Changxia froze with the cold stone. With Bai Linger helping to keep things cool, the cold stone was freed up for other uses. Along the way, the cold stone had been a huge help to Changxia. The cold spring in Misty Ridge was too precious to lose, but fortunately, the vine forest where the spring was located was mysterious enough that they didn't have to worry about outsiders finding the cold stone washed up by the spring. Changxia, Nanfeng called out. Changxia smiled and said, I forgot there was still some black-horned beef in the basket. I thought we'd finished it all this morning. Let's hurry up and get lunch ready. We rushed on the road at noon and only managed to gnaw on a boiled potato. I'm getting hungry now. As soon as Changxia mentioned being hungry, all the beast folk sprang into action. Even though everyone was busy, the snake folk like Shixing were careful to keep their companions from getting too close to Elder Senda. At times like this, Elder Pukong was definitely safer than Elder Senda. After all, Elder Senda was known as the snake catcher. He really put a lot of pressure on the snake folk. Especially Ai, who had just narrowly escaped death a moment ago. While Changxia started preparing food, Shixing excitedly sprawled on the ground, digging up potatoes. Other snake folk spread out to check on the potato patches nearby. The snake folk had plenty of food, but no one ever complained about having too much. The Heluo Tribe is close by. Let Jen arrange for our people to trade with the snake folk for more potatoes and sweet potatoes, Senda said gently. Potatoes and sweet potatoes keep well, so we don't have to worry about them spoiling if we get a lot. Elder Pukong nodded. When we get to the Heluo Tribe, go talk to Shishi or Shiguar yourself. With the Baihu trading district opening up, the Heluo Tribe is going to get busy soon. Stocking up on food ahead of time is never a bad idea. Shen Rong and Bai Qing quietly listened to the two elders' conversation, giving Changxia a silent thumbs up in their hearts. Nanfeng, any news from the bear or tiger tribes? Changxia asked. Nanfeng munched on a boiled potato Changxia handed her leftovers from breakfast. What kind of news? I've been at the Heluo tribe lately, so I don't know much about those two tribes. So you don't know much, which means you do know something. Have the bear or tiger tribes sent beast folk to the Heluo tribe? Changxia's face lit up. The bear and tiger tribes were in a similar situation as the Heluo tribe, not as extreme as the Tianshi tribe in the Illusion Forest. Changxia wondered if she should wrap up her route scouting early. Right now, all the tribes were busy with construction and infrastructure. Changxia wanted to start farming, and she also needed to set up transportation. Plus, after the previous gazelle hunt, she was thinking about improving the spiritual and cultural life of the beast folk in the Twilight Forest, maybe even try out some entertainment. Adding it all up, Changxia felt there was no need to keep venturing into the forest. How did you know the bear and tiger tribes sent people to the snake folk? Nanfeng asked in surprise, turning to study Changxia. Did Changxia have some kind of clairvoyance? I guessed. When I was with the wolf tribe, I heard them mention the lion tribe. I figured, after spending 2 months with the wolves and lions, and now about to reach the snake folk, the bears and tigers would probably make a move too, Changxia explained. Nanfeng half understood. Actually, besides the bears and tigers, the fox tribe and some smaller tribes have sent people to the snake folk too. I even asked Xixing about it before. Now it seems they all came because of you. Nanfeng might seem a bit silly around Changxia, but she was actually quite capable. Once Changxia pointed it out, she caught on quickly. If everyone's here, even better, Changxia said happily. With everyone at the Heluo Tribe, she could teach them all at once. Nanfeng looked at Changxia suspiciously, sensing there was more to her words. Changxia, can we dig up the potatoes? Xixing called out. Changxia paused, momentarily confused. Why was Xixing asking her about digging potatoes? The snake folk have never dug up potatoes before. Xixing is asking if it's okay to dig them up now, Nanfeng explained. They hadn't known potatoes were edible before, even though potato plants grew all over the Moonwatch Mountains. Xixing and the others were right to be excited. This meant the snake folk had a new food source. The Heluo Tribe always said Changxia was the leopard tribe's lucky star, but now it seemed she was the lucky star for all the beast folk. Thanks to Changxia, the tribes had discovered lots of new foods. Maybe they weren't a big deal in the warm season, but come the cold season, every new food meant a better chance of survival. Xixing, go ahead and dig. Changxia called out. It's potato harvest season now, so dig as you see fit. But I think potatoes in the Moonwatch Mountains might grow in multiple seasons, so maybe save some for seed when you dig. Changxia still wasn't sure about the growing patterns of plants in the Twilight Forest. Normally, you'd plant potatoes by cutting them up, letting them sprout, and then planting them. But with potatoes growing wild all over Moonwatch Ridge, this was clearly different from what she knew. She didn't want to give too much advice and risk misleading the snake folk. The snake folk already had experience harvesting mud beans, sweet potatoes, and yams, more than Changxia did. All right, we'll dig up some to take back to the tribe. The rest, we'll wait for the tribe to decide, Xixing said, waving for Xilin, Shiyi, and the others to start digging and bring back as many as they could. If Changxia liked potatoes, they must taste good. Changxia, I brought some candied mud beans. Want some? Nanfeng untied the beast pouch at her waist and handed it to Changxia. I tried making food with yams, kudzu, and sweet potatoes, but it didn't work out. Website promo and navigation omitted for clarity. How did you make these? Changxia took the frosted yam beans, ate a few, then passed them to Maple Leaf and the others. Nanfeng's frosted yam beans weren't bad, just a bit too sweet. It's like the frosted yam beans. The yam and sweet potato taste okay, but the kudzu root is way too bitter, Nanfeng said. Changxia, standing to the side, was speechless. This is totally some kind of culinary disaster. Wouldn't it be better to just boil the kudzu root? If you slice the yam and sweet potato and stir-fried them with sugar, they'd definitely taste good. Nanfeng must have messed up a step somewhere. She's great at hunting and foraging, but when it comes to cooking, well, she really doesn't have any talent for it. If she'd asked Xixing for help, Changxia figured she'd be eating delicious frosted yams and sweet potatoes right now. What a pity. But Nanfeng is stubborn. She probably made these behind Xixing's back. Yam and sweet potato can totally be made into frosted treats. You shouldn't have done it yourself. Just ask Xixing for help. Changxia said, exasperated. Maple Leaf, beside her, looked equally speechless. Doesn't Nanfeng realize her own cooking skills? Usually, when she helps Changxia cook, she's just an assistant at best. And now she dared to make snacks on her own. That's some next-level confidence. It'd be a miracle if they were actually edible. End of this chapter. Ahem. Nanfeng was incredibly embarrassed. Shi Tribe has been busy lately. How could I trouble Xixing? Nanfeng pouted awkwardly. She actually wanted Xixing's help, but he had to have the time for it. I don't think it's about Xixing being busy. You just wanted to mess around on your own and didn't want to attract attention from the other Snake Tribe beastmen. Maple Leaf rolled her eyes and teased Nanfeng. She'd grown up with Nanfeng. If anyone knew Nanfeng's personality, it was her. Nanfeng covered her mouth and giggled. Joking and laughing, the beastmen gathered around the fire to eat dinner. I finally feel alive again, Nanfeng said with satisfaction, eating the delicious food Changxia had cooked. The past 2 months had been so tough. Even using the same methods and seasonings, the food Nanfeng made just couldn't compare to Changxia's. The Snake Tribe is different from the Lion Tribe. They prefer light, cold dishes, much like the East Sea Fish Tribe. After getting used to Changxia's cooking, Nanfeng found their usual food bland and tasteless. Otherwise, why would she have tried making frosted yam beans herself? Nanfeng, isn't that a bit dramatic? Changxia asked in surprise. Nanfeng glanced at Xixing and explained, the Snake Tribe likes their food light. They don't use much ginger, scallion, garlic, or chili. Plus, they prefer cold dishes and raw food. The Snake Tribe likes to swallow their food whole, so spicy or hot dishes just aren't their thing. Changxia blinked and looked at Xixing and the other Snake Tribe beastmen. But don't they seem to enjoy the potato chicken and potato beef stew? Xixing and the others ate those dishes like they loved them. Back when Xixing was at the Heluo Tribe, he seemed totally normal. Changxia never noticed anything off. That's an exception, Nanfeng said. Who wouldn't love Changxia's cooking? Changxia, Nanfeng's right. Our tribe's diet is similar to the East Sea Fish Tribe's, probably because of our bloodline. We prefer cold and raw dishes. We really like the marinated fish and sashimi from the food tribe. Of course, we love anything you cook, no matter if it's hot, cold, sweet, or spicy, Xixing said quickly, after Nanfeng shot him a look. The Snake Tribe is different from other beast tribes. Their bloodline influences them a lot, especially in their eating habits. For example, they prefer to swallow bird eggs whole. When Xixing mentioned the food tribe's marinated fish and sashimi, Changxia's eyes lit up. Xixing, has the Snake Tribe had contact with the food tribe? The Sub-Detroit River passes through the Muwatch Mountains and Cheongshan. Our tribe has had contact with the food tribe. These stone pots you have look just like the ones the food tribe uses. Did you meet food tribe beastmen in the Clear Moon Forest? Xixing asked in surprise. The food tribe is the most mysterious and hard-to-reach tribe in the Twilight Forest. Unless the Sub-Detroit River passes through your area, it's very hard to get close to them. Some beast tribes in the Twilight Forest don't even know the food tribe exists. Xixing, why did you think we met food tribe beastmen in the Clear Moon Forest? The Sub-Detroit River passes through the Clear Moon Forest, but not the Enchanted Jungle. Since you mentioned the food tribe, you must have met them recently. Haha. Xixing, you guessed right. We did meet food tribe beastmen in the Clear Moon Forest. Chief Yu-Fu even treated us to marinated fish and sashimi. These pots were gifts from the food tribe. Hearing this, Nanfeng was even more envious. Changxia, were the marinated fish and sashimi good? Nanfeng asked. She'd tried the Snake Tribe's cold and raw dishes before, but honestly, the taste was hard to describe. After trying them twice, Nanfeng would rather cook for herself. The food tribe's marinated fish and sashimi are absolutely delicious, Changxia praised. Qinghe pouted and chimed in, don't listen to Changxia, Nanfeng. Only the food tribe beastmen can make marinated fish and sashimi taste good. Qinghe's right. The food tribe uses a special herb from the Erdos marsh called fish sauce grass and a root called flavor root to marinate their fish. Unless you use East Sea Fish or Sea Beasts, any other version tastes awful, Maple Leaf agreed. Marinated fish and sashimi aren't something just anyone can make. Changxia, don't look at me. We've finished all the fish sauce grass the food tribe gave us, and there are only 2 pieces of flavor root left. But flavor root tastes a lot like sauce fruit. If you want marinated fish and sashimi, You'll have to wait until the Fu tribe visits again. As soon as Chang Xia finished speaking, all the beastmen around her looked over. Long Summer, is the duck tribe really going to visit the Heluo tribe? Shishing asked excitedly. Long Summer replied, they should be. With the issues of the grindstone and the underground river, the duck tribe needed to consult with Suyi. Although the duck tribe lived in seclusion, that didn't mean they were truly cut off from the world. Now that the Heluo tribe had opened the Baihu commercial district and begun interacting with other tribes, the duck tribe naturally wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. Long Summer, when will the duck tribe visit the Heluo tribe? Shishing pressed. Long Summer shook her head and explained, Shishing, I can't answer that. All I know is that the duck tribe will definitely go to the Heluo tribe, but as for the exact timing, I have no idea. Sigh. Shishing let out a soft sigh. The other snake beast folk also sighed in disappointment. Shishing, are you really looking forward to meeting the duck tribe? Nanfeng asked curiously. Shishing glanced at Shilin and the other clan members, then explained, I just want to trade for some fish sauce grass and flavor root from the duck tribe. With those two ingredients, our cold dishes and raw foods taste amazing. Everyone loves them, but the duck tribe only ever trades us a tiny bit each time. The snake tribe's cold dishes and raw foods were simple and straightforward. Cook the food until it's about 70% done, cool it in cold water, and add a few basic seasonings. The snake tribe's cuisine was light literally. They just added a bit of salt and a seasoning called green mustard. Occasionally, they'd add some chili pepper, though the snake tribe mostly used chili as medicine. Nanfeng often complained about how miserable the past 2 months had been, and it was no exaggeration. When the snake tribe heard that Weishan had seasoning trees, they were thrilled. They wanted to trade with the Heluo tribe for some of the seasoning fruits, whether it was sauce fruit or vinegar fruit, they didn't mind. Unfortunately, the seasoning fruits were in short supply, and the Heluo tribe barely had enough for themselves, let alone to trade with outsiders. To say the snake tribe's food was light wasn't entirely accurate, at least in Nanfeng's opinion. She'd tried green mustard before, and it was even more pungent than chili or ginger. Yet the snake tribe loved it, always dipping their roasted meat in a green mustard paste. After trying it once, Nanfeng never dared to eat it again. So, she really didn't understand the snake tribe's palate. With Long Summer's help, our tribe has agreed with the duck tribe that when they next migrate through the Qinghui forest, they'll trade us fish sauce grass, flavor root, and other things in exchange for golden rods, millet, and gila grass, Qinghe said happily. At this, Shishing and the other snake beast folks' eyes lit up. Qinghe, are you serious? Shishing asked. Qinghe nodded. Absolutely. The duck tribe is willing to trade with us. If you snake folk want to trade with them too, you'd better reach out soon. Don't miss this chance. End of this chapter. The duck tribe lived in the Erdos Marsh, which was quite far from the 6 major tribes. The duck tribe followed the Sub-Detroit River downstream, so timing was crucial if you wanted to meet them. Upon hearing this, Shishing nodded earnestly, committing Qinghe's words to memory. When we get back, I'll ask Chief Shishi to contact the duck tribe, Shilin said. The thought of eating delicious marinated raw dishes and fish sashimi made Shilin's fear of their chief fade a little. The snake tribe was different from other beastfolk tribes, it was matrilineal. Of course, in this case, that just meant the chief of the Shiwe tribe had always been female. Otherwise, there wasn't much difference. After all, most of the snake tribe's totem warriors were still male. But the snake tribe's females were notorious for their fierceness, even in the Twilight Forest. Among the 6 major tribes, female beastfolk were all formidable fighters. Some, like Maple Leaf and Daya, were famous for their beauty, but their strength was also top tier. Shilin, you're brave enough to go see Chief Shishi? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Nanfeng teased. Chief Shishi was known for both her beauty and her fiery, explosive temper. She'd start a fight at the drop of a hat. It was as easy and natural for her as eating roasted meat or drinking water. All the snake beastfolk were a little afraid of her. Shilin's face stiffened, and he gave an awkward laugh. I'm talking business. Why would Chief Shishi beat me? Besides, don't you all want to eat the duck tribe's marinated raw dishes and sashimi? The others just burst out laughing in response. After dinner, they sat around the campfire. Shishing, is Wangwei Ridge far from the Heluo Tribe? Long Summer asked, eating some candy to ease her bloated stomach. She'd eaten too much too quickly out of hunger. Shishing replied, "Our tribe has cleared the road. It takes about a day and a night to reach the tribe." The Heluo Tribe was busy building a road to the Heluo Tribe, as well as roads to the Wolf Tribe's Wangwei Mountains and the Tiger Tribe's Hunoj. The Snake Tribe had already completed their half of each route. The road from the Snake Tribe to the Heluo Tribe was already finished. Long Summer hadn't returned to her tribe, so Nan Feng hadn't told her yet. She was still in the dark. According to the Leopard Tribe, once the other 5 major tribes finished building their roads to the Heluo Tribe, the Baiha River Basin would likely be divided into 5 regions, each connected by a main road running through the 6 tribes, forming a closed loop. At that point, it would be much easier for other beast folk to reach Mount Kana. The only ones who might lose out would be the Heluo Tribe. Building roads would inevitably encroach on forest resources. 5 roads, plus 1 main road, would consume a lot of resources, and since the beast folk relied on hunting and gathering, the Leopard Tribe would suffer the most. The tribes had privately suggested compensating the Heluo Tribe with supplies, but since the roads weren't finished yet, nothing had been made public. The Snake Tribe's been busy building the road to the tribe, so they haven't gotten around to the Wangwei Mountains or the Tiger Tribe's Hunoj Road. Both are only halfway done, Nan Feng complained. Still, the road to the Snake Tribe's own territory was finished, and she secretly wanted to go home. But with Snake Tribe matters unresolved, she couldn't leave yet. What? Long Summer's eyes widened, and she exchanged a shocked look with Maple Leaf. The road from the Heluo Tribe to my tribe is already finished? The Snake Tribe sure works fast. Let me know if you need further refinement or have a specific tone in mind. How's that fast? Nan Feng said. You've been away from the tribe for 2 months already. If the Snake Tribe weren't so lazy, not only would the road to the tribe be finished, but the roads to the Moonwatch Mountains and Lake Nuj would be done too. All they do is try to slack off and avoid work. Compared to the hardworking Leopard Tribe, Nan Feng thought the Snake Tribe was just too lazy. She'd heard before that the Lion Tribe was lazy, but after seeing the Snake Tribe's laziness firsthand, Nan Feng was convinced that the laziest in the Twilight Forest were definitely the snakes. Upon hearing this, Shishing and Shilin said nothing. Nan Feng, my tribe isn't lazy, we just know how to enjoy life, Shemi said softly. True to her words, Shemi spoke gently and unhurriedly, her tone slow and measured. It immediately reminded Changxia of her own tribe's beast cub, Fengling. She'd seen the snake chief's fiery temper and straightforwardness before, so hearing Shemi speak so slowly felt especially strange to Changxia. Shemi, you actually spoke? Nanfeng's eyes widened as she stared at Shemi, trying to recall what she'd just said that made Shemi finally open her mouth. Shemi was known for being odd and disliked talking. She was often forgotten by her own tribe. Honestly, if she hadn't suddenly spoken up, Nan Feng and the others would have completely forgotten that Shemi was even in their group. Shishing and the other Snake Tribe beastmen were just as curious as Nan Feng. Noticing everyone's surprised looks, Shemi's mouth twitched. She didn't like talking, but she wasn't mute. Besides, she was in a good mood tonight after eating Changxia's cooking, so she couldn't help but chime in. Who would have thought it would cause such a commotion among the beastmen? Shemi, are you feeling unwell? Shishing asked seriously. Nearby, Shilin and the other beastmen all looked at Shemi with concern, wanting to make sure she wasn't sick. Get lost. Shemi opened her mouth and finally spat out the words in anger. Every time she spoke, she drew everyone's attention, so over time, Shemi just got too lazy to talk at all. Shemi, have a candy. Seeing Shemi shaking with anger, Changxia's expression shifted. She quickly took out a pouch of green candies and handed 2 to Shemi. To be honest, this Snake Tribe female's presence was so faint it was almost non-existent. If she didn't speak, Changxia would honestly forget she was even in the group. As much as it sounded like she needed a lesson, it was simply the truth. She was mild-mannered and didn't like to talk. In terms of presence, she was even less noticeable than Fengling. Her own beast cub Fengling might be slow to speak, but she was impossible to ignore. Among the cubs, Only Shanghuan was a bit quieter. When it came to fighting, Fengling was definitely up there. Thank you. Shemi took the candy and thanked her. Then, she immediately faded into the background again. Shixing, seeing Shemi was fine, let out a sigh of relief. Still, the other beastmen's expressions were odd, half smiling, half holding back laughter. No matter how you looked at it, it was amusing. Ahem. Chang Xia cleared her throat twice, breaking the strange atmosphere. Moonwatch Ridge is close to the Heluo Tribe. Why don't we keep going through the night? If we get to Heluo Tribe earlier, it'll be easier for everyone, Chang Xia suggested. Moonwatch Ridge was full of bugs, snakes, and rodents. Chang Xia really didn't want to rest there. Even lying down to sleep, she'd feel uneasy. Rather than waste time, they might as well keep moving. At this, Nan Feng was tempted. Even if staying at the Heluo Tribe wasn't the most comfortable, it was still safer than the forest. She looked up at the two elders, Pukong and Senda. I'm fine with anything, Pukong said. Not resting for 3 or 5 days was nothing for Elder Pukong. Elder Senda nodded in agreement. Pack up, let's get moving, Shen Rong said. With that, all the beastmen stood up and started packing. Shixing and the others didn't have much to gather. The only real task was packing up the potatoes they'd dug up. Chang Xia watched curiously as Shilin and the others packed their bags. It's always interesting to watch the snake tribe, Chang Xia said. Actually, she wanted to say strange, but looking at Shixing and the others in their beast forms, she wisely kept her mouth shut. End of this chapter. What's so interesting? Maple Leaf whispered. Didn't you see how stiff Shixing and the others were in their beast forms, just in case Elder Senda pulled out his knife? Actually, Shixing was one of the lucky ones. He'd trained with Elder Senda for a while and was quite favored by him. The truly pitiful ones were Shilin and the others. When it came to hunting snakes, Elder Senda was a pro. In the Heluo Tribe, aside from Elder Shiguer, even the snake chief was a little afraid of Elder Senda. Elder Senda, why don't you switch with Elder Pukong and bring up the rear? Chang Xia suggested. If Elder Senda kept leading the way, she was worried Shixing and the others wouldn't even dare to slither. Hee. Hearing this, Elder Pukong burst out laughing. Elder Senda chuckled and glanced over at Shixing. He smoothly swapped places with Elder Pukong and moved to the back of the group. Without Elder Senda's intimidating gaze on them, Shixing and the other Snake Tribe beastmen relaxed considerably. Soon, everyone finished packing and set off. That night, the forest echoed now and then with beastly roars. Accompanied by the rustling of leaves, it was far from quiet. The Moonwatch Mountains are so cool and comfortable, Chang Xia said contentedly, squinting her eyes and enjoying the night breeze. Traveling here was much nicer than trekking through the wild mushroom forest before. The Moonwatch Mountains have a mild climate all year round, with little temperature variation, Nan Feng replied. She didn't want to walk herself, nor did she ask Shixing for a ride. Instead, she hopped onto Kongshan's beast form and squeezed in with Maple Leaf, claiming it was to protect Chang Xia. I heard the Moonwatch Mountains are supposed to be hot. Why is it so cool at night? Maple Leaf asked. Nan Feng explained, it does get hot, but not unbearably so. When you get to the Heluo Tribe, you'll understand. If it weren't for the sheer number of snakes there, it'd actually be more comfortable than our tribe. Let me know if you need any further adjustments or have more text to translate. Throughout the long summer, Chang Xia found herself reminiscing about the blue of Earth's clouds and seas. Suddenly, she understood. No wonder people said living in the Wangwei Mountains was so comfortable. Nanfeng, is the Heluo Tribe's territory near the sea? Chang Xia asked suddenly. She remembered that Weishan bordered the sea on one side, and since the crying cliff of the Wangwei Mountains was next to Weishan, could it be that the Heluo Tribe's land was close to the ocean too? The thought excited her. The sea, the vast ocean. That meant endless delicious food. I think there's a place near the sea, Nanfeng replied. She'd been busy teaching the Snake Tribe some things lately and hadn't had time to ask about their territory. She vaguely remembered that the Snake Tribe did have some land near the sea. However, the relationship between the Beast Tribe and the Fish Tribe was only so. The Snake Tribe had never really paid much attention to the coastal lands. Both the Crying Cliff and Silver Beach are by the sea, but the Snake Tribe strictly forbids beastmen from entering those areas, Maple Leaf said regretfully. Silver Beach had excellent terrain. Maple Leaf had once heard from the chief that if the Beast Tribe and Fish Tribe got along better, Silver Beach would be a perfect place for trade, much better than the Normandy Plains. Silver Beach. Yes, Silver Beach. Nanfeng tilted her head, studying Maple Leaf, and asked, Maple Leaf, how do you know about Silver Beach? I just do, Maple Leaf replied, without explaining further. Nanfeng lowered her head, thinking she'd have to ask Shishing about Silver Beach later. After that, aside from stopping to eat and rest, the group traveled at full speed. The first stretch through Wangwei Ridge was tough, but once they reached the dirt road built by the Snake Tribe, their pace quickened. The next day, in the afternoon, Chang Xia and her group finally arrived at the Heluo Tribe's territory. It was much like the Huanyue Valley of the Lion Tribe. The Snake Tribe's land was also in a valley, but the difference was that they lived in the twin valleys, two connected valleys shaped like a gourd lying on its side. The outer valley was mostly for adult snakes, while the inner valley housed the elderly and the young. In this respect, they were similar to the Wolf Tribe. Listening to Nanfen's introduction, Chang Xia felt a good impression of the Snake Tribe. The reason the 6 great tribes could stand strong in the Twilight Forest wasn't just their formidable strength, but also their traditions and values. After all, how bad could beastmen be if they cared for their elders and young? Chang Xia, welcome to the Heluo Tribe. Shishi greeted her with a smile, opening her arms and pulling Chang Xia into a hug. Chang Xia breathed in the strong floral scent on Chief Shishi and smiled, replying, Chief Shishi, you've become even more beautiful. She truly meant it. Chief Shishi was mature and alluring, her every gesture radiating charm. Compared to Maple Leaf or Daya, she was like a perfectly ripe peach full of allure and grace. All thanks to you. Shishi laughed, her voice crisp and hearty, clearly pleased by Chang Xia's compliment. Women always want to look good for those who appreciate them. Even Chief Shishi was no exception. Chang Xia, the females of your Heluo tribe really have sweet tongues. Shishi teased. Hearing this, Chang Xia and Maple Leaf glanced at Nanfeng out of the corners of their eyes. Shesh's words seemed to hold a deeper meaning, making them wonder what Nanfeng had been up to these past 2 months in the Heluo tribe to earn such praise from the chief. Ahem. Nanfeng's expression changed slightly. Chief Shishi, why don't we head to the Twin Valleys first? We've been traveling day and night, and everyone's a bit tired. Oh, look at me, so happy I forgot to invite you in. Shishi slapped her forehead, grabbed a snake cub who was trying to climb onto Chang Xia, and stepped aside to invite the group into the Twin Valleys. However, when Chief Shesh's gaze swept over Elder Senda, a visible ripple crossed her lovely face. Shishi, where's Elder Shiguer? Pukin asked mischievously, his eyes lingering on Elder Senda. Chief Shesh's expression stiffened slightly, and she forced a smile. Elder Shiguer isn't feeling well and is resting in the inner valley. Is the Heluo tribe trying to stir up trouble by bringing Elder Senda to the Wangwei Mountains? Isn't this just asking for drama? Up ahead, Chang Xia and the others were surprised to hear Elder Pukin mention Elder Shiguer. They were instantly curious. Given what they knew of Elder Pukin, he wasn't one to speak out of turn. In that moment, everyone's faces were filled with curiosity, making Chief Shishi even more exasperated. Elder Senda shot a cold, sinister look at Elder Pukin and snapped, Pukin, shut up. Hee, Pukin burst out laughing. Shiguer, what's wrong? Want little Chang Xia to take a look at you? Oh, and this time, it's not just me, Senda's here too. Don't you want to come out and see your old friends? As he shouted, Elder Pukin shot a provocative glance at Elder Senda. Some things never change, even after 100 years. This time, Elder Pukin wasn't giving Elder Senda any chance to escape. Oh wow, there was definitely something going on here. Chang Xia and the others exchanged glances, their eyes full of meaning. Chief Shishi rubbed her forehead. Elder Pukin was definitely doing this on purpose. Shishing, take Chang Xia and the others to rest. They can choose between a cave or a treehouse, whatever they prefer, Shishi said hurriedly. She needed to find Elder Shiguer and calm her down. With that, Chief Shishi gave Elder Senda a deep look, then turned and headed toward the inner valley. End of this chapter. Maple Leaf, do you know anything? Chang Xia whispered. Elder Pukin's words were full of hidden meaning, making it hard not to overthink. Plus, the strange attitudes of Chief Shishi and Elder Senda. Maple Leaf shook her head. When it comes to the elders, few in the tribe dare to gossip. Elder Pukin never found a mate, and as far as she knew, neither did Elder Senda. But today's events seemed off. Could there be something between Elder Senda and Elder Shiguar? Why had no one ever mentioned it before? Last time, it was said that the clan leader Jen had a falling out with the snake clan leader. Thinking of this, the eyes of all the beastmen grew brighter and brighter. They sneakily stole glances at Elder Senda. What are you looking at? Senda smiled gently, his gaze warm as he looked at Nanfeng, Maple Leaf, and the other beastmen. That smile was very much like Elder Sman of the Lion Clan. But Elder Sman's smile was approachable and friendly. Elder Senda's smile, on the other hand, was like a thorny bramble, prickly and sharp. And nothing, Nanfeng shivered and replied quickly. Maple Leaf quickly turned his face away, pretending to admire the scenery outside Twin Valley, his eyes darting everywhere but never landing on Elder Senda again. Chang Xia's mouth twitched. Elder Senda, do you know Elder Shiguar? Chang Xia, bold as ever, looked up at Elder Senda with her big, beautiful eyes, unafraid. Even the sight of the snakes slithering along the path didn't scare her. Elder Senda lowered his head and met Chang Xia's curious gaze. He slowly reached out, placed his hand on Chang Xia's head, ruffled her hair twice, and said, "Yes, I know her." As he spoke, a trace of nostalgia flashed across his face. Back then, he hadn't yet earned the title of snake catcher. Shiguar wasn't called elder yet, either. Then, Chang Xia, you must be tired. Let Nanfeng take you to rest. Twin Valley is also called Snake Valley. You'd best not wander around alone. Elder Senda cut off Chang Xia's question, reminding her to be careful. He exchanged a glance with Elder Pukong, and in the blink of an eye, both disappeared from sight, leaving the beastmen stunned. Grandpa Pukong. Chang Xia smiled as she walked up to Elder Pukong, tugging at his sleeve and acting cute. Elder Pukong froze. Little Chang Xia, I can't talk about this. Why don't you ask something else? Whatever you ask, I'll tell you. Pukong lowered his voice, afraid of scaring Chang Xia, and tried to coax her. As for Senda and Shiguar's past, Elder Pukong wanted to talk but didn't dare. After all, this was Shiguar's territory. If he angered that crazy female, he might get kicked out of the Snake Mountain tribe. These years, Elder Shiguar rarely left home. But as someone of her generation, Pukong didn't believe her fiery temper had mellowed at all. Grandpa, is Elder Shiguar really that formidable? She's very formidable. Her temper is even fiercer than Shishi's. Hearing this, Chang Xia couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. A female even Elder Pukong feared, Chang Xia was now even more curious. Chang Xia, where do you want to stay? The Snake Clan hasn't finished building houses yet. For now, there are caves and tree houses. If it's hot, you can also set up a beast tent outside, but Twin Valley has lots of bugs and ants. Nanfeng explained as she spoke, still curious about Elder Senda's past. But the most important thing now was to settle Chang Xia and the others in. Chang Xia looked at the Snake Clan's treehouses. Considering the snakes, she decisively chose the cave. Nanfeng, I'll take the cave. The cave had doors and windows. It wasn't as good as her own kiln cave, but it was safer than a treehouse. Treehouses built among the branches made Chang Xia uneasy. Mainly with Twin Valley, also called Snake Valley, who could guarantee you wouldn't wake up to find a snake or two curled up by your bed. Along the way, none of the Snake Clan beastmen came to greet them. But Chang Xia saw plenty of snakes. They were all sorts of colors. If you ignored what they were actually quite pretty. We'll stay in caves too, just like Chang Xia. I'm not afraid of snakes, but when there are too many, it's creepy, said Maple Leaf. On this point, Milio and Xinghe both agreed. Except for the Snake Clan females, most females from the Twilight Forest beast tribes probably couldn't bring themselves to like snakes. I'll stay in the cave too, said Nanfeng. With that, She led Changxia and the others toward her own cave dwelling. At first, she and Xixing lived in a treehouse, while the Snake Clan elders and cubs stayed in caves. Most adult beastmen chose treehouses. It was easier for them to raise their young, and the light was better. Treehouses are comfortable, but every morning you might see snakes crawling on them. That's pretty unnerving. Hearing this, the other beastmen all breathed a sigh of relief and felt even more certain about choosing the cave. I live to the north. Cross this river and the caves are on the other side. It's easy to get water, and if you want fish or shrimp, you can catch them in the river. But the river's small, so the fish and shrimp are small too. After living in the Snake Mountain tribe for 2 months, Nanfeng knew everything she needed to know. At first, the Snake Clan wanted to dig kiln caves in Twin Valley. Nanfeng checked the soil and vetoed the idea. So the Snake Clan couldn't decide between building wooden houses or stone houses. The clan leader Shishi was all for democracy and didn't interfere, so the whole house-building project moved slowly. But though the houses were slow to build, the Snake Clan built roads quickly, so it balanced out. Twin Valley is even better than Moon Mirage Valley, said Changxia. The soil in the Muwatch Mountains was fertile, and all the forests they passed through had rich black earth. If used for planting, anything would grow well. No wonder the Snake Clan could harvest things like wild yams and kudzu roots without planting. Every year, they had a good harvest. Xixing grinned and said, "When I came back from the Heluo Tribe, Nanfeng and I told everyone about Changxia's planting ideas. After this harvest, the tribe plans to try planting. If planting worked, the Snake Clan wouldn't have to leave Twin Valley to gather enough food." That was exciting news for the naturally lazy Snake Clan. When it came to laziness, the Snake Clan and Lion Clan were serious about it. "I'll be waiting for good news from the Snake Clan," Changxia said happily. She planned to take the seeds she'd collected back to the Heluo Tribe after this trip and try planting them by the river. This time, she planned to use her bloodline abilities to give herself a little cheat. Previous page, next page, last page, top. Thinking back, Longxia actually found herself looking forward to returning to the White Lake Cave. After crossing the floating bridge, Nanfeng arranged for Longxia to stay in the cave next to her own. Maple Leaf and the other beast folk each found the nearest available cave to settle in. Most of the caves in the outer valley were empty. Adult snake folk actually preferred living in treehouses. That worked out well for Longxia and the others. "Longxia, all the caves have been cleaned. But if you're worried, you can burn some mugwort incense to drive away the mosquitoes. I had Xixing make plenty of mugwort incense sticks. If anyone needs some, just let me know and I'll go get them from my cave for you. Take a few more and burn them before you go in." Having learned from past experience, Longxia and the others had gotten into the habit of burning mugwort incense before entering the caves. It made them feel much more at ease. End of this chapter. Longxia, "There aren't really any bugs or ants in the caves," said Xixing. Nearby, Shilin, who was helping carry a rattan basket, nodded and explained, "Xixing keeps black snakes, so no insects or ants dare come near these caves." The Wangwei Mountains were known for being full of snakes, rats, insects, and ants. But inside Twin Valleys, there were very few bugs or ants. Pythons are omnivores. They hunt and eat rats and insects. So, apart from the abundance of snakes and pythons, you rarely saw bugs or ants in Twin Valleys. Xixing and the others had even wondered if the snake folk raised pythons as companions precisely because they could hunt rats and insects. But Xixing had never actually discussed this with Nanfeng. "Oh, right." Longxia clapped her hands and said, "Pythons hunt rats and insects, so it's actually pretty safe to live in the caves. No wonder the snake folk like living in treehouses. They have pythons guarding them." The Wangwei Mountains were spring-like all year round. That meant there were more bugs, snakes, and rats than elsewhere. If it weren't for the pythons, Twin Valleys probably wouldn't be as peaceful as it is now. Hearing this, Maple Leaf and Honeydew both let out a sigh of relief. Of course, they still needed to burn incense in the caves, just to be safe. After all, it had been several days since Nanfeng last cleaned them out. "Elder Pukong, do Elder Sunda and the others need any help?" Bai Qing asked quietly. Elder Sunda had disappeared in the direction of the inner valley. Was it really okay for him to just barge into the snake folk's inner valley? Elder Pukong grinned and shook his head. No need. Those two's business was not for outsiders to meddle in. After 100 years of fussing, anyone who tried to get involved would be a fool. As the shaman said, just let them be. Once they've had enough, they'll stop on their own. Bai Qing understood and didn't say any more. She followed Honeydew into the cave to tidy up. They hadn't had much rest these past 2 days, so it was natural to feel a bit tired. After cleaning up the cave, they could get some sleep. Tonight, the snake folk would probably host a meal. With that in mind, Longxia and the others, with Nanfeng's help, started a fire to boil water and freshen up. Then they returned to their caves to rest, leaving anything else for the evening. On the other side, the snake folk chief took her leave from Longxia and the others and hurried toward the inner valley. She had thought Elder Senda would never set foot in the Wangwei Mountains again, but it seemed she'd guessed wrong this time. She had to let her mother know so she could be prepared. Senda, what makes you think you have the face to come see me? Snake Guar glared at Senda. Hadn't this bastard male said he'd never set foot in the Wangwei Mountains again? Senda replied, I came to see if you were dead yet. Hearing Senda's blunt words, Snake Guar trembled with anger. She grabbed a stick and whacked Senda with it, but he just let her vent. She couldn't really hurt him with that little force, and besides, he did owe her. If you're still alive, how could I bear to die? Snake Guar's eyes were icy as she stared at Senda. If looks could kill, Senda would have died 1,000 times over. Senda, thick-skinned as ever, ignored her blows and curses. Snake is coming, Senda said lazily. Snake Guar froze, then looked up at Snake standing at the cave entrance. She forced herself to appear calm and asked, Snake, do you need something? Snake rolled her eyes. She'd come to tell her mother that Elder Senda was here, but clearly, she didn't need to waste her breath. The two had already met, and from the looks of it, were getting along just fine. Snake, I brought you a gift, Senda said with a smile, waving at her. He showed none of his usual coldness. His face was full of affection and love, not hiding it at all. Father, you're finally willing to come to the Heluo Tribe? Snake pouted, calling out to him. The rift between the Heluo and Heluo tribes hadn't started with Jen and Snake, but with Senda and Snake Guar. But that was 100 years ago. Not many beast folk in the Twilight Forest knew about it, and since Senda and Snake Guar had kept it under wraps, most people who knew the two tribes weren't friendly assumed it was because of Jen. In fact, Jen and Snake had taken the blame. But not entirely without reason. After all, back then, Jen had made a big scene with Snake just to spite Muqin. If your mother won't let me into the Wangwei Mountains, what can I do? Senda said blandly. Snake rolled her eyes. She'd met Elder Senda in private when she visited the Heluo Tribe, and he hadn't exactly been warm to her. Her mother was right, never trust a male's words. Let me see the little snakelet. Here. Snake handed the little snakelet in her arms to Senda. Senda untied the beast pouch at his waist and handed it to Snake. There's dried blackfish inside. Use it to make soup for the little one. There are some other things too, all for the little snakelet. This time, when Longxia met the Fu tribe in Qinghua Forest, I kept some fish sauce grass and flavor root for you as well. He'd been worried before that Longxia and the others might get suspicious. That's why he hadn't shown much affection for the little snakelet, and even when Snake and the others visited the Heluo tribe, he'd kept his distance as much as possible. But this time, Longxia and the others would probably figure things out. You met the Fu tribe? Snake asked excitedly. Senda nodded. Longxia had a great conversation with the Fu tribe's chief. The Fu tribe agreed to trade fish sauce grass and flavor root with the Heluo and Sirius tribes. The grindstone is especially important, so they'll probably discuss it with the shaman before deciding whether to trade. That's wonderful. Snake was as happy as a child. At this moment, in front of her own father and mother, Snake had shed her usual composure and seriousness, showing a more childlike side. The Erdos Marsh had some issues before. Did you find out the cause? Snake Guar asked. Changxia and the others analyzed it. It's probably due to the underground river, but it's not a big problem. Senda looked back at Snake Guar and teased, "Oh, you're actually talking to me now, not hitting me. Get lost." Snake Guar glared at Senda. Snake flipped through the beast pouch Senda had handed her, ignoring the two who started bickering the moment they met. Honestly, with both of them already halfway to the grave, it was either arguing or fighting. She was used to it by now. Snake, Changxia found a new food called potato in the wild mushroom forest. It can be used as a staple and stores well. Later, Shixing and the others will probably come to report to you, Senda said. Don't delay the house construction, get it done as soon as possible. Changxia will likely be busy with other things soon. He had come to see Snake Guar, mainly to urge the Snake Tribe not to drag their feet. Whether it was log cabins or stone houses, they needed to get them built quickly. The warm season would be over in the blink of an eye. This year, thanks to Changxia, the beast tribes weren't short on food. But if they could finish building the houses before the cold season, everyone would feel more secure. Father, does Changxia have any suggestions for the Snake Tribe's house construction? Hearing it was business, Snake quickly put away the beast pouch and asked. Senda shook his head. Changxia said that aside from building kills, anything else is fine in the Muwatch Mountains. Whether you want to build log cabins or stone houses, it's up to the Snake Tribe. Snake, make a decision soon, Snake Guar said. She knew Senda well. He wouldn't come over if it wasn't important. No one understood how stubborn this male was better than Snake Guar. All because of an offhand comment years ago. They'd been at it for 100 years. End of this chapter. Night fell. Changxia yawned as she walked out of the cave. Nanfeng, Elder Senda, Changxia looked around. Elder Pukong was sitting outside the cave, chewing on some jerky. The other beast folk were scattered about, chatting in small groups. Only Elder Senda was nowhere to be seen. Hot. Nanfeng was munching on roasted potatoes. When Changxia asked about Elder Senda, she shook her head. No idea. He left this afternoon and hasn't come back. But this is Twin Valleys, nothing will happen to Elder Senda. If anything did happen, it'd be to the snakes and pythons of Twin Valleys. Shen Rong handed a roasted potato to Changxia, comforting her. Don't worry, Changxia. Maybe Elder Senda was just too happy to see old friends and lost track of time. Go wash up, and then we'll head to the Outer Valley Square. The Snake Tribe has prepared a bonfire feast. In the distance, Elder Senda was walking across the floating bridge. Hearing Shen Rong's words, his face alternated between green and white. These little rascals, so they really do gossip about me behind my back. Ahem. Senda cleared his throat. At the sound, Changxia and the others turned to look up. Elder Senda, you're finally back? Nanfeng teased. Senda's mouth twitched. Ever since Changxia came of age, this girl had become more and more cheeky. She dared to say anything to anyone. Senda took a deep breath, calming his irritation. Looking at this group of kids eager for drama, the joy from seeing Snake Guar and Snake earlier vanished in an instant. Grown-ups business, don't get involved. Changxia was speechless. That line really was a catch-all. But was Elder Senda just embarrassed? Elder Senda, do you know Elder Snake Guar? Changxia asked with a smile, worried Nanfeng might say something else to annoy Senda, but also unable to hide her curiosity. Back when they rescued the little snake cub on the river plain, Elder Senda hadn't shown any reaction. He just said the cub might belong to Snake Guar's family. I know her. Senda smiled and nodded. As soon as he nodded, the other beast folk got excited, pushing Nanfeng to the front. So, what's your relationship? Guess. After a moment, Senda pursed his lips and replied with just 2 words. For a second, everyone was stunned. Since when did Elder Senda learn to tease people? Nanfeng, have Changxia and the others rested enough? At that moment, the Snake Chief's voice came from afar. Outside in the valley, the Snake Tribe's plaza was bustling. The Snake Tribe was looking forward to meeting Changxia, and so were the other beast folk from different tribes. Chief Snake, we're coming now, Changxia replied. With that, Shen Rong and the others got up, ready to join the rest of the beast folk. After all, tonight's bonfire feast was specially organized by the Snake Tribe to welcome Changxia. They couldn't be late. Let's go. With a shout, everyone left the cave and crossed the river. Soon, they met up with Chief Snake and headed for the Outer Valley Plaza. However, as the two groups met, Maple Honeydew kept glancing at Chief Snake. Chief Snake's mouth twitched. She glanced at Elder Senda out of the corner of her eye, a little suspicious. Did Elder Senda let something slip? From what she knew of her father, he wasn't the type to gossip. Elder Senda waved his hand slightly. Seeing this, Chief Snake understood Changxia and the others still didn't know about her parents' relationship. But at this rate, it wouldn't stay secret for long. Oh well. If they want to play, let them play. After all, 100 years had already passed. What's a little longer? Thinking this, Chief Snake quickly regained her composure. She calmly met Maple and the others' curious glances, and before long, the group arrived at the bustling Outer Valley Plaza. At this moment, the plaza was packed with people. Changxia. Familiar and unfamiliar faces alike. Tej, the chief of the Heluo Tribe. Huqi, the chief of the Qingqiu Tribe. Shifeng, the chief of the Dadi Tribe, and many others, waved and called out Changxia's name. With a smile, Changxia greeted each of the many beast folk in turn. After the greetings, the Snake Tribe chief invited Changxia and the others to take their seats. Tonight's bonfire feast featured mostly cold dishes and raw foods from the Snake Tribe, along with pancakes and other fare. Changxia, try some of the Snake Tribe's cold dishes and raw food, Nanfeng said, placing a variety of signature dishes in front of Changxia. At the same time, she signaled Xixing to invite Shen Rong and Bai Qing to start eating. Changxia had heard Nanfeng complain about Snake Tribe food before. She examined the dishes in front of her carefully. Unlike the food she usually ate, there wasn't a hint of steam rising from the table, even though it was a bonfire feast. The Snake Tribe chief was the first to pick up his chopsticks. Elder Shiguar was nowhere to be seen, and it seemed none of the other Snake Tribe elders had come either, leaving the chief to host. Changxia. All right, don't rush me. I'll start with the pancakes. Changxia was hesitant to eat the half-cooked food. She was used to the raw marinated dishes and sashimi from the Fu tribe, where it was clear the food was raw. But the Snake Tribe's food was only half-cooked, which made her uneasy. She noticed the roast meat in Shen Rong's hand. It looked to be about medium rare, with pink juices still in the middle. Changxia only liked her roast meat cooked to medium well, any more, and it was too charred, any less, and it was too raw. She loved that juicy, almost bursting sensation of medium-well meat. Changxia, I prefer my food cooked. I can't eat roast meat that's only medium rare, Changxia said honestly, staring at Nanfeng. It wasn't that she was picky, she just couldn't bring herself to eat it. Nanfeng pointed to a dish of braised meat nearby. Try the cold braised meat. That one's fully cooked. Don't bother with the roast meat, the Snake Tribe always makes it rare. Hearing this, Changxia was secretly relieved. She'd thought the roast was medium rare, but it turned out it was actually rare. Still, Shen Rong seemed to enjoy it. The other beast folk at the table were eating heartily too. Apparently, this rare roast meat was surprisingly popular among the beast folk. Following Nanfeng's suggestion, Changxia picked up a piece of the braised meat. Nanfeng, why is this called cold braised meat? Changxia asked, taking a careful bite. It was indeed cooked through, with no trace of blood. To her surprise, the cold braised meat was tender and juicy, and, honestly, the flavor was amazing. Nanfeng explained, cold braised meat is a Snake Tribe specialty. After braising, it's soaked in cooled broth for a day, then steamed and left to cool. The Snake Tribe doesn't eat hot food, not even the soup. Apparently, it had something to do with the Snake Tribe's tongues. They couldn't handle hot or scalding food. Maple Leaf, you all should try this cold braised meat, Changxia called out. At her suggestion, the other beast folk at the table eagerly dug in. Not far away, the Snake Tribe chief quietly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Changxia finally start eating. The chief had been nervous when Changxia hesitated. This bonfire feast was held in her honor. If she didn't eat, how could the Snake Tribe feel at ease? Changxia's right, this cold braised meat is really good. It's got a nice chew, almost like fish balls. End of this chapter. Changxia, our tribe has decided to build log cabins. Halfway through the bonfire feast, the Snake Tribe chief brought up the matter of building houses. After much discussion, the Snake Tribe had decided to construct log cabins. There was no shortage of stone in the Wangwei Mountains. However, building stone houses required a lot of resin. The Snake Tribe didn't have as much resin stockpiled as the Lion Tribe. If they wanted to build stone houses, they'd have to trade for resin with other tribes. But since all the tribes were building houses lately, there was no guarantee they'd be able to get enough. Besides, the climate in Twin Valley wasn't as harsh as in Huanyue Valley. Log cabins would be more than sufficient for the Snake Tribe's needs. Plus, since they liked to keep snakes and pythons, wooden houses were actually better suited for them than stone ones. "How's your stockpile of timber?" Chang Xia asked, eating the cold braised meat. The Snake Tribe's cold mountain vegetables were also quite good, and with the boiled potatoes and pancakes on the side, she was enjoying the meal. The Snake Tribe chief smiled. "Don't worry, Chang Xia. We have plenty of timber ready for building." For the past 2 months, the Snake Tribe hadn't been idle. While building roads, they'd also cut down plenty of trees. They'd even collected a batch of stone. "Then let's start construction tomorrow," Chang Xia said. At her words, the nearby Snake Tribe beast folk grew visibly excited. They'd been looking forward to building houses for ages, and now the day had finally come. Everyone was thrilled. They'd heard plenty about the wolf and lion tribes moving into their bright, spacious new homes. "Construction starts tomorrow," the Snake Tribe chief echoed. With a nod from the chief, the beast folk started eating their roast meat even faster. Everyone wanted to finish the feast quickly, get some rest in their caves or treehouses, and wake up early to start building. The Heluo Tribe had already finished the road to the Heluo Tribe. Curious Snake Tribe beast folk had gone to see the Heluo Tribe's cave dwellings. The understated luxury of the caves was very appealing, but unfortunately, the soil in the Wangwei Mountains wasn't suitable for cave construction, much to the Snake Tribe's regret. "Chang Xia, our tribe wants to build stone houses," Shifeng said. Beside him, Huchi said, "Our tribe prefers log cabins. Stone houses use too much resin. We can't afford it." Tej said gruffly. "We'll build log cabins too, to save on resin." Once the Snake Tribe chief had made his decision, the other tribal leaders chimed in with their own thoughts. Except for the Bear Tribe, all the other tribes chose to build log cabins. "Since the Snake Tribe is starting construction tomorrow, you're all welcome to stay and help," Chang Xia said. "How are the roads for the Tiger and Bear Tribes coming along?" "I've collected some things and we'll be heading back to the Heluo Tribe for a bit." Actually, in Gemini Valley, Chang Xia saw the 2 clan leaders of the Tiger and Bear Tribes. A surge of joy welled up in Chang Xia's heart. These 2 tribes weren't exactly close to the Heluo Tribe in terms of distance. Yet, here they were at the Heluo Tribe. If they'd made it this far, their roads were probably already built, or at least the routes had been scouted. Sure enough, Chang Xia, a month ago, the shaman asked the Heluo Tribe to send people to confirm the routes for the Tiger and Bear Tribes. In another half a month, the roads for both tribes should be finished, Shifeng said with a hearty laugh, happily explaining to Chang Xia. With the roads connected, it would be much easier for them to travel to and from the Heluo Tribe. Just like the Snake Tribe, the Bear and Tiger tribes had chosen to first build roads leading to the Heluo Tribe. These roads would also connect to the Leopard Tribe and link up with the Kanashan Mountain Wizard Hall. "Really?" Chang Xia stood up in surprise. Tej said, "The Tiger Tribe is progressing a bit faster than the Bear Tribe. I've been in Gemini Valley for a few days, and the road might already be finished. Now we just need to build houses. Once that's done, Chang Xia, you should come visit the Tiger Tribe when you have time." Because of Qianbai's incident, the Yuanhu Tiger Tribe had lost face among the other beast tribes. This made Chief Tej and the Tiger Tribe quite upset. But Qianbai was already dead. The blame could only fall on the Yuanhu Tribe. This year, when it came time to patrol the Twilight Forest, the Tiger Tribe would have to take on the main responsibility. In previous years, all 6 major tribes would patrol together, but this year, the Tiger Tribe would do it alone. The elders of the Yuanhu Tribe had even beaten up Chief Tej several times over this. "The Tiger Tribe really works fast." "Yeah, Our tribe is just waiting to build houses and finish the roads. That way, it'll be much easier to communicate with the other tribes in the future." Immediately, the beast folk began chatting even more enthusiastically. After the meal, each tribe should send someone to come with me back to the cave. I'll give you each a copy of the blueprints for the log cabins and stone houses. These were drawn with the help of Qinghe from the wolf tribe. Take a look at the blueprints first, and tomorrow you can join the snake tribe in building houses. Changxia put down her bowl and chopsticks, giving instructions to the various tribes. The blueprints were originally drawn by Changxia and later copied by Qinghe. With these blueprints as a foundation, things were much easier for Changxia. The drawings were clear and simple, easy for the beast folk to understand, no fancy techniques, just straightforward and practical. As soon as Changxia finished speaking, the beast folk started eating even faster. In the blink of an eye, Chief Tage was the first to put down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said, "Changxia, I'm done eating." As soon as he spoke, the sound of bowls and chopsticks being set down echoed all around. "Changxia, we're all done." Pfft. At that moment, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then everyone burst into laughter. Changxia said, "I'm not in a rush. Take your time and eat your fill. Once you're done, we'll go back to the cave and get the blueprints." "They're not going anywhere." But none of the beast folk responded. It was obvious. At that moment, everyone was eager to get Changxia's blueprints. A few months ago, Siu had suddenly instructed all the beast folk to start learning to read and write. Siu had mentioned it before, but never forced the issue. At most, she'd remind the clan leaders not to slack off. This time, though, Siu required everyone to learn. At first, the tribes didn't understand why. Later, with Changxia's sudden rise, the beast folk gradually realized that some of the things Changxia was teaching required literacy. So, a wave of literacy swept through the tribes. In the past, except for a few clan leaders who liked to study, no tribe would stockpile paper and pens. Now, not only did the tribes keep paper and pens in reserve, but the clan leaders also carried them everywhere. Even the young beast cubs were being taught to read. If they didn't want to learn, the adults would make them scratch out characters in the dirt with sticks. Seeing everyone's high spirits, Changxia stood up, took Shen Rong's hand, and prepared to head back to the cave. Nanfeng and the others quickly followed, not wanting to be left behind. If it weren't for the snake tribe's chief reacting quickly and holding back his own people, the whole tribal square would have emptied out. A short while later, Changxia led a group of beast folk to the cave entrance. The firewood in the stove was burning, its weak light illuminating this corner of the world inside the cave. "Changxia, walk slowly, don't trip," Shen Rong reminded her. He walked ahead, took a light stone from his beast pouch, held it high to light the path, and led Changxia into the cave. "Changxia, which basket did you put the blueprints in?" "The one wrapped in beast hide." "You hold the light stone, I'll go look for it." The beast folk waited outside the cave for Shen Rong and Changxia. Meanwhile, they crowded around Qinghe, asking about the blueprints, their voices full of admiration. Listening to all the praise, who could say the beast folk were blockheads who didn't know how to talk? End of this chapter. Come. A short while later, Changxia waved to the beast folk. "Everyone, take a copy of these blueprints," Changxia said. Next to her, Maple Leaf explained, these blueprints were drawn by Changxia and Qinghe. "Please, clan leaders, take good care of them and don't lose them. In the future, if other beast tribes need them, please don't hesitate to share." She could tell Changxia intended to wrap up this trip. As Changxia's older sister, Maple Leaf naturally knew how to pave the way. With the tiger and bear tribe roads finished, there was no need for Changxia to make another special trip. Building houses in Gemini Valley would require more flying crabs. Conveniently, there were plenty of beast folk from other tribes visiting the snake tribe this time. Teaching one was the same as teaching several. They wouldn't lose out. "Don't worry, Changxia. We'll take good care of these blueprints." The beast folk all promised, took their blueprints, and didn't linger. They each headed home. They knew Changxia had only arrived in Gemini Valley that afternoon, after days of travel, and must be tired. "Changxia, want to take a bath?" Nanfeng asked. "Nanfeng, I want one." I want some medicinal herbs for a bath too. Before Changxia could answer, Honeydew and Maple Leaf jumped in. Maple Leaf was pretty sure Changxia would end the trip soon, which meant they'd be heading back to the Heluo Tribe before long. Maple Leaf wanted a bath to relax. This journey was even more exhausting than going out hunting. Fortunately, it was well worth it, and the ending was fairly satisfying. I'll go back to the cave and get you some herbs for a medicinal bath, Nanfeng said. The other beastmen exchanged glances and quietly started a fire to boil water. I'll go fetch some water. Are there any buckets left? As Xing finished speaking, Shen Rong immediately asked. He glanced at the water vat beside the cave. There was only half a vat left, definitely not enough for a bath. Seeing Shen Rong grab a bucket and head off with Xing to fetch water, Bai Qing and Kong Shan silently followed. Shen Rong, can log cabins be built next to the river? Xing asked. Of course. Shen Rong nodded, surprised. Are you planning to stay in Twin Valleys? Did you talk it over with Nanfeng? Did she agree? No, that's not it. Xing quickly shook his head and explained, getting water in Twin Valleys isn't as convenient as at White Lake. I was just thinking if we could build log cabins along the river, it'd make life easier for the tribe in the future, no more hauling water. Log cabins can definitely be built by the river. Actually, you could try making water pipes to bring water directly into the houses, Shen Rong suggested. At the Heluo Tribe and the White Lake cave dwellings, water was piped into the houses. With Jen's cleverness, the tribe would probably make similar improvements. Is that really possible? Xing asked excitedly. Bai Qing chimed in, when we plan out Twin Valleys tomorrow, mention it to Changxia. The Snake Tribe had decided to build log cabins and construction would start the next day. But before that, proper planning was essential. Got it, Xing replied seriously. Meanwhile, Shen Rong and the others returned to the cave with water. Changxia and the others were sitting around the stove, chatting and discussing their journey. Listening to Nanfeng's repeated sighs and her complaints about wanting compensation from Changxia, everyone laughed. Changxia, we'll be back soon. Shen Rong went into the cave to grab some clothes, then headed off with Xing and the other beastmen toward the river. They planned to bathe there to save the trouble of boiling water. Go ahead. Changxia waved them off. The herbs for the medicinal bath still needed to be boiled a few more times, so it would be a while before the bath was ready. Shen Rong, be careful. There are water snakes and pythons in the river. If you're worried, just boil water and wash up in the cave, Nanfeng reminded them. When she first arrived at Twin Valleys, she'd been fearless and had gone to bathe in the river with Xing. Who knew she'd have such bad luck and run into a water snake? She'd nearly fainted from fright. There are water snakes in the river? No wonder Twin Valleys is called Snake Valley. Hesin and Luanmu exchanged glances, wanting to back out. It wasn't that they were afraid, just that it was a bit disgusting. What's there to be afraid of? With our awakened bloodline abilities, what can't we drive away from the river? Bai Qing said boldly. Shen Rong smiled. Beast form bathing isn't bad either. At that, Hesin and Luanmu snapped out of it. Bai Qing and Shen Rong were right. If they felt uncomfortable, they could just activate their bloodline abilities or transform. In that case, what was there to fear? Still, Changxia and the others had no intention of bathing in the river. They watched as Shen Rong's group left. Nanfeng, are there really snakes and pythons in the river? There are, quite a few actually. Some are wild, some are pets of the Snake Tribe beastmen. In this hot weather, snakes and pythons can't stand the heat, so they love swimming in the water. Is it safe to drink the water? At that, all the beastmen looked at the water vats in front of the cave with complicated expressions. Don't worry, the drinking water comes from upstream, and snakes and pythons aren't allowed up there. There's a spring at the source, and all the drinking water comes from there, Nanfeng quickly explained. Even though the water was always boiled, it was still a bit unsettling. Hearing this, Changxia and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Changxia, are you planning to return to the tribe after finishing up with the Snake Mountain tribe? Maple Leaf asked softly. Changxia nodded slightly. That's the plan. Really? Nanfeng was overjoyed. He looked a little regretful but didn't interrupt, just listened quietly. Now that the roads are open and the houses are settled, I'm planning to try planting some crops and maybe tame some animals for transport, Chang Xia explained. I want to make sure the Beast Tribe has enough food and clothing before winter comes. At this, the other beastmen looked at Chang Xia with admiration. At that moment, Nan Feng and Maple Leaf truly realized that the once frail Chang Xia had really grown up and matured. She wanted to lead the Beast Tribe into a new era of farming and cultivation. There was still so much to do. Chang Xia wanted to accomplish as much as she could in the time she had. Well said, Chang Xia. If you need any help, just let me know, Ching He said earnestly. In her eyes, Chang Xia seemed to shine, making others want to follow her. Ching He's right. If you need our help, just say the word. If you want to plant chili peppers, should I ask the Lion Tribe for some seedlings? Nan Feng and Mi Lu immediately patted their chests and promised. Compared to the monotony of hunting and gathering, days spent with Chang Xia were much more interesting. Don't worry, if I need your help, I won't hesitate to ask, Chang Xia said with a laugh. She really liked this twilight forest. And she hoped the Beast Tribe could always stay this way. Anyone who tried to destroy this would be her enemy. The medicinal bath is ready. Maple Leaf, come help me scrub out the wooden tubs. As they chatted, the medicinal bath was finished. Nan Feng called Maple Leaf over to help carry out the wooden tubs. These tubs had been made by Xixing at Nan Feng's request. Some were meant for other Snake Tribe beastmen, but since their houses weren't finished yet, the tubs hadn't been delivered, so they were just right for Chang Xia and the others to use. The Snake Tribe beastmen would get theirs once Xixing had time to make more. Are these new? Previous page, next page, last page, top. The new ones, I had Xixing help make them. Some other orcs from the Snake Tribe happened to see, and they asked Xixing to make a few more. They traded sweet potatoes, kudzu root, and rutabagas for them. End of this chapter. Night had fallen. Chang Xia and the others were soaking in a medicinal bath. It was pleasant and relaxing. Chang Xia, can potatoes really be used as a staple food? Nan Feng asked seriously. Chang Xia placed a towel on her forehead, enjoying the comfort of the hot water washing over her skin. Without turning around, she replied, yes. Potatoes keep well, just like sweet potatoes, and you can make noodles from them, just like with ginkgo nuts. I've been craving roasted sweet potatoes. Bring me some tomorrow. I want to roast and eat them. If she hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten about roasted sweet potatoes. But now that she had, Chang Xia immediately started craving them. Nan Feng, we want roasted sweet potatoes too. Don't worry, leave it to me. After their bath, Shen Rong and the others still hadn't returned. Chang Xia knew they were probably doing it on purpose. Knowing the women wanted to bathe, they'd gone to the river to wash up instead. Chang Xia, should we go call them? Ching He asked with a yawn. She lived alone in a cave right next to Chang Xia's. Chang Xia waved her hand and replied, no need. Let's just head back to our caves and rest. Remember to close the door tight and light some mugwort incense for the mosquitoes. I'll need your help drawing tomorrow, so get some sleep early. She was helping the Snake Tribe plan Twin Valleys, so naturally the drawing work fell to Ching He. You could never have too many house plans. There were so many Beastman tribes in the Twilight Forest, and extra blueprints would always come in handy. Hearing this, Maple Honey waved and headed toward her cleaned-out cave. Seeing that, Ching He went into her own cave next door. Chang Xia, want me to stay and chat for a bit? Nan Feng asked. She knew Chang Xia wasn't very brave, and since she'd just arrived at Twin Valleys, she probably didn't dare sleep alone at night. Compared to Maple Honey and the others, Nan Feng wasn't as tired. Aren't you tired? Chang Xia didn't refuse. Even though she was exhausted, she still felt uneasy about sleeping alone in the cave. I'm fine. Come on, let's go in. I'm curious about the Wolf Tribe's Kira grass mats. Did you lay yours out yet? I want to try lying on it, Nan Feng said, taking Chang Xia's hand and leading her into the cave. Chang Xia kept yawning, but stubbornly fought off sleep. Nan Feng felt a pang of sympathy. Chang Xia's personality hadn't changed at all since childhood. So stubborn, always reluctant to trouble others. This scent is so nice, Nan Feng said, examining the Kira grass mat by the lightstone. The cave was filled with a faint, fresh grassy aroma that was soothing and refreshing. Changxia nodded happily. The Kira grass mat had been woven by the wolf tribe based on Changxia's suggestion, designed to be foldable and easy to carry into the forest. The wolf tribe had promised Changxia a full set of Kira grass furniture. Like Nanfeng, Changxia loved the scent of Kira grass. She thought when winter came and the cold season set in, she'd put away her wooden furniture and switch to Kira grass pieces. Do you like it? I do. The wolf tribe's busy lately. Once the roads are open, if you want more, you can trade with them for Kira grass and have Shishing learn to weave Kira grass furniture. Changxia told Nanfeng about what the wolf tribe had been busy with lately. Plus, since Changxia had shown her fondness for Kira grass furniture, many orcs had fallen in love with it too and went to the wolf tribe to trade for some. So it was easy to imagine. The wolf tribe was probably being pestered a lot these days. I'm not in a rush for Kira grass furniture, Nanfeng said, sitting with Changxia on the mat, her face full of excitement. Is it true Kira grass can be spun into thread and woven into cloth? That rumor had been spreading like wildfire lately. The beastmen had suffered under the bird tribe's monopoly on blue cloth for so long. Now, suddenly, word had spread that the wolf tribe's Kira grass could be spun and woven. If the tribes weren't so far apart, the beastmen would have overrun Wuji Mountain in Qingwei Forest by now. It's true. I personally spun the first Kira grass thread, and it was my idea to send the first piece of cloth to the shaman hall at Mount Kana, Changxia said proudly. The wolf tribe had wanted to give the first piece of Kira cloth to Changxia, but she insisted it should go to the shaman hall at Mount Kana. So the wolf tribe followed her suggestion and had an elder personally deliver it to Suyi at Mount Kana. That's wonderful. Now the beastmen won't have to humble themselves to the bird tribe for blue cloth anymore. At next year's Normandy Grand Market, our tribe will finally be able to hold our heads high in front of the bird tribe, Nanfeng said, thrilled. The wolf tribe is short on hands. Shen Rong suggested that the serious tribe hire other beastmen to help spin and weave once the roads are open. They might discuss it with Granny Suyi. That's a good thing. I'm sure the shaman will agree. Besides, it's tough for the weaker tribes. If they can get help from the wolf tribe, it'll be much easier than hunting and gathering in the forest. Nanfeng and the younger generation of beastmen were different from their elders. They weren't so attached to their territories. If moving or joining another tribe meant a better life, they were willing to change. Nanfeng, time to get back to your cave and rest. Outside, Shishing's voice called softly. Turns out Shen Rong and the others had finished their bath and returned. Changxia, I'm off. Get some rest. Tomorrow the snake tribe will be busy. After saying goodbye, Changxia didn't get up, just waved casually as Nanfeng left the cave. A moment later, Shen Rong walked in from outside, bare-chested, a beast skin wrap slung casually around his waist. Changxia, are you asleep? Shen Rong asked softly. Changxia blushed, gazing at Shen Rong's strong but not bulky figure. She replied quietly, no. Where did you all go? Why were you gone so long? Hissen and Wanmu challenged Shishing and the others to see who could stay in the water the longest. Everyone got carried away and ended up playing for quite a while, Shen Rong explained, dimming the lightstone and walking slowly toward Changxia. Previous page, next page, last page, top. Beneath the hazy glow, Changxia's face was half-lit. Her big, bright eyes stared straight at Shen Rong as he walked toward her. For no reason, Changxia suddenly felt her lips go dry. Do you like what you see? Shen Rong lowered his head, leaning in close to Changxia. Looking at Shen Rong's approaching face, Changxia's breath caught. She couldn't help but swallow nervously. Shen Rong, she whispered his name, her mind going blank, not knowing what to say. They'd already been intimate before. But every now and then, Changxia would still find herself utterly captivated by Shen Rong. Before, when Shen Rong was poisoned and unwell, he carried a melancholy air about him. But after he recovered, that sadness faded, replaced by a cool aloofness. There was a coldness to him now, tinged with restraint. It hit all of Changxia's soft spots. She wanted nothing more than to pounce on this version of Shen Rong and do all sorts of things. Shen Rong chuckled softly, lowering his head to gently capture Chang Xia's lips again and again, reluctant to let go. Lately, they'd been busy traveling through the forest. No one had the time or energy for romance. Tonight, though, the other beast folk had gone their separate ways. Bathed in the gentle glow of the light stone, a subtle, unspoken intimacy blossomed between the two of them. "Did you lock the door?" Chang Xia whispered. Her hands wrapped around Shen Rong's neck, savoring his closeness. The fresh scent of soap mixed with the faint medicinal aroma on Shen Rong's skin, an intoxicating combination for Chang Xia. "It's locked," Shen Rong replied. End of this chapter. The moonlight was enchanting. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was warm and intimate. Low, heavy breaths, sometimes soft, sometimes urgent, marked the night's passion. Breathing in Shen Rong's scent, Chang Xia's whole body rose and fell, lost in the throes of emotion, surrendering all her senses to Shen Rong. "Chang Xia, give me a baby." Before drifting off to sleep, the only things left in Chang Xia's mind were Shen Rong's ragged breaths and those words. "Chang Xia, are you awake?" The next morning, Nanfeng's familiar voice rang in her ears. Chang Xia mumbled sleepily, "I'm awake." "Pfft." Nanfeng giggled, teasing, "Chang Xia, you really are awake?" Was she still half asleep? These past 2 months had truly worn Chang Xia out. Things were going smoothly with the tiger and bear tribes, the roads were finished, and Shen Rong and Qing He were handling the house building. Once things settled in Twin Valleys, Chang Xia really needed to go back to the tribe for a break. Daylight had come. The Snake Tribe chief arrived. Shen Rong called Qing He to help the Snake Tribe survey Twin Valleys before construction. Everyone understood the importance of planning now, and the Snake Tribe wisely chose to listen to Shen Rong and the others. Nanfeng. Chang Xia rubbed her eyes and sat up, supporting her waist. Looking outside the cave at Nanfeng, who was laughing and chatting, she realized it was already broad daylight. The spot where Shen Rong had slept was long cold. The Snake Tribe chief came early. Shen Rong took Qing He and Maple Leaf to Twin Valleys to plan the house building. "He told me to wait for you to wake up and to get breakfast ready," Nanfeng explained. Outside the cave, there was a pile of food, meat and vegetables. The Snake Tribe chief was worried Chang Xia and the others wouldn't be used to their food. So he sent over plenty of supplies early, letting Chang Xia handle her own meals. Nanfeng looked at the mountain of food, speechless, so much. Was the Snake Tribe chief planning to come over and freeload? "They're in a hurry." "I thought the Snake Tribe wasn't rushing to build houses," Chang Xia joked. She wanted to wear something light, but when she looked down and saw the marks Shen Rong had left on her last night, and considering all the snakes in the Snake Tribe, she decided to wear long sleeves and pants. A bit hot, but safer. "Tsk tisk." Nanfeng gave Chang Xia a teasing look. "Wearing long sleeves and pants in this heat? Are you hot, or did Shen Rong get a little too enthusiastic last night and now you're embarrassed?" "Nanfeng, stop it." Chang Xia's face froze, trying to hide her embarrassment. She whispered, "There are a lot of snakes around here. I'm afraid one might crawl onto me." At that, Nanfeng stopped teasing. She'd experienced it herself. She couldn't laugh at Chang Xia. She was wearing long sleeves and pants, too. Noticing Nanfeng's outfit, Chang Xia asked, "Nanfeng, do the snakes here really climb onto people?" Nanfeng grinned awkwardly and nodded. "The snakes in Twin Valleys aren't afraid of people. They're very friendly." In other words, it was entirely possible for a snake to slither onto someone. Nanfeng herself had been startled by a black snake that suddenly climbed onto her and wrapped around her neck, acting cute. She almost strangled it, but Snake Xing reacted quickly and rescued the little snake in time. "Can I bring some beast repellent powder?" Chang Xia asked softly. She couldn't help but recall the scene in the wild mushroom forest, white snakes everywhere, drifting in the wind. Honestly, it was a bit creepy. "Forget the powder. I'll give you a sachet, just wear it and don't take it off, and the snakes won't come near you," Nanfeng said, taking off a strange little pouch woven from straw at her waist. She explained that inside the pouch was a herb snakes disliked. Snake Xing had made it specially for her. Nanfeng had made extra for Maple Leaf, Honeydew, and the others. Except for the Snake Tribe, the other beast folk weren't exactly fond of snakes. The Snake Tribe knew this too. So, when the Shifeng Tribe entered Twin Valleys, the Snake Tribe chief had Nanfeng prepare plenty of sachets. Any outsiders entering Twin Valleys had to wear one, to avoid any accidents with the snakes. This smells a bit like gila grass, Chang Xia remarked. Nanfeng said, I think it smells nice too. During the long summer, Chang Xia washed up with warm water. Looking up, she caught sight of several rattan baskets stacked beside the stove and asked, Nanfeng, what's with all these baskets? Chief Shishi sent them over, Nanfeng replied with a mischievous grin. She said she was worried you wouldn't be used to the Snake Mountain tribe's cold dishes and raw food, so she brought you ingredients to cook for yourself. But honestly, I think she just wants an excuse to come over for a meal. Sure, raw and cold food suits the Snake Tribe's taste, but anyone would get tired of it after eating it all year round. Chang Xia knew that Chief Shishi and Elder Senda were very close. Nanfeng wasn't as afraid of Chief Shishi as she used to be. Most of the Snake Tribe were terrified of her, and Nanfeng was no exception. Chief Shishi was the kind of person who could intimidate you without even saying a word or lifting a finger. Her presence was powerful, overwhelming, even. You couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and fear around her. Why don't you start fermenting some fruit starch? I'll roll out the noodles, and we'll have cold noodles for breakfast, Chang Xia suggested. Rolling out noodles wasn't hard. The only tricky part was preparing the toppings. But with Nanfeng's help, Chang Xia figured it would be fine. Sounds good. Nanfeng rolled up her sleeves and went to get the fruit starch, ready to knead it and set it to ferment. After washing her face, Chang Xia took 2 peach-like fruits from one of the baskets, washed them, and started munching. When Nanfeng came out, she handed her the other fruit. Where did you get these peach fruits? Nanfeng asked in surprise. They were a gift from a tribe in the Heluo Basin, Chang Xia explained. Besides these peach fruits, they also sent flat apples, berry fruits, cherry fruits, and more. All fresh and juicy. Once the roads are open, we really have to visit the Heluo Basin. The wild fruits there are endless and absolutely delicious. These are really good, just as tasty as the wild fruits from the sacred mountain, Nanfeng said, surprised as she bit into the peach fruit. The ones from the Heluo Tribe were always a bit sour, not as sweet and tangy as these from the Heluo Basin. Nanfeng had heard her tribe talk about the Heluo Basin before. Unfortunately, it was too far from the Baiha River region, making trade difficult for the Heluo Tribe. No matter how tasty wild fruits were, they couldn't compare to meat. It was just like the vegetables from the Gray Mist Prairie, no matter how delicious, the Beast Tribes never really wanted to trade for them. But ever since Chang Xia spoke up, things had changed. Even before the roads were built, the 3 tribes from the Gray Mist Prairie had already traded away a lot of vegetables. This was a huge boon for them. Now, instead of hunting, they could simply gather vegetables and trade them for meat. It was like meat falling from the sky. They were so excited. If they had the strength to help build the roads, they'd have done it in a heartbeat. I'll ask the Lion and Wolf tribes to help out. Once the road between the Gray Mist Prairie and the Heluo Basin is open, we might not even have to go there ourselves. The beast folk from those tribes will bring their goods straight to the Baihu Trading District. Then we'll be able to eat whatever we want, whenever we want, Chang Xia said happily. End of this chapter. Chang Xia. Just as the two were happily imagining a future with unlimited wild fruits, Milu's voice rang out from across the river. Milu, what's up? Chang Xia stood up and called back. Milu replied, Shen Rong asked me to check with you. Should the inner and outer valleys of Twin Valley be planned together or separately? Shen Rong had wanted to ask Chang Xia herself, but Milu had jumped at the chance to run this errand. After all, walking around Twin Valley with Shen Rong and the others meant seeing all kinds of snakes and pythons. Even though Milu was tough, she still found it a bit unsettling. In this respect, Maple Leaf and Ching He were braver than Milu. What do the Snake Tribe think? Chang Xia glanced at Nanfeng, choosing not to answer directly, but instead asking about the Snake Mountain Tribe's opinion. Twin Valley was their territory, so Chang Xia felt their wishes should come first. Chief Shishi said she has no preference, she'll go with whatever you decide, Milu replied. Milu understood why Chief Shishi had no opinion. After all, they didn't know the first thing about building or planning, so it was better to follow Chang Xia's advice. So far, Chang Xia had never let them down. She would never do anything to harm the Snake Mountain tribe. Has Ching He finished the drawings? I'll take a look at Twin Valley's environment first, then make a decision, Chang Xia said cautiously. This was about the tribe's development for generations to come. She couldn't afford to be careless. I'm not sure. Should I go back and ask? Milu said with an awkward grin. Chang Xia sighed, exasperated. Nanfeng burst out laughing and called, Milu, just tell Shen Rong and the others to come back for breakfast. Chang Xia can talk things over with them while you all eat. By now, Shen Rong and the others had probably finished their survey of Twin Valley, just wrapping things up. Milu's timing would be perfect. Okay. Milu replied cheerfully, turning and running toward the tribal square. All right, enough chatting. Let's get breakfast ready. There's a lot to do after we eat, Chang Xia said, watching Milu leave. She exchanged a look with Nanfeng, and they started sorting through the baskets, thinking about what toppings to prepare. Nanfeng, let the dough ferment and help me peel some mud beans. I'll fry some for toppings and also stir-fry some meat. These ginger, scallions, and garlic are so fresh. Did the Qingqiu tribe send them? Bird eggs, let's fry some eggs too. Haven't had those in ages. Chang Xia muttered to herself as she took things out of the baskets, planning the breakfast toppings. Meat was a must. As for soup, Nanfeng had already started simmering bone broth early in the morning. Chang Xia had told her that drinking more soup was good for her health. Whether in the Heluo Tribe or here at Snake Mountain, Nanfeng always made a pot of bone broth every day, sometimes fish soup, or wild vegetable and bird egg soup. At first, Xixing wasn't used to it. But gradually, he got into the habit too. Now, if he didn't have some soup every day, he actually felt uncomfortable. Chang Xia, I miss home, Nanfeng said. Chang Xia paused, looked up at Nanfeng and teased, do you miss home, or do you just miss the tribe's sweets? Nanfeng stuck out her tongue, glaring at Chang Xia in frustration. Life is tough, no need to point it out. She really did miss the candy from the Heluo tribe. The Heluo tribe had traded for quite a bit of candy, but it was divided among every single member of the snake tribe, so naturally, there wasn't much to go around. After all, this was the first time the beast tribes had participated in the Baihu commercial exchange, and none of the tribes were very confident, so the goods they could trade were limited. All the tribes had their eyes on the candy. The Heluo tribe's reed root candy and maple sugar weren't up for trade. The only candy available was the purple seaweed candy from the Earth tribe. Even though the bear tribe brought a lot of candy, every beast tribe wanted some, so after dividing it up, the Heluo tribe didn't get much. So when Nanfeng said she was homesick, it wasn't really a lie. Compared to the Heluo tribe, the Heluo tribe just wasn't home. On top of that, there were differences in food. Even though Xixing indulged Nanfeng and tried to meet her needs as much as possible, Nanfeng still felt uncomfortable and stifled living here. I miss the chickens, ducks, and wild rabbits we raise in the southern forests by Baihu Lake. I've been gone for 2 months, who knows if the tribe is taking good care of them. And the fish and shrimp in Baihu Lake, without me watching, I bet the tribe will eat them all up. And the vines and flowers I planted in the corner of my house, who knows if AMU is watering them on time. The more Nanfeng rambled, the more Chang Xia's head hurt. If she keeps going, even Chang Xia would want to go home. In the distance, the Shi tribe chief glanced at Xixing beside him. This rascal just wasn't up to the task. It's been 2 months, and he still hasn't managed to make Nanfeng settle down in the Heluo tribe. No wonder Zhen dared to let Xixing bring Nanfeng back to the Heluo tribe. He must have known Nanfeng would never defect. That's right, the Shi chief had made a bet with Zhen. The Heluo tribe agreed to let Xixing go to the Heluo tribe, on the condition that the leopard tribe would let Nanfeng stay at the Heluo tribe for a while. If Nanfeng chose to stay in the Heluo tribe of her own accord, then Xixing's marriage into the Heluo tribe would be off the table. Looking at things now, it seemed the Heluo tribe had lost the bet. Xixing met the Shi chief's disdainful, disappointed gaze and felt thoroughly embarrassed. He really had tried his best. It wasn't just Nan Fong who missed the Heluo tribe. Xing was starting to feel nostalgic too. Unlike the Heluo tribe, the atmosphere in the Heluo tribe was much more inviting and appealing. Ahem. Maple Leaf cleared her throat, reminding Nan Fong, who was still rambling on. Chief, what brings you all over here? Chang Xia was startled, quickly nudging Nan Fong with her foot to get her to stop talking. Xing and the others had already walked up to the cave entrance. If Nan Fong kept going, it would be embarrassing. Nan Fong, however, didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. She grinned at the Chief and said, Chief, you should trade with the Lion Tribe for some chili peppers. Grilled meat, stir-fried dishes, without chili, they just don't taste right. Instantly, all the beast folk gave Nan Fong a thumbs up for her shamelessness. The Chief was momentarily taken aback. Then, regaining her composure, she nodded. Once the roads are open, I'll have Lin go to Huanyue Valley and trade with the Lion Tribe for some chili peppers, she agreed readily. For small matters like this, she was easy to deal with. Shen Rong handed a blueprint to Chang Xia and took the rolling pin from her in exchange. Chang Xia, this is the Twin Valleys map that Qinghe drew. Take a look and see how the Snake Tribe should build their houses. The Shifeng Chief and other beast folk hadn't shown up. They were resting in their own caves or tree houses, studying the blueprints Chang Xia had given them. They'd only show up once the Snake Tribe actually started building. All right, you handle the dough. I'll look at the plans. Qinghe, come over here. Let's look and talk it over together. Chang Xia waved Qinghe over. After working together in Huanyue Valley, Chang Xia trusted Qinghe and planned to mentor her more. After all, the vast world of the Twilight Forest couldn't rely on just Chang Xia alone. Unfortunately, aside from Qinghe, Chang Xia hadn't found any other promising talents for now. Of course, that was partly because this trip had been a bit rushed. Seeing Chang Xia call Qinghe over to look at the plans, the Chief hurried over too, paper and pen in hand, ready to pick up some tips. Xing and the other interested beast folk gathered around. Those who weren't interested helped Shen Rong and the others prepare breakfast. End of this chapter. Chief, what are your thoughts on building in Twin Valleys? Chang Xia flipped through the sketch Qinghe had drawn of Twin Valleys, thinking about how best to plan the area so that the construction wouldn't damage the environment. Can the inner and outer valleys be connected? Yes. We can build a wall here and put in a gate. Our tribe wants to build houses along the river. Will that be a problem? One question after another, with Qinghe helping to organize the drawings. Chang Xia held a pen, quickly sketching, while the Snake Tribe beast folk occasionally chimed in. The discussion went very smoothly. The Snake Tribe was different from the Lion Tribe. The Heluo Tribe didn't make spicy 3-pepper soup, so there was no pungent smell. When building houses, the Snake Tribe didn't need to space their stone houses as far apart as the Lion Tribe did, just enough for some personal space. As a result, it was pretty similar to how the Heluo Tribe built their kills. When building houses, you have to plan for drainage ahead of time. Since you're near the river, the foundation should be a bit higher, and you'll need to dig cellars for storage. To Chang Xia, this was all old news. But for the Snake Tribe, it was all new. The Chief took careful notes, afraid she'd forget, jotting everything down. Chang Xia, Chief. After a while, Shen Rong interrupted the discussion. Let's eat first and talk more after breakfast, he said. Chang Xia put down her pen and paper. She'd said all she needed to for now, the rest could be adjusted once construction started. The beast folk were good with their hands. Talking only got you so far, it was better to just get started. You must be hungry, Chang Xia, the Chief said apologetically, quickly stopping herself from talking further and urging Chang Xia to eat. Her delicate face was lit up with excitement. No wonder the Lion Tribe had been so active lately. If she'd known building houses had so many benefits, she wouldn't have listened to her tribe's pointless complaints. Is this rice noodles? When she reached the table, the Snake Clan chief looked at the wide noodles in front of her, blinking in confusion. She had eaten the rice noodles from the Heluo tribe before, but those seemed different from these. Nan Fong explained as she quickly scooped the cooked wide noodles into bowls. This was her first time seeing these noodles too. No need to ask, 9 times out of 10, this must be something Chang Xia came up with. Judging by the excited looks on Maple Leaf and the other beast folk, Nanfeng could tell without even tasting that they must be delicious. These crispy mud beans are so fragrant. How did you make them? Soon, some beast folk tried the fried mud beans and immediately exclaimed in surprise. Elder Pukong craned his neck, staring at the wooden basin of fried mud beans, and asked, Nanfeng, give me another scoop. Elder Pukong, finish what you have first before coming back for more, Nanfeng said sternly. There was only one basin of fried mud beans, and with Elder Pukong eyeing them, Nanfeng suddenly felt things were getting serious. When it came to eating, no beast folk in the Twilight Forest could compete with Elder Pukong. Sure enough, seeing Elder Pukong fixated on the fried mud beans, the other beast folk all crowded around Nanfeng, holding their bowls, asking her to help them with the noodles and toppings. They weren't in a hurry for any other topping, only the fried mud beans were a must. Don't worry, the Snake Mountain tribe may not have much else, but they have plenty of mud beans. If you want more fried mud beans, I'll fry another batch in a bit, Nanfeng said. Still, no one backed away. Chang Xia rubbed her forehead and said, Elder Pukong, don't make a fuss. If you want fried mud beans, I'll make you a few more basins when I have time. At that, Elder Pukong beamed and stopped pestering Nanfeng. Once Elder Pukong backed off, the other beast folk all breathed a sigh of relief. Fried mud beans are even more fragrant than sugar-coated ones, and they go better with alcohol. Too bad there's no wine in the Twilight Forest, Shen Rong said with a sigh as he ate the fried mud beans. Anything that ended up in Chang Xia's hands always seemed to shine in a new way. The fish tribe has wine, but it's too expensive. I think the bird tribe has wine too. At this, the beast folk all felt frustrated. The fish tribe had wine, the bird tribe had wine, but the beast tribe didn't. How unfair. Sweet potatoes can be used to make wine, Chang Xia suddenly said. Boom. All the beast folk instantly perked up, staring at Chang Xia with wide, bell-like eyes. It was a bit intimidating. Chang Xia, you mean the sweet potatoes I know? Snake Chief excitedly grabbed Chang Xia's arm. The Moonwatch Mountains had no shortage of sweet potatoes. Lately, besides road building, the Snake Tribe had been busy harvesting mud beans, yams, and all sorts of grains. Sweet potatoes were naturally among them. Chief, calm down. Shen Rong brushed Snake Chief's hand off Chang Xia's arm and said coolly, You're scaring her. Sorry. Snake Chief quickly apologized. The moment she heard sweet potatoes could be used to make wine, her mind went blank. The Beast Tribe had tasted wine before, but didn't know how to brew it themselves. Trading for wine with the fish or bird tribes always cost 100 fierce beast pelts for just a little bit. Honestly, even though the Beast Tribe was good at hunting, they couldn't afford such expensive wine. Previously, Chang Xia had said she knew how to make wine. Back then, she'd mentioned using wild fruits. All the tribes had been working hard on road construction, hoping that once the roads were open, they could gather the materials Chang Xia needed more quickly. Though no one said it out loud, every tribe had their own little plans. Sweet potatoes, golden corn, and millet can all be used to make wine, Chang Xia confirmed. The Beast Tribe hadn't escaped poverty yet, so Chang Xia was reluctant to use grain for brewing. But if the tribes could store enough food to get through the cold season and still have a surplus, Chang Xia wouldn't mind using some of it for wine. Once people's material needs are met, they start yearning for spiritual fulfillment. Wine isn't just for drinking. It also has medicinal uses. If the conditions are right, Chang Xia wanted to try brewing wine. Great, great, Snake Chief said repeatedly. She didn't promise to give sweet potatoes to Chang Xia for brewing, since the Snake Mountain tribe's houses weren't finished yet and they hadn't stockpiled enough food for the cold season. Now wasn't the right time to bring up brewing wine. Snake Chief hadn't become the tribe leader by being foolish. But the other beast folk didn't understand. They thought Snake Chief and Chang Xia were about to discuss brewing wine. But to their surprise, the two acted as if the conversation had never happened. Hurry up and eat. After breakfast, we'll get to work building houses, Snake Chief said, breaking the silence. The beast folk looked at each other, confused. The wine. The wine they'd been looking forward to. Was that it? Was it over just like that? Chief, what about the sweet potato wine? Snake Lin asked quietly. Snake Chief grinned, showing a fearsome smile, and said coldly, "Wine? What wine? I didn't hear anything about wine." For a moment, all the beast folk were stunned. Did Snake Chief drink 3-pepper soup or something? Why did she suddenly explode like that? Snake Lin twitched her mouth and quickly shook her head, saying, "Oh, I must have misheard." Chang Xia couldn't help but laugh. But she didn't explain. Brewing wine from sweet potatoes wasn't a small matter. Judging by Snake Chief's attitude, she'd probably report it to the Kanasha Holy Mountains shaman and wait for Siyu to decide. End of this chapter. Chang Xia. Chang Xia. After the meal, the beast folk all headed together toward the tribe's central square. The Snake Tribe, like the Lion Tribe, had decided to build the council house in the tribe square first. Chang Xia guessed this was probably influenced by the council house in the Baihu commercial district. Chang Xia was thinking about laying the foundation. She wasn't worried about bumping into trees or tripping, because Shen Rong was holding her hand. Suddenly, shouts rang out by her ear, one after another. Chang Xia snapped out of her wandering thoughts. Who? Shoo. Shen Rong squeezed Chang Xia's hand, signaling her to keep quiet. At the same time, he jerked his chin toward the back, telling her who was causing the commotion. She saw Hassan and Shishing mixed in with the others, craning their necks to sneak glances at her, pretending to play around, but their eyes were actually on the Snake Clan chief at the front. Shen Rong, what are they up to? Chang Xia asked in confusion, lowering her voice. Shen Rong leaned in close to her cheek and softly whispered, "Sweet potato wine." Not only were Hassan and the others thinking about it, but Shen Rong was too. Wine ever since he'd entered the Twilight Forest, he'd almost forgotten what it tasted like. Shen Rong wasn't a heavy drinker, but he enjoyed a drink now and then. No beastman could truly resist. Pfft. Chang Xia couldn't help but laugh. She really shouldn't have brought up wine. The moment she did, all the beastmen started thinking about it. Hassan and the young ones were straightforward. They wanted it, so they just asked. The older ones, like Elder Pukong and Senda, clearly wanted it just as much, but tried to act nonchalant. If the Snake Clan is willing to provide sweet potatoes, I can give it a try. But let me say this first, I'm just trying, so I can't guarantee I'll succeed in making wine. Seeing how high everyone's hopes were, Chang Xia couldn't help but temper their expectations. She knew the steps to brewing, but had never actually done it herself, so she wasn't completely confident she could pull it off. Chang Xia, the Snake Clan would be happy to provide sweet potatoes, she said quickly. Hearing that, Chang Xia's mouth twitched. So the Snake Clan chief had been thinking about it too. She just hadn't been able to ask directly for some reason. Now that Chang Xia had given her an opening, she seized it immediately, afraid Chang Xia would change her mind if she hesitated even a second. Chang Xia, is brewing wine quick? At that, all the beastmen perked up their ears. Before brewing, we need to cultivate yeast. The beast clans have never brewed wine before, so we don't have any yeast. We'll have to make our own, Chang Xia said, feeling a headache coming on. To make yeast, we need spicy smartweed. She knew what spicy smartweed looked like on Earth. But as for the spicy smartweed in the Twilight Forest of the Gangwa continent, Chang Xia couldn't be sure it looked the same as on Earth. Chang Xia, what does spicy smartweed look like? Yeah, tell us, and we'll go look for it. Spicy smartweed has leaves that look like chili pepper leaves. It's naturally spicy, even spicier than some peppers. Besides being used to make yeast, it can also be used for fishing. Chang Xia tried her best to describe spicy smartweed in words the beastmen would understand. Thanks to the opening of the Baihu commercial district, the beastmen were no longer unfamiliar with the Lion Clan's chili peppers. When Chang Xia said spicy smartweed's leaves looked like chili leaves, the beastmen immediately felt more confident. However, when they learned they wouldn't be able to drink sweet potato wine anytime soon, everyone's spirits dropped a bit. Don't get discouraged. Once we find spicy smartweed and make the yeast, I'll try brewing sweet potato wine. With yeast, the brewing goes quickly at most, half a month. Seeing their disappointed faces, Chang Xia couldn't help but offer a few words of comfort. As soon as she finished speaking, all the beast men immediately looked up at her with bright eyes. Chang Xia, really? SH should be. With a dozen pairs of eyes staring at her, Chang Xia edged closer to Shen Rong. Ahem. Shen Rong coughed lightly, reminding everyone to calm down and not scare Chang Xia. Shishi, how many sweet potatoes did the Heluo Tribe harvest this year? Senda seized the chance to ask the Snake Clan chief about their harvest. We haven't harvested sweet potatoes before, so we don't have an exact number. Plus, the tribe's been busy building roads and houses, so most of the harvesting was done by the elders and the young ones. This time, we gathered enough to fill one warehouse, Shishi explained. The Snake Clan didn't spin or weave, but they were busy harvesting. Thinking about it, the Snake Clan chief's mind wandered. Maybe the rumor from the Wolf Clan would come true. If so, should the Heluo Tribe prepare in advance and build more log cabins? The Snake Clan chief was making plans in her head, but her pace didn't slow. She chatted with Elder Senda about sweet potatoes while also thinking about the tribe's future. Have all the sweet potatoes from the Wangwei Mountains been harvested? Pukong asked. A warehouse full of sweet potatoes wasn't a small amount, but it wasn't a lot either. One warehouse was about 50 or 60,000 jin, at most 70 or 80,000. If it was just for eating, the Snake Clan should have enough. But if they wanted to trade with other tribes or process them into sweet potato flour, one warehouse really wasn't much. No, this warehouse is just from near Twin Valley. The totem warriors have been busy building roads, so we haven't had the manpower to go into the forest and harvest more, Shishi quickly explained. The Snake Clan hadn't harvested sweet potatoes from the Wangwei Mountains yet. Not just sweet potatoes, turnips, kudzu, yams, and so on, the Snake Clan hadn't harvested those either. Just like the Wolf Clan, the Snake Clan was short on hands. At that moment, the Snake Clan chief truly understood Suye's struggles, wanting to do more, but always short on people. Everything could only be done step by step, slowly and steadily. We need to finish building the houses and roads as soon as possible, so the whole tribe can focus on harvesting, Senda said seriously. For tribes like the Wolf, Lion, and Snakeu, harvest season was the busiest time of year. If they missed it, they'd have to wait for the next crop. The same went for the 3 tribes of the Gray Mist Prairie, and for the tribes of the Holubad Basin, the situation was the same everywhere. Among all the tribes, only the Heluo Tribe was different. The Leopard Clan harvested maple sap, seasoning fruits, and green oil. These weren't large in quantity and could be collected in batches. In comparison, the Heluo Tribe was actually the most relaxed. Of course, there are also the mulberries from Misty Ridge, the mushrooms from Mount Song, and so on. These all need to be harvested as well. Leisure, after all, is only relative. Take ginkgo nuts, for example. Every tribe needs to gather, dry, and grind them. Chief Shishi nodded emphatically. The Snake Tribe tends to be a bit sluggish during the warm season, which is just part of their nature. Still, when it's time to get busy, the Shiwa Tribe doesn't dare slack off. Stockpiling food during the warm season is all for surviving the winter. If there isn't enough food to last through the cold season, people really could starve. With a deep understanding of how harsh the cold season is, even the beast cubs who haven't learned to shapeshift yet won't dare slack off during the harvest season of the warm months. A short while later, a group of beast folk arrived at the Outer Valley Tribe's plaza. The Snake Tribe's council house was built just like the stone council house of the Lion Tribe. The only difference was that one was made from timber logs, the other from stone. Chang Xia double-checked the location with Chief Shishi. Shen Rong helped mark out where the foundations needed to be dug. The Snake Tribe was different from other beast folk. They couldn't transform their hands into claws, so they had to use crafted tools. So, Changxia watched as Shishing and the others took out stone tools they'd shaped from rocks, and her eyes lit up. The Snake Tribe seemed to be the first beast folk she'd seen who used tools to build houses. End of this chapter. Chief Shishi, these are? Changxia, excited, couldn't help but walk over to Chief Shishi, pointing at the stone tools Shishing and the others were using, and asked. Diggers, stone diggers, ground from rocks. They're more durable than ones made from ironwood, Chief Shishi explained, spreading her hands. The Snake Tribe is different from other beast folk. We can't shapeshift our hands, so we have to rely on external tools. Not far away, Hizenluan was watching Shishing. He snatched the stone digger from Shishing's hands and, imitating the other snake folk, started digging with it. Beast folk are strong, so even though the stone digger was heavy, they wielded it with ease, digging just as fast as if they were using claws. Does the snake tribe have other tools? Changxia asked curiously. She examined the stone digger for a while. It was somewhere between a shovel and a hoe. It was heavy. Anyone with less strength probably couldn't use it. We have a few more. Would you like to see them? Shishi said. Shemi, bring over the rest of the stone tools. Changxia wants to have a look. Soon enough. Shemi came over carrying a pile of stone tools. There were big ones and small ones, long ones and short ones. The more she looked, the more amazed Changxia felt. She'd never underestimated the beast folk, but what she saw today from the snake tribe still left her deeply impressed. All of these can be used for digging, but some are better for wetlands, others for sandy soil. Our tools are modeled after those made by the Heluo Tribe. When it comes to crafting tools, the Fox Tribe is even more skillful, Chief Shishi explained as she introduced the tools to Changxia. Not far away, Chief Huchi of the Fox Tribe listened to the praise, his face full of pride and happiness. The Fox Tribe isn't as powerful as the 6 major tribes, but their territory is rich in ginger, scallions, and garlic. Their tribe isn't the strongest, but they live quite comfortably. Unlike other beast folk, the Fox Tribe is especially skilled at using tools for hunting. The Heluo Tribe is the most connected with other beast folk tribes. The tools they make aren't widely traded among the 6 major tribes, but among the weaker tribes, the Heluo Tribe's tools are the most sought after. Fox Tribe, Heluo Tribe? Changxia was surprised, glancing at Chief Huchi. Her deepest impression of the Fox Tribe had always been their fresh ginger, scallions, garlic, and premium spices like Sichuan peppercorns, black pepper, and star anise. Who would have thought their greatest strength was actually tool-making? Thinking of this, Changxia suddenly remembered jade carving. Shen Rong had mentioned hiring help, and Changxia wondered if she should talk to the Heluo Tribe about hiring a few fox folk to come to the Heluo Tribe to help carve jade. This matter. She decided to chat with Chief Huchi about it at noon. Yes, Shishi nodded. Changxia smiled and said, if you have time at lunch, I'd like to talk to Chief Huchi about these tools. You don't think it's embarrassing to use tools? Shishi asked quietly. Because of their beast forms, the snake tribe was different from the other 5 major tribes. Needing to use tools for work made them feel a bit awkward among the 6 tribes. Embarrassing. Changxia paused, puzzled. Using tools saves time and effort. Why would I be embarrassed? I actually think using a stone digger is easier than digging with beast claws. When we went into the forest this time, I realized that if the beast folk could tame some fierce beasts to use as tools, then in the future, we wouldn't need to transform and carry baskets on our backs. Using the snake tribe's situation as an example, Changxia hinted at her desire to change how beast folk transported goods. Always having to shapeshift and carry things with their beast bodies seemed too exhausting to her. Every time she saw Shen Rong, majestic in his beast form, running through the forest with 4 or 5 baskets strapped to him, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Someone as dignified as Shen Rong shouldn't have to work so hard. Upon hearing this, everyone who understood Changxia's words looked at her in disbelief. Only the beast folk from the Heluo Tribe seemed unfazed. Tame fierce beasts? Shishi stared at Changxia, utterly astonished. Changxia smiled and explained, Shen Rong said life in the western lands is different from our misty forest. I want the beast folk of the eastern lands to have a better life too. The beast folk here have always lived primitive lives of hunting and gathering, which is unstable and risky. I want us to move into the age of slash and burn agriculture, growing crops to fill our bellies, raising livestock and poultry for meat, and taming fierce beasts to help with transportation. At that moment, the snake tribe's outer valley fell silent. All the beast folk looked up at Changxia. She was clearly the shortest among them, but in their eyes, her presence was towering. If these words had come from any other orc, all the orcs would have just found it funny, maybe even mocked it out loud. But the one who spoke was Changxia. For some reason, everyone suddenly felt their blood boiling. All the orcs knew that Changxia would never lie to them, nor would she make empty promises. Is it really possible? Ching He murmured. Chang Xia replied firmly, it's possible. Chang Xia, can you tell us how to grow crops? What does it mean to raise livestock and poultry? I don't quite understand. Taming fierce beasts, that I'm interested in. I want to catch a forest wolf and train it to help carry things. After a brief silence, a deafening buzz of discussion broke out. Even though most orcs didn't fully understand what Chang Xia meant, it didn't stop them from talking about it. Everyone was discussing and exchanging ideas. Chang Xia waved her hand, signaling everyone to calm down, and said coolly, "Don't get too excited, everyone. Building the log cabins is our top priority. As for farming and animal husbandry, these things take time. I'm still figuring it out myself. Once I find a way, I'll definitely share it with you all. Hurry up and dig the foundations. If anyone dares to delay the Snake Tribe's log cabin construction, I'll swallow them whole." The Snake Tribe chief swept her cold gaze over the crowd, saying the most ruthless words with the prettiest face. In an instant, all the orcs quieted down, not daring to make any more noise. When the Snake Tribe chief says she'll swallow someone, she really means it, it's no joke. With the crowd pacified, the foundation digging proceeded smoothly. Even though everyone still wanted to talk to Chang Xia, she was already directing the Snake Tribe chief to organize the Snake Tribe orcs to dig drainage ditches. Building log cabins doesn't require resin, but the foundations need to be built up with stones, which do require resin as an adhesive, so resin is still essential. The Snake Tribe chief had some orcs moving timber while others prepared to melt resin. Once the foundations were dug, they'd need the resin to lay the stones. The many orcs who had come to the Snake Mountain tribe to learn weren't about to be outdone. They all stepped up to help, and if there was anything they didn't understand, they'd go straight to Shen Rong or Bai Qing and ask. After all, this was about building houses back in their own tribes. No one dared to be careless. The Snake Tribe's foundations were higher, so they had to dig deeper than the Lion Tribe. As a result, they used up more stone and resin. The Snake Tribe had prepared for this long ago, so they weren't worried about the extra materials. The other tribes, however, were a bit concerned. They didn't have as much in reserve as the Snake Mountain tribe and couldn't afford to waste resources. So Shen Rong explained that since the Snake Tribe was building houses by the river, their foundations had to be higher, which naturally meant using more materials. On the other hand, if the foundations were lower, they'd use less. Hearing this, Chief Huchi and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. End of this chapter. Amazing! Shen Rong, will a log cabin built like this really not collapse? Once the foundations were ready, the resin dried quickly. With the Wolf Tribe's experience, Shen Rong taught the Snake Tribe how to build the log cabins. As they worked, the orcs kept asking questions, some serious, some silly. Chang Xia found it all a bit headache-inducing. But Shen Rong was patient. No matter what they asked, he answered kindly. Bai Qing and Kong Shan helped out, and by noon, they had finished building a meeting house. The Snake Tribe chief and her people stared at the log cabin in a daze, speechless. They had imagined the scene countless times in their minds, but seeing the real thing before their eyes, all those old fantasies vanished into thin air. Excitement, awe, joy. A rush of complicated emotions flooded their hearts, finally turning into pure happiness. It's so beautiful. Chang Xia, can we really live in such a lovely house? I think the bird tribe's nests can't even compare to this log cabin. Compared to this log cabin, our old beast dens aren't even 1/10,000th as good. I want to learn how to build houses right now, then go back to my tribe and build log cabins. Come on, let's hurry and build a second log cabin. In an instant, all the orcs were fired up. Chang Xia listened to their chatter with a smile. She'd seen this scene before in the Wolf and Lion tribes, so it wasn't new to her. Still,
Video will be updated at 5 p.m. every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. If you want to watch the video earlier, go to our website. The link is in the description box.
no matter how many times she experienced it, the warmth in her heart was always real. These simple, honest orcs deserved the very best. Chang Xia firmly believed this. Those who love life and treat it seriously deserve to be treated well in return. All right, everyone, quiet down. Let's go back to the caves/treehouses for a rest and prepare lunch. We'll continue building in the afternoon. Now that we have some experience, let's try to build a few more log cabins after lunch. The Snake Tribe chief clapped her hands, loudly stopping the chatter. They could skip lunch, but Chang Xia couldn't. So the Snake Tribe chief decisively shooed everyone away. At noon, with the sun blazing and everyone feeling lazy, it was better to go back and prepare lunch than to dawdle around. With that, the orcs dispersed, no longer pestering Chang Xia and the others. Chang Xia, I think Chief Shifeng has changed his mind, Nanfeng teased. At the bonfire banquet, Chief Shifeng had clearly said the Bear Tribe would build stone houses. But today, as the log cabin was being built, Chief Shifeng's eyes were shining as he looked at the meeting house. Anyone could tell he was tempted. The Dakingfang Mountains have a mild climate year-round, so for the Bear Tribe, it doesn't really matter whether they build log cabins or stone houses, Chang Xia said. Building stone houses takes a lot of stone and resin. Log cabins, on the other hand, use mostly wood. Which to choose is up to the Bear Tribe. Chang Xia wouldn't interfere or make suggestions. We've been away from the tribe for over 2 months now. I wonder how Daya is doing. Maple Leaf said softly, frowning. Yadong and Daya were lucky. Shortly after they became mates, Daya got pregnant. This time, if Daya hadn't conceived, Yadong definitely would have come along. With Yadong and the tribe looking after her, Daya will be fine, Nanfeng said. We should hurry and help the Shiwe tribe finish building their log houses, then teach the other tribes how to build as well. After that, we can finally return to our own tribe, Chang Xia said. Hearing this, Maple Leaf and Nanfeng both looked tempted. You're really not planning to visit the tiger and bear tribes? Milu whispered. Chang Xia replied, the Yuanhu and Dadi tribes have already finished building the roads. All that's left is to teach them how to build houses. There's no rush for me to go now, it can wait. For now, she had more important things to focus on. Whether it was planting or animal husbandry, Chang Xia needed to research and experiment. Of course, she would personally talk to the tiger and bear tribes and try to get their agreement. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. Walking back from the Outer Valley Tribe's plaza to the cave, Chang Xia was drenched in sweat, though the other beastmen seemed fine. Seeing Chang Xia's flushed face and sweaty body, Shen Rong wouldn't let her near the stove. He fetched water for her to wash her face, then took out cold stones, placed them in a ceramic bowl, and set the bowl in a wooden basin filled with water. Soon, the temperature in the cave dropped. Maybe it was the heat, but Bai Linger clung lazily to Bai Qing, unwilling to move, looking like she was about to fall asleep again. Whenever Bai Linger fell asleep, she couldn't control her cold aura. At times like this, Bai Qing didn't dare let Chang Xia hold her, for fear she'd get frostbitten. What's for lunch? Nanfeng muttered, rummaging through the vine basket. Sipping cool boiled water, Chang Xia said, hot and sour shredded potatoes. Hot and sour shredded what? In an instant, all the beastmen turned to look at Chang Xia. Slice the potatoes into thin strips, then stir-fry them with vinegar fruit and spicy peppers. We have peppers, but not the sour spicy kind, so we'll just use vinegar fruit. The flavor won't be quite the same, Chang Xia explained. They still had 3 sauce fruits and 6 vinegar fruits left from the tribe. Judging by everyone's expressions, they'd probably use up 1 or 2 today. Can't you add some meat? Stir-fried potatoes without meat still taste great. The meat-loving beastmen immediately started grumbling when they heard there'd be no meat. Chang Xia didn't argue. She simply asked Maple Leaf and Milu to start slicing potatoes, telling them to prepare extra since there were so many people. Actually, she was craving French fries, but since there was no ketchup or anything like that, she swallowed her words. She'd wait until they were back at the tribe to try making them. Nanfeng, please wash a few clean wooden basins and fill them with water. Soak the shredded potatoes in water. It'll make them crispier when cooked. Qinghe, could you help organize the blueprints? Shen Rong, chop up these ribs and wash them, then slice or cube some yam. Once the ribs are cooked, add the yam and stew them together. Chang Xia efficiently assigned everyone their tasks for lunch. Just as she finished, Chief Huchi arrived. She had invited him to join them for lunch when they parted at the tribe plaza earlier. The Fox tribe was skilled at making tools, and Chang Xia was curious to learn more. She also wanted to talk to Chief Huchi about hiring help right now. Only Nguyen Chun and a few other chiefs were carving jade, and they were short-handed. Chang Xia was preparing these jade pieces for the bird and fish tribes. Better to be prepared than caught off guard. Previously, she thought the beastmen of the Twilight Forest lived far apart and news traveled slowly. But after recent events, she realized that was a misconception. The changes among the Twilight Forest beastmen, whether the bird or fish tribes, had probably already spread. Maybe they wouldn't have to wait for next year's Normandy Grand Market. The bird and fish tribes might come to the Twilight Forest sooner. With that in mind, Chang Xia wanted to plan ahead and get ready. End of this chapter. Chang Xia. Huchi smiled as he crossed the rope bridge and entered the cave. Chang Xia put down her pen and paper, looked up, and greeted him. Chief Huchi, you're here. Have a seat. Let me and Qinghe finish organizing these blueprints, then we'll talk. Sure, go ahead. Huchi nodded eagerly. Even though he didn't know what Chang Xia wanted to discuss, Chief Huchi couldn't help feeling excited. After all, Chang Xia wouldn't have invited him over for nothing. A moment later, with Chang Xia's guidance, Qinghe finished organizing the blueprints. Chang Xia put them away, turned to Chief Huchi, and said, Chief Huchi, I've heard the Fox tribe is skilled at making all kinds of tools. Could you show me some? Chief Huchi paused, thinking for a while before looking up at Chang Xia. Chang Xia, do you mean stone-digging tools? Huchi asked, not quite sure what kind of tools she was referring to. Something like that, Chang Xia nodded, agreeing with his guess. So, she really was talking about stone-digging tools. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Chief Huchi's face. The Fox tribe's strength was somewhere between the strong and weak tribes, not quite at the top, but not at the bottom either, so their position was a bit awkward. Nevertheless, Chief Huchi began to explain the various tools the Fox tribe made, describing each one in detail. For anything unclear, he had Qinghe sketch it out. The more she learned, the more Chang Xia understood about the Qingqiu tribe. Chief Huchi, if I wanted to hire some Fox tribe beastmen to help at the Heluo Tribe, what would you think? Chang Xia got straight to the point. You've probably heard I've found a kind of jade stone and plan to carve it into ornaments. Since they're ornaments, the carving requires skill. Navigation. At this point in the conversation, Chang Xia believed that Chief Huchi should understand what she meant. Chang Xia, are you saying you're willing to teach our tribe how to polish jade? Huchi asked in shock. The matter of jade wasn't exactly a secret among the various beast tribes. The Heluo and Wu tribes had both mentioned that the jade would be used to trade with the fish and bird tribes. All the beast tribes were curious about jade, but since the leopard tribe hadn't said much, they didn't ask further. Now, Chang Xia was saying she hoped to hire fox beastmen from the Qingqiu tribe to help polish jade. Chief Huchi was genuinely surprised, his disbelief written all over his face. Polishing jade isn't difficult, Chang Xia said honestly. We haven't taught others simply because there isn't much jade to go around. In the future, if we find more jade in the Twilight Forest, anyone who wants to learn jade polishing can come to the Heluo tribe to study. She wanted the beast tribes to develop these skills and wasn't about to keep them secret. All right, I agree, Huchi said. How many people does Chang Xia need to help with jade polishing? How many fox beastmen can the Qingqiu tribe spare for this? Chang Xia replied. Don't worry, Chief Huchi, any fox beastmen who come to the Heluo tribe will provide food and lodging. The Qingqiu tribe was quite strong overall. If it were a weaker tribe, Chang Xia would have wanted to bring the whole tribe back to Heluo. For the beast tribes to grow stronger, they had to abandon their old ways and break down the barriers and distance between the tribes. Building roads was the first step. We need to build roads and houses, Huchi said after thinking for a moment, suppressing his excitement and speaking honestly. It'll be hard to send people to Heluo to learn jade polishing in the short term. Chang Xia pondered for a moment. How about this, Chief Huchi? Let's agree that when winter comes, the Qingqiu tribe will send fox beastmen to the Heluo tribe to help with jade polishing. What do you think? Chang Xia suggested. In winter, when everything was frozen, Most beastmen stayed in their tribes and rarely went out. Hearing this, Chief Huchi was tempted. During the cold season, hunting and gathering were impossible, and everyone just ate and drank in the tribe, consuming a lot of food. If they accepted Changxia's proposal, it would make things much easier for the Qingqiu tribe this year. Chief Huchi was instantly excited. All right, we'll do as Changxia says. Elders Pukong and Senda, standing nearby, didn't comment on Changxia's decision. The Heluo tribe had plenty of food, so much so that even if the entire Qingqiu tribe moved in, Changxia could feed everyone. That's how much confidence the Heluo beastmen had in Changxia. Having settled the matter of hiring help, Changxia breathed a sigh of relief. Food and lodging were guaranteed. As for other details, they could be decided when the fox beastmen arrived in winter. After all, there were different levels of employment, but there was no rush to sort out those details now. Just then, Shishi arrived with her little snake cub. The cub, catching Elder Senda's scent, didn't cling to Changxia this time. Instead, it slid right off Shishi and quickly climbed onto Elder Senda. The gift from Elder Senda was clearly a hit with the cub, who now wrapped itself around him. Shishi pretended not to notice her child's embarrassing behavior, but the other beastmen couldn't help but smile knowingly. Were Elder Senda and the Snake Tribe not planning to keep things secret anymore? Still, given Shesh's intimidating presence, no one dared to tease them. After all, she was famous for swallowing people whole. Chief Huchi, you're here too? She said in mild surprise. She'd thought that if any other beastmen came, it would be after lunch. Looking around, she realized only Chief Huchi was here, no one else. Suddenly, she remembered the stone diggers from earlier. Chief Shishi, we're having spicy and sour shredded potatoes for lunch. Would you like to stay and eat with us? Nan Feng asked. Of course, Shishi replied. She'd come over precisely to mooch a meal, so she quickly sent snake scale and snake rice away. Chief Huchi smiled and said, Changxia wanted to discuss something with me. The hiring arrangement wouldn't be finalized until winter, so Chief Huchi didn't mention it. Shishi understood and didn't press further. She sniffed the air, her gaze landing on Shen Rong, and praised, when it comes to barbecue, no one does it better than Shen Rong from the Heluo Tribe. The Snake Tribe preferred cold dishes and raw food, but that didn't mean they couldn't eat hot food. The smell of barbecue made Shesh's mouth water, and even her aversion to hot food lessened a bit. Building a road to the Heluo Tribe was a must. Once the road was open, it would be much easier to visit and learn from them. Changxia's rise had made the beast tribes increasingly shameless. Everyone was eyeing the knowledge in her head. End of this chapter. Chief Shishi, are you used to this food? Chairs and tables were set up, and the beastmen took their seats one by one. Changxia sipped bone broth and nibbled on fresh wild greens, glancing at Chief Shishi, who was eating barbecue beside her. They were all used to eating freshly grilled meat, so no one worried about whether it was too hot. But watching Chief Shishi eat barbecue, Changxia felt a little nervous. Previously, Shishing had eaten with them too, but he always waited for the food to cool before eating. As she thought this, Changxia glanced at Shishing, who had untouched barbecue in front of him. Website note and navigation omitted for clarity. Let me know if you need more chapters or further polishing. It's a bit hot, but it feels great, Snake said. She understood why Changxia kept smacking her lips. Still, she couldn't bear to put down the roasted meat by her mouth. Every time she ate Shen Rong's barbecue, there was one less chance to have it again. These spicy and sour shredded potatoes are so flavorful. What a pity the Heluo tribe won't trade their vinegar fruit. It'll be hard to eat this dish again in the future. The Snake chief was amazed by the taste of the spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Changxia had taught them many ways to cook potatoes, giving the Heluo tribe a new way to survive. The Snake chief was deeply grateful to Changxia and promised that from now on, the Heluo tribe would take charge of all the potatoes for Changxia and Shen Rong. There are too few vinegar fruits, so the tribe can't offer them for trade. If you want to eat spicy and sour shredded potatoes, the Snake tribe can trade chili peppers with the Lion tribe and pickle them. Using pickled chili peppers to stir-fry shredded potatoes is actually the authentic way to make this dish, Changxia explained. The seasoning tree only grew in Weishan so far. seasoning fruits were rare. The sauce fruit could be replaced with fish sauce grass and flavor root from the Fu tribe, but there was still no substitute for vinegar fruit. Changxia, how do you pickle chili peppers? Honeydew asked excitedly. When it came to chili peppers, Honeydew was an expert and happy to talk more. Pickling chili peppers is easy, Changxia said, picking up some shredded potatoes and teaching the beast folk how to pickle chili peppers. Besides chili peppers, you can also pickle things like radishes, green beans, and ginger. Talking about pickled chili peppers, Changxia couldn't help but think of pickled sour bamboo shoots. Those sour bamboo shoots were amazing, whether stir-fried with beef or served as a side dish with noodles. Of course, the classic was stir-frying them with cured meat. Better not think about it. The more she thought, the hungrier she got. When they were channeling water into the White Lake cave dwellings, Changxia wanted to use bamboo pipes, but she never found any bamboo. Without bamboo, there was no way to eat bamboo shoots. When Daya visited the Heluo Tribe, Changxia had specifically asked her about bamboo, thinking that since the bear tribe and pandas were related, maybe there would be bamboo in the Dadi tribe's territory. Unfortunately, there was no sign of bamboo in the Dakingfang Mountains either. Radishes and green beans sound like vegetables that could grow on the gray mist prairie, Chief Huchi murmured. The Qingqiu tribe was far from the prairie, so if they wanted to trade for vegetables from the three tribes, they'd almost certainly have to work with the snake tribe. Thinking of this, he looked up at the snake chief. The two exchanged a glance, a tacit understanding passing between them. No need to rush. Once the roads are open, it's best for all the beast tribes to have a big trade before the cold season, to prepare for winter, Changxia said calmly. During the warm season, the beast folk never rested. Every tribe was busy hunting and gathering. Changxia thought that after the harvest, it would be a good time for all the tribes to gather and trade goods. This year, with new houses and roads, plus the spread of ginkgo nuts, vegetables, and fresh meat preservation, she believed the beast folk could get through a safe and steady cold season. Changxia, that's a great idea, Huchi said happily. Snake agreed. After road building and house construction, we'll be busy harvesting. Once that's done, a big trade between the tribes would be great. My tribe needs sugar, chili peppers, golden corn, and seasonings. We want to trade for all of them. Like Chief Huchi, the snake chief fully supported Changxia's proposal. Before, trading was difficult because of the long distances. Now that the roads were open, communication between tribes was much easier, and exchanging goods would greatly improve the tribe's chances of surviving the cold season. No beast folk would refuse such an appealing proposal. Let's talk to Chief Shifeng and Tej about this later as well. Seeing both Huchi and Snake support her, Changxia was pleased. In previous years, each tribe had to fend for itself in winter. This year, all the beast folk could unite and share resources, a real step forward. The 6 major tribes never lacked meat, but some lacked vegetables, others lacked grains. With resource exchange, all these problems could be solved. Not long after lunch, Chief Shifeng and Tej arrived. Before even sitting down, they sniffed the air, catching a scent. Huchi, you got here early. Tej waved, surprised. Huchi replied, I came to talk to Changxia about something, so I got here early. He didn't just come early, he even mooched a lunch off Changxia, Snake joked with a smile. Haha. Shifeng laughed heartily. Changxia, what did you have for lunch? That sour smell is so appetizing. I just ate, but now I'm hungry again. He ignored the banter and loudly asked what Changxia had for lunch. Thanks to Changxia, Chief Shifeng had a great impression of the Heluo tribe. The bear tribe's seaweed candy was made with Changxia's recipe. With that, the Dadi tribe would never fall into decline. Changxia had given the bear tribe a golden opportunity. How could Chief Shifeng not be grateful? Spicy and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried with vinegar fruit and potatoes, Changxia replied. As she spoke, she pointed to the basket of potatoes. Chief Shifeng and the others were familiar with potatoes. They'd first dug them up with Changxia in the wild mushroom forest of the Skylion tribe, and later, the snake tribe had found many in Wangwei Ridge. Lately, they'd eaten plenty of roasted and steamed potatoes. They'd also tried potato stew and other dishes. If the snake tribe had dug up more potatoes, the others would have traded for several baskets to take back to their own tribes so everyone could taste the delicious flavor. Chief Snake, our tribe would like to trade for a few baskets of potatoes. What do you say? Tej said decisively. Since Snake had brought it up, Tej wasted no time calling her Chief Snake and showed his flexibility. Seeing this, the other beastfolk followed suit, all calling out to Chief Snake, asking to trade for potatoes and sweet potatoes. Of course, they couldn't miss out on mud beans either. They were still thinking about the fried mud beans Changxia had made. Not to mention, Changxia had said mud beans could be pressed for oil, the same kind of oil used for stir-frying, rendered from wild boar fat. The rest is website notes and navigation, which doesn't need translation. Let me know if you need the rest or a more concise version. After tasting stir-fried dishes, the beastfolk immediately ranked stir-fried meat, stewed meat, and roasted meat all as their top favorites. They never forgot that stir-frying uses a lot of oil. In the past, they didn't think much about hunting wild boars, but now every time they enter the forest, they hope to run into a herd of them. The snake tribe chief couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. Lately, the snake tribe had been busy building roads and houses, so even gathering food was limited to the area around Twin Valleys. There weren't even any potatoes stored in the warehouse. And as for sweet potatoes, the harvest wasn't much either. She'd promised to send some sweet potatoes to Changxia for brewing wine. How could there be any surplus left to trade with other tribes? Brother Shen. As Shen Chaqing walked along the road, whenever he ran into someone he knew, they would greet each other or nod in passing. But no matter who it was, no one ever showed any extra expression, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shen Chaqing was already used to this. After all, this was the Demon Suppression Division, a bureau dedicated to maintaining stability in Great Qin, with its main duty being to hunt down demons and monsters, though it had other responsibilities as well. You could say that everyone in the Demon Suppression Division had blood on their hands. When someone has seen enough life and death, they become indifferent to many things. At first, when Shen Changqing arrived in this world, he found it hard to adapt, but with time, he got used to it. The Demon Suppression Division was huge. Anyone who could stay here was either already a powerful expert or had the potential to become one. Shen Chaqing belonged to the latter group. There were two main roles in the division, the Demon Suppressor and the Exorcist. Everyone started as an Exorcist, the lowest rank, and worked their way up, with the hope of one day becoming a Demon Suppressor. Shen Changqing's predecessor had been a trainee Exorcist, the lowest of the low. With his predecessor's memories, Shen Changqing was very familiar with the division's environment. It didn't take him long to stop in front of a certain pavilion. Unlike the rest of the division, which was filled with a somber, murderous atmosphere, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, offering a rare sense of peace in a place otherwise steeped in blood. The doors were open, and people came and went from time to time. After only a moment's hesitation, Shen Changqing stepped inside. The atmosphere changed immediately. A faint scent of ink, mixed with a trace of blood, hit him as soon as he entered. He instinctively frowned, but quickly relaxed. That bloody smell clung to everyone in the Demon Suppression Division. There was no way to wash it off. Chapter 631, Snake Chief, can you get used to this? You'll have to wait, Snake Chief said, spreading her hands innocently. Our tribe's been busy building houses and roads. No one has time to gather supplies. This wasn't just an excuse. They were barely managing to cover their daily needs, let alone have enough to trade with other tribes. Besides, Snake Chief wanted to save a share for Changxia, so she could take it with her when she left Snake Mountain Tribe. We're not in a hurry, really. Seeing Snake Chief relent, the other beast folk quickly chimed in, saying they could wait and weren't in any rush. Snake Chief, if Snake Mountain Tribe does want to trade, don't forget the Heluo Tribe, Bai Qing added with a smile. The Heluo Tribe didn't have any of Snake Mountain's goods, so the Leopard Tribe was eager to trade. Of course, Snake Chief replied with a smile. She might forget others, but she'd never dare forget the Heluo Tribe. The midday sun was scorching, so no one was in a hurry to leave. The beast folk chatted idly, exchanging news. Changxia had specially brought out the cold stones, and everyone sat outside the cave, feeling quite comfortable. Changxia, where did these cold stones come from? They're so cool. Don't even think about it, cold stones are even rarer than seasoning fruits. The Heluo tribe only has a dozen or so. Aside from the few in Changxia's hands, the rest are all stored in the tribe's warehouse. Seeing everyone eyeing the cold stones eagerly, Nanfeng pursed her lips, shutting down any thoughts of trading for them. Who didn't know how valuable cold stones were? The bird tribe's ice crystal grass had been coveted by the beast folk and fish folk for years, but the bird tribe never traded it. This year, Siyu was invited by the bird tribe to the Qinghai Plateau to treat the red flamingo chicks. In the end, she only got some ice fruit, not even a glimpse of the ice crystal grass. Sorry. Changxia smiled and explained, cold stones are extremely rare. The Heluo tribe only got 13 in total, so we can't spare any for trading. With just 13, there was no way to please everyone. Better to nip everyone's hopes in the bud from the start. Originally, the Heluo tribe wanted to save a few for Suyi, but she politely refused, saying they should go to Changxia. The temperature at the Kanashan Witch Hall was comfortable enough for her anyway. Changxia understood Suye's kindness. If a few stones went to Suyu, there'd be fewer left for Changxia. Suyu cared for Changxia, so she simply refused the Heluo tribe's offer. Next year, when the Heluo tribe goes back into the mysterious vine forest of the Misty Ridge, if they find more cold stones, the leopard tribe can deliver them to the Kanashan Witch Hall. Sigh. The bird tribe has ice crystal grass, why won't they trade it? There aren't many left on the Qinghai Plateau, so the bird tribe can't bear to part with any. Besides, the beast folk don't have anything the bird tribe wants. Snake Chief narrowed her eyes and said softly, from what I know, the fish tribe once traded for 2 ice crystal grasses, but the price was steep. If you need more chapters or further translation, just let me know. In short, the bird tribe's ice crystal grass isn't something that can't be traded. It's just that the beast tribe doesn't have anything the bird tribe wants. If they did, what would be so hard about giving up a plant or two? After the snake chief finished speaking, she glanced subtly in Changxia's direction. When she slithered back to the tribe, she told Changxia that she was interested in trading with the bird tribe for ice crystal grass. The Heluo tribe had been collecting jade precisely for this purpose. Thinking about how Chief Huchi had come by so early today, the snake chief suddenly had an idea. In front of the cave, the air was filled with wails and groans. Changxia and the Heluo tribe's beastfolk smiled, not joining in the commotion. Seeing this, the snake chief became even more convinced of her thoughts. Changxia, do you want to go back to the cave and rest for a bit? Shen Rong asked quietly. Changxia shook her head lightly and replied, no need. With so many people around, it wouldn't feel right for her to go nap alone in the cave. Even though everyone would understand, Changxia just couldn't bring herself to do it. Besides, listening to everyone chat and joke was pretty entertaining. In the afternoon, the snake chief was the first to wrap up the conversation. As she stood up, the other beast folk understood it was time to head to the tribe's plaza and start building the second log cabin. That morning, everyone had learned from Shen Rong and the others how to build the log cabins. In the afternoon, they began dividing up the work. At their current pace, the snake tribe could probably finish renovating both valleys of Twin Valley within 10 days. However, beast folk like Shifeng and Tage would only stay at the Snake Mountain tribe for 3 to 5 days at most. After that, they'd end their trip to the Muwatch Mountains and return to their own tribes to start building their own homes. Sure enough, when they arrived at the tribe's plaza and the log cabin council house, the snake chief took the initiative to hand over command, asking Shen Rong and Bai Qing to help organize the beast folk into groups. The elders, Pukong and Senda, didn't get involved in the building, only occasionally helping move materials, but most of the time they stuck close to Changxia. Shen Rong, I'll trouble you to take the lead, the snake chief said with a smile. Shen Rong glanced at Bai Qing and didn't refuse, stepping up to let Bai Qing, Kong Shan, and the others each lead a team. Meanwhile, Chief Shifeng and the others also assigned their beast folk to teams to learn. Building homes for their tribes was a big deal, no one dared to slack off. I estimate we'll finish the houses in half a month, but at this rate, we'll be done in 10 days. Changxia, it's all thanks to your help, the snake chief said excitedly. She stared at the log cabin council house, already imagining what furniture to get. She'd heard the wolf tribe's furniture made from kira grass was especially nice. Should she try trading sweet potatoes or potatoes with the sky wolf tribe for some? But then she remembered the wolf tribe was busy building houses and roads. And with spinning and weaving on top of that, they definitely didn't have the manpower to make kira grass furniture right now. After thinking it over, the snake chief decided to stick with making wooden furniture for now. After all, the furniture in the Heluo Tribe's cave dwellings looked so appealing. Chief Snake, you're too kind. I just gave a few suggestions. The real work was done by Shen Rong and the Snake Tribe's beast folk, Changxia said, shaking her head, not daring to accept the Snake Chief's thanks. It's all the same, the Snake Chief replied. If Changxia hadn't spoken up, how would they have known how to build houses and roads? The gifts for Changxia should be increased by 30%. At the same time, the Snake Chief was still pondering what to send back with Changxia to the Heluo Tribe. Although Changxia hadn't said anything directly, they all had a feeling that her return to the Heluo Tribe and her plans to visit the Tiger and Lion tribes would probably be delayed. Those two tribes had been too eager and built the roads first. But they didn't realize that Changxia's stated reason for traveling was to scout out the routes. The Snake Chief chuckled to herself. The Tiger and Lion tribes had tried to be clever, but ended up outsmarting themselves. Still, with the roads done, it would be easy to find Changxia, so it wasn't a big deal. At worst, the beast folk from those two tribes would just be a bit disappointed. For 3 days straight, the Snake Tribe put aside hunting and gathering. Except for those working on the roads, everyone young and old joined in the house building. In just 3 days, Twin Valley had been transformed. Meanwhile, Chief Shifeng and the others were preparing to leave Snake Mountain Tribe. End of this chapter. This wasn't just an excuse. Never mind trading with other tribes, just being able to maintain the daily needs of the tribe lately was already quite an achievement. Besides, Shishi, the tribal chief, was planning to save a share for Changxia, so she could take it with her when she left the Shiwe tribe. No rush, we're not in a hurry. Hearing Shishi finally relent, the other beast folk all chimed in, saying they could wait and weren't in a hurry for the goods. Chief Shishi, if the Shiwe tribe wants to trade supplies, don't forget the Heluo tribe, Bai Qing said with a smile, joining in. The Shiwe tribe had things the Heluo tribe didn't, and the leopard tribe naturally wanted to trade. Of course, Shishi replied with a smile. In front of the cave, everyone was wailing in disappointment. Changxia and the Heluo tribe beast folk just smiled and didn't join in. Seeing this, Chief Shishi became even more certain of her thoughts. Changxia, do you want to go back to the cave and rest for a bit? Shen Rong asked softly. Changxia shook her head lightly. No need. There were so many people around. It wouldn't be right for her to go nap alone in the cave. Even if everyone understood, Changxia couldn't bring herself to do it. Besides, listening to everyone's idle chatter was pretty entertaining. In the afternoon, Chief Shishi was the first to end the conversation. Chief Shishi took the initiative to hand over the task of organizing everyone, asking Shen Rong and Bai Qing to help divide the beast folk into groups. The elders Pukong and Senda didn't get involved in the construction, only occasionally helping carry materials. Most of the time, they stayed by Changxia's side. Shen Rong, could you take charge? Shishi said with a smile. Shen Rong glanced at Bai Qing and didn't refuse. He stepped forward to have Bai Qing and Kongshan lead their own teams, while Chief Shifeng and the others arranged for their beast folk to join and learn. Since this was about building houses for their own tribes, no one dared to slack off. I estimate the houses will be finished in half a month. At this rate, Twin Valley will be fully renovated in 10 days at most. Changxia, it's all thanks to your help, she said excitedly. But Changxia's stated reason for this trip was to scout out routes. Chief Shishi chuckled to herself. The Tiger and Bear tribes had tried to outsmart everyone, but ended up losing out. Still, now that the roads were built, it would be easier to find Changxia, so it wasn't a big deal. At most, the beast folk of those two tribes would be a little disappointed. For 3 days in a row, The snake tribe gave up hunting and gathering. Meanwhile, Chief Shifeng and the other beastfolk were preparing to leave the Heluo tribe. Changxia, are you sure you want to go? The snake chief looked reluctant. She had just seen off Chief Shifeng and the others when Changxia came to discuss returning to the Heluo tribe. With everyone working together, Changxia's estimate of 5 days had been beaten by 2. If Chief Shifeng and the others had stayed 2 more days, the construction in Twin Valley would have been finished, proof of just how impressive beastfolk could be when they put their minds to it. During this time, Changxia had a special chat with Chief Shifeng and Chief Tej. The 2 chiefs were understanding and agreed not to invite Changxia to their territories for now. After all, Changxia had said she wanted to return to the Heluo tribe to work on planting and animal husbandry. Besides, with the roads from the Tiger and Bear tribes to Heluo finished, and after learning house building from Shen Rong and the others, they could always go to Heluo to find Changxia if they had questions. At most, they regretted being too hasty in building the roads. If the roads hadn't been finished, Changxia definitely wouldn't have refused to visit their tribes. But, as with all things, there are pros and cons. With the roads done early, the 2 tribes could focus on building houses. Once those were finished, they could prepare for the harvest, so it was a mixed blessing. I've been away from the tribe for over 2 months. It's time to go back, Changxia said with a smile. She'd spent her days at Snake Mountain tribe relaxing, doing nothing much. Shen Rong and Bai Qing had overseen the house building, and the Snake tribe had handled the roads themselves. Aside from helping with some drawings and giving advice on drainage ditches, Changxia hadn't really done anything. If Chief Shifeng hadn't delayed leaving, Changxia would have left 2 days earlier. All right. The snake chief saw there was no changing Changxia's mind, so she said, "You'll set out tomorrow. I'll have the tribe prepare some things for you to take back to Heluo." As she spoke, she glanced at Shishing and Nanfeng. Naturally, she'd prepare something for them as well. "Thank you for thinking of me, Chief Snake." Changxia didn't refuse and accepted with a smile. After confirming the time of Changxia's departure, the Snake Clan chief didn't linger. He returned to the Inner Valley and instructed the clan members to prepare gifts for Changxia. Word quickly spread among the Snake Clan beastfolk that Changxia would be leaving tomorrow. Everyone showed their reluctance to see her go. None of them had ever been this happy, not even when building new houses. In the end, after a round of scolding from Changxia, the Snake Clan beastfolk got back to work. However, Nanfeng found herself with nothing to do and didn't go over to help anymore. Since she'd be leaving tomorrow, she figured she should tidy up her own cave. The Snake Clan had built a log cabin for her and Snake Xing, right below the cave by the river. "Changxia, are you heading back to the cave?" Nanfeng called out. Shen Rong and the others were still busy building the house, while the females had been shooed away. "Yes, I'm going back to the cave to pack up," Changxia replied. With that, the group headed toward the cave. "Changxia, I'm planning to return to the Sky Wolf tribe," Qinghe said. Since Changxia was heading back to the Heluo tribe, she wouldn't need Qinghe's help with drawing maps anymore. That meant Qinghe didn't have to follow Changxia to Heluo, so she took the initiative to say she'd return to the Sky Wolf tribe. But the Snake Mountain tribe was far from the Sky Wolf tribe, with the Sky Lion tribe in between. Qinghe didn't dare cross the forest alone. "Qinghe, don't rush back to the Sky Wolf tribe yet. I'd actually like you to come with me to the Heluo tribe and help organize some things. Would that be okay?" Changxia understood what Qinghe was implying, but she really did want Qinghe to come to Heluo. The food guide she'd prepared for the various tribes was mostly text. Qinghe was great at drawing, her illustrations were excellent. Changxia thought about inviting Qinghe to Heluo to help improve the food guide. She also wanted to compile a flora and fauna guide, and with Qinghe's help, it would be much easier. Still, she wanted to respect Qinghe's wishes. "Changxia, do you really need my help?" Qinghe asked seriously. Changxia replied, "Now that the Baihu commercial district is opening, I've prepared a food guide for all the tribes. It records all sorts of dishes, but my drawing skills are average, so it's mostly text. If you're willing to come to Heluo, I'd love your help improving the food guide. I also want to organize a flora and fauna guide, but that's a tedious and long-term task." The flora and fauna guide would need to cover all the plants and animals in the twilight forest. It was a massive undertaking, not something that could be finished quickly. Changxia hadn't planned to take it on at first, but after meeting Qinghe, she thought she might as well give it a shot. After all, compiling the guide would benefit everyone in the future. As soon as Changxia brought it up, Qinghe was visibly excited, and even Maple Leaf, Honeydew, and the others nearby held their breath, looking at Changxia with awe. They thought about food all day long. But Changxia was different. She was always thinking about the future of the beast folk. What's with those looks? Changxia felt a little embarrassed and gave a sheepish laugh. She didn't think she'd said anything special, but Nanfeng and the others were looking at her like she was a shaman, full of admiration, which left Changxia a bit at a loss. Changxia, just go for it. If you need our help, just say the word, Nanfeng said seriously. Maple Leaf nodded and added, Nanfeng's right. You and Qinghe can discuss your plans, and we'll take care of packing up the cave. They'd always thought Changxia was special. Even though she'd always been frail, she'd fought death time and again. They doted on Changxia, but they were also inspired by her fearless spirit, her resilience, determination, and courage in the face of death. That was how they saw Changxia, someone they admired and cared for deeply. You're all exaggerating. Changxia burst out laughing, then said gently, let's just talk about it for now. We'll need to discuss the details with Granny Suyi. But I really do hope Qinghe can come to Heluo. She paused. Qinghe, are you missing Qingxin? Changxia asked. Qinghe and Qingxin had just become mates, and now Changxia was taking Qinghe away. That wasn't fair to Qingxin. Was Qinghe suggesting she wanted to return to the Skywolf tribe because she missed him? The Skywolf tribe had been busy lately, and Changxia felt embarrassed to ask the Wolf tribe to let Qingxin come to Heluo. During the warm season, all the tribes had their hands full, building houses, repairing roads, spinning and weaving, hunting and gathering. All of it required manpower. No, it's not that really. Qinghe denied it 3 times, explaining, I just thought that if I didn't go to the tiger or bear tribes, I wouldn't be much help in Heluo, and since the wolf tribe has a lot going on, I could be more useful there. It's definitely not because I miss Qingxin, really. Seeing Qinghe's face turn red with embarrassment, Honeydew couldn't help but laugh. Qinghe, you're so cute. Honeydew's mischievous little hand reached out and pinched Qinghe's cheek. Qinghe's cheeks were round and a bit chubby, with a hint of baby fat. Honeydew had wanted to pinch them for ages, but never found the chance. Now, with the perfect opportunity, she couldn't resist. Qinghe blushed and mumbled, Honeydew, what are you doing? Haha. Honeydew laughed. Your chubby cheeks are so soft, I've wanted to try pinching them for so long. They feel amazing, so soft and squishy. P.S. The May bonus chapters are done. June bonus chapters start tomorrow. End of this chapter. Honeydew, are they really that soft? Nanfeng asked. Her eager tone made it obvious she was thinking the same thing as Honeydew. Sure enough, before Honeydew could answer, Nanfeng's evil hands landed on Qinghe's cheeks. She squeezed and pinched. Qinghe's face went expressionless. Realizing she couldn't stop them, she just let it happen. Ahem. Changxia cleared her throat and reminded them, Nanfeng, you too, that's enough. Stop teasing Qinghe, she still has to help me organize things. She was worried Qinghe would be scared off and refuse to come to Heluo. Qinghe, are you all right? A moment later, Nanfeng and Milu went into the cave to tidy up, while Changxia walked over to Qinghe and quietly asked how she was doing. Qinghe was holding her stinging cheeks in both hands, her eyes filled with despair as she muttered, It hurts a bit. Changxia, do you think those two have some kind of problem? What was so great about pinching her face anyway? She recalled Milu saying her face was soft and chubby. Was that a way of calling her fat? But she didn't think she was fat. Pfft. Changxia couldn't help but burst out laughing. Qinghe was delicate and pretty, with a round face and a hint of baby fat. Milu calling her chubby wasn't exactly wrong. Right now, probably because her cheeks had just been pinched, her whole face was flushed red. Combined with her dazed, watery apricot eyes, even Changxia felt the urge to tease her a little. Thinking back, Chang Xia realized that all the female wolves she knew seemed easy to tease, soft, cute, and adorable. But then she suddenly remembered that Qing He's Gemma liked snakes. So, the word cute definitely needed quotation marks. They just really like you, Chang Xia said. Though, even she didn't quite believe it herself. Ever since Nan Feng had started letting loose, she'd become even more lively and unpredictable, while Mi Lu was just being her true self. Put those two together. Chaos was inevitable. What they'd just done was nothing. Qing He stared blankly at Chang Xia, speechless. From the cave in the distance, more laughter could be heard from Feng Yi and the others. While Chang Xia was busy on this side of the cave, the snake tribe was also hard at work building houses and preparing gifts for Chang Xia. Chief Shishi, this is way too much, Chang Xia exclaimed in shock. In front of her were dozens of woven baskets, each one piled high with goods, mud beans, yams, sweet potatoes, everything the Heluo tribe had. Judging by the fresh dirt on the potatoes, they'd just been dug up yesterday. After all, the potatoes from the Heluo tribe's last harvest had already been used up over the past few days. Those potatoes had been dug up by the snake tribe's beastmen while repairing the roads. With all the building and roadwork lately, they needed the energy, and the tribe would never skimp on food for their own people. The female snake beastmen had been learning to cook from Chang Xia, all to satisfy their tribe's appetites, so that even when they were tired from work, they could still enjoy good food. Compared to what you've done for the Heluo tribe, this is nothing, Chief Shishi said firmly, not giving Chang Xia any chance to refuse. If their stores weren't running low, Chief Shishi would have given Chang Xia a full 100 baskets. Once the tribe's construction was finished, she'd urge her people to gather more, so that next time they visited the Heluo tribe, they could bring even more gifts for Chang Xia. Luckily, Chang Xia didn't have mind-reading powers. Otherwise, she'd probably be at a loss for words. Sometimes, being too popular is its own kind of trouble. They couldn't delay any longer, so Shen Rong and the others all transformed into their beast forms. Chang Xia glanced around and noticed that Elder Senda wasn't with the group. Her expression shifted slightly as she looked over at Elder Pukong. Hee. Pukong grinned foolishly, pretending not to notice the teasing look in Chang Xia's eyes. Inwardly, he was cursing Senda for being unreliable and secretive. He should have just been upfront from the start. Chang Xia looked helplessly at Elder Pukong, who was playing dumb. Forget it. Whatever Elder Senda was up to, it was his own business and had nothing to do with her. With that thought, Chang Xia decisively looked away. When it was time to set off, Elder Senda would surely show up. Just then, the morning sunlight streamed down. It shone on Chang Xia and the other beastmen. Not long after, Elder Senda returned, now carrying a bundle. Chang Xia glanced at him with a half-smile, but said nothing. Elder Senda grinned back and slipped into the group. The road from the Heluo tribe to the Heluo tribe was now complete. That meant all Chang Xia and her group had to do was follow the path, and they'd be back at the Heluo tribe in no time. It was much easier than trekking through the forest, and there was no risk of getting lost. There was only one road between the two tribes, no forks, no turns. It would be hard to get lost even if you tried. Chief Shishi, see you next time. Chang Xia waved goodbye. With the sun just rising, it wasn't too hot for traveling. As the warm season progressed, the temperature was climbing higher and higher. The heavy fruit hanging from the branches signaled that the twilight forest was entering the middle of the warm season. Once the fruit ripened, it would mean harvest time was near and that the cold season would soon follow. See you next time, Chang Xia. Chief Shishi called back. Waving, Chief Shishi watched as Chang Xia and the others left Twin Valley, heading toward the Baiha River region. I thought your mother would make him stay, Chief Shishi joked. He wouldn't stay. Shiguara's cool voice came from behind a tree. Once she was sure Chang Xia and the others were gone, she slowly walked over. If Senda had wanted to stay, they wouldn't have been entangled for 100 years. They both had their own convictions, and neither was willing to give in, so separation was inevitable. I can support the Heluo tribe myself. If you miss him, you can always slither over to the Heluo tribe, Chief Shishi said calmly. She was no longer a child. She could take care of herself and lead the snake tribe into the future. Shiguara sneered, pointing at the little snake cub on Chief Shishi's shoulder and mocking, "A cub with an unknown father. This is what you call supporting the Heluo Tribe." Chief Shishi was left speechless. The female snake beastmen were known for being domineering and stubborn. Chief Shishi had inherited Elder Shiguire's strength, choosing to raise her cub alone and give up having a mate. To this day, no one in the snake tribe knew who the chief's partner was. But since Chief Shishi's child was a snake cub, it was likely the father came from a weaker tribe. In the past, some fearless tribe members had asked Chief Shishi about the cub's father, only to be beaten soundly in her beast form. After that, no one dared to ask about the cub's father again. Now, being mocked by Elder Shiguire, Chief Shishi's mouth twitched a few times. In the end, she didn't dare talk back. She couldn't help it, the opponent was just too strong. Even as chief, she didn't dare lose her temper and could only pretend not to hear. Previous page, next page, last page, top. On this side, as soon as Elder Shiguire appeared, the many snake beastmen immediately retreated, leaving the area. They were afraid that if they moved too slowly, they might get caught up in whatever was happening. The distant figures of Changxia and the other beastmen faded away. They had no idea what had just happened in Twin Valleys. Instead, their curiosity was drawn to the bundle Elder Senda was carrying, clearly a gift from someone. They all knew that Senda hadn't brought anything with him on this trip, let alone a bundle. It was obvious. This bundle had appeared during the time he was missing. End of this chapter. La 1. Senda Elder. They had just set out, and everyone was moving at a leisurely pace. Naturally, the conversation turned to Elder Senda. The new road connecting Muwatch Mountain Range and the 100 Rivers Basin had brought the two tribes much closer together. What used to be a 6 to 8 day journey was now cut in half. Along the way, sites for relay stations had even been marked out. These relay stations were Changsha's idea, meant to house and support the totem warriors who would keep the road safe. All 6 major tribes would build relay stations along the main roads, with maintenance shared among them. The relay stations on the route from Heluo Tribe to Heluo Tribe, however, weren't on the main road, so the Snake Tribe would be mainly responsible for their upkeep. The same applied to other relay stations leading to Heluo Tribe. Each tribe would be responsible for their own. The 6 major tribes were powerful, so the relay stations were mostly just rest stops for them. This was different from the main roads, which were meant to escort weaker tribes in and out of the forest, a task with a different significance. Curious? Senda gestured at the bundle, glancing over the beastmen's curious faces, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Nanfeng asked Elder Senda, "Did that Elder Shiguire from the Snake Tribe give you the bundle?" As soon as she asked, the snake beastman Xiexing walking nearby couldn't help but pause. The Heluo Tribe had many secrets. Among them, Elder Shiguire and the Snake Chief had the most. Elder Shiguire's mate was a mystery, and no one knew who the Snake Chief's father was. It was almost like some strange tradition. "That's right," Senda replied, drawing out his words with a playful tone. It was obvious he was in an exceptionally good mood, so good, in fact, that it was almost unsettling. Nanfeng twitched her lips and exchanged a look with Maple Leaf Honeydew. "Sisters, I can't keep asking. Elder Senda is acting too weird today. I don't dare ask more, it's a bit much to take. Let's get moving." "We should hurry back to the tribe," Changxia said softly. Curiosity killed the cat, and seeing Elder Senda like this, none of them wanted to be that cat. With that, she signaled Shen Rong to pick up the pace. Seeing this, the other beastmen followed suit. Nanfeng used her tail to scoop up Xiexing, tossed him onto her beast form, and ran to catch up with the others. At first, Xiexing had refused to let Nanfeng carry him. But since snake beastmen weren't suited to carrying vine baskets, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and switch roles with Nanfeng. Feeling the wind as Nanfeng ran, Xiexing's frustration suddenly faded. Sure, it was a bit embarrassing, but if Nanfeng was happy, then so be it. Xiexing decided to just go with the flow and stopped wrestling with his masculine pride. With frequent stops along the way, Changxia found herself enjoying the journey into the forest over the past 2 days. With no urgent tasks, traveling through the forest was no longer a tedious chore, and the fun of hunting and gathering really came out. Even Changxia had the leisure to experiment with new foods. All along the way, they ate and foraged, and Changxia made the most of the forest's bounty. That night, Nanfeng stretched lazily and said contentedly, we'll reach the tribe tomorrow. I can't wait to go home and soak in a herbal bath to unwind. You? Tired? You've been bouncing around these past 2 days, Maple Leaf said, exasperated. The past 2 days, Nanfeng hadn't stopped for a moment. When they left Heluo Tribe, they had over 30 vine baskets, nearly 20 of which were gifts from the Snake Tribe for Changxia. The rest were gifts from the Wolf, Lion, and Duck tribes. But in just 2 days, they'd picked up another dozen or so baskets. Good thing beastmen were big and strong, so carrying the extra weight wasn't a problem. Apart from Changxia, only Pukong, Senda, and Xiexing weren't carrying baskets. All the other beastmen, even Qinghe, were helping carry 2 baskets each. Tired? Not really, Nanfeng replied with a smile, ignoring Maple Leaf's teasing. Watching Changxia munch on a cucumber, she asked, Changxia, did you meet any Chinchilla tribe members when you were with the Lion tribe? This was something Nanfeng had wanted to ask before. But with the Snake tribe busy building houses, it had slipped her mind. Now, seeing Changxia eating a cucumber reminded her again. They'd found a whole patch of cucumbers in the forest, harvested the ripe ones, and left a marker so they could come back for seeds next time. After all, this was already the 100 Rivers Basin. It was rare to find new vegetables and fruits in their own territory, so Changxia didn't want to miss the chance. If they weren't in a hurry to return, she'd have liked to explore more. No, Changxia shook her head. The Chinchilla tribe was a weaker tribe, living under the protection of others. Their territory was somewhere near the Gray Mist Prairie, but Changxia didn't know the exact location. Back then, Xiu had taken Changxia to visit the Chinchilla tribe and talked about some things, but Changxia didn't know what they'd discussed. The only thing Changxia was sure of was that she wasn't a Chinchilla tribe cub. Because after that trip, Xiu had sent her to Heluo Tribe, and she lived in the 100 Rivers Basin ever since, never visiting the Chinchilla tribe again. The Chinchilla tribe's beast form is a bit different from Changxia's, Qinghe said. She'd seen Chinchilla beastmen before. Their beast forms were much bigger than Changxia's. Changxia's beast form was more like a chinchilla cub, small, soft, and cuddly. At this, Maple Leaf and the others all turned to look at Qinghe. Qinghe, you've seen Chinchilla beastmen? Honeydew asked excitedly. Note, the rest of the text is website navigation and promotional content, which I have omitted as it is not part of the story. The Totoro tribe is a weak tribe, rarely seen walking in the twilight forest. Previously, Milo had never seen a beastman from the Totoro tribe, and judging by the expressions of Maple Leaf and the others, they probably hadn't either. She wondered if the 2 elders, Pukong and Senda, might have seen them before. We have, Qinghe nodded and said, the beast form of the Totoro tribe can't compare to ours, but it's much bigger than Changxia's beast form. They look quite cute, but their combat ability is even weaker than the cat tribe. As Qinghe spoke, she gestured, showing how the beast forms of weaker tribes were smaller than those of stronger tribes. This was common knowledge among the beast tribes of the Twilight Forest. Even among the weak tribes, the Totoro tribe was one of the weakest. They lived attached to other beast tribes. Their numbers were few, and their lives were rather difficult. How much bigger do you mean? Changxia asked curiously. Her childhood memories were hazy, and any recollection of the Totoro tribe had long faded. Now, hearing Qinghe talk about them, Changxia couldn't help but feel curious. The beast form of the Totoro tribe is about half the size of mine, Qinghe said. Qinghe's beast form was a size smaller than Shen Rong's, but in Changxia's eyes, it was still a giant. Even if an adult Totoro was only half Qinghe's size, it would still be much bigger than Changxia. No wonder Qinghe said the Totoro's beast form was much bigger than Changxia's. It really was. Changxia fell silent. Had she just asked a pointless question? Nanfeng rubbed her hands together excitedly and said, if they're bigger than Changxia, they must be adorable. If the tribe ever needs to hire other beast tribes, I strongly recommend the Totoro tribe. Immediately, Maple Leaf and Milu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hiring the Totoro tribe, now that was something worth considering. Changxia didn't comment. The Totoro tribe was weak, so if they could get the protection of the leopard tribe, it would be like a pie falling from the sky for them. End of this chapter. In the distance, Shen Rong and the other beastmen busy building a stove didn't join the conversation. The two elders, Pukong and Senda, exchanged glances but didn't correct Nanfeng's statement. The adult beast form of the Totoro tribe wasn't just a little bigger than Changxia's. Oh well, as long as Nanfeng and the others were happy. When they had the chance to meet the Totoro tribe in the future, they'd understand. For now, it was fine to let Nanfeng look forward to it. Changxia looked up and happened to catch the strange expressions on the elders' faces. She pressed her tongue against her teeth, her gaze flickering. Thinking back to their earlier conversation, she wondered if there was something off about the Totoro tribe. Night fell. Shen Rong, do you know about the Totoro tribe? Changxia asked quietly. Shen Rong paused, then replied in a low voice, What made you think of asking about the Totoro tribe? I noticed the expressions on the elders' faces today. I think they've seen the Totoro tribe, and I suspect Qinghe might have said something wrong, Changxia pouted, voicing her suspicion. He chuckled softly. Maybe you misread them, Shen Rong said. There are no Totoro tribe in the Western lands. I don't know much about them. He had never seen the Totoro tribe in the Western lands. In fact, he hadn't even heard of them. He had seen plenty of rabbit, cat, and fox tribes, both male and female, many of whom had been enslaved by Western nobles. There's no Totoro tribe in the Western lands? Changxia was surprised. That's right, none, Shen Rong replied. How could there not be? Changxia couldn't help her curiosity, her voice rising. Not far away, Nanfeng opened her eyes from Snake Xing's embrace and asked, Changxia, what are you saying isn't here? Nothing, Changxia replied. Go to sleep early. Let's try to reach the tribe by tomorrow afternoon, Maple Leaf said, giving Changxia a meaningful look. Whatever is or isn't here, getting some rest is what matters. After all, they still had a long journey ahead. Now that there was a road, even if it was just a simple dirt path, it greatly improved the efficiency of the beastmen's travels. At the same time, Shen Rong was thinking about the transport tools Changxia had mentioned. Taming animals to pull carts, just like when they went a Mount Way to fetch the light trees and spice trees. Without roads, carts weren't very useful, but once roads were built, it would be a whole different story. Sui supported building roads, probably because she'd thought of carts too. Carts were her invention for the beastmen. But they'd barely been used. Last time, if it hadn't been for the difficulty of transporting the light trees, the Heluo Tribe wouldn't have remembered that dusty old cart. Now, with roads connecting the tribes, TSK, the use of carts would definitely increase dramatically. As Changxia had said, always making beastmen carry goods in their beast forms just felt odd and uncomfortable. Shen Rong leaned close to Changxia's ear and told her that when they got back to the White Lake Cave, he'd tell her more about the Totoro tribe. As night deepened, the beastmen gradually fell asleep. The next day, the chirping of birds mixed with the roars of wild beasts in the forest. Changxia and the others woke up one by one. They had already entered the territory of the Heluo Tribe, the 100 Rivers Basin. The 100 Rivers Basin was full of rivers and lakes. They were camped by a river bend at a lake. In the morning, Nanfeng clamored for fish soup, so Snake Xing, Kongshan, and a few others went fishing. They planned to catch plenty of fish and shrimp to make fish balls and such. They skipped lunch, eating only dry rations. They hurried on, hoping to reach the tribe by dusk. Nanfeng, do we really need to make so many fish balls? Changxia asked, exasperated, watching Maple Leaf and Milla busily shaping and cooking fish balls. Qinghe squatted down, earnestly learning how to make fish balls from Nanfeng. Their seriousness made Changxia's head ache a little. Nanfeng replied, there are a lot of us, so it's better to be prepared. Isn't that what you always say? Shen Rong was grilling fish nearby. This morning's breakfast was grilled fish, fish soup, and fish balls. The rest, they hadn't prepared at all. After all, they were in a hurry. The tribe wasn't far now, and they didn't want to waste any time. Are you sure it's not just you who wants to play? Changxia glared at Nanfeng. With over 1,000 fish balls, was Nanfeng preparing food for Elder Pukong or something? Each fishball was just a bit smaller than a fist, and every one was packed solid. Changxia would be stuffed after eating 6 or 7. She'd originally wanted to stop them, but who could have guessed that Xing and the others had gone wild, hauling up loads of fish and shrimp. The smaller ones, Changxia decided to release. Even so, there were still plenty left. Except for the ones Shen Rong took away to salt and grill, Nanfeng actually used all the rest to make fish balls? Just how much did this person like fish balls? Xing likes fish balls. If we can't finish them, you can chill them with cold stones for me, and I'll take them back to the tribe for Xing to eat. Nanfeng was hard at work, speaking seriously. Changxia's face was expressionless. How come she'd never heard that Xing liked fish balls? Changxia, I really do like fish balls, Xing coughed, forcefully taking the blame for Nanfeng. Even if he hadn't liked fish balls before, now he had to. Still, the fish balls really were delicious. The hot ones were a bit scalding, but he actually preferred them cold. Looking at the basket full of fish balls, Xing could already see himself eating fish balls non-stop for the next few days. Changxia rolled her eyes at Xing. She knew exactly what Nanfeng was like. It was obvious Nanfeng was setting Xing up. She just wanted to chop fish and make fish balls. It wasn't really wasteful, since if they couldn't finish, Elder Pukong would take care of the rest. Changxia just didn't want Nanfeng to develop a bad habit, going all out for things she liked, and not even glancing at things she didn't. Changxia, the grilled fish is ready. Time for breakfast, Shen Rong called. Interrupting Changxia and Nanfeng's bickering, all the beast folk breathed a sigh of relief. They hurried Nanfeng and Qinghe to finish shaping the fish balls, let Maple Leaf cook them in honeydew, and then everyone could eat. The rich fish soup, sprinkled with seasonings, paired with the smooth, springy fish balls, 1 bite of fish ball, 1 sip of soup, and then some delicious grilled fish. Even the thick morning mist couldn't dampen anyone's spirits. Truly, good food can heal everything. This fish soup is amazing. A bowl of hot fish soup first thing in the morning, and the whole day feels lighter. The fish from our Baiha River are so much more tender than anywhere else. Instantly, lively discussions broke out. From fish, to hunting, and then to the products of each tribe. In short, over the course of a meal, all the beast folk chatted happily. After drinking the fish soup and filling their bellies, everyone packed up again and set off. Next stop, the Heluo Tribe. It had been over 2 months since they'd left the Heluo Tribe. Who knew how much Baihu Cave had changed? How were the vine trees planted on the southern wilds of Baihu Lake growing? Had the chattering light tree in the tribe's square been bothering Grandma Muqin again? Changxia gazed into the distance. A radiant smile slowly blossomed in her eyes. Home. She hadn't really understood the meaning of that word before. The warmth of the Heluo tribe and Sui had taught her what home meant. Changxia had gradually let go of her past life and truly come to see herself as a member of the Heluo tribe. End of this chapter. Baiha River Basin. Heluo Tribe, Leopard Clan. Jen, where do you think Changxia is now? Muqin looked weary, no longer the lively, forthright person she'd been 2 months ago. Even the whole tribe seemed quieter, and everyone's steps had lost their energy. Jen looked at his mate and replied, she should be at the Wangwei Mountains by now, probably busy helping the Snake Clan build houses. With Changxia gone, the tribe just didn't have any motivation. Maybe they should ask the shaman to call Changxia home for a visit? The roads to the Tiger and Bear clans were finished, so it didn't really matter if Changxia went or not. As for building houses, Kongshan could take the tribe over there. The Snake Clan, Muqin frowned and said quietly, the Snake Clan likes to keep snakes and pythons as pets. Do you think Changxia will be afraid? If you're worried about Changxia being scared, shouldn't you ask if Nanfeng is afraid? When she gets back, she'll probably come looking for you, Jen chuckled, giving Muqin a meaningful look. Nanfeng hadn't wanted to go to the Snake Mountain tribe, but they'd forced her. Afraid Nanfeng would back out, they'd even kept some things about the Snake Mountain tribe from her. For example, the fact that the Snake Clan kept snakes and pythons as pets, they hadn't mentioned that. After all, it wasn't that big a deal. Muqin looked a bit embarrassed, forcing a smile. Nanfeng used to be steady, sensible, and capable. But ever since Changxia came of age, her personality had changed again and again, like a wild horse that couldn't be reined in, no matter how hard Muqin tried. Sending Nanfeng to the Snake Mountain tribe. Muqin had to admit she'd been a bit mischievous. That, probably not, Muqin muttered, looking a little uncertain. Surely her silly kid wouldn't come back for revenge, right? After all, it was tradition for Jen's mate to return to the tribe. She hadn't done anything wrong. Maybe not before, but now, who knows, Jen said with a sigh. At the same time, he excused himself in his heart. If sacrificing Nanfeng's peace of mind could cheer Muqin up, it was worth it. Muqin missed Changxia, the tribe missed Changxia, and so did he. But he couldn't say it. He was afraid the shaman would scold him. Changxia had never left the Heluo tribe before, so of course everyone missed her, including the shaman. Even though the shaman could contact other beastfolk tribes and ask about Changxia's whereabouts, hearing news just wasn't the same as seeing her in person. Muqin was stunned. She didn't have the heart to miss Changxia anymore. Now she was worried about how Nanfeng would get back at her when she returned. Maybe she should leave the tribe for a while? Whoa. Suddenly, the deep sound of a horn echoed, growing closer. Website promotional text omitted. Let me know if you need the website navigation or promotional text translated as well. Hearing the sound of the horn, Jen quickly stood up and said, "I'll go take a look." Muqin's eyes flashed and she followed after him. "Who blew the horn?" Jen asked. Yadong replied, "Elder Chiwejiao." "Qingshan, what's going on?" Jen paused in his steps, looking at Yadong in surprise. "Changxia is back," Yadong said excitedly. Elder Chiwejiao lived on Qingshan, helping to harvest green oil. The road from the Heluo tribe to the Heluo tribe passed through Qingshan. "What?" Jen was shocked, then looked at Yadong with delight and asked, "What did you just say?" "Say it again." "I'm guessing Elder Chiwejiao blew the horn because Changxia is back," Yadong said. "The roads for the tiger and bear tribes are finished." With Changxia's personality, she'd teach them how to build houses in the Heluo tribe rather than go to their tribes herself. Hearing this, both Jen and Muqin thought it made sense. Changxia had been away from the tribe for over 2 months. They missed her, and she must have missed home too. She'd left to help scout the roads, but now that the roads for the tiger and bear tribes were done, there was no need for further scouting. Let's go welcome her." Compared to the other busy tribes, the Heluo tribe was relatively relaxed. The tribe's people spent their days hunting and gathering, with some selected to stay in the tribe to grind flour and make sugar. Changxia had said not to rush with the flour and sugar, just work half a day, then rest. This lifestyle suited the Heluo tribe well. The only busy period was when Changxia left and the tribe built a road to the sacred mountain of Kana, leading to the shaman's hall. That road took the Heluo tribe half a month to complete. Unlike the other dirt roads, this one was gradually paved with stone slabs, making it very clean and tidy. Chief Muqin. Soon, some tribespeople guessed the reason behind the horn. More and more people headed toward Qishan. "Shanke, don't run off." "Feng Ling, hurry up. Don't dawdle, or you'll get snatched by a wild beast in the forest." In an instant, the whole group became lively. Some scolded Shanke for running around, others urged Feng Ling to walk faster. After 2 months of quiet, the Heluo tribe suddenly burst into excitement at the sound of the horn. Faces beamed with joy and enthusiasm. On the other side, elders Pukong and Senda were the first to stop, flaring their nostrils. Suddenly, as if they'd caught a familiar scent, their tense beastly bodies relaxed, and faint smiles appeared at the corners of their mouths. "Changxia, I smell our tribespeople." Nanfeng paused in her run, letting out a happy roar. As soon as she called out, Heezin and Wanmu joined in. In an instant, all the beastfolk began to howl. Changxia poked her head out from her little nest, looked around at the familiar scenery, and said joyfully, "Hey, we've reached Qingshan." "Oh, I go." Ahead, the clear and deep sound of the horn echoed from Qingshan. Changxia, Elder Chiwejiao, leading several tribespeople, came down from Qingshan. They were all harvesting green oil there. Sensing Changxia and the others approaching, Elder Chiwejiao had decisively blown the horn. Elder Chuejiao, you're still harvesting green oil on Qingshan? Nanfeng called out, hurrying forward to greet them. Changxia shakily poked her head out of her little nest, waving her tiny paw at Elder Chuejiao. For once, the usually stiff-faced elder managed a slightly awkward smile in response. The other tribespeople were less reserved than Elder Chuejiao. One after another, they rushed toward Nanfeng. Changxia, you're finally back. Nanfeng, why are you carrying Shishing? Qinyong, I've missed your roasted meat so much. In an instant, Qingshan became bustling with activity. The beast folk stopped hurrying on their way and began chatting with Elder Chuejiao and the others. After 2 months apart, everyone seemed to have endless things to say to Changxia. Not to mention, Changxia was currently in her beast form, looking soft and adorable. Just seeing her, even without speaking, made the tribespeople especially happy. Changxia, was your journey smooth? Elder Chuejiao asked in his deep voice. Very smooth, Elder Chuejiao, Changxia replied. Elder Chuejiao was a man of few words, but he was steady and reliable, quite different from Elders Pukong and Senda. Chuejiao, with me accompanying little Changxia, how could anything go wrong? Pukong laughed loudly, answering Elder Chuejiao's question. Elder Senda didn't chime in, but his expression was exactly the same as Pukong's. End of this chapter. You being there is even more worrying, Elder Chuejiao said coldly. He was taciturn, and when he did speak, his words were sharp. Pukong was left speechless. Elder Chuejiao was the oldest among the tribe's elders, except for Elder Dalai. Elder Dalai, due to a broken leg, stayed behind to guard the White Lake Wall. Later, when the tribe built the White Lake Commercial District, Elder Dalai's job became patrolling the area. Elder Chuejiao, meanwhile, took on the task of guarding Qingshan. In the beast tribes, none of the elders were idle. Though they might seem laid back, each bore heavy responsibilities. Patrolling the Twilight Forest was almost entirely the job of the 6 major tribe elders. Some weaker tribes didn't even know they were being protected. But the Twilight Forest was vast, and every year, wandering beast folk would sneak in. Let's go. Let's bring Changxia back to the tribe, Elder Chuejiao said. After a brief chat, Elder Chuejiao urged Changxia and the others to set off again. If they delayed, the rest of the tribe would arrive, and he didn't want to waste everyone's time, so he hurried them along. The rest is website navigation and not part of the story. Let me know if you need more chapters or further editing. The long summer paused briefly, then asked, Elder Chuejiao, aren't you coming back to the tribe with us? We're not going back yet. The green oil from the blue trees hasn't been fully harvested. Once that's done, we'll return to the tribe, Chuejiao replied gently, explaining the reason to Changxia. Green oil was an important resource. In the past, the tribe had only collected it passively. Now that they knew it could be harvested by cutting, the Heluo Tribe naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity to gather as much as possible. In terms of value, green oil was no less precious than resin. Resin could be found in other beast tribes, but currently, only the Heluo Tribe had blue trees. Just like red maples, spice trees, and vine trees, green oil was a unique resource of the Baiha River Basin. Go on then. Chuejiao waved his hand, urging them to leave. I've blown the horn, so the tribe has probably guessed it's you returning. If you keep dawdling, the whole tribe will be here soon. With that, Changxia and the others didn't hesitate any longer. They bid farewell to Elder Chuejiao and the other beast people, then sped up, heading back to the tribe. A gentle breeze carried a hint of heat. Normally, it might have been annoyingly hot, but right now, Changxia and the others didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Because their hearts were filled with longing and anticipation. Is the ground shaking? Shen Rong said. Changxia stood in her little nest, facing the wind, eyes narrowed in contentment. When she heard Shen Rong mention the ground trembling, she curiously looked ahead. Roar! Nanfeng growled excitedly, Changxia, the tribe is coming. This time, it wasn't just a few people like Elder Chuejiao. A huge, dark crowd was running toward them from the direction of the tribe. Changxia, you're back. Did the whole tribe come out to greet us? Changxia was speechless, staying still in her little nest. She knew the tribe would be enthusiastic when she returned, But this level of enthusiasm was beyond her expectations. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming pressure. Enough chatter, let's talk when we get back to the tribe. Pukong shouted, calming the excited tribespeople and telling them not to block the way. Senda said, Changxia is tired. Whatever you want to say, wait until we're back. Seeing this, Jen quickly stepped forward to clear a path, making it easier for Shen Rong to carry Changxia back to the tribe. Nearby, Muqin, quick as lightning, scooped Changxia out of her little nest and hugged her tightly. She moved so fast that only Jen and a few elders noticed. Muqin, Jen muttered, the corners of his mouth twitching. Muqin put a finger to her lips, Shh. She held Changxia in her arms, smiling excitedly, and whispered, Changxia, let Aunt Muqin hold you for a bit. So our Changxia's beast form hasn't changed much after growing up. Could it be that you were sick as a child and that's why you're still so small? Muqin had seen chinchilla beast folk before. An adult chinchilla beast shouldn't be this petite. As she spoke, Muqin hugged Changxia even tighter. Poor Changxia. She must have suffered a lot. Jen glanced at Changxia's soft, white beast form out of the corner of his eye. He wanted to hug Changxia too. Aunt Muqin, I'm fine, Changxia protested. But her protest was useless. In Muqin and Jen's eyes, Changxia had clearly suffered. Truly the same world, the same elders. Arguing was pointless, so Changxia gave up, going limp in Muqin's arms and letting her hold her. She wanted to say something, but was afraid the other tribespeople would notice. Rather than deal with the whole tribe, she'd rather be held by Muqin. At least Muqin's grip was neither too tight nor too loose. Shen Rong noticed Changxia being taken away and wanted to speak up. He turned and saw the white fluff in Muqin's arms. Shen Rong opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. If it had been anyone else, he would have taken Changxia back, but since it was Muqin, he chose to stay quiet. Muqin is so quick. No wonder she keeps Jen in line. She really lives up to her reputation. A few elders exchanged comments, full of admiration for Muqin. A large group of beast folk made their way grandly toward the Heluo Tribe territory. The young ones, like the mountain sparrows, were picked up by the adults and placed on the backs of the larger beasts. Ancient songs began to ring out from the leopard beast folk, soon echoing along both banks of the Baiha River. Changxia, why did you come back to the tribe early this time? Muqin asked softly. Changxia replied, I discussed it with Chief Shifeng and Chief Tej. Next time, when there's a chance, I'll visit their tribes again. After all, the bear and tiger tribes have already finished building the roads, only the houses are left. I've already helped them arrange the house building with the Heluo Tribe. A few days ago, Changxia and Qinghe had been run ragged. After all, they had to help the tiger and bear tribes plan their house construction. At that time, Changxia truly experienced what it meant to be a tool. But in the end, the results were worth it, and all the hardship paid off. The tiger and bear tribes will probably regret finishing their roads so early, Jen said with a smile. Those two tribes probably hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Changxia, what's the story with the wolf tribe's gila grass? Muqin asked. She wasn't too curious about the lion or snake tribes. But she was especially interested in the wolf tribe's gila grass. When word got out that gila grass could be spun into thread and woven into cloth, the entire beastfolk community was in an uproar. The cloth used by the beastfolk had always come from trade with the bird tribe. Every year, the amount was limited, and with tens of thousands of beastfolk, it was never enough. Now, suddenly, news spread from the Sky Wolf tribe that gila grass could be spun and woven. If the other tribes weren't so busy hunting and gathering, every beastfolk would have rushed to Qingwei Forest to see for themselves. Aunt Muqin, if you want to know whether gila grass can be spun into thread and woven into cloth, I can tell you for sure, it absolutely can. In fact, I was the one who discovered it, Changxia said earnestly. End of main text. The rest is site navigation and a note to readers, which I've omitted for clarity. The wolf tribe sent the first piece of Karaba cloth to the Sorcerer's Hall on Mount Kana. Jen and Muqin both went to the Sorcerer's Hall on Mount Kana and saw that piece of Karabu with their own eyes. Asking Changxia about it was really just to hear her confirm it once more. End of this chapter. 1. Really? That's wonderful. Muchin exclaimed excitedly. Now that the Beast Tribe could spin and weave cloth on their own, she could help Changxia sew even more beautiful clothes, and she wouldn't have to put up with the bird tribe's sour faces anymore. Jen didn't seem to say anything, but the expression on his face gave everything away. When we get back to the tribe, let's have a proper talk about the wolf tribe, Jen said, clearly excited. Even though he was eager to know more about the Karabu, Jen knew now wasn't the time for a chat. Besides, Changxia had been traveling for days and was probably exhausted. Right, and not just the wolf tribe. Let's talk about the lion and snake tribes too, Muchin chimed in. Not far away, Nanfeng stomped her foot in frustration. She was standing right there, but Jen and Muchin were pretending not to see her at all. Shishing covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Jealous Nanfeng was especially cute. Jen and Muchin glanced over at Nanfeng a few times, but she just didn't notice. Muchin didn't greet Nanfeng, mainly because she was afraid Nanfeng would lose her temper. After all, the whole snake tribe situation was kind of Jen and Muchin's fault. Shishing, what if I just go live with you in Twin Valleys? Nanfeng grumbled, pouting. If her own tribe only cared about Changxia and not her, then maybe she didn't need them either. Shishing chuckled, sure. He knew Nanfeng was just saying it. If he really tried to take her back to the snake tribe, she'd be the first to refuse. He still remembered the first time she saw the black snake, and when they went to Twin Valleys and she saw all those snakes and pythons, the look of horror on her face. He'd probably never forget it, not even in decades. Sigh. Sure enough. Nanfeng let out a soft sigh. Forget it, I'm not going to Twin Valleys. All those snakes and pythons everywhere, Nanfeng really couldn't handle it. They passed through the Baihu commercial district and entered Baihu. Changxia let out a soft call, sounding a lot like a deer's cry. The baskets the beast folk carried on their backs, aside from their own clothes, were all filled with goods that were delivered straight to Changxia's home courtyard. Changxia tried to stop them, but it was no use. Maple Leaf and the others explained that these supplies were gifts from the various tribes to Changxia, and they had no right to enjoy them. Besides, even if Changxia let them take some, they wouldn't know what to do with it anyway. Better to just leave it at Changxia's place and come over to eat. That last part, of course, was the real point. Changxia, I come by every 3 days to clean your cave house. I just cleaned it yesterday. There are fresh vegetables and fruits in the cellar and kitchen. You and Shen Rong should rest for now. I'll come by again tomorrow, Muchin said. It was afternoon. After tidying up the cave house, Changxia and Shen Rong found it was already evening. Jen sent the others away so they wouldn't disturb Changxia. If anything came up, it could wait until after Changxia had a good night's rest. The baskets in the courtyard were moved into the nearby woodshed by Jen and Muchin, and soon everyone dispersed. Before long, the once lively cave house was quiet, leaving only Shen Rong and Changxia standing in the courtyard. After more than 2 months away, they were finally back, standing in their own courtyard again. Changxia couldn't help but activate her bloodline ability, planning to chat with the plants in the courtyard and catch up on what had happened in the tribe during her absence. Seeing this, Shen Rong gently patted Changxia on the head. I'll go start the fire and boil some water in the kitchen, he said. Changxia nodded and sat down in the pavilion. Soon, voices filled her ears, some soft and sweet, some gentle, some bossy, each one different. Oh, the two-legged beast is finally back. It's been so quiet here for so long. Finally, things are lively again. I hate the quiet. I'm so thirsty. When is the two-legged beast going to water me? I'm practically drowning. I keep telling them not to water me, but that two-legged beast just doesn't get it and keeps pouring water on me. So annoying. Changxia closed her eyes, quietly listening to the plants in the courtyard. After more than 2 months of practice, she had mastered the range of her bloodline's listening ability, doing more with less effort. Elder Pukong had told Changxia that once she fully mastered her bloodline ability, she'd be able to take it to the next level. But, limited by her own race, no matter how much her ability improved, her body wouldn't get any stronger. At most, it would enhance her senses. Unlike the tribe's totem warriors, whose bloodline evolutions made them stronger, faster, and tougher all around. Changxia reflected on this. Her bloodline ability was more like a mage's, focused on the mind and spirit, whereas the strong beast tribe's bloodlines improved them in every way. At first, Changxia had been frustrated by this, but after a while, she let it go. Compared to beast folk who hadn't awakened any bloodline abilities, she was already lucky. There was no need to long for what wasn't hers, she just needed to make the most of what she had. Changxia, wake up. Go get some clothes from your room and take a bath, Shen Rong called softly. Changxia, still half asleep, didn't even know where she was for a moment. She'd been listening to the plants, feeling warm and cozy, and had dozed off without realizing it. When Shen Rong came to wake her, she was still groggy. Shen Rong, you finished heating the water? Changxia mumbled. The hot water's ready. Go take a bath. Are you hungry? If you are, I'll make dinner after you're done, Shen Rong replied. By now, the sun was sinking below the horizon. Birds were returning to their nests, and only the rosy glow of sunset remained in the sky. What kind of food did Aunt Muqin prepare for us? Changxia asked curiously. There are some vegetables and fruits in the kitchen. I'm not sure what they're called. There's a piece of fresh meat, 2 live fish, and in the wooden shed next door, there's a chicken and a duck. As for the cellar, I haven't checked it yet, Shen Rong replied. The fresh meat must have been delivered today. It hasn't spoiled. It's stored in a clay jar, separated from water. This method of preserving fresh meat was something Changxia had taught the Heluo Tribe. It could keep the meat fresh for a day or two, but not much longer. How about we make a pot of golden corn porridge, stew a chicken, stir-fry some meat, and slice up some vegetables and fruits for pancakes? Changxia thought for a moment, planning out dinner. She didn't intend to have roast meat, worried Shen Rong might not be used to it, and explained, Shen Rong, we can't always eat roasted meat. It's not healthy. We should eat more grains and cereals. It's better for our bodies. I'm fine with anything. I'll listen to you, Shen Rong replied. In the Western lands, nobles mostly ate meat, usually paired with bread, which Shen Rong never really liked. It wasn't until he came to the Twilight Forest that he realized eating could actually be enjoyable, not just a chore. The meat that Western nobles ate was always loaded with spices. What they ate wasn't really meat, but spices. Anyone who's tried it knows what I mean. Then why don't you start cooking the golden corn porridge and get the chicken ready? I'll go take a bath first. Did you already make a medicinal soup? I think I smell it, Changxia sniffed the air, catching a strong herbal scent. Shen Rong nodded. I've prepared a medicinal bath to help us relax. Shen Rong, you're amazing. Changxia praised, standing on tiptoe to plant a wet kiss on his cheek before skipping off to her room to get her clothes. End of this chapter. Le 1. After soaking in the medicinal bath, Changxia walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. She dried her damp hair with a blue cloth and strolled into the kitchen. The golden corn porridge was bubbling in the pot, releasing a sweet aroma. Shen Rong was chopping up the cleaned chicken and putting it straight into cold water to stew, adding a few slices of ginger to get rid of any gamey smell. Changxia, why didn't you dry your hair? Shen Rong frowned. Even if it's hot, you should still take care of yourself. Go sit by the stove and dry your hair. How do you want to stir-fry the meat? With chili or with vegetables? With chili. It's been a while since I've had it, and I've been craving it, Changxia replied. Shen Rong nodded in agreement. He planned to stir-fry the meat with chili first, then make some wild vegetable, bird egg, and fruit pancakes. By the time he finished, the chicken soup would be ready to eat. As Changxia dried her hair by the stove, she asked, Shen Rong, do you want to take a bath first? Once my hair's dry, I'll stir-fry the chili meat. No need, Shen Rong shook his head, politely refusing. Stir-frying some chili meat wasn't much work. Preparing dinner for just the two of them was simple, and he was quite glad that Jen and Muqin had sent the rest of the tribe away. Otherwise, who knows how crowded their cave house would be. Oh no! Suddenly, Changxia looked up and let out a small cry. Startled, Shen Rong turned from the stove and asked, What's wrong? Did you burn your hair? No, I just remembered I forgot about Qinghe, Changxia said. When she got home, she'd been so focused on relaxing that she forgot to make arrangements for Qinghe. Now, it suddenly came back to her. Shen Rong, seeing her worry, reassured her, "Don't worry, Aunt Muqin will take care of Qinghe's accommodation. The Heluo tribe is big, there will definitely be someone to help her settle in. But I was the one who invited Qinghe to the tribe, and forgetting about her is really rude. I need to go to the tribe and ask the chief or Aunt Muqin about it," Chang Xia said seriously. Seeing that Chang Xia had made up her mind, Shen Rong didn't try to stop her. "Go ahead, but come back soon." "I'll wait for you to eat," Shen Rong said. This was the Heluo tribe's territory, so Shen Rong wasn't worried about Chang Xia running into trouble on her own. He just gave her a reminder and watched her leave the kitchen. Chang Xia hurried off toward the tribe. It was the warm season, and the days were long. At this hour, it wasn't fully dark yet in the Heluo tribe. Chang Xia made her way quickly, not running into anyone, and crossed the tribe's plaza without stopping to greet the light tree, heading straight for the chief's cave house. Knock, knock. Chang Xia knocked on the door. "Chief, are you home?" she called softly. Muqin was in the kitchen preparing dinner. She had brought Qinghe back to her own cave house, planning to show off her cooking skills and treat Qinghe well. Suddenly, she heard what sounded like Chang Xia's voice outside, so she quickly looked up and said, "Jen, go check the yard. I think I hear Chang Xia calling." Jen got up and went out of the kitchen. "Chang Xia." Jen was surprised as he opened the door. Seeing Chang Xia with her hair down, he immediately stepped aside to let her in. "Chang Xia, what brings you here?" Jen asked in surprise. "I just remembered I hadn't talked to the chief about Qinghe, so I rushed over." "Chief, where did you arrange for Qinghe to stay? What about meals? Or should she stay at my place?" Chang Xia asked anxiously. "Chang Xia," Qinghe smiled and called out softly. She hadn't expected Chang Xia to come over in person to ask about her. For a moment, she stood there in a daze, looking at Chang Xia from the kitchen doorway. "You're worried about Qinghe," Muqin said with a smile, coming out of the kitchen to explain. "Nan Feng wanted Qinghe to stay with her, but I was worried she might not be a good host, so I brought Qinghe here. We have plenty of rooms in our cave house, so from now on, Qinghe can stay with us." Whether it was Nan Feng or Chang Xia, they had just gotten married, not to mention they were young and full of energy. Having Qinghe stay with them might be a bit inconvenient. Qinghe understood the reason, too. Muqin had suggested she stay at the tribe with her, and Qinghe had agreed right away. "I'm quite comfortable staying at Chief Jen's house," Qinghe said with a smile. She was happy that Chang Xia cared about her. Especially with the delicious smells coming from the kitchen, Qinghe was even happier. Previously, the Wolf Tribe Beastmen claimed that everyone in the Heluo Tribe was skilled at cooking. Qinghe hadn't believed it at the time. But today, after witnessing Muqin swiftly prepare a table full of delicious dishes, Qinghe finally believed what her people had said before. The Leopard Tribe Beastmen really are talented cooks. "Chang Xia, the food will be ready soon. Why don't you stay and eat before heading back?" Muqin asked gently as she quickly plated the stir-fried dishes from the wok, inviting Chang Xia to stay for dinner. Chang Xia waved her hand. "Shen Rong has already prepared dinner at home and is waiting for me to come back and eat." Chang Xia politely declined Muqin's invitation. "It's getting late, so I'll head home now." With that, before Muqin could say anything to persuade her to stay, Chang Xia slipped out the door. Startled, Muqin hurriedly called out, "It's dark out. Jen, go with her and see Chang Xia home." "All right, I'll be right back." Jen nodded and left. Qinghe watched Chang Xia's departing figure with envy. Since arriving at the Heluo tribe, she could clearly feel how much the Leopard tribe cherished Chang Xia. The affection was evident in every little gesture, making it hard not to feel a twinge of jealousy. Don't be fooled by how lively Chang Xia is now. Before she came of age, she spent more than 2/3 of her time lying in the beast house, Muqin said as she ladled soup for Qinghe, pulled out a wooden chair, and invited her to sit. At the same time, she began telling Qinghe stories about Chang Xia's childhood. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. Chang Xia walked with a light step, heading toward her family's cave dwelling. Jen followed behind, watching as Chang Xia entered the cave before turning to leave. "You're back. Did the tribe leader walk you home?" Shen Rong stood at the gate of the courtyard, watching Jen's departing figure with a smile. He reached out to ruffle Chang Xia's hair. Chang Xia paused and turned around. You said the tribe leader walked me home? You didn't know. Shen Rong closed the courtyard gate and took Chang Xia's hand, leading her toward the kitchen. While Chang Xia was at the tribe, he had not only prepared dinner but also taken a bath. He'd just been about to go pick her up when she walked in the door. I didn't know. Chang Xia shook her head. If she had known, she definitely wouldn't have walked so fast. Still, Chang Xia wasn't surprised. Today, if it had been any other tribe member, they probably would have secretly followed her home too. Even though she was an adult now, the tribe still treated her like a beast cub, doting on her. And honestly, it felt great. Come on. Let's eat first, then get some rest. I bet the tribe members will all come by tomorrow, Shen Rong said. The two of them walked through the courtyard, into the kitchen, and sat down at the dining table in the small living room. The glow grass filled the small living room with a bright, warm light. Unlike the other caves, which were pitch black at night, Chang Xia's home was especially bright. Whether it was the glowing tree in the courtyard or the glow grass in the living room, everything was lit up and cheerful. This chicken soup is delicious. It is. Have some more. Before eating her porridge, Chang Xia drank half a bowl of chicken soup. The hot soup warmed her from the inside out. Then, holding a bowl of golden corn porridge, she took small sips, savoring it along with the spicy stir-fried meat and chicken. She was thoroughly content. End of this chapter. Chang Xia, are you full? Shen Rong asked gently. Chang Xia put down her bowl and chopsticks, rubbed her overstuffed belly, and nodded. I'm stuffed. I'll need to walk a couple laps in the courtyard to digest. I'll join you after dinner, Shen Rong replied with a nod. After clearing the table and washing the dishes, Shen Rong took Chang Xia's arm and walked around the courtyard, checking every corner. The tribe really put in a lot of effort. The plants in the courtyard are all growing well. Tomorrow morning, I'll use my bloodline ability to help them take root deeper and grow taller and stronger. I noticed the vine trees by White Lake are thriving. Looks like the transplant was a success, Shen Rong said, looking down at the vast White Lake. The transplanted vine trees, with their mysterious glowing plants, were now emitting a faint light. Tiny points of light made the whole lake look like it was bathed in moonlight, dreamlike and enchanting. If the beastmen were more artistic, this would be the perfect spot for couples to sneak off and whisper sweet nothings. The success is thanks to my bloodline ability. The real test will be when they can be transplanted successfully without my help, Chang Xia said with a sigh. She could transplant glow trees, glow grass, and vine trees successfully, but it was mostly due to her bloodline power. Without that, she wasn't confident about transplantation. When she told the tiger and bear tribes she'd return to study farming and animal husbandry, she hadn't been lying. Chang Xia wanted to use her bloodline ability to improve crop seeds, but also experiment with the most basic slash-and-burn farming methods. Then you'll have to keep working hard, Shen Rong said with a gentle smile, squeezing Chang Xia's hand. Her hand, once soft and smooth, was now calloused from work. But to Shen Rong, it felt more real. These were the marks of growth, as Chang Xia herself would say. Chang Xia nodded earnestly. I'll do my best. Night deepened. After a few more laps, the two of them returned to their room. The cave was clean and tidy. The animal furs on the kang beds smelled of sunshine. Obviously, they'd been aired out recently. There was no musty smell, so the room must be well ventilated. This feels so good. Chang Xia flopped onto the kang bed, letting out a contented sigh. Gold nest, silver nest, nothing beats your own little den. It was true. Seeing this, Shen Rong smiled and shook his head. He climbed into bed, gently hugged Chang Xia, and said softly, sleep. The next morning at dawn, the Heluo Tribe, quiet through the night, began to stir. Shen Rong, you're up early? Nguyen Chun knocked on the courtyard gate with a vine basket in hand, a little surprised to see Shen Rong stretching in the courtyard. Shen Rong took the twins from her basket and replied, we went to bed early last night. Did you need something from Chang Xia? Website promotional text omitted for clarity. Let me know if you need further chapters or additional context. The twins were being held by Shen Rong, wriggling and making a fuss. I made some fruit treats. I brought them over for you to try, Nuanchuan said, lifting the woven basket in her hand. Inside were a dozen or so green fruits. Shen Rong leaned over, curiously peering into the basket. What kind of fruit is this? Shen Rong asked. It's green fruit from the tiger tribe, made with fresh grass and fruit powder. I coated them in sugar and made them sweet, Nuanchuan explained. Her own mate, Shan Kuan, liked savory fruit, but the twins at home preferred sweet things. Nuanchuan herself didn't mind sweet or savory, she ate it all. Any with meat? Shen Rong asked. Nuanchuan chuckled. There are, but I didn't bring any. Shan Kuan likes the ones with meat too. He says the savory green fruit tastes better. Changxia isn't up yet. Just leave the fruit in the kitchen, Shen Rong said. She set the twins down, letting them run wild in the courtyard of the cave dwelling, like two little puppies leaving their scent in every corner. Where's Shan Kuan? He went hunting in the wilds, and he's also digging up reed roots. Is the tribe still making sugar? Shen Rong's mouth twitched. She'd just checked the cellar and found even more reed root sugar stored there. But it was all carefully wrapped by the tribe, so there was no fear of it melting. The tribe has everyone work half a day making sugar and flour. The rest of the time, people can do as they please. Everyone's been busy and happy, Nuanchuan explained. All the tribe's people wanted to fill their own cellars, just like Changxiao's family. Not to mention the others, even Nuanchuan envied Changxiao's cellar. If it weren't for the twins holding her back, she'd want to go dig up reed roots too. Last time, she took the twins with Shan Kuan to the wilds, and the little ones were so bold that, in the blink of an eye, they'd run off and nearly scared Nuanchuan and Shan Kuan half to death. After that, Nuanchuan never dared take them out of the Baihu cave again. Her family had plenty of food and meat, and Nuanchuan didn't want any accidents, so she just stayed put. She spent her days tinkering around the cave, occasionally visiting Yadong's place to chat with Daya and make some snacks. Life was peaceful and comfortable. Half a day of work, not bad, Shen Rong said. The Heluo Tribe really knew what they were doing, balancing work and rest for sustainable development. They didn't squeeze their people dry, but instead alternated between work and leisure, making sure no one was overworked. At the same time, they steadily stockpiled supplies for winter. How did your trip go? Nuanchuan asked. Pretty well, Shen Rong replied. We unexpectedly ran into orcs from the Rudua Marsh Duck Tribe. Changxia had a great chat with them. Maybe soon, the Duck Tribe orcs will come to Baihu's market to trade. Hearing this, Nuanchuan was overjoyed. Her own Changxia was amazing. She'd heard the tribe mention the Duck Tribe before, but aside from a few elders, hardly anyone had actually met them. Nuanchuan herself had only heard of them once, never seen them. It was a very mysterious beast tribe. Nuanchuan Changxia yawned as she walked out of her room. She'd been woken by the twins' noisy cries. For a moment, she thought there were wild beasts about. For a second, Changxia thought she was still in the forest. Only when she saw the familiar Kong bed did she realize she was back in her own cave. The howling was just the twins' baby cries. Changxia, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night? Nuanchuan asked with concern. Changxia stretched, smiling. I slept great. Nowhere feels as comfortable as my own bed. Little ones, come here and let Auntie give you a hug. She squatted down and beckoned to the twins. Hearing Changxia's call, the twins turned around and looked up at her. After staring for a while, they tentatively toddled over. These two silly boys have probably forgotten you, Nuanchuan said, rubbing her forehead with a laugh. Did you forget Auntie brings yummy treats? At the mention of food, the twins immediately ran over to Changxia, mouths open, still making their noises, as if urging her to make something tasty. Changxia couldn't help but laugh. Shen Rong, standing nearby, was also amused. From top to bottom, the Heluo tribe had nearly all been led astray by Changxia. Whenever food was mentioned, everyone got excited. End of this chapter. You little gluttons. Changxia laughed, reaching out to pinch the twins by the scruff and tickle their chins. She was satisfied to hear them purr like little piglets. Nuanchuan, aren't they getting a bit heavy? Changxia squatted down and picked up the twin on the left, weighing him in her arms. The little one, just a few months old, was heavy and solid, almost too much for her to handle. No wonder Nwanchuan used a basket to carry them instead of holding them directly. Double the burden. This sweet load must be hard to bear. Nwanchuan's face darkened. They just love to eat. I can't control them. At home, Nwanchuan tried to limit their food, but once they were in the tribe, everyone wanted to feed them. Daya's beast cub hadn't been born yet, so the twins were the youngest in the tribe, and everyone doted on them, afraid they'd go hungry. So, of course, the result was obvious. The tribe's been feeding them, right? Changxia said with a sly smile. She'd heard Nwanchuan complain about this before she left the tribe. The twins were already a bit chubby then, and after some time away, Changxia found they'd grown even plumper. There's no stopping them, Nwanchuan said, exasperated. Every time I say something, the tribe scolds me for being thoughtless. There's a kind of hunger that only the tribe thinks the cubs have. I can't even look at my own little ones anymore. Once they turn one and shift into their adult forms, who knows what they'll become. Yeah, there's really no stopping it, Changxia nodded. When it came to raising beast cubs, the tribe wouldn't listen to the opinions of the younger beast folk. Whether you said something or not, the result was the same. The more she talked about it, the more frustrated she felt. Warm Spring didn't want to start complaining first thing in the morning, so she simply changed the topic. Because of the twins, she hadn't been visiting the tribe much lately, instead staying home with them and working on jade carving. That way, she could avoid the tribe members constantly bringing food for the twins. Really? Then I definitely have to try them. Changxia said happily. With her constant promotion of good food, the beast tribe was gradually realizing that food wasn't just for filling your stomach. You could actually choose flavors and tastes. Changxia thought, if things kept developing like this, reviving the cuisine of the flower country would no longer be just a dream. There's bone broth simmering in the kitchen. How about we have some bone soup and the green fruits Warm Spring brought for breakfast? Shen Rong asked softly. He figured Jen, Muqin, and the others would be arriving soon. Sounds good, Changxia agreed. She turned to Warm Spring and asked, Warm Spring, have you three eaten yet? We have. Shan Kuan went hunting in the wilds this morning and dug up some thatch roots while he was at it. I got up early to make breakfast, Warm Spring replied. They were used to eating 3 meals a day. Missing even one made them feel off. Knock, knock. As they chatted, someone knocked at the courtyard gate. Changxia, are you up? Yadong called out, helping Daya through the gate and peering around the courtyard. Soon, he spotted Changxia and Warm Spring sitting and chatting in the pavilion, and joked with a laugh, I knew Warm Spring would be here early. You brought Daya too, didn't you? Warm Spring shot back, ignoring his teasing. Daya's hair had grown much longer, draping over her shoulders. Because she was pregnant, she radiated a maternal glow, her beauty now softened, her temperament gentle, no longer as sharp as before. Changxia, we're not interrupting, are we? Daya smiled, waving to Changxia as she walked slowly toward the pavilion. Changxia glared playfully at Daya and laughed. What are you talking about? Of course you're not interrupting. Come sit down. How have you been feeling lately? Is the baby behaving? When Warm Spring was pregnant with twins, Changxia hadn't come of age yet and was weak and listless all the time. Warm Spring hadn't dared to bother her much, and it wasn't until the first few months of discomfort passed that Changxia found out Warm Spring was pregnant. Luckily, the tribe elders had looked after Warm Spring, so she hadn't suffered much. After all, beast folk were strong and pregnancy wasn't a huge burden for them. I've been feeling great, and the baby's very well behaved, Daya replied with a smile. Yadong added, she eats and sleeps well, 6 meals a day, even. Daya wasn't tired, but Yadong was exhausted. Besides taking care of Daya, he still had to hunt and forage. Thankfully, because of Daya's pregnancy, the tribe's hunting party didn't make him go out, and he wasn't assigned to sugar making or flour grinding either. Otherwise, he'd never have managed. Small, frequent meals are good, Changxia said. Daya blushed bright red. Yadong chuckled and explained, you've got it wrong, Changxia. It's not that she's eating small, frequent meals, her appetite's just huge. A month ago, I was worried something was wrong, so I took her to the shaman's hall at Mount Kana for a checkup. Chang Xia fell silent. I went through the same thing, but only in the later stages of my pregnancy. Warm Spring chimed in, trying to ease Daya's embarrassment. The shaman suspects it's because of the cross-tribe union. Daya needs more food to support her body's needs. At that, Chang Xia's expression changed. Didn't that mean she'd face the same thing in the future? Not just her, Nan Feng, Milu, and the others would probably go through it too. Daya, have you felt unwell at all? Chang Xia asked seriously. Overeating wasn't a small matter. Warm Spring had twins, so it made sense her appetite grew. But even then, her appetite probably wasn't as scary as Daya's. She could see the exhaustion on Yadong's face. And that was with the tribe and his parents helping out. If it were a weaker tribe, someone could end up dead. I don't feel unwell, just hungry all the time and eating a lot, Daya said quietly. Before, hunting and foraging had been easy for Yadong. But as Daya's appetite grew, the pressure on him increased. After their trip to the shaman's hall confirmed Daya was fine, Yadong had to rely on his parents for help, and the tribe also provided extra food. That was the only way he managed not to collapse from exhaustion. Did the shaman prescribe any tonics for Daya? Chang Xia asked. From the sound of it, Daya probably needed some nourishing supplements. Ordinary food might not provide enough energy, which was why she kept eating. If this went on, Yadong might be okay, but Daya could wear herself out first. Eating too much of the same thing would get tiresome, too. The shaman didn't dare prescribe anything while Daya's pregnant, Yadong said helplessly. We have to wait until her condition stabilizes. But it should be soon. After 3 or 4 months, the baby will be stable. Web version chapters are slow. Read the latest content here. Brother Shen. As Shen Chongqing walked down the road, he greeted acquaintances with a nod or a word. The Demon Suppression Division is vast. Those who can remain here are either powerful experts or people with the potential to become one. Shen Chongqing belonged to the latter group. Within the Demon Suppression Division, there are 2 main roles, the Guardian and the Demon Slayer. Anyone who joins starts at the lowest rank as a Demon Slayer. Then, step by step, they can rise through the ranks, with the ultimate goal of becoming a Guardian. Shen Chongqing's predecessor was an apprentice Demon Slayer, the lowest of the low. It didn't take long for Shen Chongqing to stop in front of a pavilion. Unlike the rest of the Demon Suppression Division, which was filled with a somber and murderous atmosphere, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, offering a rare tranquility amid all the bloodshed. At this moment, the doors of the pavilion were open, and people occasionally came and went. Shen Chongqing hesitated only briefly before stepping inside. As soon as he entered, the atmosphere changed completely. A faint scent of ink, mixed with a trace of blood, hit him, making him instinctively frown, though he quickly relaxed. The bloody smell clinging to everyone in the Demon Suppression Division was almost impossible to wash away. I'm fine, I just ate a bit too much, Daya said with a smile, waving her hand. Changxia's expression was serious as she said, Daya, this is a serious matter. Overeating itself isn't a big deal, but as the beast cub in your belly grows, your appetite will only increase. Right now, you're eating 6 meals a day, but soon it'll be 9. In another month or 2, you might need to eat constantly. At first, Yadong and the other beast folk didn't think much of it. But as Changxia explained, everyone's expressions changed. Damn, it really was as serious as Changxia said. What should we do? Yadong cried out in panic, clutching Daya's hands and looking at Changxia in alarm. Changxia pressed her lips together and asked in a low voice, Yadong, did the shaman give any other instructions? The shaman, Yadong's eyes reddened as he stammered, unable to speak clearly. Daya squeezed his hand back and said calmly, Yadong, I'm fine. The shaman said she'd come to the Heluo Tribe this month to check on me, and she'll bring some medicine as well. If I'm right, she should be on her way from the Sacred Mountains Shaman Hall by now. Compared to Yadong, Daya was much more composed. Then there's no rush. Let's wait for the shaman to arrive before making any decisions, Changxia nodded. In the meantime, try to eat more meat. I'll make some jerky for you. There's still some anaconda jerky in the cellar, Yadong. Take it all home. The white fish from Weishan Pond and the black fish from the Wei River should also help nourish you. But let's wait for the shaman before deciding how best to use them. Since Daya was pregnant, Changxia didn't dare make decisions lightly. But she could at least help with the food. I'll go to Weishan now. Yadong let go of Daya's hand and said quickly. But Shen Rong stopped him and said calmly, listen to Changxia. Wait for the shaman to arrive and then decide what to do. All right, I'll listen to Changxia. Yadong took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. Yadong, don't worry. Daya looks healthy, and since the shaman didn't give any other instructions, it means there's no serious problem right now. I was just being cautious earlier. Don't scare yourself, Changxia said gently. She felt a little guilty for making things sound so dire. Yadong, I brought some green fruits for Changxia. Go to the kitchen and get a couple for Daya to try. I made them sweet this time. She should like them, Nuanchuan said. Daya was from the Earth Tribe, and the Bear clan loved sweets. She even added sugar when making roast meat at home. Nuanchuan had tried it a couple of times. It tasted good, but she wasn't quite used to it. Yadong smiled wryly. Nuanchuan, sweet things won't do. Lately, Daya's appetite has increased, and even her tastes have changed. She used to love sweets, but now she prefers salty and spicy food. We've run out of the chili peppers we traded for at home. I came to see Changxia today to see if we could trade for some more peppers or chili sauce. Honestly, Yadong didn't know what to say. Why did pregnancy make a female seem like a completely different person? When Nuanchuan was pregnant, Shankuan never mentioned anything like this. But with Daya, it was a whole different story. Pfft. Changxia couldn't help but laugh. Chili peppers? No problem. We've got plenty of chili sauce, dried chilies, and chili powder in the cellar. Just tell Shen Rong what you need and he'll help you find it. Changxia, can we trade seaweed candy for it? Daya asked, a little embarrassed. At the moment, all they had left at home was seaweed candy and some ginkgo nuts and fruit powder. Changxia's family didn't lack for anything, so seaweed candy was all they could offer in exchange. Changxia understood immediately. She hadn't refused Yadong's offer to trade, and naturally wouldn't refuse Daya's either. Both Yadong and Daya were totem warriors. If Daya weren't pregnant, their lives wouldn't be so tight. Of course. Changxia nodded with a smile. She'd originally planned to just give the stuff to Yadong, but realized that might make Yadong and Daya feel awkward, so she agreed to the trade. Navigation, rankings, and site info omitted as they are not part of the story. At worst, I'll just send over some extra things later. We're all part of the same tribe. Sometimes being too distant isn't good, but being too close isn't great either. As for where to draw the line, Changxia decided to just go with the flow. Yadong gave Changxia a fawning smile, full of gratitude. If anyone in the tribe is short on sugar, it's never Changxia. But right now, aside from seaweed candy, Yadong's family really doesn't have anything else to trade. Yadong gratefully accepted Changxia's kindness. Daya, you and Nuanchuan chat for a bit. I'm going to the kitchen to have breakfast. The chief should be coming over soon, said Changxia. She didn't linger. If she kept chatting, Jen and Muqin would arrive, and then it wouldn't be appropriate to eat breakfast. As soon as food was mentioned, Daya's stomach gave a loud rumble. Instantly, Daya blushed bright red and covered her cheeks with her hands. Changxia, don't mind me, Daya mumbled, wishing she could crawl under the table and disappear. Changxia chuckled. Shen Rong made bone broth. I was planning to have it with the green fruits Nuanchuan brought. Yadong, go to the kitchen and get a bowl of soup for Daya. Nuanchuan, check the cabinet in the small sitting room and see if there are any snacks. She'd just gotten back to the White Lake cave dwelling. Honestly, Changxia wasn't sure if there were any snacks at home. But knowing Muqin, there were probably some stashed away somewhere. Daya, just sit, I'll get you some soup, Yadong said cheerfully, getting up and heading to the kitchen, with Nuanchuan following behind. Since Changxia had spoken, neither of them stood on ceremony. Changxia sipped her soup and ate the green fruits. The courtyard gate was pushed open again. This time, it was different from when Nuanchuan and Yadong had come in. A noisy crowd. It looked like several dozen people. Changxia, The chief is here with the tribe, Nwanchuan reminded her. She stood up and scooped up her twins. With so many people around, the two little ones were getting too excited, so Nwanchuan decided to keep them close to avoid any trouble. Yadong, move the tables and chairs from the wooden shed to the cave courtyard, Shen Rong said. It was still early and the weather wasn't hot. Likewise, the sun overhead wasn't too harsh. At this hour, sitting in the cave courtyard wouldn't be too sunny. Kongshan, get some people to help move the tables and chairs, Yadong called out loudly. Sure enough, Nan Feng and the others came over as well. Seeing Daya and Nwanchuan sitting in the pavilion along the corridor, Nan Feng and Maple Leaf quickly walked over, smiling and greeting. Nwanchuan, these two, who are they? Nan Feng asked, giving the twins a complicated look, his mouth twitching. Nwanchuan rolled her eyes. Who do you think? Aren't they a bit too chubby? I remember just over 2 months ago, they weren't this fat, Nan Feng said, skipping the word chubby and going straight to fat. Maple Leaf raised her hand and smacked Nan Feng. She ruffled the twins' hair, then glanced at Daya and asked, Daya, have you lost weight? Usually, pregnant women put on weight, but Daya looked thinner. End of this chapter. Lo 1. As soon as that was said, everyone around fell silent. One by one, they started sizing up Daya. Everyone in the tribe knew Daya was pregnant. Every so often, someone would bring something to the White Lake cave dwelling for Yadong and Daya. Daya had a good appetite, which made everyone happy. In the Beast Tribe, no one thought too much about it. Being able to eat was a blessing. That's the most basic belief. No one ever considered that eating too much could sometimes be a sign of illness. Now that Maple Leaf mentions it, Daya really does look a bit thinner. Yeah, she definitely seems to have lost some weight. The flesh on her face is all gone. Immediately, everyone started talking at once, asking if Daya wasn't sleeping well or not eating enough. Yadong's face suddenly turned pale as a sheet. Nwanchuan pressed her hand to her forehead. Thank goodness Shen Rong was quick to steady Yadong, or he might have collapsed right there. Seeing Yadong's ashen face, Daya quickly spoke up, I'm fine, really. My appetite just changed recently. I don't like sweets anymore, but I crave salty and spicy food. That's why I came with Yadong to visit Changxia, and also to see if we could trade for some chili peppers. She was afraid that if she didn't speak up soon, her partner would faint from worry. Thinking about it, Daya felt both happy and anxious. She pressed her hand to her belly, her mood growing a bit heavy. If you want chili, I've still got a few jars of chili sauce at home. I'll send some over later. Do you want salty or cured foods? Or maybe Yadong can make some soy sauce pork. It's delicious steamed. I've got plenty of chili powder at home too. In an instant, everyone started talking at once, discussing what spicy foods they could send Daya. Daya responded to each person, smiling warmly. Changxia, however, looked serious. Daya hadn't just lost weight, her complexion was off too. Nearby, Jen and Muqin weren't as easily fooled as the others. Seeing Changxia's expression, they immediately grew tense. Given the circumstances, they didn't ask directly. Ahem. Nan Feng cleared her throat and raised her voice. Let Daya rest for a bit. Let's talk about what Changxia brought back from her trip. As she spoke, she winked at Maple Leaf, signaling her to help Daya sit farther away, so people wouldn't keep asking about her. She wasn't blind. She'd noticed that Changxia and Nwanchuan both looked worried. Most likely, Daya's situation wasn't simple. Oh, right. I wanted to ask Changxia about the karabu. I want to know about the Snake Tribe's sweet potatoes and potatoes. I heard those are staple foods and can be stored for winter. When will the Lion Tribe finish building their houses and roads? I want to trade chili peppers with the Heavenly Lion Tribe. In an instant, Nanfeng's change of topic drew everyone's attention away. The long summer smiled and took a seat. She began chatting with her clan mates about everything she'd seen and heard on her journey. Beside her, Maple Leaf Empty Mountain chimed in now and then. The whole courtyard of the cave dwelling was filled with laughter and warmth. The conversation grew especially lively when they talked about Kira cloth. Animal hides were warm enough, but they could never match the comfort of fabric. Hides were fine in the cold season, but in the warm season, they could be downright miserable. The Wolf Tribe's Kira grass could be spun into thread and woven into cloth. This meant the beast folk would no longer lack for fabric, a huge blessing for everyone in the Twilight Forest. If the roads were open and it weren't for the busy warm season, some beast folk would have already rushed off to clear Moon Forest to see for themselves. They talked about Kira cloth and then about furniture made from Kira grass. Gradually, the topic shifted to the duck tribe in the Erdos Marsh. Changxia stood up to take the stone pot that Shen Rong handed over and introduced it to the clan as a gift from the duck tribe. The beast folk passed the stone pot around, examining it closely. The more they looked, the more they liked it. Unfortunately, the duck tribe was too mysterious. Even if they wanted to trade, they had no way to find them. Besides the stone pot, Changxia also mentioned fish sauce grass and flavor root, which made everyone even more eager, hoping the duck tribe would come to the White Lake trading area soon. It was hard to seek out the duck tribe, but if they came to White Lake on their own, the leopard tribe could seize the opportunity and be the first to trade with them. At that moment, everyone was full of admiration for Changxia's foresight. She'd finished building the White Lake trading area before any other tribe. But with the roads opening up, the number of beast folk visiting White Lake would multiply, and expansion would be a must. Changxia, how are the snake tribe's sweet potato and potato harvests? Jen asked. He didn't care much about the lion tribe's chili peppers, but the antelope hunting event sounded fun. Maybe their own tribe could try something similar, perhaps hunting wild boars from Green Mountain or mountain chickens from Song Mountain. But what Jen really cared about were the snake tribe's sweet potatoes and potatoes. The wolf tribe's golden millet and corn were well known, and before the cold season, all the tribes would surely want to trade for them. With the roads open, it was much easier for the tribes to connect, and everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Chief. Once the snake tribe finishes building houses and roads, they'll speed up the harvest. One crop is enough to feed the snake tribe for 3 to 5 years. Before the cold season, they'll harvest another. The same goes for mud beans, yams, and kudzu root, Changxia replied calmly. Their abundant produce was more than enough for all the tribes to trade. Compared to the other tribes, the Heluo Tribe's harvests seemed like small potatoes. Luckily, they controlled flour production, so whatever they lacked, the leopard tribe could always trade flour for it. Good. I'd like to send some of our people to the Snake Mountain tribe to trade for sweet potatoes and potatoes. What do you think? Jen asked seriously. Right now? Changxia was a little surprised. Yes, I want to set out in the next day or two, Jen said frankly. By now, the Snake Mountain tribe must have finished building houses, and they'll be sending people to start the harvest. I want to get there before the other tribes and trade with them first. I have no objections, Changxia said after thinking it over. Chief, if the tribe isn't in a hurry to hunt or gather, I don't think we need to limit ourselves to just the Snake Mountain tribe for trading. At this, everyone's faces lit up. Was Changxia saying what they thought she was? But for now, only the bear, tiger, and snake tribes had completed roads to the Heluo tribe. The lion and wolf tribes had only finished halfway. I'll go back and discuss it with the elders, Jen said happily. With the big matters settled, the clanmates stopped crowding around Changxia and went to chat with Maple Leaf and South Wind instead. The whole courtyard was soon bustling with noise and excitement. Before they knew it, it was almost noon. Jen got up to head back to the tribe. Muqin chatted with Changxia for a bit, then left with him. The other clanmates left in 2s and 3s, walking out of the courtyard together. There wasn't much to do in the morning, but in the afternoon, some would be grinding flour or sugar or digging for grass roots in the fields. It wasn't exactly busy, but there was no time to be idle either. They gossiped about everything and couldn't wait to share the news with the rest of the tribe. Finally, some peace and quiet. South Wind flopped into a chair and complained. Maple Leaf rolled her eyes. Who was the loudest just now? End of this chapter. Lowin. Changxia, what's going on with Daya? South Wind suddenly sat up, turning to Changxia to ask about Daya. At that moment, Daya was sitting in the small living room, leisurely gnawing on a green fruit that Changxia and Shen Rong hadn't finished. Something's not right with her, Changxia said, pinching the bridge of her nose with a worried look. Daya's appetite has been getting more and more outrageous, 6 meals a day, and she's still not full. Maple Leaf said she's gotten thinner, so clearly ordinary food isn't enough to keep up with her body's needs. At this rate, even 9 meals a day might not satisfy her. After hearing this, the beast folk who hadn't left the courtyard fell silent. Shaman, what do you think? Maple Leaf asked. Changxia shook her head. I can't say for sure yet. Damn, South Wind muttered under her breath. If even the shaman was at a loss, this was serious. Don't worry, the shaman will be coming by soon, Daya said with a smile, trying to reassure everyone. She patted her stomach with one hand and nibbled on the green fruit with the other. Other than eating too much and my mouth getting tired, there's nothing wrong. I eat well and sleep well. Changxia nodded. I'll have Yadong bring home some dried anaconda meat from the cellar for Daya to snack on. If that's not enough, we'll send people to catch fish at the Wei River or the waterfall pond in Wei Mountain. Will this work? Bai Qing asked seriously. Cross-species reproduction might consume a lot of energy from the female. If that's the case, we should have Daya eat more foods rich in energy to help reduce her depletion, Changxia explained, then asked, has anyone in the tribe ever given birth to a beast cub through cross-species mating? Previously, Changxia hadn't thought of this issue. But now, as they chatted, she felt like she'd caught onto something. No one in the Heluo tribe has, Bai Qing shook her head. As far as she knew, Changxia and Shen Rong were the first such pair. Wait. Suddenly, Changxia and the other beast folk exchanged glances. They remembered someone. Milu said, Elder Senda. I think we could ask him. In the Heluo tribe, the current snake chief is Elder Shiguer's beast cub. However, the chief's father is unknown. When they went to the Wangwei Mountains, they noticed that Elder Senda and Elder Shiguer seemed to have an unusual relationship. Yadong, go invite Elder Senda over. Nanfeng, head to the tribe and find Elder Yami. If the chief is available, invite him too, Changxia instructed. The main reason for inviting Elder Yami and Jen was in case Elder Senda had any secrets he couldn't share openly, they could help ask questions. Since this concerned Daya and the life of her unborn cub, Changxia wanted to be thorough and avoid any accidents. Shixing touched his nose and followed Nanfeng. Compared to Twin Valley, Baihu was definitely more interesting. Changxia, what's this about? Why are we asking Elder Senda? Daya was confused, looking at Changxia in a daze. She could more or less guess why they'd invite Elder Yami and Jen, but she couldn't figure out why Elder Senda was involved. We suspect that the snake chief is the beast cub of Elder Senda and Elder Shiguer, Milu whispered. In the Twilight Forest, every snake chief's father was unknown. The snake folk's lineage was quite the oddity among the beast folk. In an instant, Warm Spring Daya's eyes widened in shock. Could that be true? Last time, when the snake chief visited and interacted with Elder Senda, they hadn't noticed anything unusual. Really? Warm Spring swallowed nervously and whispered. Changxia grinned slightly. Seeing that, Warm Spring Daya fell silent. It seemed this was almost certainly true. Still, it was a bit too exciting. Don't go spreading this around, Changxia reminded. Since neither Elder Senda nor Elder Shiguer had said anything as juniors, they definitely shouldn't gossip. Given those two elders' tempers, saying the wrong thing could be deadly. Understood. Got it. Warm Spring Daya mimicked Nanfeng, making a zipping motion to seal her lips. Except for Daya, who sat in the small parlor, the other beast folk gathered around a square table in the corridor pavilion, nibbling on green sugar and chewing on sweetgrass root candy. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Before long, Yadong arrived, carrying a black-faced Elder Senda. Elder Yami and Jen followed behind Nanfeng. Muqin didn't come this time. She was probably busy organizing people in the tribe square to process flour and sugar. Recently, the Heluo Tribe had been discussing relocating their flour and sugar processing. They were still picking a site, deciding whether to build a kiln or a house. Yadong, if you don't give me a good reason today, I'll make you soak in Baihu Lake for a whole day, Senda said, giving Yadong a death stare, his tone filled with menace. Being carried here from his own cave in front of all the juniors, if Senda hadn't noticed something off about Yadong's expression, Yadong might have been beaten to a pulp by now. Elder Senda, Jen said softly. Elder Yami paused, frowning slightly, and asked, Changxia, what is this about? I asked Yadong to bring Elder Senda here to ask about something. It concerns Daya and her unborn cub's life. Since it's urgent, I had Nanfeng invite you and the chief as well, Changxia said, nodding toward Daya in the small parlor. At the mention that it concerned Daya and her unborn cub's life, Elder Senda immediately composed himself, no longer glaring at Yadong. Yadong, sweating bullets, nearly fainted from relief. We've already studied Daya's situation carefully in the tribe and with the shaman, but haven't found a solution yet. Changxia, do you have any ideas? Elder Yami asked seriously. Even before Yadong noticed Daya's condition, the elders had realized something was wrong and informed the shamans at the sacred mountain of Kana. By the time Yadong brought Daya there, the shamans already had some idea of her situation, but unfortunately, they couldn't find a solution either. Now, hearing Changxia say this, Elder Yami couldn't help but get a little excited. Could it be that Changxia had a way to solve Daya's problem? I do have some ideas. But first, I want to confirm something with Elder Senda, Changxia said, looking up at him. Elder Senda looked completely lost. Daya's pregnancy was Yadong's doing. What could Changxia possibly want to confirm with him? What do you want to ask? Senda tried his best to look calm as he met Changxia's gaze. Changxia said, I want to know who is the snake chief's father? Pfft. Jen had just popped a piece of green sugar into his mouth when Changxia suddenly dropped this bombshell. He immediately spat the candy out, staring at Changxia in shock. What the? Did Changxia get this bold just from going out for a bit? You're sure this is related to Daya and her unborn cub's safety? Senda didn't lose his composure, but shot Jen a look of disdain. At his age, he was still so jumpy, not even as steady as the younger beast cubs like Nanfeng. Yes, I'm about 80% sure, Changxia said seriously. Shishi is the beast cub of me and Shiguer, Senda said. After speaking, he glanced over the faces of the other beastmen, then continued, every generation, the snake tribe chief chooses a mate from outside the tribe. This mate is different from an ordinary partner. You can think of it as living together, but not actually getting married. Changxia curled her lips. Sleeping together, but not getting married. The snake tribe, huh? That's pretty bold. Why? Changxia frowned and pressed further. Elder Senda shook his head gently. This was a tradition of the snake tribe, and as an outsider, he naturally didn't know the details. Suddenly, all the beastmen turned their gazes to Shishing, who was standing off to the side watching. I've never heard of this before, Shishing explained dryly. He figured that aside from the snake tribe chiefs of each generation, perhaps only the elders would know about it. Most ordinary snake tribe beastmen were probably as clueless as he was. After speaking, Shishing rubbed his chin. When I agreed to come to the Heluo Tribe and marry Nanfeng, Elder Shiguer warned me about one thing. If Nanfeng ever became pregnant, I must bring her back to the Snake Mountain tribe. Shishing looked up at the other beastmen, unsure if this counted as a clue. Changxia, do you suspect the snake tribe knows about Daya's strange situation? Jen asked in surprise. Elder Senda's words hadn't struck him as odd, but Shishing's last statement was truly suspicious. Changxia nodded. Before, it was only a hunch. But after what Shishing said, I think Elder Shiguer and the snake tribe chief probably know about Daya's unusual pregnancy. However, since this involves the inheritance of the snake tribe chiefs. She trailed off, not finishing her sentence. When it comes to the inheritance of the snake tribe chiefs, the snake tribe might not be willing to share. Do you need me to contact Shiguer? Senda asked. Yes, contact her. The leopard tribe is willing to pay any price, Yami said in a deep voice. This concerned Daya and her unborn cub's life. As long as the snake tribe was willing to help, the Heluo tribe was willing to pay any price. Changxia had shared her suspicions and didn't say more. Matters like this were better handled by the elders and chiefs. Daya swallowed nervously and said softly, I can contact my father. She said father, not the bear tribe. Clearly, Daya understood that she was now a member of the Heluo tribe, and the bear tribe had no obligation to help her. Daya, you're carrying Yadong's cub. You're a member of the Heluo tribe now. The tribe won't let anything happen to you. If you're craving food, you can tell Chief Shifeng. But as for asking the snake tribe about your situation, don't mention it for now, Jen advised calmly, telling Daya not to tell Chief Shifeng about this for the time being. After all, this involved the inheritance of the snake tribe chiefs. If too much was revealed, it might displease the snake tribe. Across the wall, Yadong gripped Daya's hand tightly and whispered, "Daya, listen to the chief. The tribe will handle this. If worst comes to worst, we can always ask the shaman for help." Pfft. Nanfeng burst out laughing. "Yadong, your skin is getting thicker and thicker, almost as thick as these cave walls," Nanfeng teased. Her joke lightened the tense atmosphere. "She's right, Yadong. You really have toughened up. This kid needs Bai Qing to keep him in line." Immediately, Fengya and Kongshan joined in, all teasing Yadong. Yadong was always a bit of a wild card. Even after marrying Daya, he hadn't changed much. Lately, though, he'd been busy taking care of Daya and seemed a bit down. But now, Changxia had helped find a possible solution. His pent-up energy was instantly released. He beckoned to Bai Qing and Kongshan, boasting, "I'm not afraid of you. Come on, I can take you both with one hand." Damn, this kid hasn't been beaten up in over 2 months, huh? One hand? Yadong, you've got guts. In a flash, Bai Qing and Kongshan charged at Yadong from both sides. Without another word, they pinned him to the ground and gave him a good beating. Soon enough, Yadong's wails echoed above Changxia's cave dwelling. Elder Senda left. It was obvious he was going to contact Elder Shiguer. When he returned, it would probably be time to resolve Daya's strange condition. A short while later, Elder Yami and Jen also left. Changxia and the others had just returned to the tribe and needed to rest. But Elder Yami and Jen had plenty of other things to do, so they didn't stick around to mess around with the younger ones. Once Bai Qing and the others finished roughhousing, the beastmen all gathered in the corridor pavilion. "Changxia, what are your plans next?" Bai Qing asked. Changxia replied, "I'm planning to clear out the area by the small river and use it to test plant the seeds I collected from the forest, as well as unique plants from each tribe." "Clearing land? We're good at that," Nanfeng said. Changxia shook her head gently. "No need," she said. "Shen Rong and I can handle it. You all have your own things to do. I don't need your help for now." She mainly wanted to experiment with her bloodline ability. Before, she couldn't get chili peppers to grow. Now, Changxia wanted to try using her bloodline ability to see if she could break the regional limitations of plants and animals from the Twilight Forest. It was a dull and tedious task. Changxia didn't want Nanfeng and the others to get involved. Her cave was already piled high with food sent by the tribe, plus gifts from other beast tribes every now and then. Even if Changxia and Shen Rong lay around all day doing nothing, the food in their cellar would be enough to feed them both. Nanfeng and the others were different. They still needed to help the tribe with hunting and gathering. Aside from the disabled elders and beast cubs, only Changxia and Shen Rong didn't need to participate in hunting and gathering. Changxia was weak, and Shen Rong used to be weak too. The tribe had made an exception for them to stay. Besides, Changxia had already given so much to the Heluo Tribe. Previous page, next page, last page, top. With enough supplies, there was no need to worry about food or clothing for the long summer. "Changxia, are you sure you don't need our help?" Maple Leaf asked earnestly. Changxia shook her head, then nodded and said, "I'm reclaiming the land by the creek mainly to try my hand at farming. Planting crops is different from raising animals. I need to gain some experience myself before I can teach the rest of the tribe. The chickens, ducks, and wild rabbits in the southern forests by Lake Bai will be Nanfeng's responsibility. As for the fertile fields, I'd like my brother to help out. Raising animals is a bit easier than planting crops. If an animal dies, you can always go into the forest and catch another one. But farming was something the beast tribes had little experience with. Still, Changxia thought, maybe the 3 tribes on the Gray Mist Prairie had some experience. And perhaps the wolf, lion, and snake tribes knew a thing or two as well. After all, crops like golden millet, chili peppers, and mud beans all had to do with farming. Come to think of it, it seemed like only the leopard tribe didn't have much experience with planting. The cabbages and radishes the tribe used to eat were all foraged from the mountains and forests. As for planting them, that was impossible. The beast tribes didn't like eating grass. That's right, the beast tribes called wild mountain vegetables grass. Except for the weaker tribes, the stronger ones prided themselves on their status and wouldn't eat grass lightly. If any beastman did like wild vegetables, they'd sneak off to eat them in secret. Rarely would anyone cook them openly. I'll help Nanfeng, Honeydew said quickly. Maple Leaf nodded as well, indicating she'd help too. I'll take care of the fertile fields, Bai Qing said. Nanfeng would handle the chickens, ducks, and rabbits, while Bai Qing and the other males would take care of the cattle and sheep. The division of labor made sense. End of this chapter. Everyone, stay for lunch. Once the business was settled, Changxia invited Bai Qing and the other beastmen to stay for lunch. It was rare not to have to travel or plan things for other tribes, so Changxia finally had the leisure to think about food. What are we eating? I want fish balls, let's make fish balls. Grilled vegetables and meat, let's have a barbecue feast. Immediately, the beastmen all started chiming in with suggestions. Soy sauce pork, fried pork, freshly pressed rice noodles. Nanfeng was practically drooling as she listed off dishes. After suffering through meals at the Snake Mountain tribe, she wanted to eat all the delicious foods she'd had before. Xing smiled quietly, saying nothing. After spending some time at the Heluo Tribe, he'd come to appreciate hot dishes over cold ones. Unfortunately, his mouth couldn't handle food that was too hot. Thinking of this, Xing couldn't help but look a little regretful. At the far end, Qinghe sat quietly. She'd just heard some rather brutal news and needed time to process it and then forget it all. But when Changxia suggested everyone stay for lunch, Qinghe snapped back to attention. Especially when Nanfeng and the others started listing all those delicious dishes. Qinghe felt even hungrier. She wondered if she could apply to move into the Heluo tribe. Was that possible? Anything's fine, Changxia said with a wave of her hand. Whatever you want to eat, we can make. Let's go check the cellar and kitchen for ingredients first. With that, Changxia looked up at Yadong. Shen Rong, take Yadong to the cellar and get her some dried python meat. She remembered there was still plenty of dried python meat in the cellar. The tribe had given her a lot, but Changxia wasn't greedy. She only nibbled on a piece or two occasionally. There should still be plenty left. All right, Yadong, come with me, Shen Rong nodded, calling Yadong to follow him to the cellar. Dried python meat was a delicacy for them, but for Daya, it might be a lifesaver. Wait, I'm coming too, Nanfeng said mischievously. I want to see what goodies Changxia has stashed in her cellar. They'd been away from the tribe for over 2 months. The tiger and bear tribes had both visited during that time, and they'd surely brought gifts for Changxia. At the same time, the tribe had finished building the road to the Witch's Hall on Mount Kana. In terms of wealth, Mount Kana was the richest place in the Misty Forest. Given how much the witch doted on Changxia, she'd definitely have the tribe send her some things. Thinking of this, Nanfeng hurried after Shen Rong and Yadong. Nanfeng. She's probably thinking about all the goodies in Changxia's cellar. What's in Changxia's cellar anyway? The last question came from Qinghe. She was new to the Heluo tribe and didn't know everything yet. Seeing Nanfeng head for the cellar, she couldn't help but ask. Changxia's cellar is even richer than the tribe's warehouse, Warm Spring explained with a smile. Besides what the tribe gives her, she also gets gifts from other tribes. In the Misty Forest, the only place richer than Changxia's cellar was the Witch's Hall warehouse on Mount Kana, which had the most abundant supplies in the entire forest. Can I go take a look? Qinghe asked eagerly. Changxia chuckled and pointed to Honeydew. Honeydew, take Qinghe to the cellar for a look around, and keep an eye on Nanfeng so she doesn't empty the place out. Everyone burst out laughing. Warm Spring, your cubs fell into the pond, Changxia said, covering her eyes. The pond in the courtyard had suddenly started splashing, and when Changxia stood up to look, she was speechless. The twins were splashing around in the pond. There were several brightly colored fish in the pond. Changxia didn't know their species, she just thought they looked pretty, so she'd had Shen Rong catch them and put them in the pond. Sometimes I really want to strangle them, I swear, Warm Spring said, taking a deep breath as she strode over and fished the twins out of the pond. One of the cubs had a red fish in its mouth and struggled so much while being pulled out that warm spring ended up soaked. Changxia's mouth twitched. She muttered, "My poor fish." With that, she got up and went to the bathroom. A moment later, she came back with a clean towel and tossed it to Warm Spring. Warm Spring wiped them off. The weather was warm, but the temperature wasn't too high yet. Everything was damp, making it easy to catch a chill. Warm Spring held down the struggling twins. The fish that had been bitten by the beast cubs was flopping on the ground. Judging by the look of it, it probably wouldn't survive. Changxia, wait until Shankuan comes back. I'll have him catch you a few more pretty fish from White Lake or White River. I don't think this one can be saved, Warm Spring said helplessly. It's just a fish, it's fine, Changxia waved her hand, unconcerned. Dia giggled and praised, these beast cubs are really strong. The fish weighed at least 6 or 7 jin, about 3 to 3.5 kilograms. It had been killed outright by the beast cub's bite. TSK, they really live up to their leopard clan heritage. Looks like all that chubbiness isn't just fat, Changxia said as she took one of the freshly cleaned beast cubs from Warm Spring. They'd grown heavier, holding one was already a handful, holding two was just wishful thinking. Asterisk slap. Slap, asterisk. Warm Spring gave the twins a firm pat. They eat so much, they'd better be growing, Warm Spring said. What happened with the fish? Nanfeng asked curiously. She was holding a clay jar, which she set on the square table. Seeing the red fish in front of Warm Spring, she looked a bit puzzled. Warm Spring jerked her chin toward the beast cubs in Changxia and Dia's arms and said irritably, "What else?" They bit it to death. Lately, they've been biting anything they catch. Shankuan and I have both been bitten plenty of times. Those little guys are strong. I've got scars on my arms and thighs. Are they teething? Nanfeng asked. She reached out, pried open the mouth of the beast cub in Changxia's arms, and felt around inside. Warm Spring nodded, yeah. They should be losing their baby teeth right about now. Beast cubs lose their baby teeth before they turn 1. Once they can take on their true form, they can eat meat. Also, once a beast cub finishes teething, the tribe elders will start training them in hunting skills. Usually, beast cubs lose their teeth between 6 and 8 months old, but Warm Spring's cubs were ahead of schedule, barely half that age. Clearly, they were well-fed and well-nourished, which had brought on teething early. So early? Dia was shocked. Qinghe asked, how old are the twins? They were born not long after Changxia left, so just over 3 months, Nanfeng replied. Most beast cubs don't start teething until 6 to 8 months. They really are early, Milla said, coming over to Nanfeng and curiously feeling the beast cub's gums. They were sharp, pressing just a little would prick your finger. These definitely weren't baby teeth anymore. The twins had truly started teething. They eat well, with a good balance of meat and vegetables, Changxia said calmly. The forest was dangerous, and for the beast tribe to thrive, they had to grow strong. That drive was in their blood. Changxia wasn't surprised the twins had started teething early. She even suspected they might take on their true forms ahead of schedule, too. Changxia, are you saying that from now on, all beast cubs will start teething earlier? Maple Leaf stared at Changxia, nervous. If teething came early, maybe taking on their true forms would too. As soon as Maple Leaf asked, all the other beast folk reacted. They all stared at Changxia, eyes shining with excitement and amazement. Web version chapters are slow. Read the latest content for free on the iWay app. Brother Shen. As Shen Chaqing walked down the road, whenever he ran into someone he knew, they'd exchange a greeting or a nod. But no matter who it was, no one showed much expression. Everyone seemed indifferent to everything. Shen Chaqing was used to this by now. After all, this was the Demon Suppression Division, a department responsible for maintaining stability in Great Qin, mainly by hunting down demons and monsters, though they had other duties as well. Shen Chaqing was the latter. The division had 2 main roles, guardians and demon slayers. Everyone started at the lowest rank, as a demon slayer. Then, step by step, they could rise up, with the hope of eventually becoming a guardian. That bloody smell clung to everyone in the division. There was no getting rid of it. Please exit the transcode page to read the latest chapters. providing you with the fastest updates for transmigrating to the apocalypse, farming and infrastructure in a primitive tribe. Read Chapter 647, The Twins' Early Teething for free. Maybe, possibly, Changxia leaned forward, giving a vague answer. She didn't want to be too definite. After all, only the twins had teethed early so far. As for the other beast cubs, that was still unknown. Even so, the beast folk were all extremely excited. Changxia had never been wrong before, and as beast folk, they all knew that if teething started early, taking on their true forms might come early too. If you need a more concise or more literary version, or want to focus on a particular section, let me know. The forest was fraught with danger, and no one dared to let their guard down, especially not for beast cubs, who had no ability to defend themselves. Each tribe strictly forbade their cubs from leaving the tribe's territory, fearing they'd be snatched away by wild animals. A year might seem short, but it was also long. If a cub managed to transform early, it meant their chances of survival increased dramatically. Clap! Clap! Shen Rong clapped his hands, snapping the distracted beastmen back to attention. Don't just stand there, start building the stoves and get lunch ready. With so many people around, there were plenty of mouths to feed and plenty of cravings to satisfy. The kitchen stoves weren't enough, and with the hot weather, it wasn't ideal to set up more in the courtyard of the cave dwelling. Fortunately, there was still some space under the wooden shed. If all else failed, the beast den where Changxia and Changxia used to live could also be used. I'll head to the southern wilds by White Lake to catch some chickens, ducks, and wild rabbits. Let's have roast chicken, roast duck, and spicy rabbit for lunch, Nanfeng said happily. There were plenty of cured chickens and ducks stored in the cellar, but Nanfeng was craving something fresh. This wasn't the right season for making cured meats anyway. Most of the cured meats in the cellar were gifts from other tribes to Changxia. Besides those, there were also plenty of dried wild vegetables. Bai Qing, take Kongshan with you to White Lake to catch some fish and shrimp. I want spicy boiled fish and mala shrimp and crab, Milu chimed in, immediately assigning Bai Qing to help her prepare ingredients. Having grown up eating spicy food, Milu's first request was a few spicy dishes. Daya licked her lips excitedly. Will the boiled fish be spicy? Super spicy, Milu replied. Yadong, you go with Bai Qing to White Lake to catch fish, too, Daya said happily. Lately, she hadn't been in the mood for sweets and was craving something salty and spicy. Still, when she was hungry, Daya wasn't picky. She'd eat whatever was at hand. All right, I'll catch a few extra, Yadong agreed cheerfully. He planned to learn some cooking skills from Changxia, so he could make dishes for Daya at home. He'd grown a lot since they'd bonded. He cared more for Daya now and had become more mature and considerate. I'll stay and help build the stoves, Qinghe offered. Nanfeng reached out and put a hand on Qinghe's shoulder. No rush on the stoves. Come with me to the southern wilds by White Lake to catch chickens, ducks, and rabbits. There are a lot of people to feed, so we'll need to catch more. I can't handle it alone, come with me. Okay. Qinghe nodded, still a bit dazed. I'll come too, Maple Leaf said. There was no hurry to build the stoves. Better to get all the ingredients ready first. All of you get going. Changxia waved them off. She needed to check the cellar, see how the soy sauce pork and fried meat were holding up. Besides, if she really did go to the southern wilds by White Lake, she'd also need to check on the growth of the vine trees and mulberries. She didn't want to tire herself out for now, so she decided to stay put and check on those things after a break. All right, Changxia, you stay in the cave. We'll be back soon, Nanfeng replied. Nguyen Chun dried off the twins and set them on the ground, warning them not to mess around by the pool again. If they did, there'd be no tasty roast meat for lunch. She wanted to help build the stoves, so she asked Daya to keep an eye on the twins. Shen Rong carried up a whole jar of dried python meat from the cellar, packed in a snakeskin bag and stored in a clay jar. He'd planned to bring it all up, but Yadong stopped him, so they only brought one jar. After all, this was meat the tribe had given to Changxia. No matter how thick-skinned Yadong was, he wouldn't dare take it all. Even taking one jar was a bit much. Yadong figured he'd repay Changxia and Shen Rong after Daya gave birth to their cub. Daya took a piece of dried python meat and started chewing on it. After just a few bites, the faint hunger in her belly disappeared. She stared in surprise at the meat in her hand. Dia. Nuan-chun was about to go tidy up the wooden shed to prepare for building the stoves. Dia snapped out of her daze and looked at Nuan-chun. What is it? Nuan-chun frowned. Dia didn't look too well. She didn't ask Dia to watch the twins after all. Are you alright? Nuan-chun asked softly. She wasn't in a hurry to clean the shed anymore. She'd wait for Changxia and Shen Rong to come up from the cellar first. Dia held up the dried python meat, excited. Nuan-chun, after eating this, I don't feel as hungry anymore. Really? Nuan-chun was shocked. Yeah, really. Dia nodded. Usually, I can't stop eating all day, it's exhausting. I didn't dare tell Yadong, in case he worried. Maybe the dried python meat really worked. Dia couldn't help but speak her mind, just as Changxia had said. If she kept eating non-stop, she'd go crazy. How much did you eat? Nuan-chun asked. Dia held up the piece in her hand. About a third of this. Normally, I'd have to eat a dozen pieces of roast meat to feel full. That's great, Nuan-chun said. This whole jar of dried python meat should last you a while. There should be more in Changxia's cellar. When you finish this, just ask her for more. Finish what? Changxia walked over carrying a piece of soy sauce pork. The meat was perfectly preserved, its color, aroma, and flavor all intact. Just the smell made her mouth water. She thought she'd cure another jar of soy sauce pork in a couple of days. With the cold stones on hand, she wasn't worried about fresh meat spoiling. Plus, at this time of year, the meat would dry quickly, so there was no need to worry about it going bad. Changxia, Dia says after eating the dried python meat, she doesn't feel as hungry anymore, Nuan-chun said happily. Dia, is that true? Changxia put the soy sauce pork in the kitchen and walked over to Dia, asking seriously. It's true. I only ate about a third of this piece, and I already feel full. Before, I'd have to eat at least a dozen pieces of roast meat to feel the same. Dia nodded repeatedly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Yadong had been under a lot of stress lately, and Dia was no different. Shen Rong, how much dried python meat is left in the cellar? Changxia asked. The elder Pukong had gotten the largest share of the python meat, since his bloodline ability made it especially suitable for him. The following is website navigation and can be omitted or adapted as needed. There are still 3 jars left, Shen Rong said. 3 more jars of dried python meat. Changxia patted Dia's arm and said lightly, Dia, did you hear that? You can eat this dried python meat without worry. If you finish it, just come find me for more. Since the dried python meat really works, I think the blackfish from the Wei River and the whitefish from the Wei Mountain waterfall pool should be just as effective. This afternoon, let's have Yadong tell the chief about it. The road to Wei Mountain was open now. It wasn't much trouble to make a round trip. The whitefish from the Wei Mountain waterfall pool die easily once out of water. But the blackfish from Wei Mountain were different. They could ask the tribe to help catch a few blackfish, alive or dead, and bring them back to the tribe to make soup or dried fish. If Dia ate some from time to time, it should help solve her health problems. Changxia, isn't this too much trouble? Dia asked hesitantly. Nuan-chun smiled, gently patting Dia's hand, and said warmly, Dia, it's no trouble at all. The tribe is happy to help. The young ones are the hope of the tribe. Helping to catch some blackfish and whitefish is nothing. Listen to Nuan-chun. After lunch, I'll talk to Yadong, Changxia said decisively. Dia was new to the tribe and a bit shy. Seeing her embarrassment, Changxia and Nuan-chun simply made the decision for her. Thank you. Dia took a few deep breaths, then softly uttered her thanks, her eyes misting over. When it came to thoughtfulness, even her own parents couldn't compare to Changxia and the others. Being able to marry Yadong was truly her good fortune. Changxia just smiled and said nothing. Among family, being too polite felt distant. Shen Rong, let's build the stove, Changxia said. Shen Rong put the jar of fried meat in the kitchen. Soon, Shen Rong and Nuan-chun had cleared out the woodshed, and Changxia helped pass stones to build the stove. Looking at the corner where the vine tree was planted, she sighed, once the vine tree grows big and provides shade, we can build a stove in the courtyard for barbecues. I regret cutting down the big tree next to the cave house, Nuan Chun said. Don't worry. Once I figure out my bloodline abilities, maybe I'll find a way to make things grow faster, Chang Xia said calmly. For now, her abilities were healing and communication, but accelerating growth should be a derivative of healing. Chang Xia wanted to plant things, and it was also a way to train her bloodline abilities. Really? Nuan Chun was excited. Dia and Shen Rong both looked at Chang Xia in shock. In theory, it's possible, Chang Xia said. But to actually do it, I'll need to work hard. After all, she couldn't make plants grow faster yet. Take your time, Chang Xia, Shen Rong said gently, worried she might be too eager. He reassured her that they had plenty of time to experiment. Shen Rong's right, we can wait. No rush, Nuan Chun agreed. Dia nodded along. Hope filled their hearts, and the future looked bright. After a while, Nan Feng and the other beastmen returned. Their baskets were full of heavy game. They'd planned to slaughter the chickens, ducks, and wild rabbits by White Lake. But Chang Xia had told them to save the feathers from the chickens and ducks, as they'd be useful. The Heluo Tribe had stockpiled a batch of chicken and duck feathers, waiting for Chang Xia to make feather dusters, as well as down jackets and quilts. Chang Xia, what are these chicken and duck feathers for? Dia blinked curiously. Saving rabbit skins made sense, but what could they do with all these poultry feathers? Chicken feathers are for making feather dusters to clean dust off furniture. Duck feathers are for making down quilts and jackets, Nan Feng said, nodding at Chang Xia. Chang Xia had the tribe save them, saying they'd be useful. The tribe has stockpiled a bunch, but we've been busy building houses and roads for other beast tribes, so we haven't gotten around to it yet. I'll have time soon to make the feather dusters. As for the down jackets and quilts, we'll need to trade for some cloth with the wolf tribe. Animal hides aren't really suitable, Chang Xia added. If they really managed to make down quilts and jackets, they'd never have to fear the winter cold again. I'll help you, Nan Feng said quickly. Maple Leaf asked Chang Xia, do the down quilts and jackets need Kira cloth? They need cloth, but not necessarily Kira cloth, Chang Xia explained. Animal hides were too thick and not breathable, while cloth was more comfortable and breathable. Let Shen Rong talk to the wolf tribe, Nan Feng suggested, winking at Chang Xia. This time, Chang Xia didn't refuse outright. I'll talk to the wolf tribe myself. I'll ask them to trade a batch of Kira cloth, and I'll try making down quilts and jackets, Chang Xia said. She politely declined Nan Feng's suggestion to have Shen Rong talk to the wolf tribe, choosing to handle it herself. Animal hides were good for warmth, but better suited for coats. If they could really make down jackets, the beastmen would have another way to keep warm in the harsh winter. Compared to hunting large prey, catching chickens and ducks was easy, even for weaker tribes. Hearing that Chang Xia would talk to the wolf tribe herself, the beastmen all realized that these down quilts and jackets must be something special. The water on the stove is boiling. Let's slaughter the chickens, ducks, and rabbits, Shen Rong called out, signaling Chang Xia and the others to stop daydreaming and get to work. Soon, Bai Qing and the others would be back from White Lake. With more people, there'd be plenty to eat. Preparing lunch was no small task. With that, everyone got busy. Soon, Bai Qing and the others returned with freshly cleaned fish and shrimp, joining in the bustle. Nan Feng, go to the tribe and call over Shan Ke and the others. Chang Xia wiped the sweat from her forehead as she stir-fried the rabbit in the pot, calling out for Nan Feng to fetch more people. Let me know if you need further translation or want this edited for a particular style or audience. Brother, you can do it. Chang Xia smiled and made a cheering gesture toward Bai Qing. Taming wild beasts sounded difficult, but in reality, it wasn't that hard once you actually tried. The beast race was strong, and taming black-horned oxen to pull carts was pretty straightforward. They hadn't tried before simply because no one had thought of it. Chang Xia, can chickens and ducks be tamed? Nan Feng asked excitedly. Since Bai Qing was planning to tame the black-horned oxen, Nan Feng became interested in the chickens and ducks living in the wild forests south of Bai Lake. If you could tame the big ones, surely you could tame the small ones too, right? I think it should be possible. Chang Xia replied. That's why I asked you to help trim the feathers on the chickens and ducks' wings so they can't fly. Try it out and see if you can domesticate the chickens and ducks in the forest. For now, let's not slaughter any of them. After all, poultry were originally wild animals that became domesticated over time. The same goes for livestock. As for how to tame them, Cheng Xia didn't plan to interfere too much. She wanted Bai Qing, Nan Feng, and the others to get involved themselves. It would give them a greater sense of accomplishment. Great! Nan Feng rubbed her hands together, itching to run off to the wild woods south of Bai Lake to keep an eye on those chickens, ducks, and wild rabbits. Oh whoa! The beast folk were chatting so enthusiastically that they forgot to eat. Suddenly, Cheng Xia felt something soft bump against her foot. Looking down, she saw one of the twin beast cubs, calling out with a little away. She bent down and scooped up the cub. Enough chatting, let's eat. Look, the cub is so hungry he's about to start gnawing on my toes. Cheng Xia, give him to me, I'll feed him, Shan Kun said with a smile. He'd gone hunting in the fertile fields that morning and caught a few wild chickens, and also dug up several baskets of grass roots. He hadn't gone home yet, but had dropped off the grass roots at the tribe before coming straight to Cheng Xia's cave. Cheng Xia, let Shan Kun feed the twins, Nuan Chun said, picking up the cub at her feet and handing it to Shan Kun as well. The twins were getting fatter by the day, and Nuan Chun was getting tired of carrying them. Whenever Shan Kun was around, she'd hand the twins over to him. Shan Kun happily took the twins and began looking after them. They're getting heavy, I can barely hold them, Cheng Xia said with a wry smile, handing the cub over to Shan Kun. He was used to feeding them and placed the twins on his lap, one on each side, taking care of both at once. Haven't taken them to the tribe's training grounds lately? Shen Rong asked. Shan Kun explained, they're teething right now, biting anything they can get their mouths on. Feng Ling and I have been bitten so many times. From the corridor pavilion, Shan Kei's voice came, complaining loudly. As she spoke, she held out her hand, showing everyone where the twins had bitten her. Cheng Xia looked up. Wow! Sure enough, there were 3 or 4 bite marks on Shan Kei's right arm. I got bitten too. I got bitten twice. Soon, Wu Lu and the others chimed in, pointing to their own bite marks and looking nervously at the twins squirming in Shan Kun's arms. They used to love playing with the twins. Now, even Shan Kei didn't dare get close, afraid of getting bitten. Shan Kei, are you all okay? Cheng Xia asked anxiously. Should they get a tetanus shot for this? Wait, you can't get tetanus shots in the Twilight Forest. But they're all beast folk, maybe it's fine to get bitten? Don't worry, Sister Cheng Xia, we're all fine. It only hurt a little when they first bit us. Elder Shimu put some medicine on it and gave us a medicinal bath. It doesn't hurt at all now. But Elder Yami said we can't play with the twins again until they stop biting people. Shan Kei was quite talkative and explained everything clearly. Honestly, it was kind of funny to listen to. Nuan Chun, how long does the teething period last? Should Shan Kun make a couple of teething sticks for the twins? Cheng Xia asked gently. Nuan Chun replied, for beast cubs, teething usually lasts a little over a month. But the twins are a special case, so I'm not sure. What's a teething stick? Since the twins started teething early, Nuan Chun figured their teething period might end sooner, or maybe it would last even longer. Cheng Xia nodded. A teething stick is just a hard piece of wood, shaped so the cubs can chew on it safely, Cheng Xia explained. Wood from the Sichuan pepper tree works well, or ironwood would do too. I'll make them a couple of teething sticks this afternoon, Shan Kun said. There was ironwood right at their own cave. That ironwood was meant for building the corridor pavilion and eaves. Since there wasn't enough resin, the tribe hadn't started construction yet. The resin collected from Song Mountain was mostly traded with other beast tribes, since helping others build houses was more important than building their own pavilions for now. Every household in the Heluo Tribe had plenty of wood stored up. Making 2 teething sticks for the twins was no trouble at all. Uncle Shan Kun, can you make a few extra teething sticks? Shan Kei asked eagerly, standing on tiptoe and looking at Shan Kun with anticipation. After hearing Cheng Xia explain what teething sticks were for, Shan Kei and the others were secretly tempted. Sure, I'll make some for all of you, Shan Kun agreed to Shan Kei's little request. Cheng Xia slapped her forehead, suddenly realizing that the beast cubs in Twilight Forest didn't really have any toys. Maybe they didn't even have the concept of toys. Every day, they just practiced hunting skills and trained with their elders. That seemed to be their whole daily routine. Shan Kun, when you're making teething sticks, why not make some toys for Shan K and the others too? I'll ask Ching He to draw a few designs, and Shen Rong, if you have time, help Shan Kun out, Chang Xia suggested. She wanted to improve the tribe's spiritual and cultural life. Hunting competitions and such weren't suitable for now. So, why not start by making toys for the cubs? Toys. As soon as Chang Xia said the word, Nan Feng, Feng Yi, and the other beast folk nearby all looked up. They stared at Chang Xia with curious eyes. You're all grown-ups. Don't tell me you want to fight Shan K and the kids for toys? Chang Xia said, exasperated, looking at Nan Feng and the others pretending to act cute and clueless. Web version chapter content is slow. Read the latest content. Brother Shin. But regardless of who it was, no one showed much emotion on their faces, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shin Changqing was already used to this. Bringing you the fastest updates for transmigrating to the apocalypse and building infrastructure in a primitive tribe. We've never played with toys before. Nanfeng deliberately emphasized the word toys with a tone full of envy. When we were little, our mother always complained that we didn't know how to take care of you. She let out a long sigh as she spoke. Chang Xia's mouth twitched as she listened. She raised her hand, tempted to give herself a slap. Fine, I'll have Xixing make you a swing. I'll tell him how to do it later, Chang Xia said helplessly. Nanfeng was really putting on a show. She wondered where she'd learned it. There weren't many people like Nanfeng in the tribe. Could it be she picked up these habits in the Xiyu tribe? Chang Xia, we. Before Maple Leaf could speak, Milu jumped in. Does anyone have a big tree near their cave dwelling? Chang Xia pinched the bridge of her nose. She knew if she didn't make things clear today, Milu would pester her all day long. There are plenty of big trees by White Lake, Maple Leaf replied. Later, when the sun isn't so hot, cut some soft vines, roast them over the fire, twist them into ropes, and tie them to the branches of a big tree. Then get a wooden plank and thread it through the ropes. Chang Xia briefly explained how to make a swing. Soon, Nanfeng and the others understood what it was. If it weren't still so hot, they'd probably rush out to gather vines and make a swing right away. Chang Xia, tell us about other toys. Shan Kun asked eagerly. Chang Xia sipped her soup and said, slides and rocking horses. For now, let's just make those two. The rest can wait until we have more time. The slide and rocking horse would almost certainly be set up in the tribe's training ground. At the very least, they should be placed in the tribe's main square. Chang Xia didn't want to put them in her own cave dwelling. Judging by the looks on Nanfeng and the other beast folks' faces, once the slide and rocking horse were built, the whole tribe would come to check them out. Just imagining the scene made Chang Xia shudder. At this moment, everyone started eating faster. Before long, everyone had put down their bowls and chopsticks. Even those who wanted more were stopped by Shan Ke and the others. Everything was for the sake of the toys Chang Xia had mentioned. Chang Xia, are you going to Nuanchan's house? Nanfeng asked, while Ching He started sketching. Beside her, Nanfeng and Milu were bouncing around like fleas. Nope, Chang Xia refused decisively, pointing at Shen Rong. Shen Rong will go. Aren't you all heading to the southern wilds by White Lake to check on the chickens and ducks? Not yet. I want to see what the slide and rocking horse look like first, Nanfeng replied quickly. Milu nodded vigorously in agreement. Yeah, we're curious about the slide and rocking horse. We can go to the southern wilds by White Lake anytime. Chang Xia, are you really not going? Nanfeng kept pestering her. Chang Xia pointed to the corner of the wooden shed, where a basket of chicken feathers Saturday. I've got things to do this afternoon. I'm planning to make some feather dusters. Hearing this, Nanfeng wavered. She wanted to go to Nuanchan's house to watch Shan Kun make teething sticks, slides, and rocking horses, but she also wanted to stay and help Chang Xia make feather dusters. She was truly torn. Milu reacted quickly. Let's go to Nuanchan's house first, then come back and help Chang Xia make feather dusters. That way, they wouldn't miss out on either. Since Chang Xia wasn't in a hurry, They could swing by Nuanchun's and then come back without wasting too much time. If you don't mind the trouble, it's fine by me, Chang Xia shrugged casually. A group of beast cubs followed Shan Kuan and Nuanchun. Shen Rong, Bai Qing, and the others waited for Qinghe's blueprints. Kong Shan and Xixing didn't leave either. They seemed to have the same idea as Nanfeng. Navigation. Rankings. Previous page. Next page. Last page. Top. Very soon, Qinghe finished the drawing. Before Shen Rong could reach for it, Nanfeng snatched the blueprint away. Shen Rong, let's go. Nanfeng called out, brimming with excitement as she headed straight for Nuanchun's house. Shen Rong's mouth twitched, but he didn't make a fuss. He exchanged glances with Bai Qing and the others, then followed along. If you're curious, Qinghe, come with us, Changxia said. She wasn't in a hurry to start making feather dusters. If Nanfeng and the others hadn't come over, she would have preferred to go back to her Kong bed and take a nap. Can I? Qinghe asked hesitantly. Changxia waved her hand, shooing her away. Go on. I was just about to go back to my room for a nap. Dia stood up and took Qinghe's arm. Let's go together, Qinghe, Dia said. A moment later, only Changxia was left in the cave dwelling. Yawning, she strolled back to her room, changed clothes, and sprawled out on her Kong bed. She couldn't have been more comfortable. Nothing beats a good nap. Unfortunately, the Beast Tribe was still too poor, and there was so much to be done. Otherwise, Changxia would have loved nothing more than to stay in bed forever, sleeping until the end of time. Dia, you all came too? Soon, Nanfeng and a group of beast folk arrived at Nuanchun's cave. Shan Kuan was there, picking out wood. He planned to make 2 teething sticks for the twins first, then work on a slide and rocking horse. It was still too hot to go out and cut vines. We were curious, so we came to have a look, Dia explained. Where's Changxia? Nanfeng craned her neck, peering behind Dia and Qinghe. She went back to her room for a nap, Qinghe replied. At that, the beast folk couldn't help but laugh. That was just like Changxia. Back when she hadn't left the tribe, she'd always take a nap at noon. Now, after 2 busy months away, she'd picked the habit up again. It was nice. Knowing Changxia was resting, no one pressed further. Shen Rong and the others had helped the wolf tribe build log houses before, so making a slide and rocking horse wasn't difficult for them, just a bit unfamiliar since it was their first time. Before long, they got the hang of it. Half an hour later, a small slide was set up in Nuanchun's cave. As for the rocking horses, Bai Qing and Kangshan made several in no time. Since these were for the twins, Shen Rong made them deliberately small. The older kids, like Shanjue, were sensible and didn't fight the twins for them. Shen Rong promised to make a few more sets for the training grounds later. Little ones, come here. The children's sweet voices rang out. With the slide and rocking horses, Shanjue and the others quickly forgot about being bitten by the twins. They waved, calling the twins over to play on the slide. Wuliu, Luyo, and the other little ones claimed the rocking horses, rocking back and forth as their clear, happy laughter echoed above Nuanchun's home. Shen Rong, can you make a bigger one? Nanfeng asked. Shen Rong glanced at her. You want to play? Of course. Don't you? Nanfeng shot back. I don't. Making a bigger one is easy. If you want to play, ask Xixing to make you one. I promised Shanjue and the others I'd make a few slides for the training grounds. As for the rocking horse, I can try making it in other shapes, Shen Rong replied, shaking his head. He had little interest in these toys. Xixing. I'll make one for you at home, Xixing promised. Nanfeng was overjoyed at Xixing's reply. Nearby, Mila pinched Bai Qing, her meaning clear. Maple Leaf said nothing, but Kangshan sensed danger and quickly said, smiling, Maple Leaf, I'll build a slide for you at home later. I'm not in a hurry. But if you want to get ready for our future cubs, I don't mind, Maple Leaf said coolly. Nanfeng and Mila both twitched at that. No one could beat that level of tsundere. Would it kill her to be a little more honest? Changxia yawned and lazily got out of bed. She opened the door and walked out, spotting Nanfeng and the others sitting in the corridor pavilion. What are you all up to? Changxia blinked, heading to the kitchen for a drink of water. There were a lot of vines in the courtyard. Nan Feng and the others must have brought them back. Shen Rong refused to make a slide for Nan Feng, so she tried to fight Shanjue for the rocking horse and lost, Maple Leaf said, rolling her eyes. It was pretty embarrassing. Aside from Nan Feng, no one else would shamelessly argue with the kids. Didn't Shishing make one? Changxia asked after a pause. He did, Miller replied. But Nan Feng wants to play now. She saw how much fun the twins were having. Actually, Milo wanted to play too. The slide looked so fun. But Milo still had some pride. She didn't dare fight the kids for it like Nan Feng. Don't worry. Once I finish reclaiming the wild land by the river, I'll come up with some fun things for you all, Changxia said, thinking about what else she could copy. The beast folk were energetic and loved hunting. Basketball? Soccer? Well, maybe could you? After all, she couldn't make modern basketballs or soccer balls. But ancient Kuju was different. She could probably manage that, even if the balls wouldn't be very bouncy or durable. Really? Nan Feng asked excitedly. Maple Leaf's face remained calm, but her eyes gleamed. Changxia had mentioned something like this during the Lion Tribe's Springbok hunt. Was it some kind of hunting game? They usually went out hunting with the tribe's hunting party. For the beast folk, hunting wasn't just about food, it was also fun. After all, besides hunting, the only other thing to do in the tribe was gathering. Oh, and having cubs. Life in the beast tribe was the same year after year. Dull, tedious, and boring. Really, Changxia replied. Now that the roads were open, there was finally time to organize intertribal hunting gatherings or something similar to enrich the spiritual and cultural life of the beast folk. But there was no rush for those things just yet. The top priority was to get the infrastructure in place. Only then could they think about anything else. Great. Nan Feng was overjoyed. Maple Leaf asked Changxia, how do we make a feather duster? Melt some resin. We'll need a few wooden sticks too. Then we can pour out the chicken feathers and sort through them to pick out the ones we'll use for the feather duster. Changxia squatted by the water jar, washing her face and hands. As for things like gauze, far too extravagant. Better to keep it simple. Just use resin to stick the feathers directly onto the wooden stick. In the past, the beast folk had no use for feather dusters, but since Changxia had started making furniture and such, things had changed. Beast hides weren't easy to wipe clean, so making feather dusters to sweep away dust was actually quite handy. Unfortunately, chicken feathers weren't suitable for making down quilts or jackets. Resin? I'll have to go to the tribe and ask my father for some, Nan Feng said. Lately, with all the house building going on, every tribe was short on resin. The Heluo Tribe, thanks to Changxia discovering an oil tree grove on Mount Song, was under much less pressure. Still, the Heluo Tribe hadn't used up all their resin. Instead, they'd been stockpiling it, trading some to other tribes to help them build houses. Compared to building corridors, pavilions, or eaves, helping other beast folk tribes build homes was clearly much more important. Mutual support and cooperation. It was never just an empty phrase. The beast folk embodied it through their actions. No need, Changxia waved her hand, pointing to the cellar. There's still a small piece left in the cellar. It's not much, not enough for anything big, but once it's melted, it should be enough to make a feather duster. Maple Leaf turned and said, Changxia, the tribes also stockpiled a batch of chicken feathers. If you're making feather dusters, should we let Aunt Muqin know? Letting Muqin know was as good as informing the whole tribe. That way, the tribe could make feather dusters themselves in the future, without always having to trouble Changxia. Previously, when Changxia cooked delicious food, it was Muqin and Maple Leaf who learned from her first, and then taught the rest of the tribe. After all, Changxia was just one person. It wasn't realistic for her to teach the entire Heluo tribe herself. Oh, look at me, Changxia said, lightly slapping her forehead and nodding repeatedly. Maple Leaf, you're always so thoughtful. Nan Feng, could you go let Aunt Muqin know? And while you're at it, bring over a bit of resin, not too much, just a piece or two. Got it. Nan Feng nodded, got up, and hurried off toward the tribe. At this time, Muqin was probably in the tribe square, grinding flour or making sugar. The new spots for flour and sugar processing hadn't been set up yet, so for now, everything was still being done in the tribe's main square, spacious, safe, and clean. "We'll help shave the wooden sticks," Daya offered. "Daya, are you sure you're up for it?" Changxia asked, looking at her with concern. Daya, chewing on some dried anaconda meat, looked excited and didn't notice Changxia's worry at all. "I'm fine. I feel warm and comfortable." Seeing this, Changxia shrugged. Aside from telling them to make the sticks a bit thinner and to sand them smooth, she decided to keep quiet. She went into the cellar, took out the small piece of resin, found the smallest stone pot, and got ready to melt it down. The weather was hot, so once the resin was melted, she didn't have to worry about it solidifying too quickly. She dumped the basket of chicken feathers out onto the corridor floor. Changxia guided Maple Leaf in picking out the best feathers for making feather dusters. Once the resin was ready, Changxia planned to get to work. "Careful, Changxia, don't get resin on your hands," Maple Leaf reminded her, reaching for the stick in Changxia's hand, but Changxia refused. At this point, Maple Leaf and Daya squatted beside Changxia, watching her glue the feathers on with rapt attention. Feeling all those eyes on her, Changxia felt a bit stifled. "Don't just watch me, if you're curious. Try it yourselves," Changxia said, pausing her work. With so many eyes on her, she felt under a lot of pressure. It was as if she was holding some priceless treasure, not just a feather duster. "Daya, move back a bit, don't squish your belly. Don't use too much resin, and be careful not to get it in your eyes. Changxia, start gluing from that side." Suddenly, the three women were all talking at once, making the place lively and noisy. Changxia twitched her lips and set down her feather duster. With everyone giving advice, she couldn't keep up. "You're all so mean, not waiting for me." Nanfeng grumbled, accusing Changxia of starting without her. Behind her, Muqin rolled her eyes and gave Nanfeng a light smack on the back of her head. "This kid was always causing trouble." "Changxia," Muqin called softly. Changxia stood up with a smile. "Aunt Muqin, you're here. Move over, I want to make a feather duster too." Nanfeng squeezed in, grabbing the one Changxia was working on. "Changxia, how do I do it?" "You don't even know how, so why are you taking Changxia's?" Muqin scolded, glaring at Nanfeng. That earlier smack was clearly too light. Nanfeng just grinned, clutching her stick and refusing to let go. Changxia sighed, turned away, and decided to ignore Nanfeng's childishness. She picked up another stick and handed one to Muqin. "Changxia, what do I do if I get resin on my hands?" "Don't just stand there, rinse it off with clean water. If it dries, you'll never get it off." A little while later, the whole courtyard was bustling with activity. Muqin waved her finished feather duster enthusiastically. "Changxia, how do you use this thing?" Changxia stood up, holding her own finished feather duster. "Aunt Muqin, come with me," Changxia waved her hand. The resin dried quickly, so the feather dusters were ready to use almost immediately. She led Muqin inside and pointed to the furniture. Changxia demonstrated, gently dusting the furniture with the feather duster. "Isn't the feather duster great, Muqin Amu?" Changxia waved the feather duster, easily sweeping away the dust from the furniture. Compared to wiping with animal hides, this was so much easier she couldn't even say how much better it was. The more Muqin swept, the happier she became. "I'm heading back to the tribe right now to melt some resin and make feather dusters out of all those chicken feathers we've been saving up," Muqin said briskly. Whenever she used animal hides to wipe the furniture, Muqin always felt a pang of heartache at the worn spots she saw. She hated wiping, but she couldn't just leave the dust there either. Now, with a feather duster, she no longer had to worry about dust piling up on the furniture and not being able to clean it easily. "Changxia," Nanfeng watched Muqin hurry off and said in surprise, "Has my AMU gone crazy?" "Nonsense," Changxia said, giving Nanfeng a light knock on the forehead. She set the feather duster aside and started making a second one. "Changxia, is Muqin AMU rushing back to the tribe to make feather dusters?" Maple Leaf asked. She knew the tribe had a big stash of chicken feathers, and seeing how excited Muqin was, she guessed these feather dusters must be really useful. Changxia nodded and explained, "That's right." "Changxia, I'm going to try out the feather duster," said Nanfeng. Soon, Maple Leaf, Honeydew and the others all got up, took their own feather dusters, and started sweeping the furniture just like Changxia had shown them. As soon as they tried it, they immediately realized how handy the feather duster was. Changxia, what should we do with the rattan vines? After trying out the feather duster, Maple Leaf and the others quickly used up all the chicken feathers Changxia had stored and even cleaned up the corridor. Then, rubbing their hands eagerly, they came to find Changxia. Seeing their eager faces, Changxia couldn't help but laugh. Process the vines, twist them into ropes, and bring some planks to the shore of White Lake, Changxia said quickly. From what she knew of Shen Rong, the tribe's training ground should have finished the slides and rocking horses by now. As soon as she finished speaking, Maple Leaf and Nanfeng sprang into action. Making rattan ropes was something they were all very familiar with. There was no need for Changxia to do it herself. In just a few minutes, they had turned the vines into ropes. A short while later, Changxia led Nanfeng and the other beast folk to the shore of White Lake. When building the cave dwellings at White Lake, they only cut down the trees immediately around the caves, leaving the rest of the area untouched. After digging out the caves, Changxia left space for drying things in the sun and planted flowers and grass in the other open areas. With Changxia setting the example, the people of the Heluo Tribe followed suit. Gradually, the once bare cave dwellings were covered in green plants. Unlike the cave dwellings in Shaanxi, Gansu, and Ningxia back on Earth that Changxia had seen, these were no longer just yellow earth, but a mix of yellow and green, the unique look of the Heluo Tribe's White Lake cave dwellings. Changxia, have you found a suitable tree branch? Nanfeng asked eagerly. She was no longer as calm and mature as before. Her personality had become much more playful. Ever since Changxia mentioned swings, she'd been itching to try one. It needs to be thick, and not too high or too low off the ground, Changxia explained. There were plenty of trees by White Lake that would work for building a swing. But Changxia wanted one close to the path. If it was too far, they'd have to clear out weeds. Ideally, it would be near the path and right by the lake. After wandering around for a bit, Changxia really did find a suitable one. What do you all think of this tree? It's close to the path and right below is White Lake. If you sit on the swing and give a gentle push, it'll feel like you're gliding over the lake, Changxia said, pointing to a large ironwood tree by the lake, so big it would take 3 or 5 people to wrap their arms around it. The twilight forest had no shortage of trees, every kind imaginable, and all of them huge. Isn't this tree a little too close to White Lake? Maple Leaf hesitated, not worried about anything else, just afraid Changxia might fall into the lake. Changxia met Maple Leaf's gaze and instantly understood what she was thinking. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she was covered in black lines. She didn't even know what to say. After all, Maple Leaf's concern wasn't unfounded. If she really did fall into White Lake, it would be pretty embarrassing. I'm not playing, you all go ahead, Changxia said. Nanfeng looked around and saw that the tree Changxia had found really was perfect. She leaned over to look at the surface of White Lake and said, "Let's use this one. We can bring some stones from the rocky beach to pave the area under the tree and build some stone steps nearby. When the weather gets warmer, we can even play in the lake." After spending so much time with Changxia, Nanfeng's sense of aesthetics had changed a lot. "Nanfeng, that's a great idea," Changxia said, impressed. Adding some stone steps by the lake would lower the height and make swinging much safer. And the idea of playing in the lake when it got hot, Changxia was definitely tempted. Hee hee. Nanfeng giggled foolishly. It was rare to be praised by Changxia, so she shot a triumphant look at Maple Leaf. "Don't just stand there grinning, let's get the swing set up, then tidy up under the tree and along the riverbank," Maple Leaf said with a smirk, giving Nanfeng a playful smack on the forehead. Nanfeng grimaced in pain. Seriously, why did everyone have it out for her head? The tribe used a lot of stone to build the road to the Shaman Hall on Mount Kana. "There's still plenty left over now that the road is finished," Daya said. The group exchanged mischievous glances. That would save them the trouble of collecting stones from the rocky beach. Besides, the tribe had been gathering stones from the rocky beach so often that there probably weren't many left. Next time they needed stone, they'd probably have to go to the boulder forest. Make sure it's tied tight, you don't want to sit on it and fall into the lake, Changxia reminded them. She left the job of tying the planks to Nanfeng and Maple Leaf, while she and the others stood by to check the height. Honeydew pretended to pull weeds, but her eyes never left the swing, her face full of excitement. There wasn't much entertainment in the Beastfolk tribe, so when something fun came along, everyone wanted a turn. Don't worry, Nanfeng said confidently. Maple Leaf added, let Nanfeng go first. As soon as she heard that, Nanfeng's confident expression changed instantly. Oh no. Maple Leaf just won't give up on trying to mess with her. But even if she fell into the lake from this height, she wouldn't be afraid. Being the first to sit? So be it, she wasn't worried about the other beast folk fighting her for it. Nanfeng snorted and declared loudly, fine, I'll go first. None of you are allowed to fight me for it. All right, we'll let you go first. Mila quickly nodded in agreement. Daya and Qinghe smiled and politely gestured for her to go ahead. Before long, Changxia and the others had cleared a patch of grass. The swing was tied up by Nanfeng and Maple Leaf. Aside from the area by the lakeshore that hadn't been tidied yet, everything looked great. Nanfeng. Hurry, go try it out. Read on mobile. Changxia and a few others stood under a big tree. A swing was set up on a branch, a wooden plank, 3 fingers thick, threaded with 2 vine ropes as thick as an arm, hanging about half a meter off the ground. Gulp. Nanfeng swallowed nervously, hesitating with each step. I'm getting on, Nanfeng said. Maple Leaf touched her nose and urged, hurry up, don't waste time. All right. Nanfeng took a deep breath, stepped forward, and stood in front of the swing. She carefully sat down, then looked up at Changxia and asked, Changxia, what do I do next? Maple Leaf, grab the vines and give her a push. At first, don't use too much force, Changxia instructed. She noticed Nanfeng's hands were resting on her lap and quickly reminded her, Nanfeng, hold onto the vines with both hands. Don't let go, or you might get thrown off when the swing starts moving. Nanfeng, grab the vines. I'm about to push, Maple Leaf called out. Maple Leaf didn't dare push until Nanfeng was holding on. If she really pushed Nanfeng off and she fell into White Lake, that would be something. Nanfeng complained, the vines are too thick. Still, she gripped them tightly. Maple Leaf started pushing the swing. Down below, Milu, Daya, and the other beastfolk watched eagerly, their faces full of anticipation. Right now, the rest of the tribe was distracted by the new slide and rocking horse. For the moment, no one else came over, so no one noticed what Changxia and her group were up to. After all, besides Shen Rong and the others making the slide and rocking horse, Muqin was leading some tribe members in making feather dusters. Everyone was busy. Maple Leaf, higher. Push me higher. Nanfeng shouted, her laughter soon echoing across White Lake. Maple Leaf found it amusing and pushed even harder. Maple Leaf, you and Nanfeng be careful, don't send her flying into the lake, Changxia reminded. This looks so fun. I want to turn. Nanfeng's laughter grew louder, drawing Elder Dalai over. Lately, the White Lake commercial area had quieted down. Elder Dalai had returned from the commercial area to the White Lake caves, spending his days near the lake wall, helping patrol the area. Today, he suddenly heard laughter coming from the lakeshore. Curious, he followed the sound. He saw Changxia and a group of beast folk standing by the lake. Changxia, what are you all doing? Dalai asked. Changxia turned around, smiling as she greeted Elder Dalai and explained, I made a swing. Nanfeng and Maple Leaf are trying it out. A swing? Dalai looked at the vines tied to the branch and the plank hanging down, then at the swinging seat. The slide and rocking horse in the tribe, those were your ideas too, weren't they? Yes, I made them for the beast cubs, Changxia nodded. The beast cubs were so energetic, if the tribe didn't keep them busy with training, they'd probably tear the whole place apart. Someday, make something for us adults to play with, Dalai said with a sigh, gazing at Changxia. I spend all day in the tribe with nothing to do. It gets boring. This wasn't a hint. It was a direct request. Changxia twitched her lips. She really couldn't overestimate the elder's shamelessness. I'll think about it, Changxia replied awkwardly. Elder Dalai squinted and said, "Yes, you think about it. Grandpa Dalai will be waiting for you to come up with something soon. After all, I'm getting old, no one knows when I'll return to the beast god's embrace." He sounded so forlorn. Looking at his face, Chang Xia almost believed him. But then she glanced at his strong, healthy body. Who would believe that? The elders were the best at pretending. But Chang Xia couldn't refuse Elder Dalai's request. "Don't worry, Elder Dalai. I'll come up with something soon," Chang Xia promised. So much for her plan to take it easy. Looks like she'd have to find time to make a kuju kickball game. After all, balancing work and play is what life's all about. With Chang Xia's promise, Elder Dalai told them to have fun and be careful not to fall into the lake. Then he turned and left. The swing was clearly for cubs and females. He couldn't very well compete with the youngsters for a turn. But once night falls, that's a different story, haha. "Nan Fong, it's my turn," Mila called out, raising her hand. Maple Leaf didn't argue with Milu. She stepped aside and joined Chang Xia, asking, "What did Elder Dalai want?" "He wants me to make some toys for adults," Chang Xia replied. At that, Maple Leaf's eyes lit up. "Chang Xia, have you thought of anything?" Chang Xia waved her hand, not answering. She had some ideas, but she couldn't say them out loud. If she did, Maple Leaf and the others would beg her to get started right away, but Chang Xia still wanted to work on opening up the wildlands by the river. She'd make the kuju game, but there was no rush. If she gave the tribe everything at once, it'd be hard to satisfy them next time. Good things should be introduced little by little. Here's a natural, fluent English translation of your text. Don't rush, take it slow. Granny Sui will be coming to the tribe soon, and I still need to clear the wild land by the river and work on new toy ideas. There's no hurry. Looking at Chang Xia's relaxed and leisurely manner, Maple Leaf knew that Chang Xia probably already had a plan. She just didn't want to start right now. Since they'd just come back from outside, Maple Leaf figured Chang Xia was probably still tired, so she didn't press the issue. "All right, we'll take it slow," Maple Leaf nodded. At the moment, except for Dia, everyone, Honeydew and Qinghe included, had already taken a turn on the swing. Each of them looked at the swing with excitement, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of flying up into the sky. That longing for the sky was something all beastfolk shared. They envied the bird tribe, but at the same time, they admired them deeply. "Maple Leaf, Chang Xia, do you want to give it a try?" From a distance, South Wind waved and called them over. The two exchanged a glance and didn't refuse South Wind's invitation. "South Wind, push gently, okay?" Maple Leaf said as she got off the swing and helped Chang Xia sit down. She'd planned to push Chang Xia herself, but South Wind came over and took over. "Relax. Do you think I'd let Chang Xia fall into White Lake?" South Wind joked. "With you? I wouldn't be so sure," Maple Leaf shot back. South Wind twitched her mouth. Lately, she'd been getting scolded and hit a lot. Something felt off about that. Chang Xia held tightly to the vines, her gaze dropping to them. South Wind wasn't wrong. These vines were a bit thick. If the sparrows wanted to play, the vines would have to be split and worked into thinner strips. As they were, the sparrows wouldn't be able to grip them at all. South Wind pushed the swing very gently and slowly. Each time, Chang Xia felt as if she were gliding over the surface of White Lake. With green mountains and clear water around, and the evening breeze soft and cool, she looked ahead at the short vine trees and hoped that next year, when the vine trees had taken root and grown tall, she could pair them with the glowing mystery plants and the swing. On a hot summer night, swinging by White Lake, what a wonderful scene that would be. "Chang Xia, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Shen Rong's anxious voice rang out, followed by hurried footsteps approaching. Swinging, Chang Xia turned her head and replied. Shen Rong rushed over in a few quick strides. When he saw what was actually happening, his worries instantly disappeared. Just now, from far away, he thought Chang Xia was falling into White Lake. Not only was Shen Rong scared out of his wits, but Bai Qing and the other beastfolk were nearly scared to death as well. "Damn, I thought Chang Xia fell into White Lake." Yadong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, curiously eyeing the swing under Chang Xia. "So this is a swing. Doesn't look like anything special." Yadong, I want to try too, Daya said, reaching out to tug Yadong's hand and acting cute. Yadong's gaze dropped to Daya's belly. He hesitated. Are you sure, Daya? I'm sure. Just push gently and I'll be fine, Daya replied seriously. Yadong swallowed nervously and looked to Shen Rong and the others for help. But Shen Rong and the other beast folk all turned away. No way were they getting involved in this. Maple Leaf, stop for a second, Changxia said, asking Maple Leaf to stop pushing and let Daya take a turn, with Yadong pushing her. Yadong took a deep breath and carefully pushed the swing. Daya, is it too high? Yadong asked. The other beast folk nearby were speechless. Yadong was barely pushing the swing at all. Calling it too high was just nonsense. Maple Leaf, can you help push? Daya asked. If Yadong kept pushing like that, she'd get a headache from the lack of movement. Too high? He hadn't even managed to get the swing going. Daya, hold on tight. I'll push you a bit higher, Maple Leaf said, squeezing Yadong aside. After all, a swing is meant to swing. If it doesn't, what's the point? Yadong, don't be so nervous, Changxia reassured him. When Maple Leaf pushed her earlier, Changxia hadn't felt any danger. Besides, Daya was much braver than she was. If she weren't pregnant, she'd probably be even wilder than South Wind. Is it really okay for Daya to play on this? Yadong asked nervously. Changxia gave him a look and said calmly, Maple Leaf isn't pushing hard. What could possibly happen to Daya? Besides, being pregnant is stressful. If you don't let her play, how do you think she'll feel? After Changxia's words, Yadong visibly relaxed. Shen Rong, watching, felt his hands itch. If it weren't for the circumstances, he'd have liked to give Yadong a good smack. Come to think of it, it had been a while since he'd sparred with the tribe. Changxia, did you finish making the feather duster? Shen Rong asked quietly. The swing was simple to make. After a glance or two, Shen Rong understood how it worked. He was already thinking that once the vine trees in their own courtyard grew big enough, he'd build a swing for Changxia at home. Yeah, Changxia nodded. What do the tribe think of the slide and the rocking horse? We built 2 slides each at the training ground and the tribe square, one big and one small, Shen Rong replied. When he mentioned big and small, his face twitched a little. The small ones were for the beast cubs. The big ones, well, you can guess. As for the rocking horses, Shen Rong didn't say much. Knowing the tribe, in a couple of days, all sorts of weird and wonderful rocking horses would be popping up everywhere like bamboo shoots after the rain. The big one, Changxia raised an eyebrow, giving Shen Rong a half-smile. Shen Rong chuckled, yes, there's a big slide. Once everyone had their fill of fun, dusk was falling and it was nearly evening. Let's go. Time to head home, Changxia called out, linking arms with Shen Rong as they headed back to their cave dwelling. She chatted quietly with Shen Rong about the promise she'd made to Elder Dalai to make a toy for the adults. Noticed that there was no trace of worry between Changxia's brows. Changxia, have you thought of what you want to do? Shen Rong asked curiously. Changxia walked with a spring in her step, a faint smile on her lips. She replied softly, I have a few ideas, but there's no rush. The main thing is to reclaim the wild land by the creek and get the vegetables and fruits we brought back from the forest planted as soon as possible. I also need to study my bloodline abilities. Thinking it over, there was actually quite a lot she needed to do. Do you need my help? Shen Rong asked. The less Changxia said, the more curious he became. Looking at Changxia's mysterious smile, Shen Rong felt his self-control wavering. Yes. I want you to help me make a few balls, round ones made of hide, stuffed with fur. Of course, stone balls or hollow clay balls would work too, Changxia said in a low voice. As she spoke, she glanced behind her on purpose. She'd been pestered enough by Nan Feng and the others. All right, Shen Rong lowered his voice to match hers. Except for Yadong and Daya, Changxia sent the other beast folk away. Back in the cave, she asked Yadong to bring along the dried anaconda meat Daya liked to eat, and reminded him to take good care of her. If they needed anything, they could just come to her or the tribe. Based on what Changxia knew of Siyi, she'd definitely come by within 2 days at most. Changxia hadn't seen Si in over 2 months and missed her a lot. Come to think of it, This was the longest they'd gone without seeing each other. The last time was when Si went to the Qinghai Plateau to visit the bird tribe. Over the next 2 days, Chang Xia and Shen Rong left early and returned late, busy working on reclaiming the wild land by the creek. Mu Qin asked several times if she should arrange for tribe members to help, but Chang Xia refused each time. She told Mu Qin that she was reclaiming the land just for planting, mainly as an experiment and to develop her bloodline abilities, so she didn't need help from the tribe for now. When she did, she'd ask, "Shen Rong, is the firebreak dug?" Chang Xia asked. Shen Rong nodded. "It's done. We can start burning the weeds now." Chang Xia had picked a small patch of land by the creek. To call it wild land wasn't quite right, since the tribe had cleared it once before, but the weeds had grown back vigorously. It had only been a few months, and the wild grass had taken over again. Chang Xia didn't want to bother cutting the grass, so she decided to burn it off instead. The day before, she and Shen Rong had planted the more delicate crops in their own vegetable garden. Today, they were preparing the wild land by the creek to plant the golden millet, corn, chili peppers, and other crops they'd brought back from the wolf and lion tribes. Sizzle! Flames quickly devoured the surrounding weeds. Shen Rong told Chang Xia to stand back while he kept a close eye on the fire. If he didn't watch it, he worried the sparks might ignite the neighboring wild land. If the tribe found out the two of them were burning off land, they'd probably send a whole group of beastfolk over. The beastfolk lived in the forest, and their greatest fear was fire. "There's a lot of smoke." "The tribes probably noticed," Chang Xia said, twitching her lips as she looked at Shen Rong. She hadn't forgotten what happened last time on the southern wilds of Lake Baihu. If it happened again, the chief would probably go crazy. Shen Rong. He'd forgotten to give the tribe a heads up. "Should we put it out?" Shen Rong asked. Chang Xia waved her hand calmly. "Forget it, it's just a small patch. It'll burn out soon. If the others come, we'll just play dumb." Shen Rong looked at Chang Xia silently. Would pretending not to know really work? Chang Xia. Sure enough, Elder Pukong's familiar voice rang out, getting closer. Along with it came his trademark hearty laugh. "Chang Xia, what are you two burning?" Elder Pukong landed, shifting back to human form, and looked around. Chang Xia had marked off 5 mu asterisk of land and dug a firebreak. By the time Elder Pukong arrived, the wild patch was already burnt, with only ashes left on the ground. Asterisk note, 1 mu is almost equal to 666.7 square meters. Clearing land. "I was too lazy to cut the weeds, so I just burned them," Chang Xia explained, pointing at the firebreak. "Before setting the fire, I had Shen Rong dig a firebreak. With that in place, there's no risk of the fire spreading to the forest." Elder Pukong examined the firebreak Shen Rong had dug. "This is actually a pretty good method." His tiger eyes widened as he squatted down, picked up a handful of soil, and sprinkled it over the ashes. The forest feared fire. One blaze could spell disaster for the whole tribe, and in severe cases, even destroy their hunting grounds. Whenever the beastfolk went hunting in the forest, they were always careful with fire, terrified of starting a blaze. That's why, when settling down, they usually chose spots near water sources. But water sources could also be the most dangerous places. "Chang Xia, are you burning things again? Is it like last time on the southern wilds of Lake Baihu?" One after another, familiar voices rang out. At that moment, Chang Xia felt a wave of embarrassment. If she'd known this would happen, she'd have rather spent the extra time clearing the land slowly with Shen Rong. "Are you all that free?" Shen Rong said gently, a faint smile on his handsome face as he looked up at the crowd of tribe members who'd come to watch. Instantly, the lively crowd fell silent, staring at Shen Rong in alarm and edging back a couple of steps. This sight of Shen Rong made their necks tingle. Memories of being caught by him for training sessions flashed through their minds. When it came to being ruthless, aside from the elders, Shen Rong was definitely the toughest in the tribe. "We're not free, not at all. Yeah, we're all busy. We just wanted to check if Chang Xia was okay. If she's fine, we'll head back right away." Chang Xia covered her eyes. What on earth had Shen Rong done to the tribe? Watching the tribe members' faces change so quickly, she felt like she'd wandered into the wrong story. In just a few breaths, the wild land by the creek went from bustling to quiet again. If not for the footprints left on the ground, Chang Xia would have thought she'd imagined the whole thing. Website promo and navigation omitted. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Chang Xia raised an eyebrow, teasing him. Shen Rong smiled slightly, looking refined and gentle, and replied softly, explain what? They all seem scared of you. What's going on? Chang Xia looked at Shen Rong, who was pretending not to understand, and got straight to the point. It was her first time seeing these usually fearless tribespeople act so timid in private. She had to admit, it was pretty amusing. Scared? You must be mistaken, Chang Xia. The tribe couldn't be closer to me, why would they be afraid? Shen Rong denied it outright. Fear? That was definitely not fear. Chang Xia shot Shen Rong a sidelong glance. Was he implying she was blind? Forget it. If one's willing to act tough and the other's willing to take it, so be it. Chang Xia couldn't be bothered to get involved. Suit yourself. Let's get back to clearing the wasteland. Chang Xia waved her hand dismissively. As long as they didn't make a complete mess, they could do whatever they wanted. If something really went wrong, the tribal elders would step in. Evening. The two of them strolled leisurely back to their cave dwelling. Before they reached home, they could already hear a commotion coming from inside. They exchanged a glance. The shaman's here, Shen Rong said. Chang Xia grinned. I bet it's Granny Suyi. With that, the two quickened their pace, dropping their relaxed air and heading straight for their cave. They pushed open the courtyard gate. Granny Suyi. Chang Xia called out joyfully. Suyi stood up, smiling warmly at Chang Xia. Chang Xia, it's been so long. Granny Suyi, I missed you so much. Chang Xia dropped what she was carrying and rushed into Suyi's arms. Shen Rong licked his lips, watching the two embrace. As his gaze swept past Suyi, a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. Suyi raised an eyebrow at Shen Rong, hugging Chang Xia protectively. Shen Rong, I heard you went to the Qinghua forest. How are you settling in? Bai Qing sidled up and asked quietly. Lately, with friends joining him to learn and train, Bai Qing had shed his old, stiff demeanor. His once expressionless face now looked lively, more like a boy his age should. Shen Rong reached over and ruffled Bai Qing's hair. Don't call me Shen Rong, call me brother. Qinghua Forest is great. We even ran into some orcs from the Fu tribe by the Sub-Detroit River, Shen Rong said. When I finish learning from the shaman, let's go back to Qinghua Forest together, Bai Qing invited, wanting to confirm Shen Rong's attitude toward the Tianlang tribe. The more he got to know Shen Rong, the closer he felt, wishing he could stick to him all day. Shen Rong nodded. Sure. Chang Xia, let's talk about the Karabu, Siyu said, pulling Chang Xia toward the covered walkway. Besides Karabu, Siyu had plenty of other things she wanted to ask. Chang Xia patted Suyi's hand and said gently, Don't worry, Granny Suyi. Let me wash my face and hands first. Shaman, as soon as Chang Xia arrives, you forget all about us. You'll have to make it up to us, Nanfeng pouted, acting cute. She would never have dared do this before, but now Nanfeng had really let herself go. Not only did she compete for Suyi's affection with Chang Xia in front of her own mother, she was even at ease with Suyi herself. Suyi smiled and let Chang Xia go wash up. You're older than Chang Xia and you still want to compete for attention? Besides, I've spoiled Chang Xia since she was little. But if you want me to make it up to you, tell me what you want. If I have it, I'll give it to you, Suyi said with a laugh. To her, there were only two kinds of people among the beast folk. Chang Xia and everyone else. Other than Chang Xia, Suyi treated all the other beast folk equally. She didn't mind Nanfeng becoming more cheerful and lively. Shaman, do you really mean it? Nanfeng's beautiful eyes widened with excitement. Suyi nodded. Of course. Shaman, me too. Me too, me too. In an instant, maple leaf, warm spring, honeydew. They all shamelessly crowded around Suyi, asking for their turn. You all, stop fighting. Nanfeng hasn't even said what she wants yet. What if I don't have it? How can I give it to you? Suyi chuckled. These kids really were a handful. Still, she didn't dislike this kind of atmosphere. In fact, she enjoyed it. She had worked tirelessly for the tribe's development. If the beast folk were always nervous and fearful around her, Siyu would be heartbroken. She spoiled Changxia not just because of her tragic past, but because Changxia relied on her so completely and affectionately. Now, seeing Nanfeng and the others change like this, Siyu felt nothing but joy. After all, who doesn't like being close with their own children? Shaman, I want wild fruits from the Heluo Basin. Changxia said you can make wine from them. I've never had wine in my life, Nanfeng said, winking at Siyu. At that, Maple Leaf and the others swallowed hard. Especially Bai Qing and the rest, they were even more obvious about it. Wild fruits from the Heluo Basin for winemaking? All right, I'll allow it, Siyu nodded, promising. There was still some wine left at the sacred mountain of Kana's shaman hall. Not much, though Siyu mostly used it for medicine, not for drinking. Previously, Changxia had mentioned that golden rods could be used to make wine. Siyu had been tempted, but back then, the Tianlang tribe hadn't broken ties with the Yuan family, and golden rods were in short supply. As the tribe's shaman, Siyu couldn't just ask for them. Later, after the wolf tribe split from the Yuan family, Siyu quietly considered asking Elder Tian Ai to set aside some golden rods for her, so Changxia could make wine. Last time Elder Tian Ai came to the shaman hall to deliver kirabu, Siyu had brought it up in private. Changxia, did you hear? The shaman agreed to trade Heluo Basin wild fruits for wine. I'm so happy. Nanfeng bounced over to Changxia, hugged her tight, and planted 2 big kisses on her cheeks. Changxia rolled her eyes and reached out, trying to push away the hysterical Nanfeng. Nanfeng, Changxia called. In the end, Shen Rong's eyes darkened. He grabbed Nanfeng, tossed her in front of Shishing, and told him to keep an eye on her and not let her lose control again. Wu, can we brew wine? Maple Leaf asked Su excitedly. Su replied, of course we can brew wine. She knew how to make wine from grain, but in the past, the beast folk of Twilight Forest could barely fill their stomachs, so brewing wine was nothing but a pipe dream. Now, with no more worries about hunger, Su naturally wouldn't restrict the tribe. Besides, Su wanted to drink too. Can we use golden millet and corn? Bai Qing asked quickly. Su turned around and looked at Bai Qing. If the wolf tribe is willing to trade golden millet and corn, how you use them is up to the Heluo Tribe. I won't interfere, Su said softly. With that, all the beast folk broke into smiles. What Su meant was that as long as the Heluo Tribe could trade for golden millet and corn, it was entirely up to the leopard tribe whether they ate them or used them to brew wine. Changxia, we're counting on you to brew wine. In an instant, Maple Leaf and the other beast folk fixed their eyes on Changxia, their faces full of anticipation and longing for wine. If you want to drink, we need to make yeast first. And before we can do that, we have to find spicy smartweed. We'll need to mix ground smartweed, fruit powder, and water to ferment, Changxia said seriously. Brewing wine was far from simple. By comparison, making fruit wine was much easier. What does spicy smartweed look like? Changxia, tell us about spicy smartweed. We'll go gather it right now. Yeah, gathering smartweed shouldn't take long at all. Changxia gestured toward Maple Leaf and the others. She'd already explained spicy smartweed twice and didn't want to repeat herself a third time, so she left it to Maple Leaf and Nanfeng to explain to the rest. Spicy smartweed was pretty common, and Changxia was sure it grew somewhere near the tribe. If not, they could always ask Elder Pukong. With his omnivorous appetite, he might have even tasted spicy smartweed before. If you'd ever tasted spicy smartweed, you'd never forget it. It was even more pungent than wasabi. Anyone who'd eaten it would remember. While Maple Leaf and the others were caught up in discussion, Changxia finally felt at ease. Changxia, I brought some meat for Wu and Bai Qing, Hassan said, carrying 2 baskets, one filled with fresh meat, the other with flour, sugar, chili peppers, and more. Looking at the 2 overflowing baskets, Changxia couldn't help but rub her forehead. Hassan, why did you bring so much? I have plenty of food in my cellar. It's fine not to bring anything, Changxia said, motioning for Shen Rong to take the baskets. It's the tribe's duty to provide for Wu. We can't use your personal food, Hassan replied. But all the food in my cellar was given by the tribe. What's the difference? Changxia retorted. Since her cellar was built, it had never been empty. The tribe knew better than anyone what was in her cellar. Every time she'd barely made a dent, the tribe would fill it up again. I can't argue with you. If you have a problem, take it up with the chief and Muqin, Hassan said, shifting the responsibility. Seeing the others chatting animatedly, he hurried to join them. When he realized they were talking about spicy smartweed, Hassan burst out laughing. Hearing him, the others stopped talking and turned to look at Hassan. Hassan, what's so funny? Baiqing glared at him. Still laughing, Hassan said, I found spicy smartweed. Instantly, all eyes were on Hassan. Even Sui and Changxia couldn't help but stare at him. Finding spicy smartweed meant they could make yeast, and with yeast, they could brew wine from golden millet, corn, sweet potatoes, and more. How could anyone not be excited about that? Hassan yelped as he was tackled by Baiqing, Kongshan, and the others. He couldn't even move, let alone struggle. Guys, don't mess around. Help Hassan up and ask him about the smartweed. If you keep this up, it'll be dark soon, Changxia urged. The sun was sinking below the horizon, leaving only a streak of sunset in the sky. It wouldn't be long before night fell. At her words, Baiqing had Kongshan and Shishing help Hassan up. Hassan, tell us about the spicy smartweed, Baiqing pressed. Not daring to joke anymore for fear of another beating, Hassan explained, I went to see Black Ming today and saw spicy smartweed at his place. I wasn't sure, so I grabbed a handful and planned to ask Changxia to identify it tomorrow. Where is it? Baiqing asked urgently. The others chimed in, urging him on. The chief asked me to bring food for Wu, so I left the smartweed at my house, Hassan said. Yadong's eyes lit up. Black Ming's place is close to Changxia's. Who wants to go get the smartweed and bring it here for Changxia to check? If it's really spicy smartweed, she can start making yeast tomorrow. No need to trouble anyone else, let Hassan go, Shen Rong said decisively. Before Hassan could react, Baiqing dragged him off toward Black Ming's house. Changxia covered her eyes, unable to help but marvel at how efficient the beast folk were, truly impressive. Aren't you all going home to prepare dinner? Changxia asked. Maple Leaf, Nanfeng, and the others all shook their heads, saying they'd wait for Baiqing and Hassan to come back and confirm whether Black Ming had really found spicy smartweed. Seeing this, Changxia didn't say anything more. She turned to Sui and asked what she wanted for dinner. Whatever you think is best, Changxia. I'd like something fresh, Sui replied. The Fu tribe contacted me. They're willing to join the Baihu commercial district exchanges. Once Yufu finishes their migration, they'll bring the Fu tribe beast folk to the Baiha River region. Note, the last paragraph about the website and navigation is metatext and not part of the story, so I haven't translated it. If you want that part too, let me know. Really? Changxia was overjoyed. She'd been thinking about the duck tribe's fish sauce and flavor roots, not to mention their grinding stones. Come to think of it, the duck tribe had plenty of good things too. It's true, Sui nodded. The duck tribe's marinated and sliced raw fish dishes are absolutely delicious. The juice boiled from flavor roots is very similar to oil fruit sauce. And fish sauce makes a great dip, it's really tasty too. At once, the beast folk started discussing the duck tribe, all expressing how much they were looking forward to the duck tribe visiting the Heluo Tribe. As they chatted, Changxia brought up the sweet potatoes from the Heluo Tribe, telling Sui that sweet potatoes could also be used to brew wine. Once the fermentation starter was ready, the snake tribe would probably send some sweet potatoes over. In fact, sweet potato wine might be ready even before the fruit wine. Does the Heluo tribe have a lot of sweet potatoes? Sui asked. Changxia gestured to Shishing, indicating he should answer. Shaman, there are plenty of sweet potatoes growing in the Wangwei Mountains. Once the tribe finishes building houses and roads, we'll be able to focus on harvesting sweet potatoes, mud beans, and other crops, Shishing replied. Even though he was now a member of the Heluo tribe, he still cared a lot about the Heluo tribe. Now that the two tribes were connected, they were much closer. Shishing was looking forward to taking Nanfeng over to stay at the Heluo tribe every now and then. Changxia said mud beans can be pressed for oil. Is the Heluo tribe planning to try that this year? Sui asked. The beast folk had tasted Chang Xia's stir-fried dishes before. The importance of oil went without saying. Animal fat, especially lard, was the best for stir-frying, but the amount they could get from hunting wasn't enough for the tribe's daily needs. After all, animal husbandry hadn't developed yet. If mud beans could be pressed for oil, it meant that in the future, more beast folk could enjoy all sorts of delicious stir-fried foods. "We will," Shishing said seriously. The snake tribe chief had indeed said that after harvesting mud beans, the Heluo tribe would try pressing oil as Chang Xia had suggested. "Shishing, make sure the snake tribe gets on with oil pressing. We're all waiting to try dishes stir-fried in mud bean oil," Chang Xia teased. "Absolutely," Shishing replied earnestly. Bai Qing still hadn't returned. Nanfeng grew impatient and stood at the courtyard gate, looking out. "So slow," Mi Lu grumbled. Shen Rong went into the kitchen to light the fire and boil water, scooping out fruit flour to knead and ferment. "Chang Xia, come take a look." From outside the courtyard gate came He Sen's loud call. Hearing this, all the beast folk stood up and went to greet him. Soon, Bai Qing and He Sen came in, arms full of plants. He Ming followed behind, empty-handed. It was obvious he hadn't been slacking. Bai Qing and He Sen just hadn't given him a chance to help. "Chang Xia, come see if this is spicy smartweed," He Sen said. As soon as he spoke, the other beast folk made way for Chang Xia to come forward and check. Chang Xia took a stalk from Bai Qing's arms, sniffed it, and nodded. "This is indeed spicy smartweed." "Hey Ming, where did you pick it?" "It's still fresh, perfect for making fermentation starter." "Where did you find the spicy smartweed, Hey Ming?" Bai Qing nudged him, urging him to answer instead of just standing there blankly. With everyone staring at him, He Ming got a bit nervous. "There's a thicket south of the White River beach, full of this weed," He Ming said. He Ming didn't actually know what spicy smartweed was, but he'd seen this weed plenty of times. He'd picked it to dry and use as kindling. "Let's go to the thicket," Nanfeng said enthusiastically. Chang Xia looked up and patted Nanfeng's arm. "Nanfeng, do you see what time it is? Everyone back to your caves. Even if we're going to pick spicy smartweed, it'll have to wait until tomorrow." The tribe had no goldenrods, millet, no wild fruits, and no sweet potatoes. Why the rush to pick spicy smartweed? They were eager to make fermentation starter, but there was really no need to hurry by a day or two. After being scolded by Chang Xia, Nanfeng grinned sheepishly. Seeing that it was getting dark, everyone understood that picking spicy smartweed would have to wait until tomorrow. So, they said their goodbyes to Chang Xia in small groups, agreeing to get up early the next day to go pick spicy smartweed in the thicket. Fermentation starter keeps well, so Chang Xia didn't restrict how much the tribe could pick. Seeing how excited everyone was, she didn't have the heart to dampen their spirits. Besides, the beast folk loved their wine. Making more fermentation starter meant that when other beast folk tribes visited in the future, Chang Xia could give it as a gift. After everyone left, Chang Xia chatted with Suyi about Daya. "Grandma Suyi, is Daya's health okay?" Knowing Suyi, Chang Xia was sure that the first thing she'd do upon arriving at the tribe would be to check on Daya's health and safety before doing anything else. "She's fine for now," Suyi nodded. "You did the right thing giving Daya dried anaconda meat, and the black fish and white fish from the Wei Mountain waterfall pool should also help her. I've already told Jen to send some of the leopard tribe to Wei Mountain." The white fish from the waterfall pool died easily out of water, but the black fish from the Wei River were hardier. With dried anaconda meat as a base, they'd need to schedule black fish fishing as well. If all else failed, Daya could stay at the Wei Mountain waterfall for a while and borrow a place from the Wei Mountain apes. "I asked Elder Senda to consult Elder Shiguar about something." Chang Xia winked at Suyi, not finishing her sentence. She trusted Suyi would understand what she meant. Sure enough, Suyi got it. "You were right to have Senda talk to Shiguar. The snake tribe's heritage holds secrets. If it wasn't for Daya's health, I wouldn't say anything. But in the future, if you run into other matters, don't act rashly," Suyi said softly, gently warning Chang Xia not to pry into other tribes' secrets. That warning left Chang Xia a bit stunned. A moment later, she suddenly understood the hidden meaning behind Suya's words. "Granny Suyi is right. I really was reckless this time." When I see Elder Shigwa in the future, I'll apologize to her in person, Changxia said earnestly. After hearing this, Si nodded in satisfaction. Her own cub was indeed obedient and sensible. After chatting for a while, Changxia got ready to head into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Si said she wanted something fresh, so of course Changxia couldn't just throw something together. She decided on pickled fish, pickled pork belly stew, and some white-cut chicken. The pickled vegetables in the jar needed to be finished soon, or they'd go bad. But as for pickled radish and such, those could last a while. So sour. Bai Qing swallowed hard, watching Changxia scoop pickled vegetables from the clay jar. He edged closer and whispered, Changxia, can I have a little? It's pretty sour, are you sure you want to try? Changxia blinked, hesitating. Bai Qing nodded firmly. Just a little, I just want to taste it. The tangy aroma was irresistible. Bai Qing couldn't help but want to try, and even if it was sour, he wasn't afraid. All right, as long as you're not scared of the sourness. Changxia replied, pinching off a bit of pickled vegetable and handing it to Bai Qing. If it's too sour, rinse it with water first, don't eat it straight. Okay. Bai Qing took the small piece, walked over to the water jar, rinsed it, and popped it into his mouth. Instantly, his face twisted from the sourness. This scene drew muffled laughter from Changxia and Suyi. Granny Suyi, I'm telling you, white-cut chicken tastes even better with fish sauce from the Fu tribe as a dip. Night had fallen. Changxia and Shen Rong sat around the square table in the corridor's pavilion. On the table, dish after dish of delicious food filled the air with mouth-watering aromas. Fu tribe's fish sauce really is delicious. I've had their fish sashimi and marinated fish. The flavor is hard to describe, Si said as she ate the white-cut chicken, reminiscing about the Fu tribe's dishes and nodding in agreement with Changxia's praise of the fish sauce. The juice boiled from flavor roots is rich and fragrant, even better than soy sauce, Shen Rong added. There were only a limited number of seasoning trees in Weishan. If Changxia wanted all the beast tribes to have soy sauce, the Fu tribe's flavor root would be the best choice. Judging by how calmly the Yufu talked about fish sauce grass and flavor root, it seemed there was no shortage of these things in the Erdos marsh. Now that the tribes are connected by roads, it's much easier for the Fu tribe to interact with other beast tribes. With more contact, exchanging goods becomes easier, Siyu said calmly. She would never force any beast tribe to trade. All exchanges were up to the tribes themselves. Granny Suyu, did the Fu tribe really not interact with other beast tribes before? Changxia asked curiously. Many beastmen in the Twilight Forest didn't even know the Fu tribe existed. It was rather strange. Suyu replied, the Fu tribe has a unique lifestyle. They follow the Sub-Detroit River and rarely interact with other beast tribes. Plus, their beast forms are more fish-like than most. Listening to Suyu's unfinished words, Changxia understood. The Fu tribe, fearing isolation by other beast tribes, simply chose to isolate themselves. Their recent contact with other tribes was probably due to Suyu's influence. Her presence had changed the Fu tribe's attitude, encouraging them to step out of the Erdos marsh and start interacting with other beast tribes. The Fu tribe agreeing to participate in the Baihu commercial exchange at the Heluo Tribe was likely a trial run. If they sensed any hostility from other tribes, they might return to their old ways and cut off contact again. I'll make sure to recommend fish sauce and flavor root to the other tribes, Changxia said. Xi looked at Changxia with approval. This was truly the cub she doted on. Even without being told, she knew how to help. Shen Rong and Bai Qing were lost in the food, paying no attention to the conversation between Changxia and Suyi. After dinner, Changxia didn't linger to chat with Suyi. Everyone washed up and went back to their rooms. At the table, Suyi told Changxia she'd be staying at the Heluo Tribe for a while. She was mainly worried about Daya. Once Senda returned from the Heluo Tribe and they saw if Daya's health could be improved, Suyi would head back to the Kana Sacred Mountain Witch Hall. Currently, there were beastmen stationed at the Kana Sacred Mountain Witch Hall. If anything happened in any tribe, the stationed beastmen would come to Suyi to report, and she'd make the decision. Now that the roads were open, it only took an hour on foot to get from the Witch Hall to the Heluo Tribe. If they traveled in beast form, it would only take half an hour. Back when the tribes were fighting over the 100 Rivers region, They nearly cracked their heads open over it, and it wasn't an exaggeration. The 100 Rivers region was right next to the Kana Sacred Mountain Witch Hall, making it incredibly convenient. In fact, the Witch Hall itself was technically part of the 100 Rivers region. But since it was home to the witches, it was considered separate. The next day, Chang Xia sat at the square table, sipping golden millet porridge. She chatted with Suyi, asking if she wanted to come to the Little River Wilds to watch her and Shen Rong open up new land. Chang Xia, are you sure you'll be able to leave the cave today? Suyi teased with a smile. Yesterday's incident with the spicy smartweed had caused quite a stir. Suyi didn't believe Chang Xia would have the chance to leave the cave today. Yeast isn't wine, but with yeast, you can brew wine. Given how much the Beastmen crave alcohol, Nan Feng and the others would definitely beg Chang Xia to make yeast in the cave today. Chang Xia smacked her forehead and sighed. She'd almost forgotten about the spicy smartweed. I'll go to the Little River Wilds to clear land. You stay in the cave with the witch, Shen Rong said. To clear land, you first had to burn off the wild grass, then turn the soil and pick out any rocks and sand. The soil in the Little River Wilds was very fertile. After turning it over and letting it dry for a day or two, Chang Xia could start planting. Whether it's the right season or not, Chang Xia hasn't really thought about it for now. After all these vegetables and fruits were foraged by Chang Xia from the forest and other beast tribes. Chang Xia plans to try planting them using her bloodline abilities. Whether it works or not doesn't really matter to her. She's more interested in recording the process of cultivation. All right, Chang Xia nodded and said, Shen Rong, try using tools to clear the land. To be honest, Chang Xia didn't approve of beast folk using their bare hands to turn the soil. As intelligent beings, they should learn to use tools, not just rely on brute strength. Of course, Chang Xia wasn't asking the beast folk to abandon their natural advantages. She just hoped they could use their strengths in other ways, instead of simply wasting their abilities. Okay, Shen Rong replied. Tap tap. Suddenly, there were hurried footsteps at the courtyard gate. Hearing this, the people around the table exchanged glances. So early? Baiqing exclaimed in surprise. Shen Rong shot Baiqing a look and said, Early? This is pretty normal. Actually, he'd been worried that Nanfeng and the others would show up before dawn. The fact that they managed to hold off until now was already surprising to him. Chang Xia, we're here. Nanfeng called out loudly. With a bang, the courtyard gate was pushed open. Nanfeng and the other beast folk came in, some carrying vine baskets, others with bamboo backpacks, each of them lugging huge bundles of spicy smartweed. Just looking at them, Chang Xia could almost feel the spicy scent tickling her nose. Are they all crazy? Chang Xia muttered, exasperated. There must be hundreds of pounds of spicy smartweed here. Did they clear out the entire shrubland? Even though spicy smartweed is common, gathering this much of it would still take a lot of time and effort. After finishing her golden millet porridge, Suyi spoke up. Did you guys just ravage the whole shrubland? Does the tribe know about this? As far as Suyi knew, the shrubland was home to many white fruit trees, thorn berries, sour fruits, and astringent persimmons. The Heluo Tribe valued the shrubland highly. It was the leopard clan's main foraging ground. Seeing how muddy Nafeng and the others were, she figured they'd probably made quite a mess of it. At her words, all the beast folk froze. It was only then that they remembered where they'd been foraging earlier. Wasn't that the tribe's important foraging ground? Instantly, all the beast folk were dumbstruck. Chang Xia, Nanfeng looked at her pleadingly, silently begging for help. If his mother found out, he'd definitely get a beating. But with Fingya and the others sharing the blame, Nanfeng figured it wouldn't be too bad. Chang Xia's mouth twitched. She whispered, You didn't chop down any white fruit trees or anything, did you? If they'd cut down the white fruit trees, Chang Xia wouldn't dare mess with the tribe's rules either. Web version chapters load slowly. For the latest content, download the iUA app to read for free. Brother Shen. As Shen Chaoqing walked along the road, whenever he ran into someone he knew, they'd greet each other or nod in passing. But no matter who it was, no one showed any extra emotion. Everyone seemed indifferent to everything. Shen Chaoqing was used to this by now. The Demon Suppression Division was huge. Those who could stay here were either already powerful experts or had the potential to become one. Shen Rong was the latter. The division was divided into two main roles, Guardian and Demon Slayer. Everyone started at the lowest rank as a Demon Slayer, and then worked their way up, with the chance to eventually become a Guardian. With the memories of his predecessor, he was very familiar with the division's environment. As soon as he entered, the atmosphere changed. The blood scent clinging to everyone in the division was almost impossible to wash away. Please exit the transcoding page to read the latest chapters. Bringing you the fastest updates for Transmigrating to the Ancient Tribe to Farm and Build Infrastructure in the Apocalypse, Chapter 659, The Beast Folk Waiting for a Beating, free to read. Luan. Changxia, what's going on with the shrubland? No sooner had Changxia finished speaking than Muqin's voice came from outside the courtyard. In an instant, Nanfeng and the other beast folk fell silent as mice, nervously swallowing and casting desperate looks at Changxia for help. I asked Nanfeng and the others to pick some spicy smartweed to make yeast for brewing wine in the future, Changxia explained. She knew if she didn't, Muqin might really give Nanfeng and the others a beating. The shrubland was an important foraging ground for the tribe. That morning, Muqin had suddenly heard from other tribe members that Nanfeng and the others had gone and made a mess of the shrubland. Navigation. She rushed over to Changxia's cave dwelling to find out what was going on. As soon as she stepped through the courtyard gate, she saw the yard was covered with piles of spicy smartweed. Muqin took a deep breath, forcing down her irritation. Muqin glared at Nanfeng, her gaze sweeping over by King Fenjai and the other beast folk, her eyes dark and burning with anger. King Fenjai gave an awkward laugh, while Nanfeng muttered, "We only went to the shrubland to pick spicy smartweed. We really didn't do anything else. At most, we might have trampled a few flowers and plants." Muqin rubbed the bridge of her nose, pointedly ignoring Nanfeng and the others. Changxia, can spicy smartweed be used to make fermentation starter for brewing wine? Muqin turned to Changxia with her question. In a bit, she'd have to go to the shrubland herself to check things out. These beast folk always made a mountain out of a molehill. Muqin worried they'd ruin the shrubland if she didn't see for herself. It can, Changxia nodded seriously. Once she confirmed that spicy smartweed really could be used to make fermentation starter, Muqin's angry expression softened a little, and she stopped glaring at Nanfeng. She crouched down to pick up a stalk of spicy smartweed, studying it carefully as if to memorize its appearance. No beast folk could resist wine. Fermentation starter was essential for brewing. If the Heluo tribe learned to make fermentation starter from Changxia, then in the future, even if they did nothing else, they could trade it for goods with other beast folk tribes. Changxia, are you planning to share the fermentation starter recipe with the tribe? Muqin asked seriously. Nanfeng and the others could fool around all they wanted, but Muqin couldn't. Fermentation starter was a big deal. Muqin wouldn't allow the tribe to take advantage for nothing. Besides, the tribe had already benefited a lot from Changxia before. But this time, fermentation starter was different, so Muqin wanted to confirm with Changxia. Muqin AMU, it's just making fermentation starter. You don't have to be so serious, Changxia said with a smile. She understood how tempting valuable things could be, but the Heluo tribe had treated her sincerely, caring for and protecting her for 10 years. Now that she was able, she wanted to give back to the tribe. Why draw lines between us? All right, Muqin said. From now on, all your and Shen Rong's living expenses, food, clothing, shelter, everything will be covered by the tribe, even for any future beast cubs. Muqin didn't consult Jen or the elders. She just made the promise on the spot. Actually, the tribe had discussed this before. But since Changxia's temperament was still uncertain and Shen Rong's health was frail, the Heluo tribe hadn't made it official. They'd always worried she wouldn't live long. The Leopard clan had planned to keep supporting her. Who could have guessed Changxia would be so bold, going to the Normandy market and bringing back a male, saying she wanted to mate? At the time, with Shen Rong looking so sickly and on the verge of death, the leopard beast folk were nearly infuriated. But since Changxia had chosen him, the Heluo tribe had no choice but to accept Shen Rong. Back then, The only concern was that supporting Changxia might mean having to support her mate too. Still, the tribe wasn't too upset. After all, how could they not spoil a beast cub they'd raised themselves? But then, things changed faster than a runaway horse. After coming of age, Changxia's health improved day by day, and she came up with all sorts of great ideas. Even Shen Rong, once a sickly weakling, recovered after detoxification and nearly defeated the Heluo Tribe's totem warrior. All these events left the entire Heluo Tribe completely stunned. Changxia looked bewildered. Weren't they talking about fermentation starter? How did Muqin end up mentioning Shen Rong and future beast cubs? If Changxia keeps coming up with good things, the tribe might run out of things to trade with her, Nanfeng joked, waggling her eyebrows. The Heluo tribe taking care of all of Changxia and Shen Rong's daily needs was basically the same as making them honorary members, on par with the shaman. Muqin glanced at Nanfeng but didn't deny it. This was something the tribe had discussed long ago. The truth was, the leopard clan had gained a lot from Changxia. She kept coming up with more and more valuable things, and the tribe could no longer offer anything of equal value. So they had to find other ways to repay her. Muqin, please look after us from now on. Changxia pushed Nanfeng aside and hugged Muqin with a smile. In fact, she and Shen Rong were already being supported by the tribe. Since returning, Changxia had been busy reclaiming land by the river, and Shen Rong helped out, so neither had time to hunt or gather. All the food for their cave and kitchen was delivered by the tribe. So, saying the tribe supported them wasn't an exaggeration. All right, I'll be counting on you too. Muqin paused, then hugged the petite Changxia tightly. How could anyone not want to spoil such a sensible and sweet beast cub? Compared to Changxia, her own Nanfeng really fell short. She'd have to find time to give her a good beating. But now, with Shishing around, it was harder to discipline her than before, not like the old days when she could just hit her whenever she wanted. A bit of a shame, really. On the side, Nanfeng couldn't help but shiver. She looked around warily, trying to figure out who was plotting against her. Her eyes darted everywhere, but finding no likely suspect, she edged closer to Shishing. She'd wanted to get near Changxia, but with Shen Rong right there, whom she suspected of plotting against her, she didn't dare. Little did she know. Her sneaky little move was seen by Muqin and the other beast folk. Muqin was just angry at her lack of progress, and again felt the urge to give her a beating. Shen Rong ignored Nanfeng's foolishness completely. Only Shishing smiled gently, finding her partner's silliness unexpectedly cute. Luckily, Nanfeng had no idea what the others really thought of her. Otherwise, she might actually want to die of embarrassment. Changxia, besides spicy smartweed, what else do you need for making fermentation starter? Tell me, I'll help you find it, Muqin asked softly. Looking at the piles of spicy smartweed on the ground, Muqin's mood quickly improved. The long summer shook her head lightly and replied, no need for now. The yeast starter is made by cultivating spicy smartweed and fruit powder with water. Let me try it first. Once I've confirmed it works, I'll inform the tribe. At that time, I'll trouble Aunt Muqin to have the clansfolk help make more yeast starter. All right, Muqin replied happily. Changxia, we can't make fruit wine for now. Can we try brewing sweet potato wine first? Nanfeng asked eagerly. Golden millet and corn were resources belonging to the wolf tribe. Nanfeng didn't dare to suggest using grain, but sweet potatoes were different. There were plenty of them in the Heluo tribe. Exchanging some sweet potatoes from the tribe to make wine should be feasible. Sweet potato wine? Wine brewed from sweet potatoes. Muqin asked excitedly. Nanfeng pointed at Shishing and explained, Auntie, the Heluo tribe grows a lot of sweet potatoes. Changxia first discovered them near the wild mushroom forest by Muwatch Ridge. Sweet potatoes can be eaten as food, made into sweet potato flour and dried slices, and can also be brewed into sweet potato wine. Is the snake tribe willing to trade sweet potatoes? Muqin asked briskly. As she spoke, she looked up at Shishing. Shishing replied, once our tribe finishes building houses and roads, we'll focus on harvesting sweet potatoes, mud beans, and other crops. Of course we're willing to trade, but it'll have to wait a bit. When Changxia left the Wengwei Mountains, The Snake Tribe chief had promised to give her sweet potatoes for brewing wine. At the same time, they wanted to exchange yeast starter with Changxia to brew their own sweet potato wine. Elder Senda just went to the Heluo Tribe. When he returns, I'll arrange for our people to go to the Snake Tribe and trade for sweet potatoes, Muqin said excitedly. Nearby, the other beastfolk heard Muqin's confirmation. One by one, they grew just as excited. Changxia, let's make the yeast starter, Nanfeng said. Hunting and foraging. All of that could wait. Right now, the most important thing was making the yeast starter. Changxia rubbed her forehead and hesitated. Aren't you supposed to go hunting and foraging? She knew that even though Nanfeng was the chief's child, after pairing up, she still needed to provide for herself. The supplies stored in the tribe's warehouse were only for trade or to support the elderly and children. Adult beastfolk couldn't take them for free. We'll go hunting in Wai this afternoon. As for foraging, there's no rush, Maple Leaf explained. Before the rainy season, they'd already gathered a lot of ginkgo nuts and stored plenty of fruit powder in their cellars. That would be enough to last until the harvest season, plus the wild greens and fish and shrimp from White Lake and White River. Even if they stayed in the tribe for 3 to 5 days without hunting or foraging, they wouldn't worry about going hungry. Seeing this, Changxia understood their determination. All right then. Let's all work together to make the yeast starter. First, let's wash the spicy smartweed thoroughly. Shen Rong, could you go down to the cellar and bring up some fruit powder? There's no rush to clear the Little River wilds. Once the yeast starter is ready, we'll all go together. With Nanfeng and the others present, Changxia kept Shen Rong to help. So, the courtyard of the cave dwelling bustled with activity. Whenever something was missing, Muqin would take people back to the tribe to fetch it. For a while, everyone was busy and full of energy. In the distance, Suyi shooed away Bai Qing. She sent Bai Qing off to play with friends, then called Daya over to check her health again. Yesterday had been a bit rushed, Suyi had only given Daya a quick check to make sure she and her unborn cub were fine, and hadn't looked too closely. Daya, how have you been lately? Suyi asked. Daya's gaze lingered on the others washing the spicy smartweed, her eyes full of envy. Suddenly hearing Suyi's question, she quickly looked up and replied, with the dried anaconda meat Changxia gave me, I'm eating 4 or 5 times a day now, and I don't need to eat too much each time. Daya felt much more comfortable this way. Before, she'd had to eat at least 6 times a day. Even the tastiest roast meat got old after eating dozens of pieces per meal. But she had no choice. If she didn't eat, she'd get so hungry her head would spin. That feeling was truly unbearable. Let's wait until Elder Senda returns. I'll take another look at your condition. If things stay stable, you should try to move around more, Suyi said gently. As soon as she finished speaking, Daya suddenly stood up. Shaman, I'll go help wash the spicy smartweed. Suyi's mouth twitched. Was Daya a bit too quick to catch on? She'd only said to move around more, but this girl just couldn't sit still for a moment. Daya, what brings you here? I'm here to help wash the spicy smartweed. The shaman said I'm in good health lately and can be more active. Hearing that the shaman encouraged her to move, Changxia and the others didn't stop her, letting her join in washing the spicy smartweed. With hundreds of pounds to clean, it would keep them busy all morning. After washing, they chopped it up into a spicy smartweed mash. Then they mixed it with fruit powder and water, kneading it together. Once all that was done, it would take about 3 to 5 days. During this time, Changxia had Muqin go back to the tribe to fetch some wooden racks and vine sieves, which would help with draining and storing the yeast starter. The cave courtyard was small and couldn't hold much yeast starter. Changxia thought that once she taught Nanfeng and the others how to make it, they'd need to move production to the tribe's main square. Lately, the White Lake commercial area was empty. Maybe they could use that space too. In the days that followed, the Heluo Tribe was busy making yeast starter. Even flour and sugar production was put on hold, as everyone went to the White Lake commercial area to learn how to make yeast starter. Since it was related to wine, the clan folk took it as seriously as they did reed root sugar and dried powder, showing just how powerful wine could be. Changxia, why aren't you at the White Lake commercial area overseeing the yeast starter production? Nanfeng grumbled, standing in the little river wilds, watching Changxia plant all sorts of strange wild vegetables. Shen Rong and Bai Qing helped dig holes, while Changxia sowed and covered the seeds. The three worked seamlessly together and moved quickly. Hearing Nanfeng's question, Changxia looked up. Aunt Muqin is supervising the yeast starter. It doesn't matter if I'm there or not. Besides, clearing the little river wilds is more important right now, and I need to do it myself, Changxia replied seriously. She had used her bloodline ability to cultivate these seeds, and only after they sprouted did she bring them here to plant. If the cave courtyard had been bigger, she would have waited until the seedlings were ready before transplanting them. Let me know if you want any part of this further polished or adapted. However, these seeds have a pretty good germination rate. Changxia is confident she can get them to grow. These seeds come from places like Qingwei Forest, the Lost Jungle, and the Wangwei Mountains. They're truly from all over. If she manages to grow them all, it'll be really significant. All right, I can't win an argument with you, Nanfeng said. Do you need any help? Sure. Help me scatter the seeds, Changxia replied. Soon, Nanfeng joined in. Where's Shixing? Changxia asked. It was rare not to see Shixing with Nanfeng, and she couldn't help but be curious. Nanfeng said he went hunting with Bai Qing in the fertile fields. I want to make some soy sauce cured meat, but we're out of fresh meat at home. Soy sauce cured meat? Perfect, let's do it together. I've finished all of mine at home too, so I need to make more, Changxia said. Her family never lacked meat, so she planned to set aside some time to make more cured meat. Great. Yours always tastes the best. When Shixing gets back from hunting, I'll come over and we can make it together. Oh, by the way, Elder Senda seems to have returned from the Heluo Tribe. He looked a bit odd, Nanfeng suddenly added. Changxia paused and gave Nanfeng a speechless look. She was sure Nanfeng had actually come over to tell her about Elder Senda's return. But instead, Nanfeng had just chatted aimlessly for ages, only mentioning it at the end. Changxia sighed deeply. With such an unreliable Nanfeng, Shixing really had his work cut out for him. No wonder, after Nanfeng got married, Jen and Muqin smiled more and more. Turns out, they were just happy to finally have their unreliable beast cub out of the house. Shen Rong, speed up, Changxia said. She couldn't be bothered to look at Nanfeng, afraid she'd get a heart attack. Nanfeng seemed to notice Changxia's change in attitude. She cleared her throat, finally remembering why she'd come to the river wilds to find Changxia. Changxia, I didn't do it on purpose, Nanfeng said sheepishly. Daya's been doing well lately, so there shouldn't be any problems. The tribe had arranged for totem warriors to catch blackfish in the Wei River. Partly to nourish Daya, and partly so the tribe's young ones could eat well too. The whitefish from the sacred Weishan waterfall pool were just as good. But whitefish died easily once out of water. If you wanted to eat them, you had to go to Weishan yourself. I'm not going to lecture you. Just make sure you and Shixing work hard to stock up. Don't wait until winter's here to realize you don't have enough food in your cave. By then, Aunt Muqin will probably kill you, Changxia warned. Nanfeng used to love catching her to nag. Now, the tables had turned. Changxia thought it was pretty nice. Nanfeng might be a bit crazy at times, but most of the time she was a pretty normal female. Still, Changxia was worried she'd slack off on hunting and gathering, so she couldn't help but remind her. Usually, around this time, the tribe would organize totem warriors to hunt in the forest. Those who stayed behind would go out foraging, bringing back anything edible they could find. This year, thanks to Changxia, the Heluo Tribe had already harvested lots of white nuts, dried and ground them into flour. Every household had enough stored to get through the winter, and they'd also gathered plenty of wild greens and other foods. Plus, the tribe had dug out cave dwellings. Everyone was looking forward to the cold season instead of dreading it like before. Don't worry, Changxia. Shixing and I will make sure to stock up. Besides, am I really that unreliable? Nanfeng protested, exasperated. She'd just let herself go a little. How come even Changxia was worried about her now? Thinking about it, Nanfeng suddenly felt a bit down. You're even more unreliable than you look, Shen Rong teased. He remembered when he'd first arrived at the Heluo Tribe a few months ago. Nanfeng had acted all aloof, always glaring at him like he was a fool. But in just a few months, Nan Fong had completely changed. She was now just like the tribe's young ones, lively, playful, and a real foodie. Nan Fong, don't step on the seeds. If you compact the soil, they won't sprout, Bai Qing reminded her, pointing at Nan Fang's stomping feet. Nan Fong awkwardly pulled her foot back. All right, that's it. All the seeds are buried, let's head back to the tribe, Changxia said. She quickly took the remaining seeds from Nan Fong, scattered them into the dug holes, gently covered them with soil, then dusted off her hands and called everyone back to the Baihu cave dwellings. Elder Senda had returned to the tribe. From what Changxia knew of Zhen and Muqin, the tribe had probably already sent totem warriors to the Shiwe tribe. The fermentation starter was ready, and once they had sweet potatoes, wild fruits, and other ingredients, they could start brewing wine at any time. Not only were the tribe members looking forward to it, Changxia was too. Soon, Changxia and the others returned to the cave. Elder Senda wasn't at Changxia's house. Inside, Xi was sitting alone at the square table in the corridor pavilion, copying something onto paper. Grandma Xi, Changxia called softly. Nan Fong looked around and asked in surprise, "Where's Elder Senda? I thought he was just here. And Daya and Yadong are gone too," she muttered as she stepped through the courtyard gate. Hearing this, Xi looked up. "Changxia, you're back a bit late this time," Xi said with a gentle smile, setting down her pen. Changxia went to the water jar to fetch water and wash her face and hands. Nan Fong came to find me at the river wilds, but didn't say anything, just helped me scatter seeds. When we were almost done, she suddenly mentioned Elder Senda was back. Haha, Xi laughed, glancing at Nan Fong and nodding at her from a distance. That was exactly the kind of thing Nan Fong would do these days, saying one thing, doing another. I saw Changxia sowing seeds and just forgot about Elder Senda coming back. Only remembered after a while, Nan Fong mumbled. It really wasn't her fault. Watching Changxia farm was just too much fun. Grandma Xi, has Elder Shigur said anything yet? Changxia asked softly. Navigation links, rankings, etc. omitted as they are not part of the story. Xi nodded and said, at first, Shigur didn't want to talk, but Senda mentioned you, and then brought up Shen Rong. How did this end up involving me? Changxia was taken aback, her tone suspicious. Interracial unions are taboo, Xi said, enunciating each word. A long time ago, beast folk rarely married outside their own kind. They almost always chose partners from their own tribe to reproduce. On the rare occasion that beast folk did marry across species, they seldom bore beast cubs. Changxia looked completely bewildered. But beside her, Shen Rong and Nan Fong understood. For a female to bear a beast cub from an interracial union, a price must be paid. The snake tribe clearly knew the reason behind this. A taboo? Changxia stared blankly at Shen Rong, hesitating. If marrying across species is forbidden, why does the Snakey tribe want Shishing to marry Nan Fong? The snake tribe knows about the taboo. Nan Fong spoke up, her voice calm. Shishing said that when I become pregnant, he'll take me back to the Snakey tribe. The anaconda is the snake tribe's spirit beast. They worship it and forbid any beast folk from hunting it. After Daya became pregnant, she developed a huge appetite. But after eating dried anaconda meat, she no longer felt hungry. Nanfeng's words were disjointed and confusing. But, to the ears of Changxia and the other beast folk, it was like a bolt from the blue. Piecing together Nanfeng's scattered words and thinking deeply, they arrived at a useful conclusion. Females pregnant from interracial unions become ravenous, and anaconda meat can ease, or even cure, this condition. The snake tribe's worship of the anaconda as a spirit beast clearly has a deeper purpose. At this realization, the expressions of all the beast folk changed. Nan Fong is right. Anaconda, blackfish, whitefish, these things can help females pregnant from interracial unions. I think the wild fruits from the sacred Mount Wei might have similar effects. I've discussed it with Jen, and tomorrow Elder Senda will personally escort Daya and Yadong to the sacred Mount Wei. As for the anaconda, just pretend you never heard about it. After all, this is a secret of the snake tribe's heritage, Suyu reminded them. If this matter hadn't involved Changxia and Nanfeng, Elder Shiguer might not have been willing to speak at all. There are only so many anacondas in the Muwatch Mountains. The position of Snake Tribe chief only changes every few decades or even centuries. Even if the chief bears a beast cub, the tribe will only ever hunt a single anaconda. But as intertribal marriages become more common, things are getting out of control. Elder Shiguer isn't so much afraid of the Snake Tribe's secrets being revealed. She's more worried that, in the end, all the anacondas in the Muwatch Mountains will be hunted to extinction and still not satisfy the needs of the beast folk. That would be a truly terrifying outcome. Clearly, Su Yi and Elder Senda understood this as well. But now, with Elder Shiguer's information, Su had more options and ideas. First, she thought of the wild fruits from the sacred Mount Wei. Besides those, she considered nourishing herbal soups, of course. These would take time to test, but at least there was hope, rather than relying solely on the anaconda. Brother Shen. As Shen Chongqing walked down the road, he would greet familiar faces with a nod or a word. Shen Chongqing was used to this. After all, this was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution responsible for maintaining stability in Great Qin, mainly by slaying demons and monsters, though they had other side jobs as well. Shen Chongqing belonged to the latter. The Demon Suppression Division had two main roles, Warden and Demon Slayer. The smell of blood was something no one in the Demon Suppression Division could ever completely wash off. I promise I won't say a word, Granny Su Yi, Chang Xia replied. Nanfeng followed suit, solemnly promising not to reveal the Snake Tribe's secret. Still, she couldn't help but feel a shadow cast over her heart about pregnancy. Don't worry too much. Now that we know the cause, it shouldn't be hard to find a solution. I'll work on a medicinal soup and try to make one suitable for Daya as soon as possible. Seeing Nanfeng's troubled expression, Su Ye's heart sank a little. She spoke to comfort Nanfeng, but her words were also meant to reassure Changxia. They were all married, each with a partner. Pregnancy, naturally, was just a matter of course. Granny Su, do you think we could combine medicinal herbs with food ingredients? A sharp light flashed in Changxia's eyes as she suddenly thought of medicinal cuisine. She didn't know how to make medicinal dishes herself, but Sui understood pharmacology. Maybe she could figure it out. At these words, Sui's expression changed slightly. She fell silent, deep in thought for a long time. Beside her, everyone else was quiet. After hearing the whole story, Shen Rong thought of the situation Daya had faced and felt a sudden urge not to let Changxia get pregnant. All he wanted was Changxia. As for beast cubs, if they would put Changxia in danger, Shen Rong would rather give them up. Compared to beast cubs, what he wanted most was for Changxia to live a safe and peaceful life. Shen Rong's heart was small, so small it could only hold Changxia. But he couldn't make decisions for her. Nor could he take away her right as a female. While Changxia and Sui talked, Shen Rong chose to remain silent. Combining herbs and food, Sui lowered her head, considering Changxia's suggestion. The idea that food and medicine share the same origin made sense. It should be feasible. Granny Sui, what do you think? Changxia asked softly. Sui narrowed her eyes and replied, it's possible. But we'll need to experiment. Experiment? How do we do that? Changxia hesitated. Medicinal cuisine sounded simple, but she'd only ever heard of it before. She could offer suggestions, but couldn't help with the actual cooking. So she could only hope Si would figure it out. Don't worry, leave it to me, Si said calmly. As a shaman, Sui naturally had her abilities. If she weren't capable, how could she have held her position as the Beast Tribe's shaman for so long? Not to mention, in 100 years, she had completely changed the face of the Beast Tribe in the Twilight Forest, making even the Bird Tribe of the Qinghai Plateau and the Fish Tribe of the East Sea wary of the beasts. Sui, by her own power, had changed the status of the entire Beast Tribe. Among the beasts, the name Sui inspired only respect and awe. Nanfeng, satisfied her curiosity, waved goodbye to Changxia and went back to her own cave. During the warm season, the Beast Tribe was never idle. The Heluo Tribe had recently been busy making fermentation starters for wine, and the whole tribe was bustling. When they weren't out hunting or gathering, the people were practically stripping the entire Baihe River region of its spicy smartweed. That night, Changxia came out of the bath and saw Baiqing crouched in front of the kitchen door, looking nervous. Baiqing, what are you doing out here? Changxia asked, puzzled. Baiqing swallowed nervously, put a finger to his lips, and whispered, Changxia, keep your voice down. Don't disturb the shaman, she's making medicinal cuisine. What did you say? Changxia's casual expression changed instantly. She pushed past Baiqing, peering into the kitchen in surprise. The shaman had said she'd experiment with medicinal cuisine that afternoon, and now she was already making it that evening? Wasn't that a bit fast? See for yourself. Baiqing gestured toward the kitchen with his lips, signaling Changxia to look. Quickly, Changxia copied Baiqing and poked her head into the kitchen. Shen Rong was preparing dinner at the stove, while Su had taken over a side burner, muttering to herself as she held a woven tray filled with all sorts of strange herbs. The kitchen, which usually smelled delicious, was tonight filled with a strange aroma. There was bitterness, spiciness, and astringency, with just a hint of food's natural fragrance mixed in. But at that moment, Changxia didn't find the food aroma appetizing at all. In fact, it made her a little nauseous. Granny Sui. Changxia grimaced. She didn't even need to taste it to know that Sui's medicinal dish had failed. It had turned into a pot of terrifying dark cuisine. Serve it up, and it might even poison wild animals. Sui looked up and met Changxia's gaze. Changxia, would you like to try it? Sui asked gently. Her face was as kind and loving as ever, but Changxia sensed a hint of murderous intent. She couldn't help but swallow and carefully took 2 steps back. No, not me. Let Baiqing try it. Changxia quickly dodged, escaping Sui's deadly gaze. As the saying goes, better a friend dies than me. Naturally, little brothers were meant to be sacrificed at times like this. Baiqing. Baiqing, come here, Sui said with a smile, beckoning him over. Can I refuse? Baiqing's face was expressionless, reverting to his usual little adult demeanor. Just the smell of this medicinal dish was scary enough. Wouldn't eating it kill someone? Seeing Changxia and Baiqing's grim faces, Shen Rong smiled slightly. Don't worry, I watched the shaman add the herbs. The stew has pork ribs and some nourishing herbs. It won't kill anyone. At worst, it'll just taste strange. It's fine, Shen Rong reassured them. As he spoke, he took the spoon from Sui. He ladled a spoonful of soup from the medicinal dish, pursed his lips, and took a sip. It's a bit bitter and astringent, but not bad. After swallowing, Shen Rong gave his verdict. Sui let out a breath of relief. To be honest, even she had been unsure after smelling that strange aroma. At this point, Changxia nudged Baiqing into the room, tiptoeing to peer into the pot. The soup was brown, and even the ribs had turned brown. Inside, the smell was even worse up close. Shen Rong handed the spoon to Baiqing. Before Sui could say anything, Baiqing took the initiative and tried a spoonful. Baiqing's expression changed slightly. It's better than I expected. The taste is okay, Baiqing said. He'd grown up with Sui at the shaman hall on Mount Kana, and Sui's cooking had always been SOSO. Drinking this medicinal soup, Baiqing thought it tasted much like her old roast meat. Really? Changxia raised an eyebrow, cautiously taking the spoon. Shen Rong smiled and said, I'm not lying, the taste is better than the smell. He kept reassuring her. Changxia scooped up a spoonful and brought it straight to Suye's lips. Granny Sui, you try it first. You. Sui couldn't help but laugh, but she opened her mouth and drank the medicinal soup. As soon as she tasted it, Suye's expression changed slightly. Shen Rong and Baiqing hadn't been wrong, the soup smelled pretty awful, but once it was in her mouth, it wasn't as bad as she'd expected. The main issue was just the strong medicinal taste. Changxia, you try some too, Sui nodded, urging Changxia to have a taste, hoping she could help improve the flavor. A moment later, Changxia let out a surprised gasp. She smacked her lips, genuinely impressed by the taste. Having grown up drinking herbal soups, Changxia actually found this medicinal soup quite palatable. Brother Shen. The Demon Suppression Division was a large place. Only the truly powerful, or those with the potential to become powerful, could remain here. Shen Chaching belonged to the latter group. Everyone started at the bottom as a demon slayer. Then, through steady promotion, they could eventually hope to become a guardian. The doors were wide open, and people came and went from time to time. After a brief hesitation, Shen Changqing stepped inside. The atmosphere changed instantly. That bloody smell was something no one in the division could ever truly wash away. "Don't worry, Granny C. I won't breathe a word," Chang Xia promised. Nanfeng followed suit, solemnly vowing not to let slip the secret of the Snake Clan's inheritance. Still, deep down, she now felt a shadow cast over the idea of pregnancy. "Don't worry too much, either of you. Once we understand the cause, it won't be hard to solve. I'll work on a medicinal soup and try to come up with a recipe suitable for Daya as soon as possible." She noticed Nanfeng's troubled expression and felt a pang of concern. She spoke up to comfort Nanfeng, but her words were also meant to reassure Chang Xia. After all, both of them were mated and had partners. Pregnancy was only natural. At this suggestion, Sui's expression shifted slightly. She fell silent, deep in thought. Everyone else waited quietly. Shen Rong, having heard the whole story, couldn't help but feel uneasy at the thought that Chang Xia might face the same situation as Daya. He didn't want Chang Xia to get pregnant. Having her was enough for him. If having a beast cub would put her at risk, he'd rather do without. Compared to a cub, he cared far more about Chang Xia's safety. His heart was small, so small it could only hold Chang Xia. But he couldn't make that decision for her. Nor could he take away her right as a female. So, while Chang Xia and Sui discussed, Shen Rong chose to remain silent. Combining herbs and food, Sui lowered her head, mulling over Chang Xia's suggestion. The idea of food and medicine sharing the same roots made sense. It should be feasible. "What do you think, Granny Sui?" Chang Xia asked softly. "Don't worry, leave it to me," she said calmly. As a shaman, Sui was more than capable. If she weren't, how could she have held her position among the beast folk shamans? Not to mention, she'd spent a century transforming the entire face of the Twilight Forest's beast folk, making even the bird folk of the Qinghai Plateau and the fish folk of the Eastern Sea think twice before underestimating them. Sui, through her own efforts, had changed the status of the entire beast folk race. Now, when the beast folk spoke of Sui, it was only with respect and awe. Nanfeng, her curiosity satisfied, waved goodbye to Chang Xia and headed back to her own cave. It was the warm season and the beast folk were busy. The Heluo Tribe was currently hard at work making liquor starters, and everyone was running around. When they weren't out hunting or gathering, the tribe was practically stripping the entire Baihe River region of its wild peppergrass. That night, Chang Xia came out of the bath and saw Bai Qing crouched at the kitchen door, looking nervous. "Bai Qing, what are you doing out here?" Chang Xia asked, puzzled. "What did you say?" Chang Xia's casual expression changed instantly. She shoved past Bai Qing, peering into the kitchen in surprise. The shaman had only mentioned experimenting with medicinal cuisine that afternoon. Wasn't she moving a bit fast to be cooking it already tonight? "See for yourself." Bai Qing jerked his chin toward the kitchen, signaling Chang Xia to look. Sure enough, Chang Xia copied Bai Qing, poking her head into the kitchen. Shen Rong was preparing dinner at the stove, while Sud had commandeered another burner, muttering under her breath as she held a bamboo sieve filled with all sorts of strange herbs. The kitchen, usually filled with delicious aromas, was now shrouded in a bizarre smell. Bitter, spicy, and astringent notes, occasionally mingled with a hint of food's fragrance. But right now, Chang Xia didn't find that hint of food aroma appetizing at all. In fact, it made her feel a little sick. Su looked up, meeting Chang Xia's gaze. "Chang Xia, would you like to try it?" Su asked gently. Her face was as kind and loving as ever, but at this moment, Chang Xia felt a murderous intent. She couldn't help but swallow and take 2 careful steps back. "No, thanks, I can't. Let Bai Qing taste it." Chang Xia quickly dodged Sun's death glare, thinking, better you than me. She deftly pushed Bai Qing forward. After all, what are little brothers for if not to take the fall? "Bai Qing." With that, he took the ladle from Sui. He scooped up a spoonful of the soup and took a sip. It's a bit bitter, but not bad. After swallowing, Shen Rong gave his verdict. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, even she wasn't sure about this strange-smelling concoction. By now, Chang Xia had pushed Bai Qing into the room and was tiptoeing to peer into the pot. The soup was a dark brown, and even the ribs had turned brown. Up close, the smell was even worse. Shen Rong handed the spoon to Bai Qing, who, before Si could say anything, bravely took a sip. Bai Qing's expression shifted. Better than I expected. Not bad, actually, he said. He'd grown up with Sui on Mount Kana at the Shaman's Hall, and Sui's cooking was always SOSO. To him, this medicinal soup tasted about the same as her usual roast meat. Really? Chang Xia raised an eyebrow, taking the spoon to try for herself. A moment later, Chang Xia let out a surprise sound. She smacked her lips. This actually tasted pretty good. She'd grown up drinking herbal soups, so she found the flavor quite acceptable. It's a bit bitter, but otherwise not bad, said Chang Xia. Hearing this, Si couldn't help but reach out and tap Chang Xia on the back of the head. She'd heard this line before. Chang Xia always said the same thing when drinking herbal soup. Hee. Chang Xia grinned foolishly at the playful smack. If it's too bitter, I'll see if I can add some other herbs to balance it out. Tomorrow, Daya is going to the Weishan Holy Land. Shen Rong, take a bowl of this medicinal soup to Daya, watch her eat it, and report back to me, Si said, handing a bowl of soup, filled with plenty of ribs and more than half a bowl of broth to Shen Rong. The taste was hard to describe. It didn't look great, either. Shen Rong took the bowl and hurried off toward the Yadong household. Chang Xia picked up the spatula and went back to stir-frying. When Shen Rong returned, Chang Xia had Bai Qing bring the dishes to the table, while she followed behind with a plate of wild vegetable, bird egg, minced meat, and fruit pancakes. Xi ladled out half a bowl of medicinal soup for each of them. The fragrant pancakes, paired with the strange aroma of the medicinal soup, somehow created an odd sense of harmony. Shen Rong, how did it go? Xi asked anxiously. Shen Rong rinsed his bowl by the water jar and replied, it works. The medicinal soup isn't quite as effective as dried python meat, but it does help ease Daya's hunger. Hearing this, Su Yi and Chang Xia exchanged an excited glance. The medicinal soup worked. This meant their earlier guess was right. This was also great news for the Snake Mountain tribe. Unfortunately, the totem warriors sent to trade sweet potatoes with the Snake Mountain tribe had already left. Otherwise, they could have brought this news to the Snake people, and Elder Shiguar and the others would have been relieved. Now that the roads were open, communication between the tribes would only increase. This would likely lead to more intertribal marriages. If they couldn't find a way to resolve the taboo of cross-species unions, the pythons of Moonwatch Mountain might face extinction. The beast folk who knew about the taboo would be constantly worried. Good. So you said 3 times in a row. With the right direction, she could keep working on it. There were many nourishing herbs, but turning them into palatable medicinal dishes required careful pairing. Not only did the herbs have to be matched, but the choice of other ingredients mattered too. The more Si thought about it, the more serious her expression became. Clearly, this wouldn't be an easy task. But since there was nothing urgent happening in the Twilight Forest lately, Si could devote all her energy to researching medicinal cuisine. Granny Suyi, eat first. The medicinal soup can wait, Chang Xia reminded her. As soon as the words were spoken, Shen Rong and Bai Qing each picked up their bowls of medicinal soup and started slurping it down. They smacked their lips as they drank. At first, the soup tasted bitter, but after finishing it, a lingering sweetness remained in their mouths. Honestly, it was surprisingly satisfying. This medicinal soup gets better the more you drink it, Shen Rong exclaimed. Bai Qing nodded in agreement. The first sip is hard to swallow, but by the second or third, it's kind of addictive. Hearing their comments, Suya's smile became even more genuine. After all, having her hard work recognized was a real joy for her. Granny Suyi, next time you make medicinal soup, you could add some yam. Yam is soft and powdery, and it goes really well with pork ribs. The taste is amazing, Chang Xia suggested, mumbling as she made her recommendation to Su Yi. She knew there wouldn't be any shortage of medicinal soup in their cave dwelling anytime soon. The shelves in the pharmacy next door to Suye's room were stocked with all kinds of herbs. From now on, any herb that was good for the body would probably end up in Suye's medicinal soups. At that moment, Chang Xia was already thinking about whether to use pork ribs or maybe add some wild chicken or duck. Do you still have yam in your cellar? Yes, the Heluo Tribe just brought some over. I'll add a bit when I make soup at noon. They chatted as they ate. For once, Su didn't linger to talk with Chang Xia. After the meal, she hurried into the bathroom to wash up, then went straight back to her room. The three left at the table looked at each other. When the shaman is deep in thought, she always acts like this. Don't worry about it, Bai Qing said calmly, waving his hand. Of the three, he had spent the most time with Su Yi and knew her temperament and habits best. The night passed peacefully. The next day, after a brief bustle at the Baihu cave dwelling, Chang Xia followed Elder Dalai to the archery range for practice. Chang Xia, Daya said Shen Rong brought her a strange medicinal soup last night, and it even had meat in it. What's that about? Nanfeng called out from outside the archery range, waving at Chang Xia. She had just seen Daya and Yadong off, and upon hearing about the meaty, odd-tasting soup, her foodie instincts immediately kicked in. Chang Xia felt a headache coming on. Nanfeng's nose was as sharp as ever. So you had only just invented the medicinal soup last night and hadn't planned on spreading the word yet, but here was Nanfeng, already sniffing around. She really lived up to her reputation as a foodie. Putting down her bow and arrows, Chang Xia explained, "That's medicinal soup, a nourishing recipe Granny Si came up with for Daya. It's mainly made by simmering herbs and food together. The taste is a bit odd, but it's good for you. Can we have some too?" Nanfeng asked eagerly. At that, Elder Dalai's eyes widened as he stared intently at Chang Xia. The taste didn't matter, what mattered was whether they could drink it. "Yes," Chang Xia replied, trying not to laugh. She glanced at Elder Dalai, who was looking just as hopeful, and couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. When did everyone in the tribe become such foodies? Chang Xia, at noon. Nanfeng waggled her eyebrows at Chang Xia, making it clear she wanted to come over for lunch. Of course, her real goal was the medicinal soup Chang Xia had just mentioned. Beside them, Elder Dalai coughed lightly. Chang Xia sighed. This medicinal soup, with medicine in the name, wasn't exactly a regular meal. "Elder Dalai, would you like to come over for lunch too?" Chang Xia nodded at Nanfeng, agreeing to her request, and invited Elder Dalai along as well, to satisfy their curiosity about the soup. Absolutely, Dalai agreed at once. After leaving the archery range, Nanfeng happily followed Chang Xia home. But before they even reached the courtyard, Chang Xia's mouth twitched. Her home was packed with people. She glanced at Nanfeng. Had Daya, or rather Yadong, spread the word about the medicinal soup to the whole tribe? Nanfeng just grinned sheepishly and spread her hands. "Don't look at me. It wasn't my fault. It must have been Yadong. You know how she can't keep a secret." "Forget it," Chang Xia said, too tired to complain. She pushed open the door and looked inside. Wow! Everyone was here, even the tribe leader and Muqin had come. Apart from the elders, just about everyone who could come had shown up. Looks like this medicinal soup was a real hit. Siu had clearly told them that the snake tribe's recipe was a secret, so why had the tribe leader and the others come running too? "Chang Xia, come over and explain the medicinal soup to everyone," Siu said, rubbing her nose tiredly. She looked exhausted, obviously worn out by the noisy crowd of beast folk. "Chang Xia. Brother Shen." As Shen Chaqing walked along the road, he greeted acquaintances with a nod or a word. But no matter who it was, no one showed much expression. Everyone seemed indifferent to everything. The Demon Suppression Division was a big place. Only the strong, or those with the potential to become strong, could stay. Shen Chaqing belonged to the latter group. Within the division, there were two main roles, Guardian and Demon Slayer. Everyone started at the bottom as a Demon Slayer, then worked their way up, with the hope of eventually becoming a Guardian. Let me know if you'd like any part clarified or further polished. He possessed the memories of his previous self. Because of this, he was very familiar with the environment of the Demon Suppression Division. It didn't take long before Shen Rong stopped in front of a certain pavilion. Unlike other places in the Demon Suppression Division, which were filled with a grim and murderous atmosphere, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding a rare tranquility amidst all the bloodshed. Shen Rong only hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. As soon as he entered the pavilion, the atmosphere changed dramatically. A wave of ink fragrance, mixed with a faint scent of blood, rushed toward him. He instinctively frowned, but quickly relaxed. The bloody smell clinging to everyone in the Demon Suppression Division was something that could hardly ever be washed away. Please exit the transcoding page to read the latest chapter. Bringing you the fastest updates for Transmigrating to the Ancient Tribe to Farm and Build Infrastructure in the Apocalypse, Chapter 664. Long Summer Wants to Mooch a Meal, free to read. Lewin. Medicinal cuisine is just stewing herbs together with food. Woo, can we make medicinal cuisine ourselves? It sounds just like stewing meat, seems easy enough. While fetching water to wash her face, Chang Xia explained to the tribe what medicinal cuisine was. As soon as she finished, everyone started discussing it excitedly. Listening to their chatter, both Chang Xia and Suyi felt exasperated. If these beast folk just started randomly stewing things, weren't they afraid they'd end up stuck in the latrine or even poison themselves? Stop. Suyi raised her hand, motioning for the tribe to quiet down. Jen, keep an eye on the tribe. Don't let anyone make medicinal cuisine on their own. Some herbs may look harmless, but if you just throw them in, they can be poisonous. Wait until I've finished my research and announce which ones are safe, only then can you try making it yourselves. Worried the beast folk would act recklessly, Suyi simply put her foot down and killed the idea. She completely shut down any thoughts of the tribe making medicinal cuisine on their own. Understood, Jen replied seriously. He knew you couldn't just eat any herb, and medicinal cuisine was no different. If the Wu didn't stop them, some of the bolder tribe members might really try it in secret. Don't be impatient, everyone. The Wu has only just started researching medicinal cuisine. For now, it's mainly for Daya's health and nourishment. You're all strong and healthy. If you mess around, aren't you afraid of overdoing it? Chang Xia sighed, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. After speaking, she glanced over the tribe members' gradually calming faces. I'm going to make soy sauce pork later. If anyone still has soybeans or wants to join in, hurry home and get your fresh meat and seasonings ready. As soon as Chang Xia mentioned making soy sauce pork, those interested quickly got up to prepare their meat and spices. Those who didn't have any at home went to find Jen and Muqin to trade with the tribe. Everyone knew Chang Xia's soy sauce pork was the most authentic and delicious, so no one wanted to miss out. And so, the previously bustling courtyard of the cave dwellings quickly returned to calm in just a few breaths. Nanfeng grabbed Shishing and dashed home to fetch the fresh meat and seasonings she'd prepared earlier, then waited for Chang Xia to start so they could marinate the pork together. In previous years, most of the tribe's hunted meat was preserved simply by air drying. This way, aside from making jerky, much of the fresh meat would just rot and go to waste. But this year, thanks to Chang Xia's various preservation methods, the tribe's hunted game could be made into fried meat and stored in clay jars in the cellar, or smoked into bacon. Or even made into braised dishes and soy sauce-flavored meats to be enjoyed slowly over time. In short, the Heluo Tribe had turned food preservation into an art. Not only did this enrich the tribe's stores and their own cellars, it also greatly satisfied their appetites. Some tribe members with small cellars were even thinking about digging a second one. Winter hadn't even arrived yet, but the whole tribe was looking forward to it. After all, they hadn't yet experienced the comfort of the heated brick beds Chang Xia had mentioned. Some had tried lighting the beds early, but ended up so hot they had to sleep outside in the courtyard all night. That morning, Suyi continued her research into medicinal cuisine. Chang Xia, meanwhile, led Nanfeng and the others in marinating soy sauce pork. The jars of marinated meat gave off a rich, savory aroma. Just the smell made you feel like you could eat a dozen pieces of roast meat. Chang Xia, feeling a bit overwhelmed, scrubbed her hands. Smelling the scent on herself, she joked that she'd been marinated so thoroughly she could be sliced up and dipped in sauce at any moment. Chang Xia, What's for lunch? Nan Feng asked. Chang Xia rolled her eyes and shot Nan Feng a look. You're still thinking about lunch? Don't you think the soy sauce smell is a bit much? Is it? I think it's fine. Smells so good it's making me hungry, Nan Feng said, rubbing her belly. After working all morning on the soy sauce pork, she was starving. She felt like she could eat a whole black-horned ox. Beside her, maple syrup nodded in agreement. Not far away, Qinghe was diligently organizing the food compendium. Piled beside her were various herbs that Suyu had asked her to sort. Since coming to the Heluo Tribe, Qinghe's days had been full and satisfying. Besides joining in the fun with Chang Xia and the others, she spent most of her time quietly organizing things. She was quite content with this. Compared to staying at the Kanaya sacred tree, Qinghe much preferred the peaceful, fulfilling life of the Heluo tribe. Being able to do what she liked every day and eat all kinds of delicious food, she was so happy she almost forgot about home. If you're hungry, go get lunch ready, Chang Xia said. Then she turned to look at Qinghe, who was still busy with the food compendium. Feeling a bit guilty, Chang Xia said, Qinghe, take a break. There's no rush on that, you can organize it slowly. Let me know if you need a more concise version or a translation of only a specific section. I'm not tired. Qinghe put down her pen and said happily, I really like my life right now. I feel so fulfilled. It's much more interesting than when I lived at the Kanaya sacred tree. As soon as Qinghe mentioned the Kanaya sacred tree, Nan Feng Mi Lu darted over in a flash. The Kanaya sacred tree was famous throughout the Twilight Forest. However, not many beast folk had actually seen it with their own eyes. Because of its immense importance, countless wandering beast tribes coveted the Kanaya sacred tree. Apart from the wolf tribe, who were responsible for guarding it, all other beast folk tribes strictly forbade anyone from approaching the clear moon forest, let alone entering the vast Totama grasslands. When young beast folk came of age, the shaman would use leaves from the Kanaya sacred tree, dipped in the holy spring of the Kanaya Sacred Mountains Shaman Hall, to bless and pray for the newly adult beast folk. Of course, this required the tribe to organize a group of adults to travel to the Kanaya Sacred Mountains Shaman Hall. Some weaker tribes simply couldn't make the journey to receive the shaman's blessing. In those cases, the tribal chief or elders would perform the blessing for the young adults. The Kanaya sacred tree is truly magnificent. Qinghe racked her brains to explain the Kanaya sacred tree to Nan Feng and the others. Even her dry, factual description was enough to excite Nan Feng and the others. They were itching to visit the Totama grasslands themselves and witness the Kanaya sacred tree's splendor. A moment later, Chang Xia got up and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. At the same time, a strong medicinal aroma wafted through the kitchen, much more intense than last night. The smell was so overpowering that Chang Xia couldn't help but gag. Nan Feng and the others, on the other hand, seemed to be used to it. They crowded around Suyi, asking about the herbs and ingredients she was using, and how to cook them. It was obvious what they were up to. They were probably hoping to learn from Suyi and try making medicinal cuisine themselves later. Kicked out of the kitchen, Chang Xia went to the pavilion by the corridor, sat down at the square table, and decided to just relax and wait for food. Soon, the medicinal aroma from the kitchen filled the entire courtyard of the cave dwelling. Jen and Mu Qin stepped over the jars of soy-braised meat in the courtyard and hurried toward the kitchen. They had just returned from the Baihu commercial district, where a lot of fermentation starters had been made. These needed to be watched over, and the finished ones had to be turned and collected. Not a moment could be wasted. After all, the future of their brewing business depended on these starters. Lately, Jen and Mu Qin practically wished they could live in the Baihu commercial district. Chang Xia, why do you look so pale? Mu Qin asked in surprise. Jen also looked at Chang Xia with concern. Right now, Chang Xia looked listless, her cheeks completely drained of color, as if she hadn't fully recovered from an illness. Chang Xia looked up and forced a smile. Aunt Mu Qin, I'm fine. It's just the smell of the medicinal food. It's so strong. You know I used to drink a lot of herbal decoctions, and this smell just reminds me of all those times. Chang Xia looked aggrieved as she popped another piece of sweet grass root candy into her mouth. Only the sweet taste of the candy could soothe her wounded soul. Pfft! Jen couldn't help but burst out laughing. He walked up the steps into the kitchen, where he saw Nan Fong and the other beast folk gathered around Su Yi, the strong medicinal aroma hitting him in the face. Cough, cough. Jen couldn't help but clear his throat. No wonder Chang Xia looked so miserable. The smell really was overwhelming. Shaman, are you making medicinal cuisine? Jen asked. Nan Fong looked up and shot Jen a look that said, you already know the answer. Seeing this, Jen's hands itched. He really shouldn't be too soft on this silly kid. It's the same as the medicinal soup I made for Dia last night, but I adjusted the amount of some herbs, Xi explained, ignoring the silent exchange between Nan Fong and Jen. Food and medicine share the same roots. If this medicinal cuisine could be properly studied, it would be beneficial for both the tribe's elders and the young ones. But this was just the beginning of her research, so Xi didn't say too much. As a shaman, she knew the weight her words carried. Shaman, can this medicinal cuisine replace those? Jen didn't finish his sentence, but his excitement was clear. He knew the secret of the snake tribe's heritage. Because he knew, he was even more anxious. Many in their tribe had married outside their species, including his own silly kid, Nan Fong. If the taboo of cross-species marriage couldn't be resolved, it would surely cause big problems in the future. Before Chang Xia, there had never been a case of cross-species marriage in the leopard tribe. Elder Senda and Elder Shigua were exceptions and couldn't be counted. Xi said, Dia said it worked, but I still need to do more research. Unfortunately, Dia's the only test subject right now. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Nan Fong, Milu, and the others. If only a few more of them got pregnant, her research could move along faster. Sensing Suye's strange look, Nan Fong and Milu shivered and carefully backed away. Chang Xia was weak and unlikely to get pregnant anytime soon. Nan Fong and Milu were both healthy. If Dia could conceive, they probably could too. This made Xi think of the leopard tribe beast folk in the Heluo Tribe. Maybe she should organize a checkup for them? As long as it works, that's what matters, Jen said with relief. If it worked, there was hope. He'd have to find a chance to tell the Heluo tribe about the medicinal cuisine, so the snake tribe wouldn't have to worry day and night about whether the boas of the Wangwei Mountains would be hunted to extinction. You and Muqin stay and have a bowl of medicinal soup later, Xi said. Let Shimu come over too. It's hard to explain this medicinal cuisine. He should come and see for himself. Elder Shimu had studied medicine with Suyu. In the Heluo tribe, Elder Shimu was practically a half-shaman. When people in the tribe felt unwell, they usually went to him for help. Suyu is just one person. She couldn't take care of all the beast folk in the Twilight Forest. Nan Fong, go to the tribe and ask Elder Shimu to come over, Jen instructed, sending Nan Fong back to the tribe to fetch Elder Shimu. It was clear Xi wanted Elder Shimu to come. Most of the time, the plan was to teach him how to cook medicinal cuisine. Medicinal cuisine, as the name suggests, contains the word medicine, so you have to be familiar with all kinds of medicinal herbs. If you don't recognize the herbs, how can you cook medicinal dishes? People like Nan Fong crowding around the stove were mostly just curious, wanting to try something new. But if you really asked them to cook medicinal cuisine themselves, 9 times out of 10 they wouldn't know where to start. Shishing. Nan Fong, don't go bossing Shishing around. As soon as Nan Fong called out to Shishing, Jen raised a hand to knock her on the head, telling her to go to the tribe and invite Elder Shimu herself. Nan Fong pouted and stomped out of the kitchen in frustration. Seeing this, Shishing followed after her. The two of them bickered and played as they headed toward the tribe. The other beastmen watched them leave, feeling like they'd just been force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Shen Rong, bring up another bag of fruit flour. We'll steam buns for lunch, Changxia said, asking Shen Rong to fetch fruit flour from the cellar. There were a lot of people for lunch today, and making anything else would be too time-consuming. Steamed buns, plus some bone soup or fish soup, along with roast meat and a few stir-fried dishes, would do nicely. Hearing this, Baiqing followed Shen Rong down to the cellar. The wooden shed was filled with finished fermenting starters, so there was no way to build a stove there. They could only set up a stove in the courtyard of the cave house, and that stove could only be used for steaming buns. Stir-frying would still have to be done in the kitchen. The sun was blazing, and Changxia was worried about heat stroke. Changxia, should we build another wooden shed against the wall? Muqin suggested. Changxia's cave courtyard was spacious enough. If it weren't for the pond and flower beds, it could be even bigger. The tribe members liked to come over and sit at Changxia's place. The corridor and pavilion were fine for resting, but not so convenient for building a stove. Let's do it and make it bigger, Changxia agreed after thinking it over. The wooden shed next to the bathroom was often used for storage, and now it was full of fermenting starters, so space at home was a bit tight. There was still plenty of room by the wall, and even with the help of Changxia's bloodline ability, it would take years for the vines and trees there to grow big. With that in mind, Changxia looked around her courtyard. Leaving aside the space needed for drying miscellaneous items, building a wooden shed by the wall would be great, and it could even connect to where the old beast den used to be. Shen Rong kept a few chickens and ducks over there, and had even cultivated a small vegetable patch with ginger, scallions, and garlic. Changxia, should we get started now? Jen asked. The tribe has plenty of wood for building sheds, and even if we need stone, we have that too. Clearly, these were leftover materials from the last road construction. Sounds good. But I'd like to include the old beast den area, Changxia said, pointing to where the den used to be. That way, the shed would be really big. Jen looked it over and said, that works. When Shen Rong comes up from the cellar, have him go to the tribe to bring over the wood and figure out how to build the shed, Changxia said, delegating the task to Jen and Shen Rong and letting them work out the details. They called it a shed, but it would probably end up as a big house. At least, it wouldn't need walls. What are we building? Shen Rong put down the fruit flour and came out of the kitchen. Changxia explained, the sun's really strong in the warm season. Aunt Muqin suggested building a wooden shed by the wall, and I think it's a great idea. I'm thinking of including the old beast den area. What do you think? Sounds good, Shen Rong agreed. That way, it'd be easier to feed the chickens and ducks on rainy days. With that decided, Shen Rong and Jen started discussing how to build the shed, while Bai Qing and Kongshan chimed in with their own suggestions. How about a log cabin style? Build a stone foundation, it'll be clean and tidy. For the stove, a heated brick bed would be convenient. Before long, they were all caught up in a lively discussion, completely forgetting about preparing lunch. After a while, Jen and Shen Rong finally settled on a plan. Wood, stone, and resin were all brought to the courtyard, ready for building the shed that afternoon. It was supposed to be a simple shed, but it was turning into something much bigger. But the final look would have to wait until it was finished. At that moment, Changxia brought out the medicinal cuisine. Large bowls of medicinal stew were set out on the long table in the small living room and the square table in the corridor pavilion. The rich aroma of herbs filled the entire courtyard. Shen Rong, go call Elder Dalai for lunch, Changxia said. She'd promised Elder Dalai that morning to let her try the medicinal cuisine at lunch, and she couldn't forget about it now. Shen Rong agreed and went out the gate. Do we drink this medicinal soup straight? Jen asked quietly, staring into the brown broth in his ceramic bowl, looking a bit nervous. Muqin took a sip from her bowl. Jen, it tastes fine, Muqin said. The soup had a strong herbal aroma, but it wasn't hard to drink, just smelled a bit strange. When Shen Rong brought Elder Dalai in, everyone was already sipping their bowls of medicinal soup, their expressions a mix of excitement and curiosity. This herbal aroma is really strong, Dalai commented. Here, have a bowl, Si said with a smile, ladling out a bowl for Elder Dalai and making sure to include extra ribs and yam. Elder Dalai accepted the bowl and thanked Suyu. A moment later, everyone had tasted the medicinal soup. How do you all feel after drinking it? Suyu asked. Jen nodded. I feel a lot more refreshed. My body feels warm and comfortable, Dalai replied. Bai Qing and the others didn't notice much difference. It seemed to have little effect on them. Si thought to herself that the medicinal soup probably didn't have much effect on the stronger beastmen, but for those who were tired or unwell, it would be much more useful. Having confirmed that the medicinal cuisine was effective, Si began thinking about what herbs and ingredients to use for the next batch. So, from then on, Changxia made daily trips between the river wilderness and her cave home. Shen Rong joined the tribe's hunting party, actively preparing for the cold season. Every day, the tribe was busy and bustling. After several days of busyness, Changxia gradually figured out a third way to use her bloodline ability: bloodline growth acceleration. Unlike listening and healing, growth acceleration speeds up the growth of plants. At the same time, this accelerated growth doesn't harm the plants themselves. After activating her bloodline growth acceleration ability, Changxia not only practiced it in the wilds near the river, but also made sure to visit the vine trees, mulberry bushes, and her own vegetable garden in the southern wilderness by Baihu Lake. With the boost from her bloodline, all these plants have been thriving lately. Of course, the biggest change was in the courtyard of Changxia's own cave dwelling. The saplings of light trees, light grass, vine trees, mulberry bushes, and so on, planted in the courtyard, all grew taller and lusher under Changxia's cheat ability. The whole place looked vibrant and full of life. Changxia, did this light tree sapling get taller? Suyi asked hesitantly. She hadn't returned to the Kanashan Witch Hall recently, instead staying at the Heluo Tribe to seriously study medicinal cuisine. Unfortunately, Daya hadn't come back yet, and it was hard to confirm the actual effects of the medicinal dishes with other orcs. On this day, Suyi paused her research. She stepped out of the kitchen to stretch her legs, and immediately noticed something odd about the light tree sapling in the courtyard. Hee. Changxia laughed happily. Grandma Suyi, take a look at the other plants in the courtyard too. Huh? Suyi exclaimed in surprise. She turned to look at Changxia in astonishment, took a deep breath, and said seriously, Changxia, has your bloodline ability gotten stronger again? Growth acceleration, Changxia replied. Meeting Suye's shocked gaze, Changxia softly uttered the two words. Among the Beast Tribe, most bloodline abilities enhance strength. For the Bird Tribe, it's usually speed. For the Fish Tribe, who live in the water, their awakened bloodline ability is water manipulation. Changxia wasn't sure what Suye's ability was, but given Suye's standing among the beasts, it was certainly impressive. Changxia, have you really never considered becoming a witch? Suyi asked seriously. Changxia was startled, then shook her head and said, Grandma Suyi, you know me. I really hate trouble. The witch has to manage the entire beast tribe of the Twilight Forest. I just can't do it. Besides, Baiqing is doing a great job. All right, Suyi sighed deeply. Then she looked at Changxia for a long moment. With her and the Heluo tribe's protection, Changxia could always live freely. However, from now on, Baiqing would have to be trained even more strictly. After all, he would inherit the position of witch in the future, and he needed to be strong enough. Only then could he continue to protect Changxia for her. From what she knew of Changxia's personality, as long as the Beast Tribe treated her sincerely, under her guidance, the Twilight Forest Beast Tribe would surely flourish. The western lands were becoming more and more unstable. Who knew when the trouble would spread to the east? Some things you just couldn't be too careful about. After the last road construction, Jen had the Leopard Tribe orcs dig up a light tree from the Weishan Holy Land and plant it beside the Kanashan Witch Hall. But it doesn't seem to be growing well. If you have time, could you go check on it at the Kanashan Witch Hall? Sure, but it'll have to wait a bit. In the next couple of days, the tribe members who went to the Heluo Tribe should be back. Once they returned, Changxia needed to start brewing sweet potato wine. She wouldn't be able to leave for a while. It's fine, a few days sooner or later won't make much difference, Suyi said casually. She checked on that light tree before leaving the Kanashan Witch Hall. It was alive, just a bit wilted, but it wouldn't die. I'm going to the shrub forest with Nanfeng this afternoon to harvest white fruits. Grandma Suyi, would you like to join us? Changxia asked. It was time to harvest the second batch of white fruits. Lately, the tribe had been busy but organized, and everyone wore bright smiles every day. Hunting, gathering. Every day was lively and bustling. You go ahead. I'll take out the herbs from the medicine rack and dry them, Suyi waved her hand, planning to dry the herbs before continuing her research on medicinal cuisine. Changxia pointed to the newly built stone and wood shed. Calling it a shed wasn't quite accurate. The shed was connected to a corridor, and its design was similar to the corridor's eaves. A low wall about a meter high had been built, with floating steps attached that could be used as benches. Against the wall was a row of 5 stone stoves, enough to solve the problem of not having enough stoves when there were many people. The spacious shed, like an enlarged corridor, was where Jen planned to have the tribe make several long tables and benches. It could easily seat dozens for a meal, and if they squeezed in, even 100 or more could fit. Grandma Suyi, if you want to dry herbs, just put them in the shed, Changxia said. Some herbs needed to be dried in the shade, so they could just be placed on the stone benches. The low wall wasn't high, so for things that needed to be dried, they could move a rack over and use woven trays. Suyi said, "This shed is really convenient." "I think so too," Changxia replied with a smile. The shed was connected directly to the courtyard gate. On rainy days, you could walk from the gate to the cave without getting wet at all. Brother Shen. Shen Chaching walked down the road. When he met someone he knew, they would greet each other or nod. Shen Chaching was used to this. After all, this was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution responsible for maintaining stability in Great Qin, mainly tasked with slaying demons and monsters, though they did have other side jobs. Previous page, next page, last page, top. Shen Chaching belonged to the latter group. The Demon Suppression Division is divided into 2 ranks, the Guardian and the Exorcist. Anyone who joins the Demon Suppression Division starts at the lowest level as an Exorcist. From there, they work their way up, step by step, with the hope of eventually becoming a Guardian. Shen Changqing's predecessor was just a trainee Exorcist in the division, the lowest of the low. He inherited the memories of his predecessor, so he was very familiar with the environment of the Demon Suppression Division. Changxia. Just as she was speaking, Nanfeng's loud call came from the shore of White Lake. Hearing the call, Changxia nodded to Suyi, picked up her basket, and headed toward the courtyard gate. As she walked, she called back to Nanfeng coming. Stepping over the threshold, Changxia saw Nanfeng and the others standing by the lake with their tools. Taking advantage of the good weather, the Heluo Tribe planned to gather all the ginkgo nuts near the tribe and lay them out to dry. Today's destination was the shrubbery south of the rocky shoal. The tribe was in a hurry to harvest the ginkgo nuts nearby because Suyu had said that those on Mount Kana would be left for the leopard clan beastfolk to pick. Once they finished gathering the local nuts, they'd head to Mount Kana next. This winter, the tribe wouldn't have to worry about anyone going hungry or cold. They could even eat roast meat and play with the toys Changxia had prepared. The kuja balls, Shen Rong had finished making them. However, Changxia wasn't sure if Shen Rong would bring them out just yet. In private, Changxia had played kuju with Su Yi and Bai Qing. Bai Qing had even asked Shen Rong to make a few more, so he could play with his friends when they returned to the Sorcerer's Hall on Mount Kana. Shen Rong agreed and planned to make a few smaller ones. Whenever he had free time, Shen Rong would make kuja balls and stash them in a corner of the cellar. Changxia said they'd wait until after the ginkgo harvest to bring them out, so everyone could play as a reward. Shen Rong had played kuju before and found it a lot of fun. He knew it was best played with a big group. Lately, the tribe's people had been obsessed with the slide, the rocking horse, and the swings grown adults, playing like children. Changxia, let's go. Nanfeng grabbed Changxia and waved her hand, leading a group of beastfolk straight toward the shrubbery south of the rocky shoal. Qinghe, I thought you'd stay in your cave dwelling. Changxia was a little surprised to see Qinghe in the group. Ever since she'd arrived at the Heluo Tribe, Qinghe had embraced her inner homebody, staying in her cave all day and barely stepping outside. Qinghe looked up and glanced furtively at Maple Leaf. She hadn't wanted to come, Maple Leaf had dragged her out. Qinghe had tried to resist, but she was no match for Maple Leaf and had to come along, albeit reluctantly. Staying in felt so much better. Why did she have to go out? Maple Leaf dragged her out, Milu revealed. Talking about it, Milu couldn't help but laugh. Every time she remembered Maple Leaf hauling Qinghe out of the cave, she wanted to burst out laughing. Since Qinghe would be staying in the tribe for a long time, Mu Qin had personally found her a cave dwelling conveniently close to Maple Leaf's home. So, every time Qinghe tried to hole up inside, Maple Leaf would come over and drag her out. Pfft. Changxia covered her eyes, unable to bear looking at Qinghe. She'd heard Nan Feng mention this before, but she hadn't expected Maple Leaf to become even more persistent. Qinghe, there's no rush to finish the illustrated guide. You don't have to stay in your cave every day. It's good to get out sometimes, go hunting or gather with the tribe, Changxia said gently. Qinghe whispered, I just feel comfortable in the cave. Hunting and gathering sounded boring, nowhere near as fun as organizing the guide and drawing. Besides, she didn't find it dull at all to stay inside. Too bad she couldn't win against Maple Leaf. Changxia's mouth twitched. It was her fault for turning Qinghe into such a homebody. She hoped the wolf tribe wouldn't blame her. With Qinghe living in the Heluo Tribe, Qingxin might not be able to resist coming over. Changxia guessed some wolf beast folk from the wolf tribe might show up soon. Laughing and chatting, the group of beast folk headed for the ginkgo grove in the shrubbery. 3 days passed, and the flat land of the Heluo tribe was covered with ginkgo nuts drying in the sun. The green nuts slowly turned white under the sunlight, a true sign of a bountiful harvest. That day, Changxia was turning over the ginkgo nuts to dry. Siu had taken Bai Qing back to the Sorcerer's Hall on Mount Kana the day before. Daya had confirmed the medicinal meals worked, and she and Yadong had stayed with Elder Senda at the Weishan Holy Land for a few days. During that time, Daya ate wild fruits and game from Weishan, plus white fish from the waterfall pool. In just a few days, Daya had put on some weight. And she hadn't complained about being hungry since. Most of the ginkgo nuts near the tribe had been harvested. From what Jen and Muqin said, they'd probably head to Mount Kana tomorrow to gather more. If you need further translation or want the navigation/promo lines included, let me know. However, the exact timing was still uncertain. According to their calculations, the clansmen who had gone to the Snake Mountain tribe should have returned 2 days ago. But they still hadn't come back, casting a shadow over the tribe. Some people began to speculate, could something have happened to them? Otherwise, they should have been back by now. Changxia, hurry to the tribe square. Suddenly, Nanfang's excited shout came from outside the courtyard gate. Changxia looked up and asked, Nanfeng, is something happening in the tribe? The tribe's fine, it's the clansmen who went to the Snake Mountain tribe, they're back. Nanfeng replied. I saw baskets and baskets of sweet potatoes, almost enough to fill the whole square. Everyone's gone over to see what's going on. They're back. Changxia quickly put down the ginkgo nuts in her hands and walked over to Nanfeng. The two of them hurried toward the tribe square. Yesterday, Shen Rong had gone out hunting with the hunting party. This time, the hunting party had gone far and probably wouldn't be back until the day after tomorrow. Su Yu and Bai Qing had returned to the Kanashan Witch Hall. With only Changxia left in the cave dwelling, she was naturally interested when she heard something exciting was happening in the square. The snake tribe is really generous, trading so many sweet potatoes. What did our tribe use to exchange for the sweet potatoes? I don't know. When they went to the Snake Mountain tribe, it seemed like they went empty-handed. When Nanfeng and Changxia arrived at the tribe square, it was packed with people. When they saw Changxia, many waved and greeted her. Soon, the two of them made their way to Jen. Chief, Changxia called softly, Chief, what did our tribe use to trade for all these sweet potatoes? That's a lot of baskets. I promised to exchange wine starter with the Snake Mountain tribe, and of course, flour and green oil can also be used for trade, Jen said quietly, rubbing his nose. This time, the Heluo tribe had basically gotten something for nothing. The clansmen who went to the Snake Mountain tribe to trade sweet potatoes had gone empty-handed. To be honest, Jen hadn't expected the Snake tribe to be so generous. Not only did they agree to the trade, but they were willing to exchange so many sweet potatoes. It's just that the Snake tribe hopes that once this batch of sweet potato wine is brewed, we'll share some with them. Changxia nodded. That's only fair. Changxia, I'll have Heimeng and the others deliver some sweet potatoes to your house. How about that? Muqin, who had just finished counting the baskets, chimed in when she saw Changxia and Jen talking. That's fine, Changxia replied. I'm free this afternoon. I'll have Nanfeng come help, and I'll try brewing some sweet potato wine. Now that they had sweet potatoes, it was only natural to start making sweet potato wine. She herself wasn't much of a drinker, but Shen Rong seemed to enjoy it. After all, in the Western lands, Shen Rong didn't crave alcohol, but he could drink. Listening to the clansmen talk about wine all day, even if he wasn't tempted before, he would be now. Brother Shen. As Shen Chaching walked along the road, he would nod or greet acquaintances he passed by. But regardless of who it was, no one showed much expression, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shen Chaching was used to this. It didn't take long for him to stop in front of a pavilion. Unlike the rest of the Demon Suppression Division, which was filled with a murderous atmosphere, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding a rare tranquility in a place otherwise thick with the scent of blood. The atmosphere changed immediately. A faint scent of ink, mixed with a trace of blood, hit him, making him instinctively frown, though he quickly relaxed. The bloody smell that clung to everyone here was almost impossible to wash away. Some website/app promotional content omitted for clarity. Changxia, I'll help too, said Maple Leaf. Milo raised her hands high and shouted, Changxia, me too. And me. Other clansmen wanted to chime in, but before they could speak, Muqin's face darkened and she said coldly enough. I, Heiyun, Willow, and Tianluo will go to Changxia's cave. The rest of you stay here to wash, drain, and dry the sweet potatoes. With Muqin's order, no one dared argue. Obediently, those not going out to hunt or gather picked up their baskets and headed toward the White River, clearly preparing to wash, drain, and dry the sweet potatoes as instructed, waiting for Changxia to teach them how to brew sweet potato wine. If you need further translation or have specific passages you want polished, let me know. Here, Nanfeng and the others carried several baskets of sweet potatoes back to the Baihu cave dwellings. Each of them wore an expectant smile on their face. Changxia, how do we brew sweet potato liquor? How long will it take before we can drink it? Changxia shot Nanfeng and the other beastfolk a look, then turned to Muqin and asked, Muqin AMU, how many clay jars does the tribe still have? There should be quite a few clay jars left. Do you need some, Changxia? How many? I can have the clan folk bring them over, Muqin replied. To brew sweet potato liquor, we need clay jars for fermentation. Once it's fermented, we can distill it, and the distilled liquid is the drinkable sweet potato baijiu. All the jars at my place are already in use. For these baskets of sweet potatoes, we'll need about 5 or 6 jars, Changxia explained. Wooden barrels could work too, but if we have clay jars, they're more convenient. Wooden barrels are actually a good choice for storing liquor. But for fermentation, clay jars are a bit better. All the jars at Changxia's home, big and small, were already filled with things, there weren't any extras. Hey, Heiyun, you and Lucen go back to the tribe and bring over 6 clay jars, Muqin said decisively. She turned to send Heiyun and Lucen back for the jars, then remembered something and added, check how many jars we have left in the tribe. Ask Granny Wu to help gather everyone to clean them thoroughly. Just tell them the jars are needed for brewing sweet potato liquor. Okay, we'll be right back, Heiyun replied. With that, she and Lucen set off toward the tribe. When washing the sweet potatoes, if you see any with cracks or damage, pick them out right away. Damaged ones can't be used, or else the liquor will have off flavors. And make sure to wash all the dirt off the sweet potatoes, or the liquor will have a muddy taste. Once they entered the cave, Nanfeng and the others started washing the sweet potatoes. The fermentation starter had already been prepared and was stored in the wooden shed next to the bathhouse, along with plenty of woven vine sieves. These sieves were perfect for holding the sweet potatoes and letting them drain. Muqin AMU, you and Tianluo AMU can go to the stone stove area. After washing, the sweet potatoes need to be steamed until soft, then cooled, and finally pounded into a sweet potato mash. Add the fermentation starter according to the right ratio. If you want the liquor to taste richer, you can also add a bit of steamed fruit powder. Brewing this kind of grain liquor isn't hard. The only tricky part is figuring out how much starter to add to maximize the yield. This was Changxia's first time brewing liquor herself, so she felt a bit of pressure, but she didn't let it show. Meanwhile, Muqin and the other beastfolk listened as Changxia explained everything in detail. Their worries melted away, replaced by excitement for the sweet potato liquor. That's a lot of sweet potatoes. How many batches will we have to steam? Tianluo wondered. Muqin, should we fire up all 5 stoves? Go ahead. The faster, the better. The tribe is waiting for the liquor after all. It's just a shame we'll have to wait for it to ferment before we can drink it. I can't wait to taste it, Muqin said with a smile, chatting with Tianluo. She'd once tasted the fish tribe's distilled baijiu, and she'd never forgotten that flavor. The beast folk were poor and couldn't afford to trade for much baijiu. Since then, Muqin hadn't had any. Now, with Chang Xia teaching them how to brew sweet potato liquor, soon the beast folk would have their own drink. In the future, they wouldn't have to save up furs to trade with the fish tribe just to have a drink. Just thinking about it made Muqin and the others feel delighted. Chang Xia said we'll be able to drink it in a month at most, maybe even as soon as 20 days, Tianluo said happily. Just the thought of liquor made everyone cheerful. With something to look forward to, the beast folk worked even more enthusiastically. Chang Xia, do we need to cut up the sweet potatoes? No need, just steam them whole and mash them after. Cutting them up would work too, but it's a lot of trouble. It's easier to just wash them and steam them whole. While the sweet potatoes were steaming, Chang Xia had Hayun and loose and clean the jars they'd brought, then turn them upside down to drain. Chang Xia, I'll head back to the tribe and have them set up more stoves to steam sweet potatoes, Muqin said, carefully noting down each step. Steaming the sweet potatoes would take time, so she hurried back to the tribe to arrange for them to steam sweet potatoes at the same time. Chang Xia didn't object and nodded in agreement. Brewing sweet potato liquor wasn't hard, the only tricky part was adding the starter. But that wasn't a big deal. At worst, the yield would be a bit lower and there'd be less liquor after distillation. Chang Xia didn't want to dampen everyone's enthusiasm, so she let them get hands-on with the brewing. Once the tribe's food supply was stable, brewing liquor would become common sooner or later. Are they done yet? Nanfeng squatted by the stove, poking at the fire with a stick. They should be, Tianluo replied. Some of the sweet potatoes had cracks when they were washed earlier. Those would spoil easily. Chang Xia had them picked out, and Nanfeng stuffed several into the stove chamber. Now, smelling the aroma, she figured they were roasted and done. So she pestered Tianluo to dig them out of the stove. Chang Xia, should we save some sweet potatoes for the tribe? Maple Leaf asked. She remembered Chang Xia saying sweet potatoes could be made into flour or dried slices. No need. Let's use this batch for liquor. Everyone's waiting for it, and we can't let them down. As for sweet potato flour, dried slices, and strips, we can trade for more sweet potatoes from the Heluo Tribe after their next harvest, Chang Xia said calmly. Right now, both the tribe and the snake tribe were eagerly awaiting the sweet potato liquor. Chang Xia didn't want to disappoint them. Besides, the beast folk had ginkgo nuts. They weren't in a rush for sweet potato flour. By the water jar, Chang Xia set aside a few cracked sweet potatoes. She planned to cut them up and bury them in her vegetable garden to see if she could grow sweet potato seedlings. Sweet potatoes are easy to grow even in poor, sandy soil. If these could sprout, Chang Xia planned to plant them in the wilds by the river, where the soil was rich. Maybe by the end of the year, the tribe could eat their own homegrown sweet potatoes. If you enjoyed navigation. However, all of this depends on being able to cultivate sweet potato seedlings first. Soft and glutinous, sweet and fragrant. These roasted sweet potatoes taste amazing. I think the steamed ones are great too. As soon as someone said that, all the beast folk stared straight at the stone pot on the stove. Steam was rising from it, carrying an enticing aroma that drifted right into everyone's nose and mouth. They were hungry. They wanted to eat. Brother Shen. And them. But no matter who it was, no one showed any extra emotion on their face, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shen Chongqing was already used to this. That bloody smell was something everyone in the Demon Suppression Division carried with them. It was almost impossible to wash off. Skip app/website prompts and jump to the next story section. Don't use your hands. Go get some chopsticks from the kitchen. Changxia stopped Milu from reaching into the pot and told Nanfeng to fetch chopsticks. The sweet potatoes had just finished steaming. Didn't they care about burning their hands? A moment later, Nanfeng came back with a handful of wooden chopsticks. Changxia, here are the chopsticks, Nanfeng said. Changxia, exasperated, took the chopsticks, pulled one out, and poked it into a sweet potato in the pot. The sweet potatoes were fully cooked, so the chopstick slid in easily. Here, one for each of you, Changxia said, handing out the chopsticks with sweet potatoes on them. At the same time, she told Lu Shan to pull the firewood out of the stove to let the fire die down. Hiss! So hot. But these steamed sweet potatoes are so sweet and soft, delicious. Changxia, after the sweet potatoes are steamed, do we mash them right away? Wait for them to cool a bit, then mash them into a paste. By the way, is the fruit starch I asked for steamed yet? Maple Leaf raised her hand and pointed toward the kitchen. Changxia, the fruit starch is ready in the kitchen. Should I bring it over now? No need, Changxia shook her head. We'll add the steamed fruit starch when we mash the sweet potatoes and put them in the jar. Changxia and the other beast folk sat on stone benches under the wide wooden shelter, munching on sweet potatoes. In the village square, the rest of the tribe were also eating steamed sweet potatoes, praising the flavor and marveling at the snake tribe's luck in finding such a food in the Moonwatch Mountains. Changxia, when will Shen Rong be back? The day after tomorrow, I think. Did Aji go too? Bai Qing went, and so did my Xixing. I told Xixing to hunt some wild boar. We're almost out of pork fat at home. I want to cook stir-fried dishes, but there's never enough oil. As they chatted, the conversation turned to the hunting party that had gone out this time, led by Bai Qing and Shen Rong. The older generation of the tribe hadn't gone along. It looked like Jen was preparing to hand over leadership of the hunting party to Bai Qing and Shen Rong. Hey, Yun auntie, where have Yun Dong uncle and the others been lately? Changxia asked, tilting her head. She hadn't seen Yun Dong, Galay, and some of the other beast folk recently, which was odd. During the warm season, most of the tribe's energy went into hunting and gathering. But this year, things were a bit different for the Heluo Tribe. When Changxia asked, Maple Leaf and the others all turned to look at Hiyun and Tianluo. Hiyun and the other females exchanged glances. They had something to take care of and left the tribe for a while, Hiyun said gently. Lu Shan chuckled. Changxia, are you that curious? Yeah, a little. Usually, the totem warriors are busy hunting at this time of year, but this year, people keep mysteriously disappearing now and then. It's strange. Changxia nodded. She and Maple Leaf had discussed it in private, but hadn't come up with any useful answers. To be continued.